In the realm of cultivation, in the eastern region, lies the Tao sect, one of the seven sacred places of this domain. A slender youth clad in white languidly reclines on a massive rock, basking in the sun with his legs crossed. His right hand supports his head, while his left holds a flask of wine, from which he takes leisurely sips. Life could not be more carefree. This youth, named Yi Chun, is a transmigrator who has spent a little over half a month in this world, particularly within the Tao sect. It can be stated without reservation that he is undoubtedly the most unconventional disciple of the Tao sect. There is no one quite like him. While others toil diligently in their cultivation, he indulges in idleness. When his peers struggle to comprehend the teachings of the ancients, he remains ensconced in his own leisurely pursuits. Confronted by the disappointment of his elders and the counsel of his contemporaries, he invariably retorts with conviction, "I am but a mortal, a mere ordinary person. Why should I exert myself so?" Logically, one would expect such a lackadaisical individual to have been expelled from this prestigious sect long ago. Yet, it has not come to pass, for this fellow possesses an extraordinary talent. Over half a month prior, upon his arrival at the Tao sect when he first traversed into the realm of cultivation, Yi Chun participated in the entrance examination alongside numerous other aspirants. His cultivation realm? Unqualified. His physique? Unqualified. Thus, he became the subject of ridicule, a mockery among countless candidates. Until the final test, talent. The talent assessment stone shattered upon his touch. Initially, everyone believed the testing stone was at fault. The second stone, the third, the eighth. It took the obliteration of 7 talent assessment stones for the onlookers to finally grasp a crucial truth. This individual's talent was astonishingly formidable, surpassing the limits of the testing stones. Just as Yi Chun was poised to shatter the 8th stone, an ethereal old Taoist appeared, halting the test and taking him as a disciple. Yi Chun later learned that this venerable Taoist was an esteemed ancestor of the Tao sect, revered even by the sect leader as a granduncle. Consequently, Yi Chun inexplicably ascended to a rank among the highest in the Tao sect, with even the sect leader addressing him as little granduncle. 15 days ago, Yi Chun embarked on his first cultivation journey since his transmigration. After merely half a day of training, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. The following day, after 3 hours of cultivation, he inadvertently ascended to the apex of the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. 8 days ago, he unwittingly broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage. 7 days ago, he comprehended the Tao, achieving his own realm in just 1 day. 6 days ago, Yi Chun formally entered the golden core stage in a mere span of less than half a month. Yi Chun shattered countless records previously deemed unattainable. Just when everyone assumed he would continue his meteoric rise and forge ahead to create further milestones, this fellow began to indulge in idleness. Each day was spent in revelry, either feasting and frolicking, basking in the sun, or playfully engaging with the charming maidens of the Tao sect. At the outset, the few elders of the sect would patiently and earnestly advise Yi Chun, displaying a demeanor of disappointment akin to that of a master lamenting a wayward pupil. Some of his contemporaries, aged and wise, also endeavored to counsel him. However, this fellow's response left everyone in stitches. "I am but a mere mortal, an ordinary person. Why should I strive so hard?" This statement rapidly spread throughout the Taoist sect, igniting a wave of incredulity. A mere mortal? An ordinary individual? Why exert such effort? These words struck a devastating blow to countless prodigies within the sect. It is said that within a mere few days, several of these exceptional talents succumbed to madness, while others were so incensed that they lost their appetites. As for the ordinary disciples, they found themselves utterly exasperated by this uncle master. This uncle master was not only a genius, but also had an uncanny ability to provoke irritation. Just look at what he said. Does that even make sense? Thus, Yi Chun's elders and peers chose to turn a blind eye. What could they do? Forcing this prodigy to cultivate? What if he uttered another shocking statement? What if it discouraged yet another exceptional talent? In such a scenario, the only party to suffer would be the Taoist sect itself. Moreover, upon reflection, they began to realize that this individual's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid. Indeed, it warranted a concerted effort to consolidate his foundation. With this thought in mind, they began to praise Yi Chun even more fervently. They felt that not only was his talent for cultivation extraordinary, but his temperament was also commendable. Were it anyone else, with such a rapid pace of cultivation, who could possibly pause to stabilize their foundation? Upon introspection, even they could not achieve such a feat. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yi Chun was not contemplating any of this. He simply found the process to be tedious. Yes, Yi Chun thought that cultivation was exceedingly monotonous. If breakthroughs were so effortless, what was the purpose of continuing to cultivate? It was akin to playing an online game. A single strike of 999 damage? On the first day, it might seem quite entertaining. On the second day, it might still hold some allure. But after 3 days, how many days could one continue before growing weary? 10 days? Half a month? Who wouldn't become tired of it? Indeed, Yi Chun was in such a mindset. Beneath the massive stone lay the training grounds of the inner disciples of the Taoist sect, the martial arts arena. Numerous disciples occasionally glanced up at Yi Chun. I truly envy him. When will I achieve the same success as our young Uncle Master? To disregard all sect rules. Isn't that the truth? What good is envy? Just wait until you possess the same talents as our young Uncle Master. In less than a month, he transformed from a novice to a master at the golden core stage. Indeed, remarkable. Such a prodigy is a treasure wherever he goes. I feel utterly foolish. During the entrance examination, I mocked our young Uncle Master as being worthless. Turns out, the worthless one is me. Boo-hoo. Our young Uncle Master is my idol. Achieving the golden core stage at 18. My goodness, he is an unparalleled prodigy in the entire realm of cultivation. It seems our Taoist sect's few prodigies are merely at the half-step golden core stage, right? Upon hearing the discussions among the inner disciples, Yi Chun took a swig of liquor. Life is as desolate as snow. During these days spent in the Tao sect, he had grown weary and was initially intent on embarking on his own adventures. Regrettably, whether it was his master, the sect leader, or the other elders, they all remarkably united in thwarting his endeavors. They unanimously believed that a prodigy like Yi Chun should not venture into the world too soon. Should anything untoward occur, such a tremendous loss would be unbearable for them. The Tao sect could not afford to let down its ancestors. Faced with the resolute stance of the group, Yi Chun ultimately chose to acquiesce. So be it. If he must remain upon the mountain, what significance does it hold? After stowing away the wine flask, Yi Chun lazily rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a voice called out to him. Little Uncle Master, I wish to challenge you. A towering youth clad in black, resembling a small mountain and sporting a fierce countenance, approached Yi Chun with fervent determination. It's Brother Lin Wudi. Ah, the second among the 4 prodigies of the inner sect. I heard he was driven to madness by a remark from Little Uncle Master. Your information is outdated. As of yesterday, Brother Lin has already broken through to the golden core stage. He is the second in the inner sect to achieve this. What about Little Uncle Master? He doesn't count. He is a disciple of the ancestor, not truly one of the inner sect. Makes sense. Besides, who would dare to challenge such a prodigy as him? Exactly. A spectacle awaits us. In an instant, all training in the martial arts arena ceased, and every gaze was fixed upon the two, clearly anticipating a thrilling confrontation. What did you call me? Yi Chun halted, scrutinizing Lin Wudi with a hint of annoyance. Little Uncle Master, is there something wrong with that? Lin Wudi scratched his head, appearing bewildered. Remember, I detest being addressed with the word little. Nonetheless, I accept your challenge. Yi Chun said earnestly, locking eyes with Lin Wudi. This matter increasingly vexed Yi Chun, particularly due to his master, the elders, and even some peers, who all delighted in calling him Little Chunzi. Despite his vehement protests and expressions of discontent, they remained unfazed. Unfortunately, he was unable to best them in combat, leaving him no choice but to begrudgingly accept this moniker. Thus, he developed a profound aversion to the diminutive prefix, Little Chunzi. This title reminded him of the eunuchs from his previous lives' cinematic portrayals. Wasn't this a tragic appellation? Each time he heard someone call him Little Chunzi, it evoked an exasperating sensation within him. Upon hearing Yi Chun accept his challenge, Lin Wudi's face radiated excitement. He finally had the opportunity to prove himself. To this moment, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the blink of an eye, the two soared down to one of the grand arenas in the nearby martial arts training ground. Instantly, the platform was surrounded by a throng of spectators, including some extraordinary talents and prodigies from the inner sect, as well as ordinary disciples and several elders and stewards. They were all eager to witness who would emerge superior, the foremost genius since the establishment of the Tao sect, or the second-rank prodigy from the inner sect. Logically, such a question should not have existed. The issue lay in the brevity of Yi Chen's cultivation period. Furthermore, since his breakthrough to the golden core stage, he had been rather lax in his training. No one had observed him in practice. Consequently, almost everyone assumed that Yi Chen, this young granduncle, was merely at the early stage of the golden core realm. As for Lin Wudi, he was a naturally domineering physique, one of the pinnacle divine bodies in existence. A prodigious talent of extraordinary caliber, yet his opponent was a mere mortal body granduncle, a natural tyrant from the inner sect, battling at the same cultivation level. Who then was the stronger? This indeed posed a compelling question. In essence, the overwhelming majority leaned towards Lin Wudi as the favored contender. The domineering physique was an exceptionally formidable divine body, one that grew stronger with each battle, a veritable invincible force among those of the same rank. As such, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Who do you support more? Though it may seem audacious, I find myself favoring Lin Shixiang. The little granduncle's training time is just too short. I concur. But Lin Shixiang is notoriously reckless. If he injures the little granduncle, his master might very well give him a good thrashing. Who knows? Let's enjoy the spectacle. Hee hee. Look, they're clashing. In the midst of their chatter, the two had already engaged in fierce combat. However, the outcome left the spectators astounded and speechless. Dragons soaring in the sky. You, and your nonsense. Lin Wudi had scarcely ascended into the air when Yi Chen delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing back onto the platform. Instantly, a massive crater over 10 feet in diameter was formed. Activate the domineering body. Covered in dust and dirt, Lin Wudi climbed out of the pit, unleashing a thunderous roar towards the heavens. In an instant, his muscles bulged, and he grew significantly larger. Additionally, a faint golden aura enveloped him, emanating an astonishing momentum that surged skyward. The next moment, he shot towards Yi Chen like a cannonball. Little granduncle, I apologize. Today, you are destined to be defeated. Lin Wudi's roar echoed throughout the arena. It appeared that after suffering such a humiliating defeat moments ago, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. I shall reiterate, I abhor being addressed with a diminutive title. With a darkened countenance, Yi Chen nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. Following this declaration, he charged towards Lin Wudi. Just when everyone assumed that Lin Wudi would effortlessly overpower Yi Chen, they were once again left in utter astonishment. The activated Lin Wudi was caught off guard as Yi Chen suddenly materialized beside him. With a forceful elbow strike, Lin Wudi was sent crashing onto the arena floor like a cannonball. This time, a significant portion of the stage crumbled beneath him. Yi Chen pressed Lin Wudi's head down with his left hand while mercilessly delivering a barrage of punches and kicks with his right hand and foot. Despite Lin Wudi's desperate struggles, he was unable to break free. This is for calling me Little Master Uncle. This is for your fondness for diminutive titles. Is it so difficult to simply call me Master Uncle? Fool! Deserving of a beating. Let this serve as a lesson. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lin Wudi had been transformed into a sight reminiscent of a pig's head. As for his formidable physique, it had been utterly shattered. Little Master Uncle, I was wrong. Master Uncle, I was wrong. Please spare me. Woo-woo in the end, even Lin Wudi, perceived by all as a bumbling oaf, found himself reduced to a state of begging for mercy, tears and snot flowing freely. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, akin to death itself. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. It was sheer brutality. It was merciless. A number of onlookers gasped in shock. Simultaneously, they gleaned an important lesson. One must never provoke the little Master Uncle, rather, he should be addressed as Master Uncle. Casually discarding Lin Wudi aside, Yi Chen departed with an air of confidence. All eyes were filled with reverence as they watched his retreating figure. It seemed that the little Master Uncleano the master uncle was far more formidable than they had ever imagined. Chapter 3. Star Peak and Yi Chen's extraordinary pet upon the arena. Lin Wudi cast a grateful glance at Yi Chen's silhouette from the corner of his eye. While all present perceived his condition as dire, only he understood the truth. In reality, he bore merely superficial injuries. Not even his bones were harmed, let alone his foundational essence. With a modicum of healing elixir, he would be bounding with vitality by the following day. Deep within the Tao sect, atop a mountain that resembled a celestial paradise, where spiritual energy was nearly liquefied, lay Yi Chen's abode, Star Peak. Only the sect master and the esteemed elders were privileged to inhabit such a majestic summit. Perhaps Yi Chen was a singular exception, owing to his status as a disciple of the venerable ancestor. As for the ancient figures of the sect, they were either sequestered within the forbidden grounds or secluded in various secret realms. Some, driven by peculiar whims, busied themselves as custodians of the Tao sect, masquerading in roles akin to unassuming monks. No sooner had Yi Chen returned to his mountain peak than a fluffy, purple kitten leapt towards him, landing gracefully upon his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his face. This delightful creature was a gift bestowed upon Yi Chen when he became a disciple. Indeed, it was a present from his master. However, when it was originally given, the kitten was encapsulated within a pet egg the size of a basketball. According to his master, this pet egg had been procured a century prior from the depths of a forbidden zone. Due to a lack of inclination to nurture it, it remained unhatched until now, becoming a fortuitous acquisition for Yi Chen. The process of hatching the kitten had consumed considerable resources from Yi Chen's master, who, despite his ethereal demeanor, displayed evident distress at the expense. The event of the kitten's emergence had caused quite a stir within the Tao sect. Upon breaking free from its shell, a radiant burst of 9-colored light erupted skyward, fleeting yet magnificent. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the elder, the commotion could have spiraled beyond mere sectal intrigue. Confronted by a throng of sect leaders and ancient figures drawn by the commotion, the elder deftly deflected inquiries with a simple excuse, stating, "Nothing to see here. Disperse. I was merely conducting a test." Though skepticism lingered, they complied, for he was the most esteemed and formidable figure within the Tao sect. It is worth noting that despite the initial tumult surrounding the kitten's hatching, prolonged observation revealed it to be no different from an ordinary beast. This realization left both Yi Chen and his master in a state of profound vexation. Why was this so? Yet, the purple kitten was not entirely devoid of merit. It possessed a rather peculiar ability, seemingly capable of spatial traversal. It had pilfered numerous treasures from Yi Chen's master's spatial ring, reveling in its insatiable appetite, consuming everything in sight. At last, Yi Chen's master, fearful of its presence, chose to retreat into the forbidden grounds for seclusion. Xiaoqi, glancing at the small cat perched upon his shoulder, a smile graced Yi Chen's face. Meow. With a soft call, the little feline closed its eyes, curling up comfortably on Yi Chen's shoulder, purring gently in its slumber. Yi Chen had long since grown accustomed to this behavior. Since the day of its hatching, Xiaoqi had exhibited such habits, finding delight in two primary activities, eating and sleeping. When it came to food, it was exceptionally discerning, consuming only select heavenly materials and treasures, rejecting all else. As for rest, it preferred to doze atop the mountain, particularly on Yi Chen's shoulder. Whenever Yi Chen departed the peak, it steadfastly refused to accompany him. Seated before a finely crafted pavilion, Yi Chen found himself lost in thought. Prior to his journey through time, he had read numerous novels extolling the joys of cultivation. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. This was decidedly unscientific. It seemed the time had come for him to seek out some pursuits. Yi Chen mused inwardly. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved 3 jade discs from his spatial ring. These were gifts from his master, who had advised him to examine them when he had the chance and to inquire about any uncertainties, but warned that upon leaving the Tao sect, he must return them. To this day, Yi Chen had yet to discover the true nature of these items. As his consciousness penetrated the 3 jade discs, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with emotion. Danjing? Qitian? Zhenquan. Were these not the legendary three supreme scriptures of the Tao sect? How extraordinary that his master had entrusted them to him. No wonder his master had so earnestly cautioned him to return these discs upon his departure from his sect. With nothing but time on his hands, he thought it prudent to delve into their mysteries. Rubbing his chin, Yi Chun spoke to himself. If others from the Tao sect were to overhear him, they might be infuriated to the point of spewing blood. It was well known that these three revered texts were not even accessible to the sect leader. To study them, one could only learn fragments according to their own innate talents, and even then, they were merely hand-copied versions. Historically, the three great scriptures of the Tao sect had always been safeguarded by the most powerful members of the sect. Presently, whether it be the alchemy masters, array masters, or weapon refining masters, it was rumored that they had only managed to grasp a mere 60% of the teachings. Yet here was Yi Chun, effortlessly able to peruse all of it. Such was the fortune of having an exceptional master. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, his name reverberated throughout the entire Tao sect once more. Due to his effortless victory over Lin Wudi, as well as his formidable display of power, everyone had come to realize one important fact. This highly esteemed junior uncle seemed to harbor a distaste for being addressed with the diminutive little prefix. Otherwise, he would be incensed, with dire consequences ensuing. Lin Wudi served as the perfect example of this. Simultaneously, the astonishing prowess of Yi Chun left all in awe. Was he not merely a mortal being? Is this still a mere mortal body? Even one of the pinnacle divine bodies, the dominant body, pales in comparison before him. It is utterly absurd. Setting aside seniority, the master uncle is undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Tao sect, the foremost prodigy. This sentiment is nearly unanimous among the members of the Tao sect. After effortlessly defeating Lin Wudi, Yi Chun has effectively substantiated his prowess. His cultivation talent is not only extraordinary, but his combat strength is equally formidable. Some elders present at the time had explicitly stated that the true cultivation level of the master uncle is also at the initial stage of the golden core realm. Why say nearly? It is said that the unparalleled prodigy, who could easily suppress Lin Wudi, seems not to hold the master uncle in high regard either. She has remarked that only through combat can one truly discern who is superior. Chapter 4. The Three Supreme Scriptures of Taoism. After an arduous 7 days, Yi Chun finally committed the entirety of the three supreme scriptures to memory. Logically, given his extraordinary talent, it should not have been such a daunting task. However, the sheer volume of material within the Danjing, Qi-Dian, and Zhenquan was overwhelming. For instance, Danjing enumerates a myriad of alchemical formulas, alongside countless refining techniques and the accumulated wisdom of predecessors. Similarly, Qi-Dian offers various methods for weapon crafting, diverse refining techniques, and a plethora of experiential insights. Zhenquan, on the other hand, comprises an array of peculiar formations and strategies for their deployment. After absorbing this wealth of information, even Yi Chun, with his remarkable aptitude, felt a dizzying sensation, as if his mind were on the verge of bursting. It was simply too much to retain. "Little Chun, what are you doing?" At some point, an old Taoist priest, donned in a gray robe and exuding an ethereal presence, appeared before Yi Chun. This venerable figure was none other than his master, the esteemed ancestor of Taoism, Xuanzi. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, Xuanzi was taken aback. What had befallen his cherished disciple? Had he fallen into madness? Nothing much. Yi Chun lightly shook his head and stood up. As for his master's address, he had grown numb to it and had no desire to correct him. I merely memorized the contents of the three scriptures. It was incredibly challenging, taking me 7 days and nights. Stretching his limbs, Yi Chun expressed his displeasure with a hint of sarcasm. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Xuanzi's lips twitched uncontrollably. "What did you say?" After a considerable pause, he asked in disbelief. I said, "I have memorized all the contents of the three supreme scriptures." "Master, could you refrain from being so dramatic?" Rolling his eyes, Yi Chun replied with exasperation, handing over the 3 jade tablets to Xuanzi. "By the heavens, a monster!" Even Xuanzi, usually serene, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. His precious disciple was no longer simply endowed with great talent. He was indeed a prodigy. As he accepted the jade tablets, Xuanzi's eyes involuntarily twitched. Is this truly possible? It's utterly insane. Even now, he struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. Is something amiss? Yichen queried, casting a puzzled glance at his master. Is something amiss? Do you not possess any common sense? Xuanzi exclaimed, lightly smiting his forehead before stowing away the jade tablets, casting Yi Chen a disapproving glare. Whether one is an alchemist, a weaponsmith, or a formation master, they can only memorize formulas, blueprints, formations, and various insights that are slightly above their own tier. This is common knowledge in the realm of cultivation, as well as a fundamental principle of the heavenly Tao. Forcibly memorizing formidable concepts proves futile, as they will inevitably be forgotten in due time. Otherwise, do you believe that alchemists, blacksmiths, and array masters in the cultivation realm would resort to various methods to document formulas, crafting blueprints and formations? It is merely for the sake of facilitating inheritance. Individuals like yourself, who barely scrape the surface, should consider it a remarkable feat to forcibly remember some rudimentary knowledge. As for acquiring more, many have attempted, yet their fates often culminate in madness or delusion. And here you are, effortlessly recalling the 3 great scriptures. Tell me, how can you not be considered a monster? Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Xuanzizi found himself both amused and exasperated as he explained. Finally, he regarded Yi Chen with an odd expression. A true anomaly. His treasured disciple is nothing short of a marvel. Not only is his cultivation speed, comprehension, and combat prowess exceedingly extraordinary, but he has also created an unprecedented miracle. What is the limit of this young man's talent? There were certain thoughts Xuanzizi withheld. He could not even retain the contents of any single scripture himself. Attempting to memorize them was utterly impossible. Yet this lad, astonishing. Upon hearing his master's explanation, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Will I be all right? He instinctively asked, tinged with anxiety. You have no issues whatsoever, Xuanzizi retorted dismissively, rolling his eyes. Subsequently, he eagerly began to inquire about the contents of the 3 great scriptures. As he discovered Yi Chen's fluent responses, Xuanzizi felt a profound numbness wash over him. He finally comprehended that his precious disciple was an unequivocal prodigy. This could not be judged by conventional standards. Simultaneously, a sense of anticipation began to brew within him. I wonder how this young man's talents in alchemy, forging, and formations will manifest. Could he become an unparalleled master, unmatched in history? If it were anyone else from the Tao sect, Xuanzizi would have reservations. After all, one cannot be greedy without suffering the consequences, right? Typically, he would advise others in the Tao sect to pursue a singular path, either martial arts, alchemy, forging, or formations, since human energy is finite. But this lad? He does not fall within those constraints. Given his terrifying cultivation speed, there is no need to worry about it affecting his martial arts. That is splendid. Yichen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him as he smiled broadly. It seems my talent truly is exceptional. He felt a surge of pride within himself, unbeknownst to Xuanzizi. Otherwise, Xuanzizi would surely be unable to suppress his astonishment. Is this merely strong? Your talent is astonishingly remarkable. My fine disciple, why not attempt alchemy or forging formations? Xuanzizi gazed at Yi Chen with a wolfish grin. All right. Upon hearing the words of his master, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. He then hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Xuanzizi. Resources are not an issue, Xuanzizi proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me. I possess a modicum of expertise in alchemy, weaponry, and formations, he added with a flourish. Following this, Xuanzizi promptly retrieved a plethora of items from his spatial ring. Spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, beast blood, ores, formation discs, alchemical furnaces, smelting furnaces, and more. These supplies should suffice for now. Let's begin. Hurry, he urged with a jovial smile, directed at Yi Chen. his murky eyes gleaming with profound anticipation. Chapter 5. What does it mean to defy the heavens? A talent beyond compare. In a fleeting moment, the smile on Xuanzi's face became utterly frozen. His expression, once filled with mirth, was now supplanted by sheer astonishment. It was inevitable. The primary reason was the astonishing performance exhibited by Yi Chun. The condensation of a Dan fire was completed in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Moreover, it was the highest grade of human-tier Dan fire, the purple Dan fire. He was left utterly numb. Xuanzi had become completely desensitized to Yi Chun's prodigious talent that defied the heavens. Typically, a common alchemist requires at least a year and a half to condense Dan fire upon embarking on the path of alchemy. Those who manage to condense Dan fire within 3 months can be considered geniuses. If one can achieve this feat in 2 months, they are deemed monstrous. And those who can condense Dan fire in a single month, barring any untimely demise, often become renowned titans of the cultivation world. Condensing Dan fire in merely half a month is likely a feat reserved for the legendary Dan gods of ancient times. Yet this young man accomplished it in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. What sorcery is this? However, this was merely the beginning. Soon, Xuanzi witnessed what true talent meant. The first-grade medicinal pill, the body-refining pill, Yi Chun succeeded on his very first attempt. A full furnace of 10 pills, each of perfect quality. This fellow required less than an hour. Following closely, he did not pause to catch a breath before attempting the second-grade medicinal pill, the qi-nurturing pill. Another success. Once again, a furnace of 10, with each pill of flawless quality. This time, the time taken was even shorter, less than half an hour. Before long, Yi Chun embarked on his third pill concoction, the third-grade foundation building pill. The outcome remained unchanged. A furnace of 10, each pill perfect. This time, it took just a little over the time of a stick of incense. The fourth attempt. The fourth-grade pill, the core formation pill. A furnace of 10, all perfect. It required merely a stick of incense as time. 4 attempts. 4 successes. 4 times achieving the utmost perfection. After an hour of recovery, Yi Chun initiated a new endeavor, weapon forging. A first-grade, ordinary flying sword, completed in 1 hour. A second-grade, ice meteor hammer, completed in half an hour. A third-grade flame whip, completed in half an hour. A fourth-grade wind speed boots, completed in half an hour. Then, he resumed his recovery. Another hour passed. As anticipated by Xuanzi, Yi Chun began to attempt arranging formations. A first-grade illusion formation, completed in half an hour. A second-grade spirit severing formation, completed in half an hour. A third-grade unified attack and defense formation, completed in half an hour. A fourth-grade illusion killing formation, completed in half an hour. From beginning to end, Yi Chun's movements flowed with such grace and fluidity. After arranging the formations, he commenced a lengthy period of recovery. A considerable amount of time passed before Xuanzi regained his composure. What he had witnessed today shattered his understanding of genius, or perhaps one might say, it redefined his perception of prodigy. What constitutes a prodigy? This is it, a 100% success rate in pill refinement, achieving perfection in every furnace, impeccably crafting every level of weaponry, strategically arranging formations without a flaw. Remarkably, all of this accomplished in less than a day, and by a mere 18-year-old. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have been incredulous to believe such a prodigious individual existed. Furthermore, Xuanzi could discern that Yi Chun was more than capable of refining higher-grade elixirs, crafting superior weapons, and arranging even more advanced formations. It was simply that this young man's limited strength constrained his potential. Were his abilities to increase, his performance would undoubtedly be even more astounding. A prodigy. Truly an extraordinary prodigy. As he regained his senses, Xuanzi could not help but smile broadly, his face flushed with excitement. Indeed, his treasured disciple had not disappointed him. A polymath. This was a celestial polymath. What does it mean to be celestial? This young man exemplified it to the fullest. In terms of cultivation, his speed was astonishingly rapid. It would not be an exaggeration to claim there had been none before him. Alchemy? Smithing? Formation crafting? Zhuangzizi had never encountered anyone with a talent as remarkable as Yi Chun's. He believed there would not be another individual of such extraordinary caliber in this world. At that moment, Zhuangzizi found himself unable to suppress the urge to boast. However, he forcibly restrained this impulse. If the news of Yi Chun's terrifying cultivation speed were to spread, it would likely attract countless forces seeking to assassinate him. After all, no faction desires the emergence of a being that disrupts the balance. Many of the so-called rules are merely for show. Which supreme prodigy in the cultivation world has not faced numerous assassination attempts? Not to mention, this young man is a polymath, a celestial polymath. If news of today were to leak, what chaos would ensue? Never mind, I shall quietly savor this joy. He chuckled to himself, stroking his goat-like beard. His aged face bore a proud and smug smile. How many years had it been? How long had he not felt such happiness? Yet, Zhuangzizi's joy was short-lived, for Yi Chun had begun to slack off again. After restoring his true energy to its peak, Yi Chun stood, stretched lazily, and strolled out of the courtyard. There he was, reclining on a massive rock, nonchalantly sipping wine while gazing vacantly at the night sky. Dear disciple, at such a moment, should you not be sharing something with your master? Or perhaps continue your cultivation? Elevate your strength? Become an even more formidable alchemist, smith, or formation master? Approaching Yi Chun, Zhuangzizi exclaimed in exasperation, his face reflecting a mix of frustration and disappointment. This young man was remarkable in every way. He is indeed a tad too indolent. To outsiders, Yi Chun's languid demeanor appears to be a method of honing and solidifying his cultivation. However, Zhuangzizi is acutely aware that the lad is simply being lazy. In the entirety of the Tao sect, is there anyone whose realm is more stable than this young man? Each level of cultivation must be perfected before a breakthrough can be achieved. And what follows? After taking a sip of wine, Yi Chun languidly inquired. Naturally, it is to become the foremost figure of the younger generation in the realm of immortality. Then, almost instinctively, Zhuangzizi blurted out, "Not interested." Yawning, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, Zhuangzizi was utterly devoid of any temper. He opened his mouth at a loss for words. A new thought unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Perhaps it would be wise to allow this young man to venture beyond the Tao sect for some practical experience. Let him endure the harsh realities of the immortal world. At worst, he could discreetly send some top-notch experts to protect him. It is simply infuriating to have him remain here. Chapter 6. The Path to Enlightenment. Yet, despite his thoughts, Zhuangzizi found himself somewhat reluctant to let go. After finally acquiring such an extraordinary disciple, was it truly wise to send him out for training? It felt rather unwise indeed. He was unwilling to part with him. Alas, out of sight, out of mind. Muttering a silent curse, Zhuangzizi departed with a grim expression. The reason for his discontent lay in a recent discovery. He had noticed that Yi Chun's pet cat, the little purple feline, what was its name again? Ah yes, Xiaoqi. In a moment of distraction, this little rascal had sneaked into his spatial ring to pilfer some treasures. Had it consumed a piece of the precious 10,000-year blood, ginseng? Such extravagance. It was utterly wasteful. Zhuangzizi's heart ached at the thought. If it were a useful spirit pet, he would not have batted an eyelash at the loss of few treasures. However, this gluttonous little cat seemed to do nothing but eat and sleep. Its sole talent appeared to be the art of thievery. Was it not a prodigal creature? Xiaoqi, have you once again stolen from your master? Yi Chun inquired with a mix of amusement and exasperation as he glanced at the small cat perched on his shoulder. Meow, came the soft reply as the cat nodded its head. Its purple eyes sparkled with a hint of human-like mischief, leaving Yi Chun momentarily bewildered. Surely, he wasn't imagining things? With a deep sigh, he took hold of a wine jug in one hand while resting his head on the other, gazing into the night sky. Cultivation? Boring. Alchemy? Forging? Arranging formations? Oh, rather tedious. It seemed that he needed to find something engaging to occupy his time. Yi Chun mused silently to himself. Lost in thought, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The little purple cat, Xiaoqi, curled up in his embrace, creating a cozy ball of fur. The night stretched on endlessly. When Yi Chun awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. After a quick freshening up and a light meal, he left Xingchen Peak, wandering aimlessly. Before he departed, he couldn't help but feel exasperated by Shao Qi's audacious appetite. He discovered that his refined fourth-grade pills had been completely devoured, and the 4 weapons he had forged were reduced to mere scraps. Without a doubt, he knew who was responsible. In his heart, Yichun could only lament. This little creature truly had an extraordinary appetite. Along the way, he encountered elders, stewards, and various disciples from different peaks, all of whom greeted him with utmost respect. "Good day, Master Uncle." The uniformity of their addresses struck him. The title of Little Master Uncle had entirely vanished. There was no other choice. The fate of Lin Wudi was still fresh in everyone's memory. Offending someone of such high pedigree, with unparalleled cultivation speed, over a matter of titles was simply not worth the risk. Once again, Yichun found himself beside the massive stone near the martial arts training ground. In the blink of an eye, he spotted the figure lounging on the boulder, casually sipping wine with his legs crossed. "Master Uncle, why do you spend all your time here? Is there something special about this place?" Suddenly, an aged voice resonated beside Yichun. It belonged to a small elder clad in gray linen, whom Yichun recognized as the chief of the law enforcement hall of the Dao sect. His name was Lung Wuqing. True to his name, the old man's countenance was perpetually frigid, his demeanor consistently dark. Lung Wuqing's cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the nascent soul realm. At that moment, he gazed at Yichun with curiosity, occasionally glancing at the massive stone beneath him. Upon hearing Lung Wuqing's words and observing his expression, a peculiar look briefly flickered across Yichun's face. Special? What was so special about this place? He was merely here to pass the time and admire some beautiful women, was he not? Of course. Such thoughts were utterly unfit for him to voice aloud, as they would tarnish his image. Clearing his throat, Yichun forced a smile and replied earnestly, "Oh, I will be most interested to hear more." Raising an eyebrow, Lung Wuqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could there truly be something extraordinary about this stone? To be frank, Yichun began with an air of seriousness. Spending extended periods by this stone is beneficial for breaking through one's cultivation bottleneck. Otherwise, do you think the sect would go through so much trouble to place it here? After casting a glance at Lung Wuqing, Yichun spun around and departed. He had no interest in idly chatting with an old man. If it were a beautiful woman, that would be a different story. Is that so? Stroking his beard and watching Yichun's retreating figure, a look of skepticism crossed Lung Wuqing's face. After a moment's hesitation, he leaped onto the massive stone. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by many others. The earlier conversation between the two had also been overheard by several passing inner disciples. Consequently, it wasn't too long before the remarkable properties of this stone beside the martial arts arena spread rapidly throughout the Dao sect. Many individuals, whether deliberately or inadvertently, began casting glances toward the stone. Once Lung Wuqing departed, a throng of inner disciples rushed toward the stone, eager and anxious. Is this really possible? From a distant cliff, Yichun stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding at the martial arts arena. He had merely been fabricating a tale to tease Lung Wuqing. Shaking his head, Yichun dismissed the thought and closed his eyes to meditate. Currently, Yichun found himself at the renowned Wudao Cliff, a sacred site for cultivation within the Dao sect. Perched atop a towering peak that soared 1,000 zhang high, the cliff was surrounded by an unfathomable abyss. This location was one of the Dao sect's most revered sanctuaries for training. Except for the sect leader and high-ranking officials, anyone wishing to spend even an hour here would require a substantial number of contribution points. Moreover, one could typically only remain for a maximum of 7 days within a year. Naturally, as one of the sect's most esteemed and prodigious individuals, Yichun was not bound by such constraints. In the entirety of the Dao sect, apart from a few select places, he could go wherever he pleased. If one were to gaze down from the heights upon the realm of enlightenment, they would behold an immense and ancient Bagua pattern. Within this intricate design lie myriad traces, the shadows of palms, the essence of fists, the marks of swords, and the imprints of whips. Furthermore, throughout the entirety of the Bagua, one can discern a plethora of diverse sentiments and even subtle traces of the Tao. This, indeed, encapsulates the formidable nature of the realm of enlightenment. Since its inception, the Tao sect has been guided by a widely recognized adage: whoever can glean even a fragment of understanding within the realm of enlightenment shall reap lifelong benefits, and, at the very least, ascend to the status of a regional sovereign. The daunting power of the realm of enlightenment is thus made manifest. Yi Chen's presence here is not without purpose. Having previously visited this place to grasp the essence of destruction, he now seeks to discover whether he might unearth some intriguing sentiment this time. After all, idleness breeds tedium. Why not engage oneself in a pursuit to pass the time? Chapter 7. The perfection of the concept of destruction seated cross-legged at the center of the Bagua diagram. Yi Chen closed his eyes. It was as if he were being drawn into an unseen force. Within the confines of the Bagua, various concepts erupted into chaos. However, tranquility soon returned. Ultimately, a wisp of destructive aura overshadowed everything and surged toward Yi Chen. A faint essence of destruction erupted from his being. In the end, the two forces seemed to attract each other, spinning rapidly in a harmonious dance. The destructive essence emanating from Yi Chen intensified, spreading outward like a dark mist. In its wake, a series of explosive sounds resonated. Additionally, fine, almost imperceptible cracks began to appear in the space surrounding Yi Chen. Before long, the entire Bagua was engulfed by rampant destruction. The ancient diagram began to tremble. At that moment, the yin-yang fish symbol beneath Yi Chen suddenly emitted beams of black and white light that radiated outward. As if shielded by some mysterious energy, the somewhat precarious Taoist precipice regained its stability, remaining steadfast amidst the chaos of destruction, leaving no trace behind. In stark contrast, Yi Chen's figure became increasingly indistinct. His form was entirely enveloped by the essence of destruction. His aura swelled in power. Unbeknownst to him, his comprehension of the concept had rapidly matured. His understanding of the concept of destruction advanced from initial grasp to minor success, and soon thereafter, it transformed into great success. Ultimately, he reached a state of perfection, a mere step away from the Tao of destruction. What Yi Chen was unaware of was that 7 days had elapsed since his moment of enlightenment. Around the precipice of Tao, a multitude of formidable figures materialized. Without exception, these individuals were unparalleled powerhouses of the Tao sect. Among them were venerable elders with white hair and youthful appearances, as well as some remarkably ageless men and women. They all shared a common trait, a terrifying strength, with the weakest among them at the divine transformation stage. Among them were also formidable beings of the great ascension and tribulation stages. The presence of nascent soul experts seemed utterly out of place here. What a prodigy! Yi Chen, my junior disciple. No, Yi Chen, my disciple, is indeed extraordinary. He has comprehended the most potent concept of the Taoist precipice, the concept of destruction. How would he not be a prodigy? If memory serves, just recently he had only begun to grasp this concept, and now he has achieved perfection. How little time has passed. Indeed, it is astonishing. For anyone else, even a genius, to reach such a level of comprehension would typically require a decade or more, especially considering that this is one of the pinnacle concepts in the realm of cultivation. It would demand even more time. If not for the absence of Taoist traces at the precipice, I would have no doubt that Master Yi Chen would grasp the Tao of destruction. The Tao of destruction? This is indeed one of the 10 most exceptional paths among the 3,000 avenues, the most formidable of all. If Master Yi Chen were to comprehend it, our Tao sect could surely revive its former glory. What do you think? What path has Ancestor Xian Ji truly grasped? The Ancestor is shrouded in mystery. He hasn't made a move in over a millennium. Who can say? Exactly. While these old monsters engaged in their animated discussions, they did not forget to casually set up a formation, isolating the area of enlightenment from disturbances, lest they interrupt Yi Chen. Are you all so idle? At that moment, a figure, ethereal and graceful, appeared high in the sky, instantly rendering the surroundings so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Salutations, Ancestor. Salutations, great uncle. Salutations. Soon enough, regaining their senses, everyone began to bow and pay their respects. Undoubtedly, this figure was none other than the esteemed ancestor Xianji of the Tao sect. After exchanging pleasantries, these ancient beings swiftly took their leave. In an instant, only Xianji remained in the sky above the realm of enlightenment. This young man is truly extraordinary. Has he already attained the pinnacle of the realm of destruction? No wonder he is regarded as the first prodigy since the founding of the Tao sect. Observing Yi Chen's silhouette, Xianji murmured to himself, his face etched with astonishment, his eyes brimming with excitement. Only he knows how formidable his closed-door disciple truly is. A genius in cultivation, a prodigy in alchemy, a master in artifact forging, a virtuoso in formations. He can effortlessly enter a state of enlightenment that ordinary cultivators can only dream of. Comprehending the realm is as simple as drinking water. Truly. Wait. As he watched, Xianji's eyes widened in disbelief. After achieving perfection in the realm of destruction, Yi Chen's own cultivation level soared as well. The pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? Is this lad even human? At 18, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? In less than 2 months of cultivation? The key point is that he is also a 4th grade alchemist, a 4th grade artifact master, and a 4th grade formation master. Suddenly, Xianji found himself at a loss for words. In the next moment, he nearly stumbled from the sky, teetering on the brink of the abyss. For Yi Chen had awakened. The first words out of the boy's mouth were infuriating. Alas, what a waste of my time. I thought I might comprehend some other interesting realm, but it turns out to be the realm of destruction. Perfected realm of destruction? What use is that? How dull. You little rascal. Can you not speak properly? Must you infuriate me daily? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for others to comprehend a realm? Do you understand the might of the realm of destruction? Xianji shot Yi Chen an exasperated glare. His expression darkened. However, I think it's just average. Yi Chen replied innocently, rising to stretch his limbs and shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xianji was momentarily speechless. Just average? If anyone else had uttered such a statement, he would have slapped them into silence. Isn't this utter nonsense? However, it appears that this treasured disciple of mine indeed possesses the qualifications to make such claims. From nothingness to greatness. This young man has effortlessly reached the pinnacle of artistic comprehension in a remarkably short span of time. Xuanji concedes that even he feels somewhat disheartened. Yi Chen's talent is simply astonishing. It is utterly perplexing. Never mind. I can't be bothered to elaborate further. Let it be as it is. With a gentle shake of his head, Xuanji's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Remaining here, he harbored concerns that Yi Chen's mere presence might provoke his ire. This young man, even with a seemingly casual remark, can be rather infuriating. To claim he is merely posturing seems unjust, for he undeniably possesses the credentials to do so. Yet, to assert he is not posturing would indeed be quite disingenuous. Chapter 8. The Little Witch. Is this fellow even human? Gazing at the retreating figure of his master, Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. What was this? His attention swiftly shifted back to his own state. Wait, had he truly broken through to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? Remarkable. The great perfection of the concept of destruction? It seemed there was indeed merit to this after all. Yi Chen mused silently within. For a fleeting moment, he pondered whether he might delve deeply into the path of destruction that transcended the concept of destruction. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, primarily because it was far too exhausting. The path beyond the concept is divided into 3 stages: the profound meaning, the laws, and the great path. To fully comprehend the great path, that would take an eternity. How laborious it would be. If Xuanzizi were here, he would undoubtedly be inclined to give his precious disciple a good thrashing. Can you be any lazier? It was time to take his leave. Stretching languidly, Yi Chen casually dismantled the surrounding isolation array of the Enlightenment cliff and soared into the sky. As he passed the training ground, he couldn't help but grimace slightly. How many days had it been? The colossal rock beside the training ground was still teeming with people. Not only were there countless individuals practicing atop it, but the surroundings were also packed with seated cultivators. Among them were primarily inner disciples, with a few deacons and even elders in the mix. Who would have thought that a mere jest could lead to such a spectacular scene? It was truly unexpected. With a light chuckle, Yi-Chun prepared to turn away. However, he soon found himself halting in his tracks, as a figure stood directly in his path. Lin Wudi, what? Do you wish to challenge me again? Casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Wudi, Yi-Chun inquired with a smirk. No, not at all. Lin Wudi vehemently shook his head and waved his hands dismissively. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. There was no denying it. Lin Wudi was genuinely fearful of Yi-Chun. After being soundly thrashed by him last time, he was left with a psychological scar. I have come to inform. Master ancestor of something. He awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Speak, Yi-Chun replied, finding amusement in Lin Wudi's demeanor. Yang Chuchu wishes to challenge you. Lin Wudi took a deep breath and slowly stated, an expression of anticipation gracing his features. Yang Chuchu. Yi-Chun was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment. The foremost prodigy of the Dao sect's inner circle, the little witch Yang Chuchu. It was rumored she possessed the legendary Nine body. Indeed, Lin Wudi nodded eagerly. Not interested, Yi-Chun declared, preparing to turn away. A challenge? To respond to any challenge posed to him would be excessively tiresome. That was Yi-Chun's sentiment. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wudi was momentarily stunned. Not interested? Indeed, he mused silently. This esteemed senior is quite direct. However, the thought of Yang Chuchu sent a shiver down Lin Wudi's spine. This little sorceress had warned him sternly. She insisted that her challenge be met with a promise from the esteemed elder. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Regaining his composure, Lin Wudi resolved to persuade Yi-Chun earnestly. Alas, fate had other plans, as Yi-Chun had vanished without a trace. Sighing heavily, Lin Wudi's expression was one of palpable bitterness. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and made his way toward the inner door of the scripture pavilion. Before long, Lin Wudi arrived at the pavilion, where he encountered a petite and exquisite young woman, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations. Clad in a flowing white gown, with cascading locks of hair, the enchanting figure before him was none other than Yang Chuchu. Her cultivation level had reached the late stage of the golden core, third layer. Without Yi-Chun, she would undoubtedly cast a long shadow over her peers in the Dao sect. After all, a 17-year-old at the golden core stage was a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Well, did my esteemed senior agree to my challenge? Setting aside an ancient tome, Yang Chuchu lifted her gaze towards Lin Wudi, her expression brimming with anticipation. Alas, no, Lin Wudi replied honestly, shaking his head. You foolish oaf, you are utterly useless. Yang Chuchu shot him a disdainful glare, her frustration palpable. What could Lin Wudi say in response? He was no match for this captivating young lady. Just then, a frail-looking old man, dressed as a servant, approached the two while sweeping the floor. Senior. Both Yang Chuchu and Lin Wudi greeted him with the utmost respect. This was not only due to his formidable strength, but also because the humble elder had provided guidance to them on more than one occasion. Child, you are not a match for Yi-Chun. The old man nodded with a smile as he regarded Yang Chuchu, his voice warm yet firm. There was an unspoken warning in his silence. Given Yi-Chun's character, he would not hold back against the delicate flower. Impossible. He has only recently entered the golden core stage. Yang Chuchu blinked in disbelief, her expression one of defiance. 7 days prior, Yi-Chun may not have been her equal, but now the circumstances had shifted. The old man halted, fixing Yang Chuchu with a serious gaze. When discussing Yi-Chun, the old man's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The truth was, this youth was extraordinarily talented. Why? Yang Chuchu asked, momentarily taken aback, her curiosity mirrored by Lin Wudi's own intrigue. Could it be that in the span of these 7 days, the esteemed elder's strength had surged yet again? That seemed implausible. Yi-Chun has been honing his skills at the Enlightenment Cliff these past days. His mastery of the destruction intent is now consummate. His cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the ninth level of the golden core stage. If he were to devote himself to meditation and training, I believe he could swiftly comprehend the profound truths and break through to the nascent soul stage. With that said, the elder resumed his leisurely sweeping of the floor in the scripture pavilion. Is this fellow even human? Taking a sharp breath, Yang Chu-Chu's delicate face was etched with astonishment. In just 7 days, he transitioned from the early phase of the first level of the golden core stage to the peak of the ninth level. His comprehension evolved from rudimentary to consummate. Moreover, he grasped one of the most challenging concepts, the concept of destruction. Why had she not achieved such results even after spending half a month on the path of enlightenment? At this moment, Yang Chu-Chu felt somewhat disheartened. Truly, her master-s uncle was an anomaly, immensely powerful. Sigh. After regaining his composure, Lin Wudi managed to utter this single phrase. He harbored both reverence and boundless admiration for Yi Chun. Chapter 9. The Transformation of Shaoqi, the Abyss of Nightmares. At this moment, the two top prodigies of the Tao sect faced yet another setback. They were acutely aware of how challenging it was to comprehend the profound realms of understanding. Despite both being exceptional divine bodies, their progress in grasping these realms was far from smooth. It was fraught with difficulties. Take Lin Wudi, for instance. Over a year ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the ninth level of the foundation establishment stage. Yet throughout this past year, he had been unable to comprehend his own realm. This inability was precisely why he had not yet advanced to the golden core stage. To break through to the golden core stage, one must at least grasp a single profound realm. It was only recently that he managed to comprehend one, successfully advancing to the golden core stage. Even so, within the entire realm of cultivation, he was still considered a peerless genius. For ordinary cultivators, taking this step could require a significantly longer period, potentially even a lifetime of effort. As for Yang Chu-Chu, her talent was even more extraordinary. She required merely 3 months to comprehend her own profound realm. And this was before Yi Chun arrived at the Tao sect. During that time, she was hailed as one of the most gifted individuals since the establishment of the Tao sect, with the potential to shatter the cultivation records set by its founder. However, compared to Yi Chun, the disparity was striking. This fellow, starting as an ordinary person with no remarkable abilities, had entered the golden core stage in such a short span of time. He seemed to have spent little time in comprehending his realm, and even more astonishingly, he had grasped the most destructive realm of annihilation. Now, in less than half a month, his annihilation realm was nearing perfection. Such a gap was hard for both Yang Chu-Chu and Lin Wudi to accept. Was her master uncle truly so formidable? A person who appeared so languid managed to cultivate at a speed that far surpassed their arduous efforts. This was indeed a tremendous blow to their spirits. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One need not always compare oneself to others. It suffices to walk one's own path and persist. The cultivation world is not devoid of those of mediocre talent who ultimately become top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, you both inherently possess exceptional abilities. Sensing the emotional turmoil in the two, the sweeping elder, while continuing his task, spoke slowly. There are those like junior brother Yi Chun, who are the protagonists of their era. Comparing yourselves to him will only lead to further anguish, for his brilliance will only grow more radiant with time. Thank you for your guidance, senior. The elder's resonant words brought considerable comfort to the two, strengthening their resolve. Indeed, why must they compare themselves to that prodigy of a master uncle? It was far better to compare themselves to their own past selves. With a gentle nod, the elder continued to sweep the ground, his murky eyes flashing with a glimmer of appreciation. Excellent, excellent. There is much potential here, truly deserving of being one of the 4 key seedlings nurtured by the Tao sect. The old man sweeping the floor silently mused to himself. Forget it. I shall also venture to the path of enlightenment for a while. Just as he stood up, Yang Chu-Chu suddenly spoke, and without further ado, she exited the scripture pavilion. Master uncle, I shall not fall short of you, she whispered to herself, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. resilient in adversity. This was her true nature. Ah, I too shall engage in arduous training with my master. Shaking his head, Lin Wudi rose as well, his visage equally adorned with resolve. It was evident that the old man's words had not quelled their competitive spirits. As top-tier prodigies, how could they willingly accept a subordinate position? Casting a glance at the departing figures of the two, the old man couldn't help but chuckle softly. Youth is truly a blessing. They will not heed any warnings until they face the wall. However, the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had returned to his star peak. The moment he arrived, Xiao Qi leaped onto his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its small head against his face. Glancing at Xiao Qi, Yi Chen's face displayed surprise. It seemed that Xiao Qi's purple fur had become increasingly lustrous and translucent. Additionally, there appeared to be a subtle, almost ethereal essence emanating from the little creature. Could it be that he and his master had underestimated Xiao Qi? It was not merely a cat that ate and slept. Shaking his head, Yi Chen dismissed those thoughts. Regardless of Xiao Qi's strength or weakness, it was his spirit pet, and they had already formed a bond. There was no way he would abandon it. So why dwell on it? Meow. Perhaps sensing Yi Chen's emotional fluctuations, Xiao Qi let out a soft cry, affectionately licking Yi Chen's face with its tiny tongue. Finally, it squinted its eyes and curled up on Yi Chen's shoulder, purring soundly into slumber. Observing this, Yi Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed he had been overthinking. Xiao Qi remained just as it was, ultimately, a gluttonous and slothful little cat, despite its ability to traverse space. Seated on a large stone in the courtyard of the exquisite pavilion, Yi Chen found himself lost in thought, pondering a singular question. What should he do next? Spending all day at the Tao sect felt dreadfully tedious. Cultivation? He had no interest. Alchemy? Artifact forging? Researching formations? All lacked appeal. Comprehending other realms of understanding? It appeared that his own realm of destruction was somewhat domineering, preventing any proximity to other realms. How could he even begin to comprehend them? In truth, what Yi Chen yearned for most was to leave the Tao sect and explore the vast world of cultivation outside. Indulging in food, drink, and merriment. Wasn't that more delightful? After all, one could not devote themselves solely to rigorous training. For what meaning would that hold? Unfortunately, neither his master nor the upper echelons of the Tao sect. They all seemed disinclined to leave. Contemplating this matter, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What the predicament? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Without delay, he swiftly departed from his star peak. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of a forbidden area belonging to the Tao sect, the Nightmare Abyss. This place is renowned throughout the Tao sect and the entire eastern region. The Nightmare Abyss is, in fact, the unfathomable chasm located beneath the path of enlightenment. There is a reason it is designated as a forbidden zone. Out of 100 who enter, it is already remarkable if one emerges alive. Even those fortunate enough to escape often return with their mind shattered. However, if one remains unaffected, a transformation is bound to occur. For the Nightmare Abyss is a sanctum for the forging of the soul. Chapter 10. A dance of pain and joy. It is said that within the abyss of nightmares, numerous experts in the tribulation stage have perished, including even the supreme beings of the scattered immortals. Consequently, the entrance to the abyss is perpetually guarded by formidable practitioners. Unconsciously, Yi Chen cast his gaze towards two individuals stationed at the entrance. They were a middle-aged man and woman, both possessing the art of retaining their youth. They belonged to the same generation as the sect leader of the Tao sect, both at the pinnacle of the Mahayana stage. Junior Master Yi. As they looked towards Yi Chen, they greeted him in unison. Initially, they intended to address him as Little Master, but seemingly recalling something, they promptly changed their salutation. Indeed, I wish to enter the abyss of nightmares, Yi Chen replied with a stoic expression, nodding slightly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two shifted subtly. Entering the abyss of nightmares? They had guarded this place for countless years, and no one dared to venture into its depths. Yet now, this exceptionally gifted junior master expressed an intention to do so. To be frank, they were reluctant to grant him passage. For if anything were to befall Yi-Chen within, they would bear the weight of that responsibility. Junior Master Yi, I fear this may not be wise. The abyss of nightmares. The handsome middle-aged man hesitated, his eyes filled with concern. Indeed, the sect leader has explicitly instructed that those below the Mahayana stage must not enter the abyss of nightmares. This is also the will of our ancestral master. The middle-aged woman echoed, her face reflecting the same dilemma. What could they do? Yi-Chen's seniority was far too high to obstruct him. Given his talent and status, offending him would not bode well, especially since it seemed he might hold a grudge. Rest assured, I am not in danger. My master has bestowed upon me an assortment of life-preserving treasures. With a resigned glance at the two, Yi-Chen said, his expression one of exasperation. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances as if coming to a mutual understanding. There was some truth to his words. As the direct disciple of their ancestral master, Yi-Chen undoubtedly possessed numerous invaluable items. His entrance into the abyss of nightmares should not pose a significant risk, provided he safeguarded his soul. After all, if others lacked soul-related treasures, would he not possess them? Ultimately, Yi-Chen was granted passage and ventured into the abyss. After his entry, the two guardians, after weighing their options, retrieved a communication stone to inform the sect leader of the situation. Shortly thereafter, a throng of formidable individuals converged at the entrance of the abyss. Each one was more terrifying than the last, and their statuses were equally impressive. Most of them were seldom-seen figures. The guardians of the abyss were met with scathing reproaches. You fools, were you not informed? No one below the Mahayana stage is permitted to enter the abyss of nightmares. Junior Master Yi is merely at the golden core stage. How do you all feel? Are you truly prepared to watch our esteemed Master Yi fall into despair? Alas, I find it difficult to express my frustration towards you. It is over. Is there any hope for our young master to emerge from the abyss of nightmares? Perhaps we should report this matter to the ancestor? Brother Yi-Chen is the most extraordinary prodigy since the inception of our Tao sect. He embodies the hope of our rise. He cannot be allowed to come to harm. Before long, Xuanji appeared. Instantly, the atmosphere grew still. All eyes were fixed upon him, occasionally casting fierce glares at the middle-aged couple who appeared to defy the passage of time. I understand the situation. You two need not bear the burden of guilt, he declared, glancing at the couple. Given that brash young man's talent, it is unlikely he will encounter peril in the abyss of nightmares. Upon hearing Xuanji's words, both the middle-aged couple and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If Xuanji believes so, then perhaps it is indeed not a grave concern. This sentiment resonated among them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xuanji was inwardly cursing Yi-Chen with fervor. Entering the abyss of nightmares at the golden core stage? Was this not sheer folly? The abyss of nightmares is a place even he regards with caution. Let us hope that young man does not venture too deep. Considering the young one's disposition, he would likely find the abyss rather dull and would emerge swiftly, would he not? Neither Xuanji nor the other high-ranking members of the Tao sect intended to venture into the abyss to retrieve Yi-Chen. It was simply understood that anyone who entered would be randomly transported to an arbitrary location, their powers severely suppressed. The abyss connects to an endless realm of hidden secrets. Seeking out an individual within it is no easy task. For now, they could only exercise patience and await his return. Meanwhile, upon stepping into the abyss of nightmares, Yi-Chen found himself momentarily stunned. The realm appeared markedly different from his expectations. All around him was a hazy expanse. The ground stretched infinitely, a desolate wasteland cloaked in gray. Not a single blade of grass thrived in this realm, which was steeped in an eerie silence devoid of life. Furthermore, Yi-Chen realized that not a trace of spiritual energy lingered within the abyss. From the moment he stepped through the entrance, he discovered that his cultivation was being suppressed by the very rules of this place, plummeting to the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. In other words, upon entering the abyss of nightmares, he could only wield the strength of a peak body refinement practitioner. Additionally, he sensed an inexplicable force attempting to tear at his soul, while simultaneously, another force was rapidly mending it. The deeper he ventured, the more intense this sensation became. With a low curse, Yi-Chen wore a bitter smile. At this moment, he was experiencing a paradox of pain and pleasure. The agony stemmed from his soul being incessantly torn apart, a sensation akin to being subjected to 1,000 blades. Within less than an incense stick's time, he found himself bleeding from all 7 orifices, his visage grotesquely contorted. Veins protruded from his skin like small centipedes. His lips were almost rendered unrecognizable, savaged and bloodied. The depth of his suffering is vividly evident. Yet amidst this torment, there was a flicker of joy as Yi Chun realized that after the tearing and subsequent healing of his soul, it had become pure. Furthermore, it was gradually growing stronger. For a fleeting moment, Yi Chun contemplated retreating, yearning to escape the abyss of nightmares. However, he was unwilling to concede. He understood all too well the myriad advantages that a more formidable soul could confer. Chapter 11. The Chosen One, or the Unwelcome Child of Heaven and Earth. Although Yi Chun has always exhibited a languid demeanor, appearing devoid of desire or ambition, the allure of tangible benefits is not something to be dismissed lightly. With this mindset, Yi Chun pressed onward, and before long, he found himself drenched in blood, transformed into a veritable specter of carnage. Initially, he suffered from profuse bleeding, but soon, every pore of his skin seemed to ooze with crimson. The agonizing torment of his soul began to spread throughout his entire being. Yet, as his soul underwent continuous restoration, it simultaneously grew in strength and vitality. Time passed, an incense stick burned down, an hour elapsed. A day drifted by. In the abyss of nightmares, it appeared as though the cycle of day and night had ceased to exist. Yi Chun, however, tirelessly persevered. All around him lay desolation and silence, a stark contrast to the vibrant world outside. Yet, at some point, he noticed a shift in the laws of heaven and earth. Alongside the relentless tearing and mending of his soul, new forces began to exert their influence upon his flesh and bones. His very being was subjected to continuous destruction and restoration. Now, the agony Yi Chun experienced had multiplied tenfold, a dual torment of body and spirit. The deeper he ventured into the abyss of nightmares, the more intense the suffering became. As time wore on, Yi Chun found himself relying solely on sheer willpower to propel him forward. The excruciating pain dulled his senses, leaving him in a state akin to that of a living corpse, staggering forward with labored steps. However, after enduring such tribulations, Yi Chun was not without his gains. His soul burgeoned, becoming increasingly pure, while his flesh and bones, through relentless tempering, grew stronger in a linear fashion. Though his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, his overall strength had undoubtedly increased tenfold or more. Outside the entrance to the abyss of nightmares, a group led by Xian Jizi awaited in silence, their expressions a tableau of incredulity. Each person present was acutely aware of the terrors that lay within the abyss. Once one entered, their cultivation would be suppressed to the utmost limits, and both body and soul would be subjected to the ceaseless cycle of destruction and restoration, rendering any innate advantages moot, regardless of the strength of one's soul. In the depths of a nightmare abyss, all were, to a certain extent, on equal footing. Possessing a robust physique or a powerful soul would only lead to commensurate levels of destruction and restoration. Yet, it must be acknowledged that those of higher realms possessed an inherent advantage upon entering the abyss, for individuals of greater strength often exhibited stronger resolve and determination. Nonetheless, no matter the circumstances, the challenge of emerging unscathed from the nightmare abyss remained formidable. Even those at the Mahayana or loose immortal stages were not exempt from the peril of demise. If not, why would it be deemed a forbidden territory? Unless one is resolute enough to depart from the abyss of nightmares from the very beginning, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. However, once one steps into this abyss, the allure of a strengthened soul is intoxicating. How many would willingly choose to turn back? The further one advances, the greater the peril of downfall becomes, leaving no chance to retreat. This fundamentally explains why among the 100 who enter the abyss of nightmares, scarcely one emerges alive. Those fortunate enough to escape often return in a state of madness, a consequence of soul damage. The reactions of those present are not without justification. It all revolves around the soul lamp held by Zhuangzizi. That lamp belongs to Yi Chun. Remarkably, this individual's soul lamp not only remains radiant, but grows increasingly brilliant with time. What does this signify? The gathered crowd understands all too well. Yi Chun's soul is indeed growing stronger, unaffected by the abyss's trials. How has he achieved this? Truly, he is an extraordinary disciple, defying all odds. To have endured over 2 days without succumbing to any negative effects, and yet continuing to grow in strength? How is it possible? For those of the ordinary Great Ascension stage, such endurance seems implausible. Truly, he embodies the greatest talent in the history of the Tao sect. Alas, comparisons can be disheartening. Who could argue otherwise? When I broke through to the Great Ascension stage, I entered the abyss of nightmares brimming with confidence, yet nearly did not return alive. Remarkable indeed. Upon hearing the discussions around him, a smile crept upon Zhuangzizi's lips, tinged with pride. His disciple is certainly bringing honor to his name. A golden elixir stage, cultivator remaining steadfast longer than many of the Great Ascension stage, not to mention reaping considerable benefits. Indeed, commendable. Yet, a shadow of concern flickered in his eyes. Zhuangzizi understood that the deeper one ventures into the abyss of nightmares, the more perilous it becomes, especially in the core regions where even scattered immortals risk falling. What secrets lie hidden within this abyss? This enigma has perplexed the Tao sect for millennia. The abyss of nightmares has existed for tens of thousands of years, yet its mysteries remain unsolved. Countless souls have been lost to its depths, while many forces in the Eastern domain have suffered immense losses in their quest to uncover its secrets. Consequently, it has gradually transformed into a forbidden territory exclusive to the Tao sect, as no force wishes to send its members to their demise. Not only external factions, but even the Tao sect has refrained from entering the abyss of nightmares for countless ages. Casting a fleeting glance towards the entrance of the abyss, a flicker of hope shone in Zhuangzizi's eyes. Perhaps young Chun might unravel the mysteries of the abyss of nightmares. As for whether Yi Chun can return alive, at this moment, Zhuangzizi finds himself considerably less concerned. Just recently, he had discreetly expended a significant amount of his own cultivation to divine Yi Chun's fate. As a result, he encountered a backlash. Had he not forcibly suppressed it, he would have nearly coughed up blood. He understood perfectly what this signified. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Yi Chun had been shielded from the secrets of the heavens, protected by the Tao itself. Such an entity could not possibly meet an untimely demise. To call him the Chosen One would not be an exaggeration. How could he possibly perish prematurely? If the alternative possibility were true, it would be even more astonishing. If he were rejected by the heavens, and thus could not be divined, then this lad would indeed be a being of extraordinary defiance against fate. A true embodiment of defiance. Such a being is found only in legends. How could a mere forbidden ground bring about his downfall? Regardless of which possibility it was, Xuanji's heart brimmed with joy. Did this not affirm that his beloved disciple could surpass both the present and the past? Chapter 12. Unprecedented Power. Starcore. Days passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time became a blur, driven only by an indomitable will. Yi Chun's consciousness had long since faded. His flesh and bones had endured countless cycles of destruction and restoration. His soul had experienced repeated shattering and mending. Compared to when he first entered the nightmarish abyss, Yi Chun's physique had grown tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold. His meridians were continuously expanded and tempered. The true qi within him underwent similar transformations. If the capacity of his true qi before was merely 1, now it surged to 10, 100, even 1,000. If previously the flow of true qi through his meridians resembled a gentle stream, now it resembled a tumultuous ocean. The true qi had become more refined as well. Yi Chun's golden core had transformed from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. His soul had also expanded exponentially, becoming tenfold more powerful, and it was now thoroughly refined, free of any flaws or impurities. The only constant was Yi Chun's realm, which remained at the pinnacle of the late stage of the golden core period, the 9th heaven. However, How much had Yi Chen's overall strength truly increased? This remained an enigma. One thing was certain. Yi Chen was now undeniably formidable. He could easily sweep through the golden core stage without any issues. Even challenging higher tiers was not beyond the realm of possibility. After an indeterminate stretch of time, upon awakening, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He realized the changes within himself. This, he murmured to himself, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Bang! A casual punch produced a sound akin to an explosion. The space around him even exhibited fine cracks. What incredible strength! This was the soul feeling resonating within Yi Chen's heart. Wait, his soul? And the golden core? Hiss! Outside the nightmarish abyss, around the entrance, everyone, including Xianjizi, was growing increasingly restless. A month had passed. Why had the master uncle not emerged yet? Could something have happened to him? Do you not have faith? You should be fine. Look at his soul lamp, shining as brightly as the stars. That makes sense. As expected of Yi Chen, he has once again broken records. He managed to remain in the nightmarish abyss for an entire month. Remarkable. One wonders what kind of transformation he will undergo upon his return. Not to mention others, even Xianjizi, who had immense faith in Yi Chen, was starting to feel anxious. A month. This lad had actually spent a whole month within a nightmarish abyss. Surely, nothing unfortunate had occurred. He himself had nearly faced the collapse of his soul after spending 20 days inside. If he hadn't emerged in time, he might have perished. Even so, his record had stood for thousands of years. But now, while feeling a surge of astonishment, Zuanjizi's heart was simultaneously laden with anxiety. He understood that the deeper one ventured into the abyss of nightmares, the more perilous the journey became. Yet, he was acutely aware that the greater the risks, the more substantial the rewards. As long as one could endure and emerge unscathed, the benefits would be proportionate. Thus, Zuanjizi's emotions were profoundly intricate. On one hand, he wished for Yi Chen to persevere longer and delve deeper, which would yield immense advantages. On the other hand, he harbored concerns for Yi Chen's safety. Given this lad's fate, death was out of the question. However, the potential for his soul to falter or sustain some form of injury was worrisome. Outside, the crowd was as restless as ants in a frying pan, while Yi Chen's attention was captivated by a sight not far ahead. He found himself, too, engrossed to contemplate his own transformations. Before him, in a vast expanse, a rhomboid purple object hovered in midair. This object measured slightly over a yard in diameter. Surrounding, it was an intense aura of destructive laws, alongside the principles of space and a faint trace of life laws. No, this was not merely a law. It was the power of the Great Path. Was this object a stone? No, that couldn't be right. In the next moment, Yi Chen's eyes widened in realization. A star core. This was indeed a star core. Suddenly, he began to grasp the underlying principles governing the abyss of nightmares. Everything stemmed from this very star core. His cultivation being suppressed was likely due to the spatial powers emanating from it. The continuous degradation of his flesh and soul was probably the result of the destructive powers at play. Conversely, the healing he experienced was attributed to the life-giving forces of the Great Path. As he gazed at the star core, Yi Chen's breath quickened involuntarily, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. His body trembled slightly with excitement. It was said that even celestial beings would fiercely compete for such a heavenly treasure. Now that this extraordinary gem lay before him, it felt almost sacrilegious not to seize the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen resolutely chose to advance further toward the star core, closing the distance. Hundreds of yards, thousands of yards. At first, Yi Chen felt remarkably at ease. It was merely a matter of his flesh, bones, and soul being repeatedly shattered and mended. He had long since acclimated to such pain. There was nothing to fear. However, after traversing 1,000 yards, the destructive forces acting upon his flesh and soul suddenly intensified tenfold. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen found himself bleeding from all 7 orifices. His soul dimmed, losing its luster, and his consciousness began to blur. His body swayed precariously, outside the abyss of nightmares. Upon witnessing the changes in the soul lamp held by Zuanjizi, the expressions of all present turned grim. How could it have shifted from a radiant star to the brink of extinguishment in an instant? What was happening? An expression of anxiety and concern spread across everyone's faces. Atop starry peak, Yi Chen's spirit companion, the petite purple kitten named Xiao Qi, suddenly opened its eyes. Meow. It let out a soft cry, and in an instant, its form vanished from sight. Just as Xuanji and the others prepared to enter the nightmare abyss to rescue Yi Chen, the entrance unexpectedly collapsed. The surrounding formations also self-destructed. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all present turned grim. In the next moment, a look of uncertainty crossed their faces. Prior to the collapse of the nightmare abyss entrance, a flash of purple light seemed to have appeared, perhaps traversing inside. There appeared to be traces of spatial power lingering in the vicinity. What went unnoticed by everyone was the peculiar expression that emerged on Xuanji's face. He realized that the purple figure was none other than Yi Chen's spirit companion, Xiao Qi. It had actually ventured into the nightmare abyss. Could it be that he and his esteemed disciple had misjudged its capabilities? Was it truly not the inconsequential little kitten they had presumed? Chapter 13. Melding the stellar core. Evolving the inner microcosm. In an unspoken understanding, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhuangzizi. The entrance to the nightmare abyss had collapsed, rendering it utterly inaccessible, leaving them at a loss. Fear not. Xiao Chenzi is unharmed. Zhuangzizi smiled as he scanned the crowd. Yet, internally, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The lad was far from death. The real question was how much suffering he would endure. Alas, upon hearing Zhuangzizi's words, the group collectively sighed in relief. That's wonderful. They harbored no doubts whatsoever. Across the entirety of the eastern region, and indeed the entire realm of cultivation, who had not heard of Zhuangzizi's illustrious name. He was one of the 4 great diviners in the world of cultivation. With such an esteemed elder proclaiming it, there could be no mistake. Particularly, as they observed the soul lamp in Zhuangzizi's hand still aglow, their confidence soared. Yi Chen was likely just gravely injured. This encapsulated their thoughts at that very moment. Within the core of the nightmare abyss, Yi Chen lay unconscious on the ground, his breath faint and fragile. Should this continue, he would truly be on the brink of death. At that moment, his spirit companion, the petite purple cat Xiaoqi, appeared seemingly out of thin air, landing softly in Yi Chen's embrace. Meow, it exclaimed, glaring up at the stellar core with indignation. Its fluffy fur bristled in defiance. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. The forces of both the path of destruction and the path of space surrounding the stellar core inexplicably faded away, while the force of life surged forth, enveloping Yi Chen. In an instant, his flesh, bones, and soul rejuvenated, pulsating with vitality. Even more astonishingly, the stellar core diminished in size at a visible rate, ultimately resembling a fist-sized purple gem. Meow. Xiaoqi called softly to the stellar core, which astonishingly darted towards Yi Chen. Ultimately, the fist-sized stellar core hovered above him, erupting in a dazzling purple radiance, which swiftly surged into Yi Chen's chest. In the blink of an eye, the purple light enveloped both Yi Chen and the core, transforming him into a cocoon of violet luminescence. At that moment, Yi Chen groggily opened his eyes. What is happening? How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. Soon, he began to grasp the situation, his gaze towards Xiaoqi shifting to one of uncertainty, his face a canvas of shock. What was the true origin of Xiaoqi? How could it exert control over the stellar core, compelling it to yield? The thought left Yi Chen in a state of astonishment. Had Xiaoqi truly been merely the trivial spirit companion he and his master once perceived, one that only consumed and slept? Meow. Upon calling out to Yi Chen, Xiaoqi gracefully perched upon his shoulder. After nuzzling against his cheek and giving a gentle lick, it curled up and drifted into a deep slumber. Before long, the violet cocoon enveloping Yi Chen completely merged into his being. Rising to his feet, Yi Chen gazed inwardly at his own body, utterly astonished. After the star core entered his chest, it astonishingly fused with his essence. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that the star core had undergone a transformation. It now resembled a tiny purple vortex nestled within him. In no time, within this purple vortex, a miniature world began to evolve, expanding at an astonishing rate. 1 mile in radius, 10 miles in radius, 100 miles in radius. Ultimately, its diameter reached a staggering 300 miles. Even more bewildering to Yi Chun was that this 300-mile realm teemed with vibrant life. No, it would be more accurate to say it was saturated with the essence of the Tao of life. He was convinced that any plant cultivated within this miniature world would grow at an astonishingly rapid pace. However, a perplexing question lingered in Yi Chen's mind. Where was the power of the Tao of destruction? And what of the power of spatial laws? Where had they vanished to? He distinctly remembered that the area surrounding the star core had been suffused with these 3 types of Tao power. But now, what was happening? Outside the entrance to the nightmarish abyss, both Xian Jizi and the others stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions one of utter astonishment. Just moments ago, the once dim soul lamp in Xian Jizi's hand began to radiate with an intensity that was visibly blinding. Then, astonishingly, the entire soul lamp shattered. What was this? Everyone's gaze fixated on Xian Jizi, their thoughts unspoken yet clear. They all yearned to comprehend the unfolding mystery. How could the soul lamp explode? This was utterly revolutionary to their understanding. The shattering of the soul lamp indicated but one possibility. Taking a deep breath, Xian Jizi spoke with a tremor in his voice, his eyes flashing with shock. The life level of the young one had undergone a qualitative leap. He then added another remark. Upon hearing his words, expressions of disbelief adorned the faces of all present. A rise in life level? How could this be? Even various divine bodies, upon breaking through to the level of scattered immortals, remained human, did they not? It was merely a matter of becoming somewhat stronger. Could it be that this young man had transcended to immortality? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the realm of cultivation, true immortals could not exist. Once one ascended to immortality, they would surely ascend to the heavens, leaving no trace behind. Should someone achieve immortality, it would manifest in an extraordinary celestial phenomenon. Yet now there was nothing. Wait, uncontrollably, the crowd began to contemplate another possibility. The secrets of a nightmarish abyss have been unraveled by Yi Chun. The mere thought of such a possibility ignites an extraordinary excitement among the crowd. Yi Chun has always been remarkably gifted, but now it seems he is destined for even greater heights. It appears that he truly has the potential to lead the Tao sect back to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. As these thoughts race through their minds, the expressions of those present are filled with exhilaration. Similarly, Xuanji Zi is overwhelmed with enthusiasm. His treasured disciple is indeed astonishingly formidable. The notion that one could elevate their level of existence within the realm of cultivation is unprecedented. This young man is truly unparalleled, both past and present. What exactly transpired within the nightmarish abyss remains a mystery that piques Xuanji Zi's curiosity. Not only he, but the others present are equally intrigued. They now find themselves brimming with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Yi Chen's return. Upon his arrival, what delightful surprises might he bring? What extraordinary miracles shall he create next? Chapter 14. The 3 Forms of Absolute Fulfillment. The astonishment of the ancient beings. After a period of contemplation, a look of wild ecstasy emerged on Yi Chen's face. His eyes were filled with astonishment. How could he have inexplicably comprehended 2 more realms? Both of them were of the pinnacle level, the realm of space and the realm of life. Was this a forced imposition upon himself? Suddenly, he found himself possessing 3 forms of absolute fulfillment. What a delightful surprise! Glancing inadvertently at the small key perched upon his shoulder, a thoughtful expression crossed Yi Chen's face. It appeared that Qi's fur had grown increasingly translucent. Could it be that the other 2 forms of cosmic power had been divided between him and Qi? The mere thought of such a possibility sent waves of excitement coursing through Yi Chen's heart. This expedition into the nightmarish abyss had truly yielded extraordinary gains. His golden core had expanded from the size of a fist to that of a basketball. The quantity and quality of the true energy contained within had surged by more than 100-fold. His meridians had widened significantly, becoming more resilient. The speed of his true energy circulation had achieved unprecedented enhancement. He no longer needed to engage in deliberate cultivation. The self-operating effect of his true energy was nearly equivalent to arduous training. Moreover, his soul had expanded tenfold, becoming exceptionally pure, without a single flaw. His flesh and bones were brimming with strength. To describe his current vitality as dragon-like would not be an exaggeration. Even more astonishing was the fusion of the star core. Within his chest, a small purple vortex harbored a miniature world, a world teeming with the power of life. Furthermore, this small world could continuously and slowly absorb the life force from his surroundings. What a tremendous fortune! He had truly struck gold this time. Unable to contain his delight, Yi Chun erupted into boisterous laughter. Once he had composed himself, he felt it was time to depart, especially after witnessing the astonishing scene. The nightmarish abyss was beginning to collapse, and the area of collapse was rapidly approaching his location. "It's time to leave," he murmured to himself, a serious expression settling on his face. With a casual wave of his hand, a spatial passage materialized before him. In an instant, Yi Chen's figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he found himself not far from the original entrance of the nightmarish abyss. His sudden appearance immediately captured the attention of all present. As they looked upon Yi Chun, everyone felt a sense of bewilderment. What had transpired within? Countless thoughts raced through their minds. The gazes directed at Yi Chun were filled with curiosity, concern, and confusion. The primary reason, of course, was that Yi Chun appeared rather disheveled. His body was drenched in blood. His hair was in disarray. His clothes were tattered and torn. Upon witnessing the gazes and expressions of those around him, Yi Chun felt an undeniable warmth within. The sensation of being cared for is truly delightful. However, it was not long before he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "Little Chenzi, are you all right? What happened to you? Come here, let me check on you." "Little Chenzi, what on earth transpired? Please speak up. We're all anxious." As these words echoed around him, Yi Chun could only roll his eyes in exasperation. More than anything, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Little Chenzi? This moniker was exceedingly irksome. Yet, he was unable to retaliate. What could he do? He too was engulfed in despair. "Just endure it," he muttered through gritted teeth. It was only then that the gathered crowd began to notice his fluctuating demeanor. This fellow does not appreciate that title. Does he? Unconsciously, they recalled the recent rumors surrounding Yi Chun. Nevertheless, none of them seemed inclined to change their address. It appeared that witnessing Yi Chen's discomfort brought them a peculiar joy. One could not deny that these old-timers harbored a wicked sense of amusement. "Ahem. Thank you all for your concern." Clearing his throat, Yi Chun interrupted the chatter, prompting an immediate silence. It was at that moment that they began to scrutinize him more intently. What they observed left them utterly astounded. Shock was evident on every face, even on the seasoned Xuanji's countenance. In an instant, the atmosphere grew starkly silent. They realized that Yi Chun was radiating an extraordinary vitality. The phrase vitality, like a dragon, involuntarily surfaced in their minds. At this moment, Yi Chun resembled a formidable beast in human form. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a mere human could possess such immense vitality and blood energy. Wait, was there a faint essence of life and spatial profundity emanating from him? Could it be? Just as Yi Chun was about to divulge the events that transpired in the nightmare abyss, Xuanji interjected. "All right, everyone, please disperse. My good disciple, you should return to Star Peak and rest well." With a decisive wave of his hand, Xuanji commanded in an authoritative tone. Yes, in the blink of an eye, the old-timers gradually departed, leaving only Yi Chun and Xuanji behind. After a moment of stunned silence, Yi Chun came to a realization. His master was subtly protecting him. As the saying goes, the human heart is inscrutable. If these ancient beings were to discover what he had acquired in the nightmare abyss, who could predict whether they would be consumed by greed? "Master, I have no interest in what transpired in the nightmare abyss." With a smile, Xuanji's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Momentarily taken aback, Yi Chun unconsciously exhaled a breath. Soon after, he soared back to his own star peak. After refreshing himself, he gazed into the crystalline mirror and was struck with astonishment. His skin had transformed, taking on a delicate rosy hue, reminiscent of an infant's complexion. Furthermore, his facial features had become more pronounced and handsome. His pair of eyes had acquired an astonishing depth. How remarkable! Yi Chun mused quietly to himself. After pondering for a while, he decisively concealed his vitality and cultivation. With a subtle shift, he appeared as a frail and delicate scholar, utterly harmless. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, his reputation within the Tao sect had soared to new heights. It was now common knowledge that he had emerged alive from the abyss of nightmares. Moreover, the abyss had collapsed. Many were curious about the treasures he had acquired during his ordeal in the abyss of nightmares. Chapter 15. Cultivation. The notion of cultivation is utterly unattainable. However, regarding this matter, Yi Chun exhibited no inclination to respond. His silence naturally deterred anyone from pressing him further. After all, who would dare challenge Yi Chun? His esteemed lineage rendered him untouchable. It must be said, Yi Chun is indeed Yi Chun. To expect him to remain secluded in diligent practice is simply out of the question. Moreover, there is no necessity for him to exert effort in cultivation at present. The mysterious technique bestowed upon him by his master has been functioning autonomously since his emergence from the abyss of nightmares, operating at a pace indistinguishable from his own earnest efforts. After a day of rest, he resumed his leisurely stroll around the Tao sect, an occurrence that had become quite ordinary for those around him. As he approached the vicinity of the martial arts arena, an unusual expression crossed his face. To his astonishment, the area surrounding the colossal stone remained teeming with people even after such a lengthy period. What an absurdity! He had merely intended to tease the chief of the law enforcement hall. Yet here we are, Uncle Master. Along the way, countless individuals bowed respectfully to greet Yi Chun. Uncle Master, I wish to challenge you. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, causing the atmosphere to grow still as if a pin could be heard dropping. Nearly everyone turned to gaze at Yi Chun and the source of the voice. Before him stood a petite and exquisite maiden clad in a flowing white gown, her fierce determination evident in her gaze as she locked onto Yi Chun. Upon taking in the sight of this enchanting beauty, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Another challenger? Wait a moment. This stunning young woman must be the first prodigy of the inner sect, Yang Chu Chu. I refuse, Yi Chun stated calmly, casting a fleeting glance at Yang Chu Chu. Why? Yang Chu Chu blinked in surprise, her flawless countenance revealing a hint of indignation. After a month of arduous seclusion, she had diligently elevated her cultivation from the late 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm to the late 6th stage, all for the purpose of challenging him. She aimed to demonstrate to everyone that she was the true prodigy of the Tao sect. Yet now, he dares to reject her challenge? Because I do not wish to bully others. Your realm is too low, Yi Chun replied earnestly, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. However, achieving this level at merely 17 years of age is indeed remarkable. Realizing that his words might have struck a nerve, Yi Chun hastily added a compliment. His comment, rather than dissuading her, only solidified Yang Chu Chu's determination to face him. Indeed, she was a prodigy, and she was fully aware of it. Besides, she was capable of challenging opponents beyond her level. How could she ascertain whether she was a match for her Uncle Master without a comparison? As for his perfected state of the great destruction intent, she would exercise caution. After all, her own intent was nearing perfection as well. If Yi Chun were to discern the thoughts of Yang Chu Chu at this moment, he would likely find himself in a state of amusement. I shall compete with you regardless. Otherwise, I shall pester you all day. With a playful roll of her eyes, Yang Chu Chu continued. In her perspective, Yi Chun would undoubtedly acquiesce. However, his response left her utterly flabbergasted. Suit yourself, he replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders, and then resumed wandering aimlessly. Observing this, Yang Chu Chu was incensed, stamping her feet in frustration. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to follow him. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Oh dear, Is the little enchantress clashing with her elder uncle? This is bound to be entertaining. Quite normal. Sister Yang has always been the foremost prodigy of our Tao sect, as well as its most promising disciple. With the arrival of her elder uncle, everything has changed. Such a disparity is hard for anyone to accept. Indeed, do you think they might spark something special? Not out of the realm of possibility, but the generational gap. What does generation matter? As practitioners of the immortal path, how can we be constrained by such trivialities? After all, there is no blood relation between the elder uncle and Sister Yang. That does make a point. Now that you mention it, they do seem rather well matched, right? Hee hee. As she trailed Yi Chun, Yang Chuchu's eyes were open wide. His day was nothing short of a revelation, utterly transforming her understanding of him. Logically, someone so extraordinary should be immersed in cultivation, shouldn't they? Regardless of their innate talent. Time must be devoted to training. Yet, the reality starkly contradicted her expectations. Instead of honing his skills, he chose to admire the beauties surrounding the martial arts arena, peruse the peculiar tomes in the scripture pavilion, or perhaps sit in contemplation at the enlightenment cliff. He would meander through the task hall, inquiring about various trivial matters, tease the celestial cranes nurtured by the sect, or engage in idle chatter with some of the ancient beings in the sect. He might even observe the alchemists and artificers at work, or request seed from the spirit herb garden under the pretext of wanting to cultivate for amusement. Thus, an entire day slipped away quietly. I am heading back to Star Peak. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Glancing sideways at Yang Chu-Chu, Yi-Chen asked with a bemused smile. This marked the first exchange between them since she had steadfastly decided to follow him. Pouting, Yang Chu-Chu rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. Elder uncle, is this how you spend your days? Don't you need to cultivate? With an unwavering gaze fixed on Yi-Chun, she could not help but inquire. Cultivation? That is utterly impossible. Yi-Chun replied, feigning innocence. Upon hearing his words, Yang Chu-Chu found herself devoid of anger. Farewell, elder uncle. As long as you do not consent to my challenge, I shall continue to follow you. With a wave of her hand, she soared away on her sword. Now, it was Yi-Chen's turn to be speechless. What a calamity! How did I unwittingly acquire a shadow? Gently touching his nose, Yi-Chen muttered to himself in a somewhat gloomy manner. Taking a deep breath, he soared back to Star Peak. His spiritual pet, the little purple kitten named Shao-Chi, continued to exhibit its usual demeanor. As soon as Yi-Chen settled down, it inexplicably flew over and landed on his shoulder. Affectionately nuzzling against his face and giving it a gentle lick, it curled up and began to purr softly, drifting into slumber. Yi-Chen had long grown accustomed to this behavior. Oh, Shao-Chi, I wonder if you could perhaps do something other than eat and sleep all day, he remarked with a chuckle, casting an amused glance at the kitten. At this point, he certainly did not regard Shao-Chi as a pet without merit. Were it not for its presence, he might have perished in the abyss of nightmares. Not to mention, he would not have achieved the fusion of the star core. Chapter 16. The inner world filled with spiritual plants from levels 1 to 9 after a simple meal. Yi-Chen casually took out a spatial ring. This ring was bestowed upon him by an enigmatic elder from the spiritual herb garden, containing a plethora of seeds from various spiritual plants, spanning levels 1 to 9. In the elder's words, every type of spiritual flora found in the Tao sect garden was present within this ring, and even those absent from the garden could be found here. For anyone else, acquiring such treasures would be impossible. However, Yi-Chun's unique status within the Tao sect rendered him an exception. Whatever he desired was promptly granted without hesitation. Seeds from levels 1 to 9. It appeared that he would no longer need to fret over the acquisition of spiritual herbs and grasses. With a self-satisfied smile, Yi-Chen mused to himself. Spiritual herbs of level 9? They could be used to concoct 9th grade elixirs. 9th grade elixirs? Only those at the immortal ascendant's realm could safely consume them. Below this realm, one would likely face catastrophic consequences. The immortal ascendant's realm was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the current cultivation world, and to achieve such heights would necessitate transcending to become an immortal. Shaking his head lightly, Yi-Chen dismissed these thoughts. For now, it was premature to contemplate such lofty aspirations. he still needed to ascertain whether his inner world could indeed cultivate these seeds. Moreover, his own cultivation level remained rather modest. He was far from capable of refining such advanced elixirs. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun nervously cast the spatial ring into his inner world. His consciousness also delved into this realm. Under his guidance, the multitude of seeds within the spatial ring scattered across every corner of his inner world. To Yi Chun's astonishment, the seeds began to autonomously disperse. The higher the level, the closer they gravitated towards the central area. May success be upon us, Yi Chun silently wished. He focused intently on the seeds within his inner world. Before long, the weight on his heart finally lifted, and an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him. It succeeded. It truly succeeded. Ha ha ha. At the periphery, various level 1 spiritual plants burgeoned at an astonishing pace, rapidly multiplying. Level 2 plants followed, albeit at a slower rate. Then came the level 3, 4, and 5 plants. In less than an hour, the outer 100-mile expanse of his inner world was adorned with a vibrant array of spiritual plants. Moving inward, level 6 plants appeared as colorful saplings, while level 7 plants merely broke through the soil. Level 8 plants had only sprouted, and the seeds of level 9 lay still, quietly resting in the earth. Seeing this, Yi Chun felt an immense satisfaction and pride swell within him. From this moment forth, he would truly no longer need to worry about spiritual herbs and elixirs. He paid little heed to the unsatisfactory growth rate of plants beyond level 6. Regardless, I am merely a 4th-rank alchemist at present. Perhaps I can barely concoct 5th-rank elixirs. As for those above the 6th rank, that is still a distant prospect. What is there to be anxious about? What astonishes Yi Chun even more is that the power of the Tao of life within him seems to show no signs of diminishing. Moreover, the miniature world within his body continues to slowly absorb the life force from the external environment, gradually converting it into the Tao of life and channeling it into his internal realm. This process occurs at an almost negligible pace. Were it not for his deliberate scrutiny, it would be imperceptible. Upon reflection, Yi Chun felt reassured. The power of the Tao of life within his internal world originates from star core. It is not so easily depleted. Furthermore, his internal realm has been persistently absorbing external life force for replenishment, has it not? Just as Yi Chun was about to withdraw his consciousness, he found himself taken aback. At some unknown point, the little creature, Xiao Qi, had ventured into his internal world. Subsequently, it seemed to have rummaged through various spiritual plants. The 1 to 5 tier spiritual herbs and fruits diminished at a visibly rapid rate. Fortunately, this little rascal is not entirely wasteful. It only consumes the fruits of the spiritual plants, and when it eats the herbs, it ensures to leave seeds or roots behind. As for those above the 6th tier, it didn't even cast a glance. Only after filling its belly did it settle down amidst the thicket of spiritual herbs and fall into a deep slumber. Not long after, the spiritual plants that had been devoured rapidly proliferated, filling every corner as before. With a resigned smile in his heart, Yi Chun withdrew his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of delight sparkled within them. With these spiritual plants in his internal world, he would become a veritable tycoon of alchemy, who could rival the quantity of spiritual herbs and medicines he possesses. In the future, should he desire spirit stones, he could simply sell a few elixirs. If he wished to avoid extravagance, he could effortlessly concoct some elixirs. The thought filled him with immense pride. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun at that very moment, within the grand hall of the Tao sect, the high-ranking officials were deliberating on a matter. Should they allow the 4 great celestial seeds of the sect to descend the mountain to hone their skills? And what of Yi Chun? Regarding the proposition to send the 4 great celestial seeds down the mountain, there was unanimous agreement among them. They all concurred that flowers in a greenhouse are of little use. They would simply dispatch some guardians to covertly protect the 4 great celestial seeds. However, when it came to the topic of Yi Chun, controversy arose. Some argued that Yi Chun should be treated equally to the 4 great celestial seeds. He has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. Remaining within the Tao sect holds little significance now. Only by venturing out can he experience rapid growth and avoid wasting his extraordinary talent. Others contended that he should not be allowed to venture out. He is far too prodigious. If anything were to happen to him, it would be an immense loss and a considerable blow to the Tao sect. He should be strengthened before any further discussions can take place. In their fervor for Yi Chun, they argued vehemently. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the sect leader decided to summon Yi Chun's master, Xianjizi. It was time for him to venture out and gain experience. Remaining calm, Xianjizi surveyed the gathering and decisively stated he should embark on his journey. Had it been earlier, he would not have allowed Yi Chun to venture forth so soon. A prodigious disciple like him deserves careful protection. However, after divining for Yi Chun, his perspective shifted. Whether Yi Chun is the chosen one or a defiant soul, he is destined to endure. Or rather, he is not fated to fall prematurely. So, what is there to worry about? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Chapter 17. Yi Chun's pursuit in the blink of an eye. A night had passed. Early in the morning, after a light meal, Yi Chun departed from the Star Peak once more. In truth, given his current level of cultivation, he could have long since refrained from eating. However, as a time traveler, he simply could not cultivate such a habit. Moreover, he had no desire to change it. It is worth mentioning that ever since the little purple cat, Shaoqi, entered Yi Chun's inner world, it appeared to have completely taken a liking to the place. Once inside, it showed no intention of leaving. Upon waking, it would enthusiastically indulge in various spiritual plants and herbs. After satisfying its hunger, it would find a cozy spot to continue its slumber. To this, Yi Chun had grown rather numb, only internally lamenting how typical of Shaoqi it was. Is a cat's life solely about eating and sleeping? As Yi Chun descended the Star Peak, he was met by a figure approaching him. Upon seeing the radiant smile of Yang Chu and the mischievous glimmer in her eyes, Yi Chun found himself devoid of any irritation. Is it appropriate for you to follow me around all day, little beauty? Aren't you afraid of gossip? He cast a bemused glance at Yang Chu and asked with a hint of annoyance. Not all. Whoever dares to speak ill of me, I shall tear their mouth apart. She retorted, her bravado evident. Who told you to decline my challenge? In the next moment, she adopted a pitiful expression, as if to imply that Yi Chun was the one bullying her. What more could Yi Chun say but to shake his head in disbelief? Soon, his attention was captured by Yang Chu's subsequent words. In a month, the Tao sect will send a group of disciples down the mountain for training, including the 4 great immortal seeds and some inner disciples at the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm and above. What about me? Instinctively, Yi Chun inquired. What about me? If you defeat me in a duel, I shall tell you. Yang Chu winked playfully, revealing her adorable little fangs. Perhaps I shall pass on that. With that, Yi Chun turned and walked away. You. Yang Chu glared at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration, nearly grinding her little fangs to dust. What a peculiar person, she muttered under her breath before trailing behind him like a small shadow, leisurely following in his wake. She was genuinely curious about Yi Chun's thoughts. He never practiced, refused challenges, and merely strolled about. To Yang Chu, Yi Chun seemed like someone who simply wasted time. Yet, he was undeniably formidable. How infuriating. Master Uncle, you aren't going to repeat yesterday's antics, are you? Seeing Yi Chun once again at the martial arts arena, ogling the beauties, Yang Chu asked, her expression darkening. Is there a problem with that? Yi Chun grinned, his confidence unwavering. You truly are a bore. Yang Chu managed to muster that statement from her pouted lips. Indeed, Yi Chun nodded earnestly, fully agreeing with her sentiment. In an instant, Yang Chu was utterly devoid of temper. Huh? Upon noticing a new figure in the martial arts arena, Yi Chun displayed a look of astonishment. Languidly, this bumbling giant, after more than a month apart, has surprisingly reached the late phase of the 2nd layer of the Golden Core stage. More intriguingly, he dares to challenge an inner sect disciple at the early phase of the 4th layer of the Golden Core stage, and he seems to be gaining the upper hand. Truly a worthy contender among the 4 prodigies of the Tao sect. Yi Chun mused silently. Lin Wudi possesses the dominant body, recognized as one of the premier divine physiques. This should not be his limit. The dominant body grows stronger with each battle. Unless there is an absolute superiority in strength to crush him, he will ultimately emerge victorious. Following Yi Chen's gaze, Yang Chuchu spoke slowly. Just as Yang Chuchu's words fell, Lin Wudi's opponent was vanquished. Seemingly validating Yang Chuchu's assertion, Lin Wudi soon sought a new adversary, an early-phase disciple of the sixth layer of the Golden Core stage. From being pressured at the outset to ultimately fighting with great vigor. I told you so. A slight smile graced Yang Chuchu's exquisite countenance, revealing her pride. Regrettably, Yi Chen exhibited little reaction. This truly infuriated her. Blockhead. She couldn't help but silently curse in her heart. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with the Dao Sect's rules. Why are others unable to refuse challenges from weaker opponents? Furthermore, the daily limit on challenges is 3. Yet, this fellow seems exempt. Is it merely due to his seniority? How amusing. As she observed, Yi Chen couldn't help but express a thought. The individual challenging Lin Wudi was a disciple in his early 20s, a body cultivator. Now, they had chosen to engage in a straightforward physical confrontation. No flashy techniques. No application of profound intentions whatsoever. Master Uncle, shall we have a bout? Noticing Yi Chen's expression, Yang Chuchu eagerly suggested. Not interested. You are not my match. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen decisively rejected Yang Chuchu. You. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Chuchu was infuriated. Does he look down upon her? Oof. Before long, Lin Wudi's opponent was thrown off the stage. At this moment, Lin Wudi was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Casually spotting Yi Chen and Yang Chuchu, he hesitated for a moment before approaching them. Master Uncle, little demon. Cough cough. Sister Yang. Immediately, Lin Wudi greeted them. With an annoyed glare directed at Lin Wudi, Yang Chuchu remained silent. Clearly, she was displeased with Lin Wudi's almost slip of the tongue. Little demoness? Lin Wudi not bad. Yi Chen remarked casually, nodding slightly. Hee hee. Scratching his head, Lin Wudi chuckled foolishly. Master Uncle, in a month, we will descend the mountain for training. Where do you intend to go? After a considerable pause, Lin Wudi turned to Yi Chen and inquired. Beside them, Yang Chuchu also perked up with curiosity. She seemed equally intrigued by the question. Upon hearing Lin Wudi's words, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Could he venture out for training as well? Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration and excitement. Me, if it's possible, the cultivation realm is vast, and I plan to explore every corner, he casually remarked, stroking his chin as if discussing something trivial. The two were momentarily taken aback by Yi Chen's response, while others contemplated where to venture to gain strength. This fellow appeared to think he was preparing for a leisurely trip. Is there a problem with that? Yi Chen innocently inquired, noticing their peculiar gazes. Come on, can't you have a bit of ambition? Yang Chuchu retorted, giving him an exasperated glance. My ambition is to indulge in a life of carefree wandering. Chapter 18. A traitor? The shock of Xuanji Zi. Both Yang Chuchu and Lin Wudi were momentarily taken aback, their foreheads lined with disbelief. Drifting through life in a drunken stupor? Is this what one calls aspiration? Does the revered master have a misunderstanding of what it means to pursue one's path? Is there an issue at hand? Casting a glance at the two, Yi Chen spoke with unyielding confidence. As cultivators, should we not strive diligently in our pursuit of the immortal way? Ascension is our ultimate goal. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, Yang Chuchu articulated her thoughts carefully. And then, she inquired, looking at Yi Chen. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Yi Chen responded. And then, in that instant, Yang Chuchu found herself at a loss for words. She had never truly contemplated that question. It was reasonable to assume that few in the immortal realm had pondered such a matter. Attaining the status of a loose immortal was already a rare feat, and ascension? Such occurrences might span thousands of years without a single instance. The challenge was simply too great. After ascension, would one not start anew from the very bottom, laboring once more in cultivation? If that were the case, why must we toil so hard? Life is meant to be enjoyed, free from regrets. With a shrug, Yi Chen articulated his sentiments with clarity. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Wudi and Yang Chuchu exchanged bewildered glances. Little Chen, Do not undermine the aspirations of others. Tread carefully lest you entangle yourself in karmic consequences. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared before the trio, Xuanji, gazing at his treasured disciple. Xuanji wore an expression of helplessness. This young man, while lacking motivation himself, possessed such extraordinary talent that even the most casual of efforts surpassed the lifetime endeavors of many. Yet now, this lad was on the verge of leading astray the second of the four great disciples of Taoism. Surely, this must be a mistake. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor. Upon Xuanji's arrival, both Yang Chuchu and Lin Wudi respectfully bowed. They then shared a knowing glance with Yi Chun, who had unwittingly aligned himself with the great deceiver in their minds. While their resolve remained steadfast, they could not deny that Yi Chun's words held a semblance of truth. Cough, cough. Master, I merely spoke the truth. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Noticing the peculiar expression on Xuanji's face, Yi Chun swiftly changed the subject. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, Xuanji and Yi Chun vanished from sight. Yang Chuchu and Lin Wudi exchanged glances. Curiosity piqued regarding Xuanji's purpose for summoning Yi Chun. In the next moment, they found themselves atop the Star Peak, where Yi Chun was taken aback by the solemnity etched across Xuanji's face. What is happening? What is the matter? Yi Chun inwarded, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked at his master. It was the first time he had witnessed such a demeanor from him. For a long time, Xuanji has always maintained a demeanor of tranquility and nonchalance. But now, alas, it appears there are indeed traitors within the Tao sect. With a heavy sigh, Xuanji remarked, his expression complex. Upon hearing his words, Yi Chun did not exhibit much reaction. A traitor? Is this not rather commonplace? He had every reason to believe that the various factions were undoubtedly infiltrating one another with numerous agents. However, what relevance did a traitor hold for him? That was rather intriguing. The fact that your extraordinary cultivation talent has been exposed is already a matter of concern. Furthermore, the incidents in the nightmarish abyss have also been leaked. Even the knowledge of your mastery over the realm of annihilation has spread. At this point, a grim and fierce aura flashed across Xuanji's aged face. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, instinctively narrowed his eyes. His extraordinary cultivation talent? He was not surprised to hear that someone had leaked it. After all, there were many within the Tao sect, and it was hardly a secret. It was only natural that someone might let something slip. Likewise, his escape from the nightmarish abyss was also not unexpected. Yet, the fact that his mastery over annihilation had been divulged? Now, that was indeed intriguing. Only the higher echelons of the Tao sect and those ancient beings were privy to such knowledge. Through their words, perhaps those associated with them might also know. That was certainly thought-provoking. Calm down, master. This is not a matter of great consequence, Yi Chun said, casting a nonchalant glance at Xuanji. Do you not realize that once you step outside, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of the major factions, even assassination attempts? No faction wishes for another to have a prodigious talent emerge, especially since countless individuals are deeply intrigued by the secrets of the nightmarish abyss, including some ancient beings. Xuanji shot Yi Chun a glare, his tone irritable. So what? I am quite confident in my ability to protect myself. Yi Chun replied with a confident grin. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words and observing his expression, Xuanji was momentarily taken aback. He could not help but feel curious about the source of this young man's confidence. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, surely, even the most extraordinary talent has its limits. In the face of absolute power, everything else is but an illusion. Yet, recalling the backlash he faced when predicting Yi Chun's fate, he felt some relief. This young man is indeed exceptional. It seems I am overly concerned. The chosen one or a prodigy. Such individuals are not easily vanquished. In truth, I have not only mastered the realm of annihilation, but also the realms of space and life. Yi Chun beamed at Xuanji. What was there to conceal from his master? In Yi Chun's heart, Xuanji was akin to family in this world of cultivation. He was well aware of the kindness his master had shown him. Upon hearing Yi Chun's declaration, Xuanji's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, even with my composure, I cannot help but express my surprise. His mind was engulfed in a cacophony of sound. Yi Chen's words had utterly stunned him. Even Zhuangjizi began to doubt whether he had misheard. The fact that Yi Chen had comprehended one of the top 10 ultimate realms, specifically the realm of destruction, with its unparalleled offensive power, and had achieved a consummate mastery, was already extraordinary. Now, he claimed to have grasped the second-ranked realm of space among the top 10 ultimate realms. Moreover, he also mastered the life realm, renowned for its unparalleled healing capabilities. At the perfected level, was he even human? Countless exceptionally gifted cultivators have devoted their entire lives to understanding a singular ultimate realm. Yet this young man had comprehended 3 at once, all at the perfected level. The most astonishing part was that he was still in the golden core stage. Could anything be more difficult to accept? Was it due to the nightmarish abyss? In an instant, Zhuangjizi's thoughts raced. Please repeat that. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Zhuangjizi fixed his gaze intently on Yi Chen's eyes and spoke. With a casual shrug, Yi Chen reiterated his earlier statement. At that moment, Zhuangjizi was left utterly speechless. His heart was a tempest of emotions. Was it all true? No wonder this young man exuded such confidence. A perfected mastery of the space realm, if utilized correctly, escaping from formidable opponents would be a trivial matter. Coupled with the perfected mastery of the life realm, he was practically an indestructible cockroach. It was no wonder this young man appeared so self-assured. You are truly monstrous. Chapter 19. The frantic creation of the array. Are we leaving the Tao sect? As for the matter of his master calling him a freak, Yi Chen would never admit to it. So what if his cultivation speed was a tad swift and his comprehension abilities were somewhat formidable? How could one label him a freak? He was merely an ordinary person. Truly, Master, I am about to embark on my journey. Shouldn't you bestow upon me some life-preserving treasures? And perhaps some spirit stones? Moreover, he cast an eager glance towards Zhuangjizi, diverting the topic slightly. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhuangjizi interrupted him. Do not think too much. I shall give you nothing. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhuangjizi spoke with an air of indifference. Why? Instinctively, Yi Chen inquired, his expression slightly disheartened. He was almost taken aback. Nothing at all? What was his master up to? Because you are too complacent. If I provide you with too much, you will only become more lethargic. Why not let you venture out and face some hardships? This way, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to advance in your cultivation without exerting effort. As for what you wish for, strive for it yourself. Zhuangjizi remarked calmly, casting a fleeting glance at Yi Chen. Upon hearing Zhuangjizi's words, Yi Chen was left speechless. Fortunately, he had his own miniature world within. If he ever found himself short of spirit stones, he could always sell some spiritual herbs or medicines. Alternatively, he could delve into alchemy. Cultivation was out of the question. Besides, he didn't need to deliberately work on his cultivation. After all, his techniques would operate autonomously within his meridians. The effects were indistinguishable from intentional training. Very well. Yi Chen sighed, rubbing his nose in frustration. Observing Yi Chen's predicament, Zhuangjizi could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Rare, quite rare. After admonishing Yi Chen a few more times not to reveal his other realms of understanding, Zhuangjizi departed from Xingchen Peak. Seated cross-legged on a massive stone in the courtyard, Yi Chen's face was alight with anticipation. Could it be that he was finally leaving the Tao sect? He wondered what the outside world would be like. In the following days, Yi Chen remained virtually confined to Xingchen Peak. This piqued the curiosity of countless individuals within the Tao sect. What could he possibly be up to? This was not characteristic of him. Meanwhile, the 4 prodigies of the Tao sect, along with several disciples preparing for their own journeys, had entered another round of secluded training, hoping to achieve breakthroughs before their departure. Simultaneously, the sect leader and the upper echelons of the Tao sect were also occupied with a singular task, selecting guardians for some of the talented disciples venturing out into the world. Of course, not everyone was eligible for a guardian. Only Yi Chen, the 4 prodigies, and a select few exceptional talents received such treatment. Moreover, the existence of these guardians was something the higher-ups of the Tao sect would never disclose to them. In truth, the major factions operate in a similar manner, their objective being to prevent their talented subordinates from developing a sense of dependence. These prodigies, renowned for their exceptional abilities, are somewhat aware of the existence of the Guardians. Yet, what does it matter? Their uncertainty regarding the reality of these Guardians suffices. Unbeknownst to them, a month has quietly passed. Throughout this month, Yichen has been diligently engaged in a singular task, utilizing the materials left behind by Xuanji to craft an array of formation plates. After a month's labor, Yichen has amassed over 1,000 formation plates of various grades from 1 to 4. Each plate encapsulates corresponding formations, and he has even managed to create several 5th-grade formation plates, which consumed nearly half of his time. Yichen's motivation for producing such a multitude of formation plates is not without reason. When necessary, he intends to sell some to exchange for spirit stones or, at critical moments, use the formations to create opportunities for escape. As for the spiritual plants within his miniature world, he sees no need to sell them directly. That would be a considerable loss. Moreover, they now serve as sustenance for Shaoqi. As for alchemy, Yichen harbors such ambitions, but he lacks sufficient materials. Truly, it is said that a skillful cook cannot make a meal without rice. It seems the others in the Tao sect have been particularly instructed by his master, refusing to provide him with anything at all. Clearly, Xuanji is determined to make Yichen toil for his accomplishments. At last, having completed his tasks, Yichen stretches and muses to himself. The thought of soon departing from the Tao sect fills his heart with immense excitement. The cultivation world, here I come, he silently exclaims. He stores the formation plates within his spatial ring and promptly attends to his grooming. After a month of hard work, he feels on the verge of becoming a wild man. Just after Yichen finishes grooming and while he is eating, his communication stone suddenly resonates. A gathering at the training ground? Finally, the moment has come to depart. Laughing heartily, Yichen's figure instantly vanishes from his location. When he reappears, he finds himself standing upon the training ground, which is now teeming with thousands of individuals. At the forefront stand the 4 renowned prodigies. Surrounding the training ground are disciples from both the inner and outer sects of the Tao sect, all gazing enviously at those in the arena. The moment Yichen appears, he captures the attention of nearly everyone present. It is inevitable. He is the most dazzling figure within the Tao sect, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Without hesitation, Yichen strides directly to stand before the 4 prodigies. Well then, since everyone is gathered, let us commence. A handsome middle-aged man in a white robe proclaims from above, revealing himself to be Jun Wuxia, the sect leader of the Tao sect and a formidable peak-level practitioner of the 9th tier of the tribulation phase. Only a step away from the realm of scattered immortals, it can be said without hesitation that among the upper echelons of the Tao sect, he stands out like a crane among chickens. The strength of the other high-ranking members is predominantly at the peak of the nascent soul stage, or the transformation stage, with perhaps a couple at the ascendant stage. As for the experts above the tribulation stage, they are all ancient figures of the sect. In the sky, besides Jun Wuxia, there are also 8 individuals of monstrous caliber. His words were directed towards these 8. As Jun Wuxia's voice faded, the 8 swiftly constructed a large-scale teleportation array in the air. They were indeed array masters. This was a random teleportation array. Henceforth, you might find yourselves transported to any corner of the Eastern Domain. It is also possible to be sent beyond the Eastern Domain. Once you leave the Tao sect, you will have to rely solely on yourselves. I hope you all can return alive. Jun Wuxia said slowly, casting a glance at the crowd in the training ground. Upon hearing his words, Yichen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. A contemplative look flickered in his eyes. As an array master, a prodigious one at that, he could discern the intricacies of this gigantic teleportation array. Indeed, it was a random teleportation array, yet it intriguingly concealed a directional miniature teleportation array. He certainly would not dismiss this as mere coincidence. This leads to some intriguing questions. What could be the sect's intent in doing this? Fascinating. It is truly fascinating. Let us all enter the teleportation array. Chapter 20. Departing from the Tao sect. entering the enigmatic forest as Jun Wuxia's words resonated. Thousands of individuals gracefully descended into the teleportation array. Ultimately, one by one, they transformed into ethereal white orbs and vanished from sight. Notably, at Jun Wuxia's behest, the first to depart were merely ordinary prodigies, followed by a select few exceptional talents, and finally, the four celestial sprouts, along with Yichun. Once all the disciples of the Tao sect had ventured forth for their trials, an additional 40 individuals stepped into the formation. Without exception, they were formidable beings of the Great Ascension stage or beyond. Had Yichun been present, he would have been astonished to discover that these ancient figures were departing through the minuscule directional teleportation arrays connected to the colossal teleportation array. As these venerable beings exited, the gigantic teleportation array swiftly dissipated into thin air. The figures of Jun Wuxia and his companions vanished from the skies in an instant. Deep within the Tao sect, before a humble thatched cottage, Xuanji Zi was leisurely steeping tea. At that moment, a figure materialized before him. It was none other than Jun Wuxia. "Master Uncle." Jun Wuxia greeted respectfully, bowing in deference. "Have they all departed?" Xuanji Zi inquired calmly, glancing at Jun Wuxia. "They have all left." Jun Wuxia affirmed with a gentle nod. Yet, he hesitated, casting a thoughtful look toward Xuanji Zi. "If you have something to say, do so." Xuanji Zi chuckled softly, amused by Jun Wuxia's reticence. "I can understand that the guardians of other prodigies are great ascension experts. However, why is it that the guardians of the four celestial sprouts are all transcendent stage protectors, while Yi Shizhu's guardian is also merely of the great ascension stage?" Jun Wuxia questioned, his expression rife with confusion. Indeed, this time, the guardians of the four celestial sprouts and Yichun were entirely orchestrated by Xuanji Zi himself. The guardians of the other prodigies were appointed by the higher-ups led by Jun Wuxia, who had consulted Xuanji Zi, who had raised no objections. Jun Wuxia and the others only learned of the guardians for the four celestial sprouts and Yichun after their departure. Is it truly difficult to comprehend? The four celestial sprouts have long been under the scrutiny of various factions, facing the greatest dangers. Thus, it is prudent to assign transcendent stage protectors to ensure their safety. As for that young rascal Chun, while he may possess considerable renown now, the rapidity of his rise and his exploits may be deemed exaggerated by the various factions. A great ascension stage protector is more than sufficient for him, Xuanji Zi remarked, setting down the teapot leisurely. However, Jun Wuxia furrowed his brow, his countenance etched with concern. What if the major factions truly fixate on Yi Shizhu? His worth surpasses that of the four celestial sprouts combined. It would not be an exaggeration to say he represents the future of the Tao sect. There is no what if, Xuanji Zi replied, shaking his head gently, his tone unwavering. "Well, I shall take my rest now. You may attend to your own matters." Subsequently, Xuanji Zi uttered another remark. Indeed, with a resigned sigh, Jun Wuxia's figure vanished from sight in an instant. Observing Jun Wuxia's departing silhouette, Xuanji Zi subtly shook his head. What he did not articulate was that, had it not been for the need to maintain appearances, he would never have assigned a protector to Yichun, for he understood that arranging a protector for Yichun held little significance. If Yichun were indeed the chosen one, his fortune would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Even without a protector, should he encounter troubles, adversities, or hardships, he would surely transform his fortune into fortune, overcoming peril and ultimately seizing various opportunities, enabling rapid growth. If this lad were a person defying the heavens, it would be even more intriguing. This young man might endure considerable suffering, yet he would indisputably garner a multitude of opportunities. Those who defy the heavens cannot perish at the hands of ordinary mortals. It could be said that they are entirely incapable of succumbing to human hands. They may only perish beneath the will of the heavens. Prior to their demise, their growth rate could certainly be described as defying the heavens. If they ultimately do not perish under heavenly decree, then, upon entering the colossal teleportation array, Yichun felt himself spinning through the air. Before long, he plummeted from the sky. Ultimately, Yichun landed amidst a range of mountains. Casting a sweeping glance at his surroundings, Yi Chen's face displayed an expression of astonishment. Surrounding him were ancient trees that pierced the clouds, alongside various shrubs towering a human height. To his surprise, the air was permeated with a faint scent of blood. Wait, moreover, the laws of this realm appeared somewhat chaotic. The spiritual energy was nearly non-existent. Truly, this was an odd place. He wondered where he might be. Muttering to himself, Yi Chen's face revealed a curious expression. Why was there not even the sound of insects chirping? As for the shadows of other creatures, Yi Chen's consciousness extended several dozen miles, yet he discovered nothing. This was rather peculiar. After some contemplation, Yi Chen chose a direction and began to forge ahead. Time passed, a stick of incense burned. An hour elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, a small half-day had passed, and Yi Chen had traversed over 1,000 miles. However, he still had not exited this strange forest. Yi Chen began to suspect whether he had inadvertently stumbled into a formidable formation. Yet, as a genius formation master, he found no discernible signs throughout his journey. Ultimately, he concluded that this was an exceedingly bizarre forest. Just as dusk was approaching and Yi Chen was preparing to rest, he inadvertently glanced into the distance, momentarily taken aback. Faintly visible, dozens of miles away, was an expanse of white ocean. As he extended his consciousness, upon realizing what those white waters were, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Bones! A vast, white expanse of bones. Mountains of various intact skeletons and remnants piled high. Among the remains, there exist not only humans but also ferocious beasts and an array of peculiar, enigmatic creatures. Scattered throughout the skeletal remains are various rusted weapons, many of which have succumbed to the ravages of time and weathering. As Yi Chen regained his composure, a look of astonishment spread across his visage. He realized that what lay before him was far more than merely a sea of bones. Amidst the heaps of skeletons and debris, he uncovered other artifacts of significance. To his astonishment, he discerned that the strength of these skeletal beings in life was at least at the nascent soul stage. This revelation was nothing short of extraordinary. Could it be that this was an ancient battlefield? Yi Chen found himself unable to suppress his speculative thoughts. After a brief respite, he hesitated momentarily before resolutely deciding to press onward. Before long, he arrived at the fringes of the skeletal ocean. Chapter 21. The Forbidden Land. The Forest of Evil Spirits. The appearance of the little skeleton. As night fell, an ethereal blue glow unexpectedly emanated from the ocean of bones. From a distance, it appeared incredibly eerie. Was it phosphorescence? Casting a glance around, Yi Chen's face was etched with astonishment. He found himself hesitating, contemplating whether to proceed further. For some inexplicable reason, the ocean of bones felt ominous and terrifying, as if something dreadful lurked within. Retreat? Backtrack? To be frank, Yi Chen was rather reluctant to do so. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to adopt a stance of cautious observation. He would wait until dawn to make any decisions. Remaining at the edge of the ocean of bones, Yi Chen found himself languidly dozing off. In the deep of night, just as he was drifting into slumber, an unexpected cacophony of battle cries, screams, and bizarre noises erupted around him. It was profoundly unsettling. Even more astonishing was the sight of the remnants in the ocean of bones beginning to stir. One by one, the remains and skeletons picked up rusted weapons and turned upon each other in a frenzy. Some resorted to the most primal forms of combat, wielding bone spikes and bone knives. A few of the skeletons even attempted to charge at Yi Chen. Upon hearing these sounds and witnessing the surreal spectacle before him, Yi Chen was momentarily paralyzed with shock. What was this? Truly extraordinary. Cursing under his breath, he felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. The only solace was that these remnants and skeletons seemed to be constrained by some unseen force. Those that charged towards him were inexplicably halted by an unknown power. It appeared they could only move within designated areas. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts like hell. Don't strike me. Can't you hear me? Suddenly a voice, surprisingly childlike yet imbued with an air of ancient wisdom, echoed across the skeletal battlefield. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chun was overtaken by an instinctive urge to flee. It was terrifying. However, he managed to suppress that impulse, driven by curiosity. Peering towards the source of the voice, Yi Chun was taken aback. His expression turned exceedingly peculiar, and his gaze became oddly intense. Before him, a small skeleton, child-sized, was scurrying about, muttering and cursing. Intriguingly, this little skeleton was markedly different from the surrounding remnants. While the others were characterized by yellowed and dilapidated bones, moving clumsily, this little skeleton was not only translucent but also remarkably agile. Curiously, the little skeleton appeared rather frail, almost pitiful, and capable of feeling pain. Moreover, two flickering purple flames danced within its eye sockets. As Yi Chun regarded the little skeleton, it too turned its gaze towards him. "Hey there, lend me a hand. I can offer you a tremendous fortune in return." The flames in the eye sockets flickered momentarily, and the little skeleton exclaimed excitedly, "How can I assist you? What grand fortune do you intend to bestow upon me?" Casting a glance at the little skeleton, Yi Chun revealed an intrigued smile. This eerie place was ensnared by bizarre rules of power, preventing the remnants and skeletons from departing this area. "If you take me away, I shall grant you a magnificent fortune." Without a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton blurted out. Upon hearing its words, Yi Chun's expression shifted to one of realization. So that was it. No wonder these remnants and skeletons attempted to attack him. They were thwarted by an inexplicable force. However, which formidable being possessed the capability to establish such rules, confining the boundless ocean of remnants? Truly astonishing. While the little skeleton spoke, it was once again besieged by a throng of remnants and skeletons. This provoked the little skeleton to unleash a torrent of invective, its language remarkably foul. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Chun resolved to intervene. On one hand, the little skeleton lacked any offensive prowess. What was there to fear from such a feeble creature? On the other hand, he was uncertain how to escape this dreadful place. Who knows how long he would have to wander with his companion? The journey would not be too tedious. As for the grand fortune, Yi Chun hardly took it to heart. What kind of magnificent fortune could a mere skeleton, struggling for survival, offer him? Without further ado, Yi Chun took action. In the blink of an eye, he soared to the little skeleton's side, effortlessly repelling the surrounding remnants and skeletons, seizing the little skeleton and retreating to safety. Before long, the pair returned to Yi Chun's original location. "Thank you, young one. Quite splendid. At last, I have escaped this godforsaken place," the little skeleton muttered, glancing at Yi Chun and then at the distant ocean of remnants. "Damn it! What are you doing?" It turned to Yi Chun, its expression turning green with rage. If it had eyes, that is. For Yi Chun had grasped it firmly and tossed it back into the ocean of remnants. The little skeleton was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? While dodging attacks from other skeletons and remnants, it shouted in despair, seeking Yi Chun's assistance. "I just want to tell you that I detest being referred to as little, and I loathe being subjected to such foul language." Yi Chun regarded the little skeleton calmly and replied coolly, "You ought to have mentioned that sooner. Young man, no, this esteemed gentleman, I acknowledge my error. Please save me." After observing the little skeleton endure considerable torment, Yi Chun finally pulled it out. The little skeleton gazed at Yi Chun with an expression of profound resentment, as if it possessed the ability to convey its feelings through its gaze. "Esteemed sir, what compelled you to venture into the forest of malevolent spirits?" After a lengthy silence, the little skeleton could no longer contain its curiosity and posed the question. Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Yi Chun's expression subtly shifted. The forest of malevolent spirits? One of the 10 forbidden zones of the cultivation realm? Located at the juncture of the eastern domain and the northern frontier. How on earth was he transported here? Suddenly, Yi Chun began to comprehend the peculiarities that had surrounded him throughout his journey. Could the forest of malevolent spirits, being one of the 10 forbidden zones, not be strange? Randomly transported. With a shrug, Yi Chun casually remarked, "You truly have bad luck." After much effort, the little skeleton managed to utter this phrase. Random transportation? Could it be that this young man hails from a powerful faction undergoing trials? Why can't I discern his cultivation level? How peculiar. Truly an intriguing young fellow. The little skeleton found its mind wandering with thoughts. After conversing for a while, the duo, one human and one skeleton, finally grew accustomed to each other. Under the little skeleton's guidance, they departed along the edge of the ocean of remains. Chapter 22. The little skeleton bestows a mysterious giant sword. Yi-chun, do not be deceived by my current weakness. In my prime, I was an unparalleled powerhouse. Yi-chun, from whence do you hail? The Tao sect, you say? Ah, that is indeed an intriguing sect. Long ago, at the height of its power, it stood at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world. Yi-chun, how long have you been cultivating? What is your realm? Have you grasped any fascinating insights? Would you care for my guidance? Yi-chun, I must say, this little skeleton is quite the loquacious one. It appears to possess an abundance of knowledge, yet exudes an air of age and wisdom. For a fleeting moment, Yi-chun began to regret bringing this chatterbox along. Throughout the journey, the little skeleton's incessant prattle knew no bounds. Could you possibly silence yourself? Yi-chun remarked with a hint of irritation, pursing his lips. Impossible. I have restrained myself for over 100,000 years. Remaining silent would be akin to death. The little skeleton shook its head earnestly. What else could Yi-chun say but to express his incredulity? I wonder, how can a mere skeleton exist for so long and possess the ability to speak? Casting a curious glance at the little skeleton, Yi-chun inquired. Well, that is a complicated matter. Ahem. After a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton responded with a hint of uncertainty. It seemed to harbor some unspeakable secret. TSK, you did not endure countless years in that sea of bones. Did you? Yi-chun observed the little skeleton with a peculiar expression. Alas, I had no choice. I lacked any energy or power. The little skeleton sighed, revealing its discontent. Clearly, this matter weighed heavily on its mind. Behold, this is the great fortune I promised you. Suddenly, the little skeleton proclaimed. At some unknown moment, it had produced a massive sword and presented it to Yi-chun. A sword that towered over its own diminutive form. Spatial fluctuations? Yi-chun regarded the little skeleton with astonishment. He pondered whether this little skeleton possessed a personal storage space, for otherwise, this would be utterly incomprehensible. Does it have a spatial ring or something similar? Hee, you have a keen eye. The little skeleton chuckled with pride upon hearing Yi-chun's words. However, it offered no further explanation. Taking the colossal sword from the little skeleton, Yi-chun examined it with great scrutiny. The blade was nearly half a yard long and about a foot wide, a black, unsharpened giant sword. To Yi-chun's further astonishment, this sword bore no discernible grade. It appeared to be crafted from some extraordinary material. As a talented blacksmith, Yi-chun understood the implications of this. It could either be a worthless, useless sword or possess an origin that was truly remarkable. Little skeleton, what is the origin of this sword? Coming to a halt, Yi-chun directed his gaze toward the little skeleton and asked, I do not know. However, I can assure you, this is certainly not an ordinary item. Initially, it was the guardian of this sword that, as the conversation unfolded, the little skeleton fell silent once more. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Yi-chun sensed that the little skeleton's entire skeletal frame had trembled momentarily. Nodding gently, Yi-chun chose not to pry further into the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he pricked the tip of his right finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the colossal sword. In the next instant, a crimson radiance erupted from a black, blunt giant sword, soaring skyward before vanishing into oblivion. In the ethereal realm, a faint connection had formed between the giant sword and Yi-chun. Under the manipulation of Yi-chun's consciousness, the giant sword shrank and flew into the sea of his mind. Instantly, Yi-chun narrowed his eyes. This black, blunt giant sword was, astonishingly, absorbing some of his inner vital energy and blood to nourish itself. However, the pace at which it absorbed his vital energy and blood was exceedingly slow, exerting no discernible impact on Yi-chun. Unbeknownst to him, the crimson light emitted by the black, blunt giant sword had attracted the attention of countless individuals. The eastern domain, the northern frontier, numerous ancient beings stirred awake, casting uncertain glances toward the direction of the evil spirit forest. Days passed in succession, and at last, Yi Chun and the little skeleton traversed the ocean of bones, continuing their journey amidst a vast expanse of mountains. Standing atop a lofty peak, a relieved smile finally graced Yi Chun's face. Faintly visible, over 100 miles away, the outline of a city emerged. At this moment, Yi Chun felt no urgency to hasten his pace. Little skeleton, do you intend to follow me indefinitely? Reclining on a stone with one leg crossed over the other, Yi Chun glanced at the little skeleton and inquired. Hey, 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 Yi Chun, you cannot be so ungrateful. Can you? I have bestowed upon you one of my most treasured possessions. Could you bear to leave me, defenseless, to be captured outside? The little skeleton exclaimed excitedly upon hearing Yi Chun's words. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chun responded, one of your most treasured possessions? Bringing you along is not out of the question. Don't you have a few other important treasures? He grinned mischievously. Not a chance. Without a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton retorted through gritted teeth. Very well. If you insist, then come along. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chun chose not to tease the little skeleton further. He held no doubts regarding the little skeleton's words. One of your most treasured possessions, indeed. It seems to hold true. Throughout these days, after conducting a thorough examination, Yi Chun had come to recognize the extraordinary nature of the black, blunt giant sword. Although it bore no edge, it appeared truly invincible. Even a fifth-level formation was effortlessly shattered by a single strike. It certainly embodied the essence of a heavy sword without a blade. Moreover, intriguingly, as Yi Chun's vital energy and blood continued to nourish it, the black, blunt giant sword seemed to be gradually awakening. Could it manipulate gravity? It was as if it possessed its own gravitational field. This was fundamentally why it could easily dismantle a fifth-level formation. 100-fold gravitational field, effortlessly wielded in a single strike. Moreover, it harbors an astonishing aura of slaughter. Had it not been for Yi Chun's unwavering resolve, he might have succumbed to madness and transformed into a relentless killing machine. That seems more plausible. Muttering to himself, the little skeleton imitated Yi Chun's posture and lay beside him. Yi Chun, why do you refrain from cultivating every day? Because I enjoy it. After engaging in idle chatter with the little skeleton for a while, Yi Chun resumed his exploration of the black, unyielding giant sword within his sea of consciousness. A gravitational field, an aura of slaughter, lacking in discernible rank. What other secrets might it conceal? Stroking his chin, Yi Chun's imagination began to wander. What if the gravitational field of this giant sword were to intensify? How would it feel to bear it upon his back? Surely, it would serve as an excellent means of honing his abilities. With this thought, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Chapter 23. The City of Evil Spirits, as the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Instinctively, Yi Chun summoned the black, unsharpened giant sword, eager to test the feasibility of his thoughts. With a resounding crash, Yi Chun, along with the massive sword, struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. Despite his meticulous calculations, he never anticipated that the gravitational field of the black giant sword would suddenly alter. Originally, the gravitational field only affected the sword itself. 100-fold gravitational force merely transformed the already heavy sword, weighing hundreds of pounds, into a behemoth of thousands of pounds. This weight, for Yi Chun, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, it was utterly negligible. However, to his dismay, this gravitational field did not solely act on the sword. It also bore down upon Yi Chun, with the force of 100-fold gravity pressing on him. He was fortunate that his life essence had ascended, endowing his physique with extraordinary strength. Otherwise, he might have been reduced to a mere pancake. Wait, why did the gravitational field not affect him when he previously tested the 5th-level formation? Why was it different now? Could it be that he had inadvertently exerted control over the giant sword? Contemplating this possibility, Yi Chun extended his consciousness to the sword. As anticipated upon a mere thought, the gravitational force acting on him vanished. Yi Chun, what are you doing? The little skeleton, startled by Yi Chun's actions, drew a breath of relief upon seeing him unharmed. Nothing. Shaking his head, Yi Chun stood up, gripping the sword. Indeed, this sword is remarkable. It possesses a gravitational field that can hone one's abilities. The little skeleton exclaimed, circling around Yi Chun in awe. Nodding in agreement, Yi Chun remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the giant sword in his possession. Moments later, he sheathed the massive sword upon his back, perfectly balancing a tenfold gravitational force upon himself. This was the utmost limit he could endure while maintaining agility. Any further increase in the gravitational multiplier would render him unsteady. Yi Chen, is it not a bit conspicuous to carry such a giant sword on your back, without a sheath or any form of binding? The little skeleton remarked with a hint of concern. Conspicuous? I think not. This unsharpened giant sword, while appearing somewhat antiquated, it resembles a mere chunk of iron. Even a chi-refining cultivator could effortlessly carry a sword upon their back. Wouldn't you agree? Yechen shuruk dismissive. As for the gravitational field, who would know unless I mention it? I certainly do not believe that everyone possesses the keen eye of a little skeleton, who has existed for over 100,000 years. He added, the aura of the sword's lethality having long been concealed by his deliberate use of formations. Moreover, when it came to being conspicuous, traveling with a little skeleton was undoubtedly more striking. When it comes to the little skeleton, one cannot help but mention it. Yi Chen attempted to enclose this entity within a spatial ring and even within his own microcosm, but both endeavors ended in failure. In the words of the little skeleton, it is futile. It exists in a realm between life and death. No spatial medium can contain it. Upon hearing Yi Chen's remarks, the little skeleton found itself speechless. It, too, felt that Yi Chen's assertion held a semblance of truth. One cannot deny that Yi Chen's talent is extraordinarily remarkable. This is evident in every aspect. Within a mere hour, he had fully acclimated to the tenfold gravitational field imposed upon him. Fortuitously, he decided to elevate it to 11 times. Aside from a slight deceleration in the circulation of his internal energy, Yi Chen was unharmed by this increase. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the duo, a man and a skeleton, finally emerged from the malevolent spirit forest after a long and arduous journey. Less than 10 miles away lay an ancient city with a diameter of several dozen miles. At last, they had emerged. It had not been an easy feat. Gazing upon the majestic ancient city within sight, Yi Chen could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, at last, I have escaped that wretched place known as the malevolent spirit forest." Nodding in agreement, the little skeleton remarked casually, "Speaking of the malevolent spirit forest, Yi Chen had once curiously inquired about certain matters from the little skeleton. For instance, why were there no creatures besides plants in the forest? Why was there an absence of spiritual energy? Alas, the little skeleton had chosen to remain evasive on these topics. Eventually, Yi Chen lost interest in pursuing further questions. Exchanging a glance, the man and the skeleton ambled toward the city in a leisurely manner. Hastening their pace, Yi Chen had no inclination for such haste, especially since the little skeleton was hardly a formidable warrior. Its speed was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. One could not possibly carry it along in a constant rush, could one? As night fell, they finally reached the gates of the city. The name of the city was Evil Spirit City. Presumably, it was named after the malevolent spirit forest. Without lingering, the man and the skeleton stepped directly into Evil Spirit City. The appearance of this peculiar duo instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers. A seemingly gentle, harmless youth. Fragile in appearance? Notably, the youth bore a massive sword upon his back. The contrast was striking, and there was a translucent, talking little skeleton. This lad seems intriguing. Remarkably, he possesses no visible cultivation, yet he carries a gigantic iron sword. Perhaps he has mastered some secret technique to conceal his true strength? Or is he merely a scholar? Who knows? The little skeleton beside him is certainly fascinating. It can speak? Indeed. Could this young man be a puppeteer? Or perhaps a formation master? Is this little skeleton merely a puppet or a product of some obscure formation? Uncertain, however, given their delicate appearance. How dare they venture into Evil Spirit City? Truly a reckless endeavor. Hith, makes for an interesting spectacle. It won't be long before this young man draws attention. Will it? Judging by his attire, he certainly does not appear to be impoverished. Indeed, amidst the whispers and various speculations from those around, Yi Chen chose to remain indifferent. When adversaries approach, one must stand firm. When challenges arise, one must adapt. Why entangle oneself in such concerns? The little skeleton, for a rare moment, remained silent, curiously gazing about. Together, the man and the skeleton meandered aimlessly through the city. As Yi Chen beheld the ancient architecture along their path, reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The outside world seems so much more grounded, unlike the Taoist sect, where one encounters an abundance of pavilions and exquisite structures, akin to a celestial realm. Chapter 24. The Conflict at the Ethereal Inn. If other cultivators were to learn of Yi Chen's intentions, he would likely be inundated with scornful remarks. How many practitioners aspire to enter the sacred grounds of cultivation, yet find themselves thwarted? Even the threshold for an ordinary outer disciple deters 99% of cultivators. Yet this individual? Ultimately, he and a skeleton arrived at a tavern known as the Ethereal Inn. After securing a private courtyard and ordering an array of fine food and drink, Yi Chen settled down at a window-side table on the ground floor. The small skeleton, unceremoniously, took a seat opposite him. Curiosity filled the air as patrons turned their gazes toward Yi Chen and his skeletal companion. The peculiar pairing of a man and a skeleton was undeniably strange. Moreover, Yi Chen's lavish display of wealth moments earlier had not gone unnoticed. Did he truly demand the best courtyard and the finest delicacies right upon arrival? With a casual flourish, he produced thousands of low-grade spirit stones. It was hardly surprising that he drew attention. Little did they know that this was nearly all the spirit stones contained within Yi Chen's spatial ring. One could only wonder what they would think if they realized this. Yi Chen, are you not being a tad ostentatious? We must be wary of drawing unwanted attention. The small skeleton whispered, glancing at him. Not at all. Why not indulge in comfort and good fare? Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, a confident expression gracing his face. After all, the array disk stored within his spatial ring could fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones, not to mention the treasured plants within his inner world. As a man of considerable wealth, Yi Chen saw no reason to suppress his desires for the sake of modesty. If they were to attract attention, so be it. If they could fight, they would. If they could not, they would flee. Such was the essence of Yi Chen's true thoughts. Upon hearing his words and witnessing his demeanor, the small skeleton felt a sense of suffocation. Madman, it labeled him in its mind. Before long, an assortment of delectable dishes appeared, filling the table to the brim. Just as Yi Chen and the small skeleton prepared to feast, a purple shadow darted forth. Meow, perched affectionately on Yi Chen's shoulder. The creature affectionately nuzzled his face before leaping onto the table. It scampered over to the wine jar, tipping it over with a paw and savoring the contents. Goodness, I never imagined a pet cat would indulge in alcohol. The small skeleton exclaimed in astonishment, eyeing the creature. Yet as it spoke, it too grabbed a wine jar and began drinking, while its other bony hand busily shoveled food into its mouth. Yi Chen, observing the small skeleton's actions, could only feel a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. He was genuinely curious about where this creature was stowing away its drink and food, considering it was merely a skeleton. As for the little glutton, Xiao Qi, was it not perfectly normal for it to enjoy food and drink? Nevertheless, it must be said that Yi Chen's heart was far from tranquil at this moment. Even the little skeleton, who had existed for over 100,000 years, could not discern the origins of Xiao Qi. How intriguing! Had his master misjudged, and had this creature also erred? Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the little skeleton was intentionally feigning ignorance. After all, to claim that Xiao Qi was extraordinary could easily invite unnecessary complications. Indeed, the very next moment, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's ear, confirming his suspicions. Yi Chen, where did you acquire this spirit pet? I nearly overlooked it. What remarkable spatial traversal abilities. Its origins are certainly not trivial. Undoubtedly, it was the voice of the little skeleton. Guess for yourself. In response to the little skeleton's inquiry, Yi Chen sent a thought back. Subsequently, he lowered his head and swiftly devoured his meal. Around them, The other patrons gaped in astonishment at Yi Chen's table. A cat indulging in wine and various delicacies? That was somewhat acceptable. However, witnessing a skeleton partaking in food and drink was indeed a first for them. Simultaneously, they were immensely curious about where the food and drink consumed by the little skeleton had gone. After all, its entire skeletal structure was riddled with holes. Unavoidably, the diners began to murmur amongst themselves. What a beautiful cat! What breed is this? Its fur is so translucent. Who knows? Some wealthy young masters just adore these bizarre creatures. If you ask me, it's better to raise a powerful spirit pet. That little skeleton is quite peculiar. It can talk and consume food and drink, just like a human. That young man, who appears to be utterly defenseless, seems destined for misfortune. Doesn't he know that wealth should not be flaunted? To suddenly produce such a quantity of spirit stones? Indeed, several thousand low-grade spirit stones are sufficient for the expenses of an ordinary chi refinement or even foundation establishment cultivator for an entire year. He must be some prodigal heir from certain faction. I've encountered many such individuals. Regardless of these murmurs, both Yi Chun and the little skeleton remained oblivious. After satisfying their appetites, the trio of one human, one skeleton, and one cat prepared to depart. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance of the mysterious inn, filled with undeniable authority. What a beautiful little cat! Buy it for me. I want it. A group entered the inn, led by a young lady clad in a striking red outfit, her beauty striking and her demeanor haughty. Surrounding her were over 10 servants. At that moment, her gaze was fixated intently on Xiao Qi perched upon Yi Chen's shoulder. The inn fell silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. Many patrons looked at Yi Chen with sympathy or malicious glee. After sizing up the group, Yi Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment. A girl at the 8th level of foundation establishment, accompanied by a retinue of golden core subordinates? How interesting. Young man, name your price. Our young lady will not shortchange you. However, I hope you do not go too far. Indeed, the Lord's mansion is not lacking in spirit stones yet. Beside the young girl, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward approached Yi Chun, pride etched across his face. Upon hearing his words, the little skeleton could not help but chuckle maliciously. It thought, are these people not utterly foolish? Calling Yi Chun a brat? Is that not an outright provocation? He detested being referred to with a diminutive. And what of their lofty demeanor, coupled with threats? This was a grave insult to Yi Chun. Although it was unaware of Yi Chen's true strength, it was not difficult to discern from his expression that he regarded this group with utter disdain. Scram, Yi Chen said calmly, casting a languid glance at the middle-aged steward. Instantly, the entire inn fell into a silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. The expressions of those present were nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 25. Did Xiao Qi help vent anger? Young man, are you provoking the Lord's manner? The middle-aged steward glared at Yi Chun with a sullen expression. Are you attempting to engage in coercive dealings? Or perhaps you believe that the Lord's manor's authority grants you the right to dictate terms to everyone. Yi Chun retorted with a mocking gaze, his eyes now icy. He had no qualms about unleashing his wrath should the steward continue his futile chatter. You. The middle-aged steward trembled with rage upon hearing Yi Chen's words. The surrounding patrons stared in disbelief. In their eyes, Yi Chun was brazenly offending the Lord's manor, who was not aware of the manor's notorious tyranny. Uncle Lin, step aside. At that moment, the young lady from the Lord's manor called out. Of course. Nodding, the middle-aged steward moved aside, though his gaze towards Yi Chun grew increasingly hostile. It was evident that failing to handle this matter poorly was a source of great embarrassment for him, and he had developed a deep-seated animosity towards Yi Chun. Esteemed young sir, am Huang Inua. Might I inquire if you would consider selling your pet cat to me? The amount of spirit stones is of no concern. She continued, I must add, although I'm accustomed to being in a lofty position, I have never felt the need to leverage my father's name for power. After all, I take great pleasure in using spirit stones to make my point. Fixing her gaze intently on Yi Chun, Huang Inua spoke each word with precision. Her charming face radiating confidence, perhaps believing in her monetary prowess. Upon hearing her, Yi Chun chuckled. So, The young lady of the Lord's manor believes that spirit stones can achieve anything? How intriguing. If you possess such wealth, then let it be 10 billion top-tier spirit stones. He replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Huang in awe. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at Yi Chen's declaration. 10 billion top-tier spirit stones? This fellow certainly had audacity. Such an immense sum could likely only be produced by the most illustrious of sacred grounds. You, Huang Inuo, was utterly incensed by Yi Chen's words. What of it? Yi Chen retorted. Do you not enjoy using spirit stones to make your point? Then do so quickly. He shot her a dismissive glance, his words dripping with sarcasm. Oof. Infuriated, Huang Inuo scoffed and turned on her heel to leave. The middle-aged steward shot Yi Chen a frigid glare before following her out. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had vanished entirely. Let's depart, Yi Chen said, glancing at the little skeleton beside him as he walked towards an opulently decorated courtyard in the inn. All right, Yi Chen, I am increasingly fond of you. You possess quite the character. Get lost. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, shortly after their departure, the patrons within the inn began to murmur amongst themselves once more. This young man is in for a misfortune, to have offended the young lady and yet dare to linger in the city of evil spirits. TSK. Indeed, although the young lady has always held herself in high regard, she has never truly bullied anyone. At most, she simply desires something and prefers to purchase it with spirit stones. However, that steward is rather detestable, presenting one facade in public and another in private. Precisely. It is likely that this time he will embellish the events here to the young lady, using her suitors as instruments of his schemes. Right? Certainly. That scoundrel is precisely the type. What is most infuriating is that, in the end, he always manages to distance himself from any blame. Otherwise, with the young lady's fiery temper, he would have surely faced dire consequences by now. You may not be aware, but I have heard that the young lady has been secretly gathering evidence lately. She likely suspects the steward and wishes to eliminate this troublemaker from the Lord's residence. Does she not? Indeed, during the few years that the Lord and his wife have been in seclusion, that scoundrel has committed numerous misdeeds in the shadows. The reputation of the Lord's residence has been nearly tarnished by him. Hush! Do you wish to court death? Offending someone with the surname Lin will not end well. Upon entering the courtyard, Yi Chen casually tossed out a fourth-level array disc. A fourth-level illusion array instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Yi Chen, it seems you hold a considerable status within the Tao sect to possess such an array disc. Once ensnared in this illusion array, one must tread carefully, lest even a nascent soul cultivator find themselves in dire straits. After surveying the surroundings, the little skeleton marveled. Is it truly impressive? Merely a casual creation. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Yi Chen replied languidly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the little skeleton was rendered speechless. It felt that Yi Chen was commendable in every regard, save for his penchant for boasting. Previously, when he claimed to have comprehended 3 realms of understanding, he expressed disinterest in teaching them to him. When he offered to teach alchemy, he asserted his skills were merely adequate and displayed no interest. Now, he claims to craft 4th-level array discs? This rogue seems to take delight in outshining me daily. He clearly has not learned from the harsh realities of the cultivation world. The little skeleton's reaction did not escape Yi Chen's notice. However, he felt no need to offer any explanations. Whether this fellow believes him or not bears no consequence to him. Glancing inadvertently at Little Seven, Yi Chen's lips twitched violently. A bemused expression graced his face. Little Seven had just expelled a multitude of spatial rings from its mouth. If he was not mistaken, these belonged to the group from the Lord's residence earlier. Did they not? From Huang Inuo subordinates? Wait, it seems there are no spatial rings belonging to Huang Inuo. Hiss! Yi Chen, you little rascal are indeed formidable. In mere moments of your absence, you have managed to swindle that arrogant group. Circling around Little Seven, the little skeleton exclaimed in astonishment. Outside the mysterious inn, the middle-aged steward, leading more than 10 individuals from the Lord's residence, had turned pale. Just moments ago, the spatial rings in their possession inexplicably vanished en masse. What is the meaning of this? "Miss, it must be that wretched boy's doing," the middle-aged steward declared with palpable disdain, grinding his teeth. "Do you have any evidence?" Huang Yinua inquired, casting a calm, yet piercing glance at the steward, her brow furrowing. A fleeting glimmer of displeasure crossed her eyes. It appears that those rumors were indeed true. She inwardly sighed. Ever since she had taken on the formidable responsibility of managing the Lord's mansion 2 years ago, she had diligently endeavored to embody the role of an arrogant young lady. Yet, it seems this individual has not revealed his true nature. Nonetheless, numerous clues have begun to point in his direction. Is he colluding with outsiders to seize control of the Lord's mansion? Chapter 26. A sinister accumulation? Damn it. Meow. Leaping onto Yi Chen's shoulder, Xiaoqi affectionately licked his face. A fleeting glimmer of pride flashed in its violet eyes. Observing this, the flames in the eye sockets of the little skeleton momentarily ceased their dance, marveling at the cat's remarkable spirit. Gazing at the multitude of spatial rings before him, Yi Chen pondered briefly before decisively erasing the consciousness attached to them. As for whether the middle-aged steward and his companions would suffer soul injuries, it was of no concern to him. He harbored no fondness for them. As he opened 12 spatial rings in succession, disappointment grew within him. Altogether, they yielded fewer than 1 million low-grade spirit stones, a mere 50 vials of first to third-grade elixirs, and a handful of low-tier materials and spiritual herbs. He felt impoverished, truly destitute. Such was Yi Chen's current sentiment. However, upon opening the final spatial ring, he was struck dumb. A mountain of low-grade spirit stones lay before him, surely several billion at the very least. Additionally, there were over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, hundreds of high-grade spirit stones, and more than a dozen top-grade spirit stones. Beyond that, an abundance of first to fourth-grade elixirs awaited him, even a few vials of fifth-grade elixirs. Various spiritual herbs, materials, and an array of weapons were also present in considerable numbers. In an instant, Yi Chen grasped the situation. This must be the spatial ring belonging to the middle-aged steward. It defied logic. How could a mere steward possess such immense wealth? Surely, he had embezzled a substantial amount from the Lord's estate. Rubbing his chin, Yi Chen remarked with an amused expression, "It cannot be that simple. If he had merely pilfered from the Lord's estate, it would have been impossible for such an act to go unnoticed." Across from him, the little skeleton spoke thoughtfully. Ultimately, both Yi Chen and the skeleton turned their gazes toward the corner where hundreds of letters lay, accompanied by a thick tome made of beast hide. After observing these, both Yi Chen and the little skeleton were rendered speechless. This steward of the evil spirit city, known as Lin Yang, was indeed a most nefarious character. While the lord and lady of the evil spirit city had been in seclusion for several years, he had taken over the estate. During this time, several families had been obliterated under his cunning machinations. Within the lord's estate itself, he had systematically eliminated numerous loyal subjects. Moreover, he had engaged in various unscrupulous acts, albeit delegating the dirty work to subordinates. When Huang Yinua discovered his misdeeds, he simply eliminated his underlings to distance himself from the blame. Over the past 2 years, he had even conspired with a power situated hundreds of miles away, plotting to usurp Evil Spirit City and replace the Lord. Indeed, he had contemplated eliminating Huang Yinua, the thorn in his side, more than once. Yet, he dared not act due to her backing from a second-tier force. Thus, upon Huang Yinua's return from her training 2 years prior, he begrudgingly relinquished some of his power, all the while engaging in duplicity. Utilizing the hands of some of Huang Yinua's suitors, he has eliminated certain obstacles in his path. During this period, it seems he has also realized that Huang Yinua has been secretly investigating him. Was her usual demeanor merely a fade? Consequently, Lin Yang has adopted a more subdued demeanor. Simultaneously, he has been increasingly in contact with that particular faction. His objective is to seize control of the city of evil spirits before being caught red-handed. Ideally, he hopes to leverage that faction to remove Huang Yinua from the equation. Once he becomes the lord of the city of evil spirits, he will be under the protection of the empire behind the scenes. At that juncture, he would have no reason to fear the forces backing Huang Yinua. Moreover, the faction allied with him is, after all, an entity crafted by the upper echelons of the empire. Upon reaching the final page, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Did Lin Yang intend to poison the lord and lady of the city? When necessary, would he even poison the entire populace of the city of evil spirits? At that point, he could fabricate an excuse regarding an invasion by malevolent forces, claiming he narrowly survived due to grave injuries. How astonishing. It truly opened his eyes to the depths of human depravity and darkness. Returning to reality, the little skeleton finally managed to utter a remark. It appears we have misjudged that little girl. It then added, Yi Chun, should we not intervene? Just to be clear, I possess no combat prowess whatsoever. You ought to act with caution. Casting a wary glance at Yi Chun, the little skeleton continued. If I had remained unaware, it would have been one thing. But now that I know, I am indeed compelled to intervene. Nodding slightly, Yi Chun replied coolly, with a glimmer of icy murderous intent in his eyes. This marks the first time since his arrival in this realm that he harbors thoughts of killing. In a world governed by cultivation, the act of killing for treasure seemed commonplace to Yi Chun. However, the notion of sacrificing countless innocents for personal gain was something he found utterly intolerable. Lin Yang? Truly despicable. For now, we shall observe the situation unfold. We need only keep an eye on Lin Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun expressed, the pressing issue extends beyond Lin Yang alone. There exists another faction. Huang Yinuo from the Lord's estate is indeed unfortunate. Ye Chen silently muset. Indeed, I concur. We must expose those who inflict suffering for their own gain. I detest such individuals. As the conversation continued, the little skeleton fell silent once more, its attention captured by Shao Qi's actions. This little creature was rapidly consuming spirit stones and various materials. Was it truly a cat? Remarkably unpicky about its food? Meanwhile, Huang Yinuo and her companions were preparing to return to the Lord's estate, intending to investigate the disappearance of the spatial ring gradually. Unbeknownst to her, there was a fleeting moment where Lin Yang's eyes were filled with urgency and fear, which he quickly concealed. Suddenly, Lin Yang and his companions were left aghast, their faces drained of color as blood oozed from their orifices. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Yinuo was momentarily taken aback. She comprehended that the other party had erased the spatial ring's consciousness, resulting in a backlash against Lin Yang and his companions' souls. Uncle Lin, are you all right? She inquired with feigned concern, casting a glance at Lin Yang. In truth, a wave of delight surged within her. Should she seize this opportunity to conduct a thorough investigation into them? If sufficient evidence were to emerge, she could report it to the Empire and eliminate these troublesome elements. Then, she could return to her sect. The sect had already urged her several times to come back. Instantly, a plethora of thoughts surged through Huang Yinuo's mind. It's nothing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang forced a grim smile onto his shadowed face. Subsequently, the group proceeded resolutely towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 27. What an odd person. At almost the same moment, in the depths of the Eastern Domain's Dao sect, a slender middle-aged man stood before Xuanzi, his face etched with embarrassment, bitterness, and apprehension. Master, Uncle Yi, I've lost him. I beseech you to punish me, for I am deeply unsettled. He spoke cautiously, lowering his voice as he glanced at Xuanzi. I understand, Xuanzi replied, nodding lightly, displaying little reaction. As for punishment, let us forego that. Upon hearing Xuanzi's words, the slender man nearly doubted his own hearing. It was well understood how significant Yi Chun was to the Dao sect. As a protector, to have lost him was a matter of great consequence. Now, tell me precisely what transpired, Xuanzi commanded, his expression remaining impassive as he regarded the middle-aged man. That day, I entered the pocket-sized directional teleportation array with Uncle Ye's coordinates. Initially, everything went smoothly. However, midway through, the spatial passage suddenly malfunctioned, and I was ejected. It seems Uncle Yi experienced the same fate. I searched for a while, but could not find him, so I returned, the slender man recounted, his tone heavy with complexity. Xuanzi furrowed his brow at the man's account, a contemplative look crossing his features. A malfunction in the teleportation array? Was it merely bad luck, a spatial storm? Or was there an issue with one of the 8 individuals who constructed the array? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xuanzi narrowed his eyes. You may return now. After a lengthy silence, he spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Yes. The slender man bowed respectfully before turning to leave. This young lad, Chunzi, truly is a source of worry. Xuanzi sighed, a wry smile forming. Has he already encountered trouble so soon after descending the mountain for training? This certainly caught me off guard. Yet, reflecting on Yi Chun, Xuanzi felt little concern. With the boy's fate and life level, what was there to fret about? At most, he would simply endure a few hardships along his path of cultivation. As he pondered, Xuanzi's heart swelled with joy. Without a protector, the boy would be stripped of his reliance. Surely, his rate of growth would be astonishing. Thus, he would not squander the prodigious talents he possessed. 3 of the top 10 supreme realms, all at the pinnacle level. Moreover, he excelled in alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. I wonder, upon his return from training, to what heights this young man will ascend. This thought ignited a spark of brilliance in Xuanzi's murky eyes. His heart brimmed with anticipation. In contrast to Xuanzi's calm demeanor, the Dao sect's leader, Jun Wuxia, along with other ancient figures and high-ranking officials, were far less composed upon learning that Yi Chen's protector had lost him. Without exception, they all lashed out at the gaunt middle-aged man with scathing remarks. Of course, it was merely a momentary outburst, as a master had declared no punishment would be imposed. They could not overstep their bounds. However, upon learning the details of the situation, it did not take long for them to reach a consensus. They decided to investigate the 8 ancient beings who had arranged the formation, as well as all the higher-ups. With their astute minds, they could hardly fail to recognize the presence of a traitor among the ranks. Such a betrayal was intolerable, especially considering the implications for Yi Chun, who they regarded as the hope of the Dao sect. In their eyes, he was far more significant than the combined worth of the 4 great prodigies. Indeed, more important than anyone within the sect. This prodigy must not be allowed to falter, in stark contrast to the chaos within the Dao sect. Yi Chun now enjoyed a tranquil existence. After little Seven had eaten her fill, he collected the remaining spoils. With a jug of wine in hand, he reclined on the grass of the courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. Meanwhile, the little skeleton circled around Yi Chun, its gaze fixed intently on the plump purple kitten nestled in Yi Chun's arms. Little Seven. Yi Chun, your spirit companion must have an astonishing origin. Even I cannot discern its background. It exclaimed in wonder, continuing to circle. Rolling his eyes, Yi Chun retorted, Tell me, little skeleton, are you not tired? How many times have you repeated that? With an awkward chuckle, the little skeleton finally halted its movements. Why haven't you signed a master-servant contract with it? If it grows strong and decides to leave, that would be unfortunate. Such a spirit companion is rare and precious. After a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton expressed its confusion. I have already considered little Seven as family. Why would I need a master-servant contract? Even if one day it chooses to depart, I would only wish it well. Taking a sip of wine, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, not to mention the life-saving grace little Seven had bestowed upon him. Even without that, his thoughts remained unchanged. Once Yi Chun had made up his mind, he would not waver or regret his choice. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton fell silent, its fiery eyes flickering uncontrollably. It seemed lost in contemplation. To be honest, at that moment, the little skeleton's heart was far from calm. To treat his spirit companion as family, to knowingly ignore its remarkable origins and forego a master-servant contract, to remain unconcerned even if it chose to leave. How many within the realm of cultivation could achieve such depth of feeling? How many possessed such magnanimity? Meow. Whether it understood Yi Chun's words or for some other reason, little Seven leaped onto Yi Chun's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face and giving it a lick before curling up to sleep, purring softly. Witnessing this, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. What an extraordinary individual. Indeed, this spirit companion was equally peculiar. After some contemplation, the little skeleton lay down beside Yi Chun and picked up a wine flask to indulge and drink. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Lord's mansion, Huang Yinuo retreated to her chamber. After a moment of reflection, she began to occupy herself with various tasks. She perceived this as an opportunity. With Lin Yang's soul injured, she could thoroughly investigate several matters. As long as the evidence was irrefutable, she would not let him escape justice. Conversely, back in his own room, Lin Yang wore a countenance dark as a stormy sky. Internally, he was tormented by pain and a surge of anger. The spatial ring contained his lifetime of wealth. The loss of riches was trivial in comparison. However, within the ring lay numerous letters and incriminating evidence. Should this information leak, neither Huang Yinuo nor the Empire would show him any mercy. At this moment, he was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 28. The Lackey of the Thieves' Guild. In the dead of night, Yi Chun rose slowly, preparing to retire for the evening. Suddenly, the mystical array enveloping the courtyard began to exhibit fluctuations. Squinting his eyes, Yi Chun sensed that someone was indeed plotting against him. Who could they be? Were they opportunists lured by wealth, subordinates sent by Lin Yang, or perhaps fools manipulated by Lin Yang? Regardless of their identity, Yi Chun had no intention of letting them off lightly. A mere provocation or a few scathing remarks might elicit a laugh. But to conspire for wealth and life was an entirely different matter. Do you now understand why I advised you to remain low-key? The little skeleton remarked with a hint of glee as it gazed at Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Little Seven had already retreated to Yi Chun's inner world to sleep. Eating and sleeping were its daily essentials. Are you not afraid that I might be overpowered and abandon you to flee? Yi Chun shot a bemused glance at the little skeleton, mischief twinkling in his eyes. Low-key? Why must he suppress himself? Yi Chun had no interest in self-deprecation. I am truly unafraid. The city of evil spirits likely lacks even a nascent soul cultivator. Though the Tao sect may have declined, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. You managed to descend the mountain for training. At the very least, you must be at the golden core stage. I refuse to believe you lack self-preservation methods, and your strength should not be weak. So what do I have to fear? The little skeleton analyzed thoughtfully, glancing at Yi Chun. Hearing its words, Yi Chun's face displayed a look of astonishment. Impressive. You deduced that? Truly, a living fossil that had survived countless ages. Yet, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. What a waste. You can't even escape a simple illusion array. Shaking his head, Yi Chun expressed his discontent. His disappointment stemmed from the fact that 6 burly men had invaded the illusion array, all of them at the golden core stage. Their demeanor and appearance revealed that they were seasoned killers and treasure hunters, a gang, no less. However, they now floundered in the illusion array like headless flies, nearing exhaustion. What else could they be but inept? Did they believe everyone was a genius in formations? This array was capable of ensnaring any golden core cultivator. Only exceptional talents or array geniuses could emerge unscathed. With a bemused glance at Yi Chun, the little skeleton remarked, "Not everyone is adept in formations, you know." Meanwhile, it couldn't help but ponder inwardly. Could it be? This lad truly was a formation genius. That seemed unlikely, according to the Tao sect's principles. They typically permitted their disciples to cultivate only one path, be it martial arts, alchemy, or weaponry. After all, human energy is finite. Throughout the endless ages of the cultivation world, how many geniuses have fallen into mediocrity due to their insatiable greed, unable to balance their pursuits? Although this young man concealed his true abilities, there was still a faint aura of vitality reminiscent of a dragon. He must surely be a martial arts prodigy. Reflecting on Yi Chun's claim of having comprehended 3 realms, the little skeleton felt that this young man was merely posturing. Perhaps it was vanity that led him to such pretentiousness. Who cannot boast? I, for one, am of a legendary lineage. Little did Yi Chun know the little skeleton's thoughts. Otherwise, he would be utterly flabbergasted. What was there to pretend about? What he expressed was merely the truth. Perhaps. After taking a sip of wine, Yi Chun languidly remarked. He then stowed the flask away. In the next moment, 6 burly men collapsed, utterly exhausted, their vital energy depleted. In unison, they cast their terrified gazes upon Yi Chun, their faces paling in fear. At this juncture, how could they not realize they had stumbled upon an insurmountable obstacle? Initially, They had been lured by Yi Chun's extravagant demeanor, perceiving him as a mere scholar devoid of martial prowess, which ignited their greed to commit murder and seize treasure. But now, this young man was nothing less than a wolf in sheep-esque clothing. The mere deployment of a formation had nearly exhausted them. Was he merely a scholar? What ist? Simultaneously, their hearts brimmed with regret. How could they have been so foolish as to be blinded by profit? Anyone who could casually produce several thousand low-grade spirit stones was certainly no ordinary individual. Even if he were a scholar, would he lack means for self-preservation? Speak. How do you wish to perish? Casting a casual glance at the 6 men, each spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. 6 golden core stage cultivators, with the strongest among them barely at the early 8th layer of golden core stage. To be frank, he did not regard them as a threat at all, especially considering they were utterly devoid of combat capability now. You cannot kill us, otherwise. You will surely regret it. One of the bald men shouted, his bravado masking his fear. Indeed, the leader speaks wisely. If you kill us, it will bring you great peril. If you are sensible, release us at once. The others chimed in, clamoring in a disjointed chorus. Hearing their words, Yichin could not help but chuckle. Beside him, the little skeleton laughed heartily, exclaiming, You amuse me. Even now, you dare to threaten us? Is your desire for death not yet satiated? In an instant, all fell silent. The little skeleton's words had unveiled their grim reality. Their current predicament rendered them utterly at the mercy of others. We are backed by the Thieves' Guild. If you release us now, I can pretend nothing has transpired. Otherwise, hesitating momentarily, the bald man chose to continue threatening Yichun. However, this time, he astutely invoked his powerful allies. The Thieves' Guild is among the premier forces in the vicinity, a second-tier power. In the grand tapestry of the cultivation world, it is indeed a formidable entity. He could not believe Yichun would remain unperturbed. As the saying goes, one must consider the master even when striking a dog, does one not? Upon hearing the words of the bald giant, Yichun and the little skeleton exchanged a glance involuntarily. The thief sect? Is that not the very force colluding with Lin Yang? Behind the thief sect stands the high-ranking officials of the empire belonging to the city of evil spirits? How intriguing. The situation grows increasingly fascinating. Noticing Yichun's silence, the bald giant and his companions mistakenly believed him to be frightened. This only fueled their enthusiasm further. Release us. Otherwise, prepare for the retribution of the thief sect. Additionally, you must compensate us for our losses, or else, in the blink of an eye, they clamored once more in a cacophony of voices. How bothersome. In that case, let us see you on your way. With a cold chuckle, Yichun spoke nonchalantly. Chapter 29. No fierce dragon crosses the river. With a casual motion, Yichun unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, 6 individuals lay lifeless before him. After collecting their spatial rings, he nonchalantly kicked their bodies aside. Such poverty. Upon tallying his spoils, Yichun felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. The total barely reached a few million, not even touching 10 million inferior spirit stones. The elixirs were dismally scarce as well. In such dire straits, what was the purpose of engaging in the lethal pursuit of treasure? Shaking his head, Yichun decided to take a rest. Who would have guessed that this seemingly gentle and harmless lad was, in fact, a formidable character? Observing Yichun's retreating figure, the little skeleton muttered to itself. With that, it too settled down for a nap. As the man and the skeleton drifted into slumber, a substantial commotion erupted outside the mysterious inn. A crowd began to gather around the 6 corpses, pointing and whispering. Isn't that the bald-headed Han San and his crew? They've been taken out? It seemed they had underestimated their adversary in their murderous quest for plunder. Those bodies were tossed out from that youth's courtyard, weren't they? Goodness, that boy appears so delicate. Yet he turns out to be a ruthless figure? Quite the norm. Would he dare to casually produce thousands of inferior spirit stones without some backing? Indeed. However, even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Han San and his gang are affiliated with a high-ranking member of the thief sect. This young man might be in for some trouble. In my opinion, he exemplifies the saying, no fierce dragon crosses the river. First, he offended the city lord's mansion. And now he has slain Hu Han San and his men. TSK, TSK, TSK. Quite reasonable. It seems there will be more excitement in Evil Spirit City. Who could argue otherwise? Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Lin Yang resided, he exhibited a perplexed expression upon receiving his subordinate's report. That lad is unexpectedly powerful. Even Hu Han San and his crew have been eliminated. It is worth noting that Hu Hansen's strength surpassed his own. His 5 underlings were no weaklings either. Are you certain that Hu Han San and his men fell to that youth's hands? Lin Yang inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the face of a young guard before him. I cannot be certain. However, more than one person witnessed them heading to that youth's courtyard half an hour ago. The young guard replied earnestly, shaking his head. I understand. You may return to your duties. Lin Yang nodded and waved his hand. Yes. The young guard turned and departed. Left alone, Lin Yang plunged into contemplation. Initially, he had intended to deal with Yi Chen personally at a later time. He could not swallow the humiliation. Furthermore, he suspected that the disappearance of his spatial ring was connected to Yi Chen. The entire Evil Spirit City was filled with familiar faces. Yet this boy and that skeleton were newcomers, making them prime suspects. Moreover, he had recently clashed with them. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Yang found himself in a precarious predicament. His heart was undeniably in turmoil. On one hand, he yearned for revenge and wished to reclaim his spatial ring. On the other hand, he feared following in the footsteps of Hu Han San and his companions. The thought of employing another's hand to carry out his vengeance had crossed his mind, yet the grim fate that befell Hu Hansen's group weighed heavily on his conscience. Who would be reckless enough to confront Yi Chen and his allies? It appeared that he could only reach out to the elusive thief sect's representative. After pacing back and forth for quite some time, Lin Yang finally made up his mind. In the city lord's mansion, within Huang Yinua's private chamber, she listened intently to her maid's report. Upon learning of Hu Hansen's demise, presumably at the hands of Yi Chen, an expression of uncertainty crossed her delicate features. It seemed he was indeed an extraordinary being. Hu Hansen's crew had truly encountered insurmountable obstacles. With a wry smile, Huang Yinua's face betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Were it not for her apprehension of the thief sect, and the fact that Hu Han San and his ilk had left no traces after their nefarious deeds, she would have eliminated them long ago. This was her greatest predicament. Since taking control of the city of evil spirits, she found her hands tied, as she had to prioritize the city's interests. Mrs. Wright, her maid echoed in agreement. It seems I must make contact with him tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yinua added, far away at the opposite end of the eastern domain in the realm of cultivation, within a vast expanse of ancient ruins, a petite and captivating beauty clad in a white gown sat entranced before a campfire. This enchanting maiden was none other than Yang Chu-Chu, the foremost of the 4 prodigies of the Tao sect. I wonder where that uncle of mine is now. She pouted, speaking to herself. The image of Yi Chen inadvertently surfaced in her mind. Yang Chu-Chu was filled with curiosity about him, as well as a sense of indignation. How could someone who idled away the days surpass her in cultivation speed? Moreover, he had grasped the Tao sect's most formidable concept of annihilation. Was it possible that her diligent efforts in cultivation paled in comparison to his? How absurd! Each time she pondered this, a wave of discontent surged within her. She yearned for a chance to duel with Yi Chen. After all, cultivation level did not dictate everything. What if she were to defeat him? If Yi Chen were aware of Yang Chu-Chu's lingering thoughts about him, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and exasperating. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Yi Chen lazily rose from his slumber. Meanwhile, the little skeleton had been waiting patiently in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. This fellow truly didn't he require any practice? His days were filled with indulgence. It was beyond comprehension how he managed to integrate into the Tao sect. The little skeleton couldn't help but silently scoff. Don't you ever take a break? Why are you up so early? Yi Chen casually inquired, glancing at the little skeleton. I'm a skeleton. I do not experience fatigue. Sleeping is merely a means to pass the time. The little skeleton replied earnestly, shrugging its shoulders. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. What a gem! using sleep to while away the hours? How could it dare to criticize Shao Qi for only knowing how to eat and sleep? He mused silently. After exchanging some nonsensical banter, they retracted the illusionary array into the formation plate, and the duo, one human and one skeleton, finally exited the courtyard. In Yi Chun's words, one must save where possible and spend where necessary. The operation of the formation, indeed, required a considerable amount of spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the dining area on the first floor of the inn. As soon as they appeared, they became the center of attention. The previously bustling eatery fell into an unusual silence. All eyes were fixated upon them. Chapter 30. The little skeleton is truly unprincipled. In the face of the gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen wore an expression of utter indifference. Likewise, the little skeleton showed little reaction. Both Yi Chen and the little skeleton were well aware of the reason behind the crowd's reaction, most likely due to their previous conflicts with the city lord's mansion and the deaths of figures like Han. The duo settled into their accustomed positions by the window once again. Without delay, the little skeleton summoned the waiter and ordered an extravagant array of food and drink, requesting 3 large barrels of fine wine alone. As the dishes began to arrive, Shao Qi emerged and perched atop one of the wine barrels to drink heartily. Meanwhile, the little skeleton raised a barrel and drank with abandon, while Yi Chen sipped leisurely from his bowl. Onlookers had grown accustomed to this peculiar spectacle, having witnessed the odd behaviors of this bizarre pair on numerous occasions. As time passed, the surrounding diners began to chatter once more, casting furtive glances toward Yi Chen and his companion, seemingly engaged in hushed discussions. This young man is truly formidable. He has offended both the city lord's mansion and the thief sect, yet he dares to remain here. He must be a fearless rookie, undaunted by the tiger's might. I believe he stays here because he possesses his own confidence. Let us see who prevails in the end. I think he is doomed. Even if he is extraordinarily talented, he must only be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Surely, the thief sect could easily eliminate him. Foundation establishment? Who do you look down upon? Han and the others were all at the golden core stage, and yet they perished. He must have some hidden trump card. Regardless, it has nothing to do with us. Let's simply enjoy the show. Hearing the discussions around him, Yi Chen could not help but stifle a laugh. Were they truly speculating about him? It seemed many anticipated his misfortune, while others were intrigued by his presence. This was rather amusing. Little skeleton, should we take the initiative or adopt a defensive stance? Yi Chen inquired after their feast. That depends on yourself. The little skeleton replied nonchalantly. If we can't win, just have Shao Qi carry me away. With a flicker of flames in its eye sockets, the little skeleton glanced at the small cat resting on Yi Chen's shoulder. Upon hearing the little skeleton's words, countless black lines appeared on Yi Chen's forehead. Truly, the little skeleton was devoid of shame. Meow, slowly opening its eyes. Shao Qi regarded the little skeleton with disdain before resuming its comfortable position and closing its eyes to continue sleeping. How dare it look down on me? This is outrageous, the little skeleton exclaimed, glancing at Shao Qi with irritation. However, upon meeting Yi Chen's teasing gaze, it promptly fell silent. Instantly, the atmosphere grew so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The conversation between Yi Chen and the little skeleton, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, merely astonished the onlookers. However, the gaze of the little cat, Shao Qi, left everyone breathless. Could this truly be an ordinary kitten? It could drink alcohol, which was remarkable enough. But to possess such a human-like expression? Furthermore, the implications of the little skeleton's words were profound. To have a mere kitten assist in its escape? Could it be that this kitten was not just an ordinary feline? Observing the reactions of those around him, Yi Chen quickly grasped the situation. Taking a sip of his drink, he shot a displeased glare at the little skeleton. It was all this big mouth's fault. Why say anything at all? Just as Yi Chen prepared to reprimand the little skeleton, a group entered the inn. The leader was none other than Lin Yang, the steward of the city lord's mansion in the city of evil spirits, or rather, the head steward. Young master, please accompany us, he said. Yesterday, 6 masters from the Thieves' Guild perished outside your courtyard, and many are claiming they were thrown out from your premises. This matter requires thorough investigation. Rest assured, our mansion's principle is to neither wrong an innocent nor let a guilty party escape. We ask for your cooperation in our inquiry. Otherwise, it could prove difficult to report to the Empire and the Thieves' Guild. In that case, the entire city of evil spirits may be affected. Lin Yang spoke with a righteous demeanor while observing Yi Chen's face. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, many in the vicinity scoffed quietly. It was easy to speak so eloquently. They suspected he aimed to eliminate this young man under the pretense of investigation. Nevertheless, despite their thoughts, no one dared to voice their opinions. The city lord's mansion was not to be trifled with. Almost everyone turned their curious gazes toward Yi Chen, eager to see how he would respond. They were indeed intrigued. To their surprise, Yi Chen smiled broadly and readily agreed. Please. His reaction momentarily stunned Lin Yang, but he quickly regained composure and gestured for Yi Chen to proceed. Thus, the group departed from the mysterious inn, making their way toward the city lord's mansion. During their journey, Shaoqi vanished back into Yi Chen's inner world. Lin Yang's pupils involuntarily contracted at the sudden disappearance of the little cat. Where had it gone? How had he failed to notice? The other guards cast uncertain glances at Yi Chen. Observing their reactions, the little skeleton burst into carefree laughter. What a bunch of uninformed fellows. You're killing me with laughter. Though it spoke flippantly, the little skeleton couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about Shaoqi. Where did this little creature originate? A spirit beast with spatial abilities was exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, time is revered, and space is supreme. Moreover, it seemed Shaoqi could consume anything, spiritual stones, spiritual plants, various materials, weapons, and even human food. Before long, the group arrived at an imposing and magnificent complex. This was the city lord's mansion of the city of evil spirits. At that moment, two individuals were standing at the entrance of the mansion. Among them was Huang Yinhua, the esteemed daughter of the city lord, accompanied by an ordinary-looking maid. Upon witnessing Yi Chen and the little skeleton returning with Lin Yang and the others, Huang Yinhua found herself momentarily bewildered. What was unfolding here? Although she did not know Yi Chen well, the events of the previous day had already revealed much. This young gentleman before her was certainly not one to shy away from trouble. Lin Yang had concocted an excuse to bring him along for the investigation, and he had genuinely followed without hesitation. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, Huang Yinhua would never have believed it to be real. Where had the formidable presence he exhibited yesterday vanished to? Even more surprising to Huang Yinhua was Yi Chen's unexpected greeting. Huang Yinhua, it is a pleasure to see you again. Yi Chen called out, waving his hand with a broad smile, as if they were old acquaintances. Chapter 31. Speak. How do you wish to perish? Ah, indeed. We meet again. May I inquire as to your name, young sir? Regaining her composure, Huang Yinhua spoke softly with an expression of calm. Yi Chen. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Chen replied casually. Young Master Yi, might I ask about your adorable little kitten? With a playful blink, Huang Yinhua inquired. Prior to this, she had endeavored to portray the image of an arrogant young lady, yet she genuinely cherished little Seven. The moment she laid eyes on the kitten, she felt an irresistible fondness. It emanated a sense of intimacy that she could not resist. It's gone to sleep. Raising his hands in a gesture of indifference, Yi Chen responded, Miss, perhaps we should investigate the deaths of Hu Han-san and his associates before anything else. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain to the Thieves' Guild. At that moment, Lin Yang interrupted their conversation. A fleeting glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Yinhua nodded in agreement. She internally resolved that should she discover anything amiss, she would not hesitate to confront Lin Yang, even if it meant tearing their facade apart. Although she lacked concrete evidence of Lin Yang's misdeeds, she possessed numerous clues pointing towards him. She was determined not to allow another innocent soul to perish due to Lin Yang's actions. Ultimately, under Lin Yang's guidance, Yi Chen and Little Skeleton arrived at a small courtyard. Huang Yinhua, occupied with matters pertaining to the Lord's manor, did not accompany them. Lock the main entrance. No one shall enter without my permission. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yang commanded. Yes, Master Steward. In unison, the guards responded. They promptly exited, securing the door behind them, standing vigil at the entrance of the courtyard. Observing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. Is this the moment when the dagger is revealed? How intriguing. Yi Chun, is it? Soon enough, you shall find your smile fading. With a cold chuckle, Lin Yang revealed a sinister grin. In the next instant, he tossed down an array plate. An intricate formation enveloped Yi Chun and Little Skeleton. This is a top-tier, fourth-level formation, the absolute kill formation. If you remain still, it is but an ordinary formation that traps. However, the moment you move, even a nascent soul cultivator could fall. I hope you do not bring about your own demise. Fixing his gaze on Yi Chun, Lin Yang said with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. His expression radiated confidence. In Lin Yang's view, everything lay firmly within his control. Yet, to his surprise, both Yi Chun and Little Skeleton remained remarkably composed. Unbeknownst to him, a fleeting look of derision flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. The absolute kill formation? Is it truly formidable? With a mere flick of his will, he could dismantle this formation in an instant. It posed no challenge whatsoever. After all, he was a prodigious formation master, especially after remembering everything about the array. His comprehension of the array path had already reached an astonishing height. While he might not be capable of arranging many formations, his mastery of the array arts was far beyond what most array masters could hope to achieve. The little skeleton exhibited little reaction, primarily due to Yi Chun. Its thoughts were rather simple. If Yi Chun was untroubled, why should it be concerned? This lad surely had some hidden cards. Moreover, if necessary, this esteemed one could simply teach him how to break the formation. It was merely a fourth-level formation, after all. Turning to Lin Yang, Yi Chun feigned a look of exasperation and remarked, "What do you intend to do?" "In the evil spirit city, those who offend me must die. You are doomed." Lin Yang glared at Yi Chun with a chilling gaze, filled with murderous intent. "From now on, whatever I ask you, you shall answer. This is your only chance of survival." With a shift in tone, Lin Yang added, "Ask away." Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and responded, displaying a defiant demeanor. Impressive. This lad is quite the actor. The little skeleton marveled inwardly, astonished at Yi Chun's audacity. From its understanding of Yi Chun, it deemed him utterly unrestrained. Would he be afraid? What a joke. It was clear that such a notion was utterly impossible. Seeing Yi Chun's reaction, Lin Yang's face broke into a pleased smile. He relished the sensation of having everything under his control. "Did you steal our spatial rings?" he inquired, fixing a dark gaze on Yi Chun. "Yes." Yi Chun sighed, his head hanging low. As expected, Lin Yang's expression shifted dramatically, but it quickly reverted to normal. This lad was trapped by him. Even if he had acquired his spatial rings, what of it? What did he do with them? How did you kill Hu Hansen and the others? Lin Yang pressed, his body tensing at the mention of this topic. If Hu Hansen and his companions had been eliminated, he needed to exercise caution. This was precisely why he had first used formations to trap Yi Chun and the little skeleton. Well, strictly speaking, they were killed by the formation. Are you familiar with the illusion array? They were exhausted to the point of collapse, and I simply finished them off. Yi Chun replied casually, shrugging his shoulders. Weren't they members of the Thieves' Guild? Lin Yang's pupils constricted slightly as he furrowed his brow, realizing he was increasingly unable to see through this young man. The illusion array? That was a top-tier, fourth-level formation. Even fifth-level formation masters might struggle to arrange it. This young man before him likely had an extraordinary background. Contemplating this, Lin Yang felt a sense of unease, as if caught in a dilemma. Killing Yi Chun? He was concerned about the potential retaliation from those behind Yi Chun. Not killing, yet he felt a pang of unease. He had spoken, but what of it? If murder and plunder were to descend upon him, who would be left alive? Perhaps feeling fatigued, Yi Chun simply sat down on the ground. After taking a swig from his wine flask, he candidly remarked. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words and witnessing his actions, Lin Yang's expression darkened considerably. This fellow must surely be lacking in sanity, he thought. Did he not grasp the gravity of his situation? He was, after all, a captive. Furthermore, a powerful dragon does not suppress the local serpent. To dare offend even the Thieves' Guild? Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Stretching lazily, Yi Chun turned to Lin Yang and solemnly declared, Yi Chun, I knew it. This is truly your style. After pretending for so long, are you not weary? Little Skeleton remarked with a hint of exasperation as he gazed at Yi Chun. Chapter 32. What did you say? Speak louder. Witnessing the harmonious exchange between Yi Chun and the Little Skeleton, Lin Yang was on the verge of an explosive outburst. You insolent brat, do you truly wish for death? Do you not believe that I can command this formation to annihilate you both? He pointed menacingly at Yi Chun, his face a mask of murderous intent. Who are you trying to intimidate? Moreover, I detest being pointed at. With that, Yi Chun languidly rose to his feet, with a casual wave of his hand. The deadly formation was shattered in an instant. The array disc in Lin Yang's grasp splintered into fragments. In the next moment, Yi Chun seized Lin Yang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Before Lin Yang could even register a response, his cultivation was inexplicably sealed. What did you say? Speak louder. Yi Chun teased, playfully tugging at his ear with his left hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, the flames in the depths of the Little Skeleton's eye sockets ceased their flickering. What the? Did he just dismantle a top-tier, fourth-level formation in a heartbeat? Is this lad truly a genius of formations? The Little Skeleton gazed in astonishment at Yi Chun's silhouette. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a thought flickered through its mind. This lad claimed he comprehended 3 realms of understanding? Could that possibly be true? Furthermore, did he genuinely assert himself as the greatest prodigy in the history of the Tao sect? Contemplating these revelations, the Little Skeleton found its composure waning. Is this fellow even human? He doesn't practice diligently, yet can grasp 3 realms? And he dares to call himself the greatest prodigy in the Tao sect as history? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Have I truly misjudged him? You. Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Chun. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. Everything had spiraled beyond his control. This was truly unforeseen. Suddenly, the courtyard door burst open. A figure stormed in. Huang Yinhua, sensing something amiss, rushed over immediately. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, her eyes widened in shock. This was not what she had anticipated. Initially, she believed Lin Yang had stationed his subordinates outside to conspire against Yi Chun, but now the reality was quite different. In an instant, Huang Yinhua felt her mind falter. Huang Yinhua, you've arrived just in time. Yi Chun turned to her with a grin, then tossed a bundle of items, none other than Lin Yang's letters and documents. Perplexed, Huang Yinhua glanced at Yi Chun, but accepted the items he had thrown. She then lowered her gaze to examine them. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's expression morphed into a blend of rage and horror, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and despair. Regret consumed him. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never provoked Yi Chun. Had he refrained from antagonizing Yi Chun, he would not be ensnared in such a predicament. Or perhaps, had he not brought Yi Chun to the city lord's mansion today, matters would not have escalated to this point. Who knows? He might have awaited the arrival of that esteemed individual. But now, this resume truly embodies the age-old adage of a single misstep leading to eternal regret. Ah, Lin Yang, how could you dare to address that scoundrel Yi Chun as a little brat? He harbors a profound disdain for such diminutive appellations. Had you refrained from such an insult, perhaps he would have entertained you a while longer. What a pity. Gazing at Lin Yang, the Little Skeleton cackled with malicious delight, almost driven to the brink of fury. Lin Yang nearly spat blood upon hearing the skeleton's taunt. What a disaster this is. Silence does not render you mute. Rolling his eyes, Yi Chun shot a vexed glare at the Little Skeleton. Lin Yang, you truly deserve this. With a swift glance at the document in her hand, Huang Yinhua trembled with indignation. Her face was aflame with murderous intent. This Lin Yang is utterly beyond redemption. His misdeeds are countless. He even dared to plot the demise of his own parents. To think he aspired to poison the entire city of evil spirits? The victor takes all. Do as you will. Casting a calm gaze at Huang Yinhua, Lin Yang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Who would have thought, after toiling for most of my life, I was on the brink of seizing the Lord's throne? Yet, in the end, my efforts were thwarted by a mere youth. Throwing his head back to the sky, Lin Yang erupted in laughter, a sound laced with despair, desolation, and an insatiable bitterness. In the next moment, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he instantly became a lifeless corpse. Suicide by poison? Such a bore. Disdainfully discarding Lin Yang's body, Yi Chun grimaced in annoyance. Young Master Yi, I must sincerely thank you for this situation. Casting a glance at Lin Yang's lifeless form and then at Yi Chun, Huang Yinhua expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. The masters of the thieving sect will likely arrive soon, though I am uncertain of their level. Shaking his head, Yi Chen frowned. If they are too formidable, I shall have no choice but to flee. Taking a sip of wine, he boldly declared. Puffed. Huang Yinhua burst into laughter at Yi Chen's words. Flee? Is it something one can casually utter? Were it anyone else, they would likely resort to a plethora of grandiose rhetoric to curry favor. Young master, Yi certainly has a way with words. However, you need not worry. The formation of the Lord's mansion can indeed withstand some skilled adversaries. With that, Huang Yinhua briskly produced a red array talisman. In an instant, the entire Lord's mansion was enveloped by a vast formation. Interesting. Yi Chen mused to himself, narrowing his eyes. An array talisman? Only formations of level 6 and above utilize such talismans. This is, astonishingly, a level 6 defensive formation. This caliber of formation is sufficient to repel even those at the God transformation stage. Lin Yang's hesitation to act against Huang Yinhua must have stemmed from this concern. Next, I shall report these matters to the Empire. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yinhua spoke with grave seriousness, her gaze fixed upon the evidence before her. In light of this, I am at ease. Farewell, until we meet again. With a gentle nod, Yi Chen smiled. Initially, he had intended to lend a hand to the city of evil spirits. However, it now appeared that such assistance was unnecessary. He had underestimated the formidable power of a city. Depart? Young one, do you truly believe you can leave? How dare you disrupt my plans? Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the heavens. There appeared a gaunt, white-haired elder clad in a flowing white robe, with pointed ears and sharp features, hovering in the sky. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. A master at the transformation stage? He felt a surge of frustration within. Was it really necessary for a mere Lin Yang to summon such a formidable expert? Could it be that the opponent was the leader of the thief sect? In the realm of second-tier forces, the most powerful individuals typically reached the transformation stage. Who could this person be? Chapter 33. The Supreme Treasure? The preeminent, divine sword of the cultivation realm? Not only did Yi Chen's expression shift slightly, but Huang Yinhua also felt a change in her demeanor. An expert at the transformation stage, there is no doubt that the formation of the City Lord's Manor can withstand such a powerful figure. However, observing the confident demeanor of the opponent, could he possibly be unprepared? Truly a waste of space, achieving nothing and causing more harm. Casting a glance at Lin Yang's lifeless body, the white-haired elder remarked, "You are Ding Qinxiu, the deputy leader of the thief sect?" Looking up at the gaunt, white-haired elder in the air, Huang Yinhua inquired with uncertainty. Beside her, Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. The deputy leader of the thief sect is merely at the early stage of the second level of the transformation stage. How formidable must the leader be? This is indeed intriguing. Indeed, it is I. The elder nodded, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You are the accomplice of Lin Yang? Seeking to usurp the City Lord's Manor? The Empire will not spare you. Huang Yinhua declared indignantly with a cold snort. How naive, Ding Qinxiu retorted, his voice laced with mockery. Instantly, Huang Yinhua fell silent, her complexion turning pale. She recalled Lin Yang's letters and the beast skin notebook. Everything was indeed true. This implicates the higher echelons of the Empire? How could this be? The Evil Spirit City is merely a remote town. Regardless, you are all doomed. So I shall not hesitate to divulge. That esteemed individual seeks to control Evil Spirit City solely for the treasures hidden within the Evil Spirit Forest. It is rumored that the forest conceals a supreme treasure, entombing the foremost divine sword of the cultivation realm, and, as he spoke, Ding Qianxiu's face was etched with avarice, and his eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke of such treasures, the little skeleton beside Yi Chan exhibited a peculiar reaction. The flames in its eye sockets ceased to flicker. Originally poised to mock Ding Qianxiu, it fell silent. Even Huang Yinuo remained oblivious to the skeleton's oddity. Yet, one person noticed, Yi Chun, the treasures of the evil spirit forest, the foremost divine sword of the cultivation realm. Coupled with the little skeleton's reaction, a bold hypothesis began to take shape in Yi Chen's mind. Could it be? Instinctively, he glanced at the massive sword on his back. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. After mentioning the foremost divine sword of the cultivation realm, Ding Qinxiu, who had intended to continue, abruptly changed his tone. A subtle expression of fear crossed his face. Seeing this, Yi Chun could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. What could possibly invoke such trepidation? Kid, I shall send you on your way. You have only yourself to blame for meddling and disrupting our plans. With that, Ding Qinxiu glared at Yi Chun, his aura brimming with murderous intent. What a cunning strategy, to have set up a 6th-level concealment formation outside the defenses of the city Lord's Manor. Ding Qinxiu, are you concerned that others will discover your visit to the Lord's Manor? With a smirk that was both mocking and enigmatic, Yi Chun grinned at Ding Qinxiu. Quite perceptive. However, you shall still meet your demise. Ding Qinxiu shot Yi Chun a surprised glance, his cold laughter echoing in the air. Is that so? I do not believe it. With a casual remark, Yi Chun tossed several array plates into the air. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. The array plates astonishingly penetrated the defensive formation, landing around Ding Qinxiu. Instantly, several array plates exploded. The formation of the Lord's Manor exhibited cracks, yet swiftly regained its composure. Above Ding Qinxiu, a formation was blasted open, revealing a gaping hole. In an instant, it became fragmented. Ding Qianxiu's figure slowly emerged, his expression filled with rage. You are indeed formidable, you little brat. Just wait. With eyes blazing with hatred, Ding Qianxiu fled. If he lingered any longer, his presence would be fully revealed. At that point, news of his assault on the Lord's Manor would surely reach that esteemed personage, and he would likely not escape unscathed. To openly attack the Lord's Manor? Would the Empire allow him to go unpunished? He actually escaped. What a pity. I squandered several 5th-grade array plates. With a sigh and a shake of his head, Yi Chun lamented, his expression pained. Yi Chun, you should be content. Destroying a 6th-grade formation with just a few 5th-grade array plates is quite an achievement. Looking up at Yi Chun, the little skeleton chided him. Yet at that moment, it was filled with astonishment. It had come to a realization. Yi Chun was indeed a genius in formations, even more extraordinary than it had imagined. To detonate several 5th-grade array plates, utilizing their explosive force to disrupt the structural balance of a 6th-grade formation? What a brilliant concept. It was the first time it had witnessed someone dismantle a formation in such a manner. Typically, formations were breached through sheer force or systematic unraveling. But this lad? Remarkable. Wait, you aren't actually considering confronting him head-on, are you? The little skeleton exclaimed, suddenly alarmed by a thought. That idea did cross my mind. However, upon reflection, perhaps it's best to avoid it. Fighting is quite exhausting, isn't it? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, nodding lightly. Upon hearing these words, the little skeleton felt a wave of disbelief wash over it. In a golden core stage, you wish to match the god transformation stage in a direct confrontation? Is this lad even human? What was more astonishing was that he dismissed this notion, not out of fear, but simply due to a sense of lethargy. Was he even human? The dialogue between Yi Chun and the little skeleton had utterly bewildered Huang Yinuo. The exchange between a man and a skeleton had completely shattered her understanding. Several 5th-level formations have managed to breach a 6th-level array. Is young Master Yi planning to confront Ding Qinxiu head-on? This, Huang Yinuo bids farewell, until we meet again. In the next moment, Huang Yinuo's thoughts were pulled back to reality by Yi Chun's voice. She saw Yi Chun already soaring away, a small skeleton in hand. Young Master Yi, I have yet to express my gratitude. You. Watching Yi Chun's retreating figure, Huang Yinuo shouted out loud. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Yi Chun left. When Yi Chun reappeared, he was already outside the city. Yi Chun, why did you leave so swiftly? Is remaining in the city of evil spirits not appealing? Who knows? We could gain numerous benefits. Glancing up at Yi Chun, the small skeleton could not help but voice its thoughts. The matters of the city of evil spirits have been resolved. Why linger? Rolling his eyes, Yi Chun retorted with annoyance. Chapter 34. Resolute actions with few words. Has the matter been resolved? What does that mean? Aren't there still those from the Thieves' Guild? And what about the high-ranking officials behind the empire connected to the City of Malevolence? They haven't been dealt with yet. How can this be considered over? Little Skeleton looked at Yi Chun, perplexed. To him, this situation seemed to have only just begun. Over? It was far too early for that. Not much to worry about. I just recorded that fool Ding Qianqiu's words using a memory stone and then transmitted it through the formations of the City of Malevolence to the imperial capital behind them. Do you think the Empire will let the Thieves' Guild off the hook? And what about that so-called big shot? Yi Chen shrugged, his expression nonchalant. Hiss. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Little Skeleton couldn't help but gasp. What does it mean to be resolute and speak little? This is what it means. Little Skeleton had every reason to believe that once the empire behind the City of Malevolence learned of this matter, the first to be targeted would undoubtedly be the Thieves' Guild. As for whether that prominent figure could be uncovered, that remained uncertain. In a sense, Yi Chun had indeed addressed the issue at its root. The City of Malevolence was now secure. What piques my interest now is the supreme treasures of the Malevolent Forest, as well as the so-called foremost divine sword of the cultivation world. Little Skeleton mused, unsure. Changing the subject, Yi Chun glanced at Little Skeleton with a half-smile. Don't ask me, I know nothing. Well, if I truly wanted to acquire some supreme treasure, would I be in such a dire situation? Little Skeleton calmly replied, spreading his hands. Yet the next moment, he added with a hint of melancholy. Hearing Little Skeleton's words, Yi Chun found himself at a loss for rebuttal. It seemed to carry some weight. Had he misjudged the situation? Where do we go from here? Little Skeleton then posed a rather crucial question. Let's wander around. Wherever we end up is where we end up. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun irresponsibly responded. Little Skeleton was at a loss for words regarding Yi Chun's response. In Little Skeleton's mind, Yi Chun was a peculiar individual who in the cultivation world spends their days not cultivating, but rather indulging in pleasures. The key was, this person was a prodigy from a top-tier sect. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, due to his memory stone, a tremendous stir had already erupted throughout the eastern region. Once the news reached the imperial capital behind the City of Malevolence, somehow, the contents of the memory stone leaked out. The result was that countless factions and rogue cultivators flocked toward the Malevolent Forest. Supreme treasures? The foremost divine sword of the cultivation world? These 2 points were enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. Even though the Malevolent Forest was notoriously known as a forbidden zone, where few dare to venture. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, does it not? Unknowingly, Yi Chun and Little Skeleton had traveled over 100 miles. At this point, they had distanced themselves from the City of Malevolence and arrived at an expansive bamboo grove. Upon observing the blinding sun above, an individual and a skeleton decisively chose to rest before a bamboo grove. Yi Chun, why do we not venture into the evil spirit forest? Are you not intrigued by the supreme treasure? Inquired the curious little skeleton standing beside Yi Chun. Not interested. Yi Chun replied lazily, reclining with his legs crossed, half closing his eyes and resting his hands behind his head. Then why did you ask earlier? I was merely curious if you had acquired that supreme treasure. The little skeleton realized that it could no longer engage Yi Chun in frivolous chatter. This fellow's thoughts were far too erratic, utterly capricious. Are you quite keen on treasures? Should I escort you back? Yi Chun opened his eyes slightly and smiled at the little skeleton. No way. Am I so weak as to go there and meet my demise? Retorted the little skeleton with annoyance. Meanwhile, upon returning to the thief sect, Ding Qianqiu was left utterly dumbfounded. The entire sect is to withdraw? Is that the intention of that esteemed individual? The actions taken at the evil spirit city lord's mansion had already spread like wildfire. The empire was poised to strike against the thief sect. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes from his peers, Ding Qianqiu lowered his head. Deep within, he harbored a growing resentment towards Yi Chun. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel's fault. Otherwise, why would the image captured by the recording stone feature him confronting Huang in awe, yet exclude that lad and the little skeleton? Ding Qianqiu was convinced this was no mere coincidence. Sect Master, he glanced at the elderly woman before him, her hair white yet youthful in appearance, eager to explain. However, before he could finish, she interrupted him. You may save those words for the esteemed individual. I have no interest in such matters. The old woman regarded Ding Qianqiu with indifference. Upon hearing her words, Ding Qianqiu's pupils constricted slightly, feeling an unsettling chill down his spine. His hatred for Yi Chen intensified. It was all that brat's fault. He had contemplated fleeing, but upon seeing the watchful gaze of the thief sect master, he abandoned the notion. Simultaneously, the Tao sect received the news with utmost urgency. The evil spirit forest, home to a supreme treasure, and the foremost divine sword of the cultivation world. The initial reaction of the sect leader, Jun Wuxia, was to summon the higher-ups of the Tao sect. Regardless of the veracity of the news, he intended to send individuals to thoroughly investigate the evil spirit forest. While the Tao sect might not obtain the treasure, it absolutely could not fall into the hands of other factions. This was the essence of Jun Wuxia's thoughts. Sharing a similar mindset were the top factions of the eastern region. As for those beneath the top factions, they harbored fanciful hopes of seizing the supreme treasure to soar to great heights. After arranging everything, Jun Wuxia returned to the humble abode of Zuanjizi. Master Uncle, may I inquire your thoughts on this matter of the treasure? He asked cautiously, gazing at Zuanjizi. Treasure? Whether there lies treasure in the forest of evil spirits remains a mystery to me, yet it is undoubtedly capable of sealing the fate of the scattered immortals' realm. The Tao sect need only maintain a fa ade. Let the other factions vie and scramble for it. Casting glance at Yun Wuxi, Suen Disi Remox Kuli. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Jun Wuxia nodded thoughtfully. He had always held unwavering faith in Xianjizi's words. For Xianjizi was one of the four great diviners in the realm of immortality. To heed his counsel was to ensure correctness. Nevertheless, one matter perplexed Jun Wuxia immensely. Why did his esteemed granduncle never attempt to divine the whereabouts of Master Yi? Even now, the disciples of the Tao sect were still in search of him. One of our talented disciples who ventured down the mountain for training. After a brief pause, Xianjizi inquired once more. So far, there have been no reports of fatalities. Moreover, we still cannot locate Master Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Wuxia responded. I understand. You may attend to your affairs. Nodding, Xianjizi spoke with an inscrutable expression. Yes. With that, Jun Wuxia's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xianjizi fell into a deep reverie. For reasons unknown, he harbored an unsettling intuition that this treasure affair was somehow intertwined with that young lad. Yi Chen. Chapter 35. Bestowing wings upon the little skeleton before the boundless bamboo forest, the little skeleton stared in astonishment at Yi Chen, who was busily engaged in some task. What on earth was he doing? He seemed to be preoccupied with several array plates, as if assembling something. Yi Chen, what are you up to? After a considerable amount of time had passed, the little skeleton could no longer contain its curiosity and inquired. I am crafting a flying formation to bestow upon you. Otherwise, do you expect me to carry you through the skies all day? Without turning his head, Yi Chen replied grumpily. A flying formation? Is there truly such a thing in this world? The little skeleton was somewhat bewildered by Yi Chen's words. Its confusion stemmed from having never heard of a flying formation before. While there were indeed many flying artifacts and treasures in the realm of cultivation, practitioners could fly using swords once they reached the golden core stage. What purpose would a flying formation serve? Moreover, formations required the consumption of spirit stones. Wasn't that rather impractical? Such formations did not exist before, but now they do, Yi Chen stated as he gradually rose to his feet. Here, take this. He then handed a peculiar array plate to the little skeleton. What made it special? This array plate was composed of several other plates, resembling a pair of mechanical wings. It could simply be worn on the back. This was a flying formation that integrated both offense and defense, composed of several fourth-grade formations and one fifth-grade formation. As he spoke, a pained expression crossed Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen, let me remind you that I am merely a penniless little skeleton. Do not harbor any intentions toward me. The little skeleton warned as it took the array plate and affixed it to its back. Instantly, the mechanical wings merged seamlessly with its form, making it appear as if it had always possessed wings. "Look at you so miserly," Yichin exclaimed, rolling his eyes in annoyance. With that, he tossed the little skeleton a spatial ring. Inside were the low-grade spirit stones he had plundered from Lingyang. To be precise, he gifted the little skeleton billions of low-grade spirit stones, while retaining over 1,000 medium-grade stones, hundreds of high-grade stones, and more than a dozen supreme-grade stones for his own future use in crafting advanced formations and array plates. These billions of low-grade spirit stones would suffice to sustain the little skeleton's flying formation for quite some time. As for the remaining assorted items, they had long been sorted through by Shao Qi. Upon receiving the spatial ring, the little skeleton felt a deep sense of gratitude. It understood that Yi Chun had entrusted nearly all of his spirit stones to it. The few medium-grade and higher stones were likely reserved for Yi Chen's own purposes. "Yi Chun, I truly thank you." The little skeleton looked up at Yi Chun, its tone sincere. However, before it could finish its sentence, Yi Chen interrupted. "Stop right there. Can you refrain from being so melodramatic?" With a glance at the little skeleton, Yi Chun chuckled in exasperation. "Let us first assess the formation of this array." He gestured toward the wings on the little skeleton's back and continued. "All right then." Nodding, the little skeleton's back suddenly emanated a faint multicolored glow. In the next instant, it soared into the sky. The heavens were soon filled with energy waves resembling cannon fire. This is reminiscent of the laser cannons back on Earth." Yi Chun gazed at the sky, a proud smile gracing his face as he spoke to himself. After a considerable amount of time, the little skeleton finally returned to Yi Chen's side. "Damn, I am truly enlightened," he exclaimed. "Yi Chun, you are indeed a genius of formations. To think that several fourth-level array discs and a fifth-level array disc could be combined into an entirely new formation, yielding a groundbreaking array. The overall capability of this formation surpasses that of some sixth-level arrays. Its flight speed rivals that of half-step transformation of deity. Moreover, its defensive and offensive power is comparable to that of half-step nascent soul. Incredible. Utterly incredible. I cannot fathom how you achieve this." The little skeleton's voice was laden with astonishment as it looked at Yi Chun. "Because I am a genius," Yi Chun replied with a broad grin, exuding an air of arrogance. Surprisingly, the little skeleton refrained from retorting this time. In fact, it felt that the term genius scarcely sufficed to describe Yi Chun. Not long ago, Yi Chun had effortlessly dismantled a fourth-level array and, using a few fourth- and fifth-level formations, had easily shattered Ding Qianqiu's sixth-level array. Now, he had once again crafted a powerful new formation. This lad was nothing short of a prodigy. It is worth noting that typically, a formation master would require at least the strength of a nascent soul stage to arrange a fourth-level formation and create the corresponding array disk. To arrange a fifth-level formation and produce the requisite array disk, one would need at least the strength of the transformation of deity stage. Yet this young man before them seemed entirely unfettered by such constraints. A golden core stage cultivator, effortlessly manipulating these formations. How monstrous. However, why does he not diligently cultivate? Why does he not thoroughly study formations? This lad possesses every quality, yet he is somewhat too indolent. So, are we truly going to wander aimlessly? After a long silence, the little skeleton tentatively inquired. Indeed, isn't the essence of experience merely to wander about, occasionally being pursued, and at other times pursuing others? Yi Chen asserted with a nod of conviction. You see right through it. The little skeleton managed to utter this after considerable effort. It had initially intended to counter Yi Chun's statement, but upon reflection, it realized the truth in his words. To put it plainly, experience was merely about combat. Only those who survive to the end could contemplate anything else. Given Yi Chen's ostentatious demeanor, who could he encounter without inciting enmity? Wasn't this, in essence, a form of passive experience? Just as an evil spirit city before. Soon, the two reached a consensus, deciding to postpone further discussions until they traversed the seemingly endless bamboo forest before them. Upon entering the grove, Yi Chun and the little skeleton exchanged a glance. compelled by the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. Outside, the bamboo stood resplendent in vibrant green, yet upon stepping inside, the stalks transformed into a faint sanguine hue. Moreover, a wisp of miasma lingered in the air. "What is this place, little skeleton?" Yichin inquired instinctively. "How would I know?" The little skeleton replied with a dismissive gesture. "I have been trapped in this accursed forest for so long." It continued, "Regardless, I sense that something is amiss here." Yichin nodded in agreement, profoundly acknowledging its words. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Phantom Beast. Casting a glance around, Yichin could not help but furrow his brow. He realized that he and the little skeleton had traversed in circles, only to find themselves back at the starting point. Strangely, there were no fluctuations of any formation surrounding them. This was indeed peculiar. "I understand what is happening now. We are in quite a predicament," the little skeleton suddenly remarked, its tone tinged with bitterness. What do you mean?" Yichin was taken aback by the little skeleton's words. "It is likely that this bamboo grove is not a bamboo grove at all, but an illusion. We are ensnared within the mirage of a phantom beast." With a sigh, the little skeleton spoke wistfully. Upon hearing this, Yichin's expression grew somewhat grim. "An illusion? A mirage? So, does that mean there truly exists a phantom beast around us?" Yichin recalled having perused some related texts during his time in the Taoist sect. Rumor had it that the varieties of phantom beasts in the world were quite limited, and their numbers were exceedingly rare. However, upon their birth, they typically possessed at least the strength of a nascent soul stage. They excelled not in combat, but in conjuring various illusions, deceiving their foes without leaving a trace. Generally speaking, their combat prowess was rather abysmal. Their true forms were often feeble. It was precisely for this reason that their true bodies would usually be concealed within the illusions they created for protection. So, we must locate its true form. Otherwise, we shall be trapped here indefinitely? Yichin inquired, frowning slightly. Indeed, the little skeleton nodded in affirmation. Rubbing his forehead, Yichin began to scrutinize his surroundings with utmost seriousness. He sought to discern any discrepancies in the area. Where might the phantom beast, capable of crafting illusions, be hiding? He had no desire to be ensnared within this realm. Likewise, the little skeleton was also diligently observing the surroundings. Both Yichin and the little skeleton understood that their sole chance lay in locating the true form of the phantom beast. Otherwise, they would merely be doomed to wander aimlessly and face the ensuing onslaught of various illusions from the phantom beast. Unbeknownst to Yichin, at that very moment, a group of individuals had also arrived at the edge of the bamboo grove. Leading the crowd was someone familiar to him, Ding Chinchio. Without a doubt, this group consisted of the thieves from the thief sect who happened to pass through this area. Or perhaps they were the ones who had fled to this vicinity? Wait. After surveying the bamboo grove, the master of the thief sect, an elderly woman, waved her hand and commanded with a furrowed brow, "Stop." At her words, the crowd halted in unison, including Ding Chinchio. "Master, what is it?" Ding Chinchio inquired, gazing at the elderly woman with confusion. The others also turned their eyes upon her, equally perplexed. Wasn't the thief sect in the midst of a retreat? Why had they suddenly stopped? "This bamboo grove seems amiss, but I cannot quite articulate what is wrong," the elderly woman admitted. After a moment of contemplation, the master of the Thieves' Guild, Su, spoke slowly. Upon hearing her words, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What was amiss with this bamboo grove? How could that be? Wasn't it merely an ordinary bamboo forest? Surely it had existed for over 1,000 years. Although they had never ventured into the grove, they were still familiar with its existence. However, due to its remote location, few would intentionally wander into this vast expanse of bamboo. They had come here solely to escape, deliberately fleeing to less populated areas. Within the bamboo forest, the little skeleton couldn't help but start to criticize Yichin. "Yichin, what were you thinking? Why venture into these desolate directions? Look where that has led us." Sitting beside Yichin, the little skeleton felt a surge of frustration. For heaven's sake, how was I to know we would encounter a phantom beast? Besides, I wasn't intentionally running this way. It was agreed we would meander about, so of course, I chose a direction to follow. Wherever we end up, lazily reclining on the ground with his hands behind his head and legs crossed, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. It did seem reasonable. However, it harbored a deep disdain for Yi Chun's unreliable behavior. This fellow was far too carefree. Haven't you lived for over 100,000 years? Surely you possess some means of escape? Casting a sidelong glance at the little skeleton, Yi Chun casually inquired, I may have lived countless years, but alas, I currently possess no energy or power. What can I do? But you, with such calmness, have you discovered something? Or do you simply not wish to leave? Casting a dubious glance at Yi Chun, the little skeleton replied with a hint of frustration, I believe that before long, I will be able to capture that phantom beast. A broad smile broke across Yi Chun's face as he declared, How could that be possible? The little skeleton responded incredulously, Capture a phantom beast? Are you joking? Right now, we don't even know where to find one. Believe it or not, Yi Chun said, pulling out a flask and taking a sip. The little skeleton fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Could it be true? If anyone else had said that, it would have seemed like mere boasting. But with Yi Chun, it was a different matter entirely. There was something uncanny about this fellow. What if he truly knew where the phantom beast was hiding? Given Yi Chun's nature, he should be above such empty bravado. Genius tends to be exceptionally proud. Moreover, this lad was a genius among geniuses. At that moment, Shao-Chi suddenly appeared on Yi Chun's chest without warning. Upon seeing Shao-Chi, the little skeleton seemed to piece together the situation. Hiss! You can't be thinking of having Shao-Chi catch the phantom beast, can you? Yi Chun, I believe you have lost your mind. Siao ipesesis no combat capabilities. You. Standing up, the little skeleton spoke with palpable agitation. Clearly, it did not want Shao-Chi to take such risks. However, before it could finish speaking, Yi Chun interrupted. Why not? Aren't mythical beasts merely weaklings in combat? Given Shao-Chi's capabilities, locating it should pose no challenge. It cannot pose any threat to Shao-Chi at all. At that moment, as he spoke, Yi Chun broke into a grin. Controlling a mythical beast? That sounds rather intriguing. This is undoubtedly a weapon of unseen lethality. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton was momentarily taken aback. With Yi Chun's assertion, it too felt that the feasibility of his plan was exceptionally high. With Shao-Chi's spatial traversal abilities, the mythical beast would indeed be at a loss. Otherwise, why is it said that time holds reverence and space reigns supreme? For Shao-Chi, the illusions of the mythical beast are likely nothing more than mere phantoms, right? Meow. Affectionately nuzzling Yi Chun's face, Shao-Chi's figure swiftly vanished. It was evident that it had set off in search of the mythical beast. Chapter 37. The Black Little Turtle? The Divine Beast Xuanwu? Another exceptional find. Without keeping Yi Chun waiting for long, Shao-Chi returned. It landed atop a small bamboo before Yi Chun, clutching a rather unappealing black turtle the size of a fist in its left front claw. This black turtle, astonishingly, possessed merely 2 shell plates, both pockmarked and riddled with holes. Hey, I was wrong. I concede. Is that acceptable? Let us each go our separate ways, shall we? Yi Chun was utterly astounded to hear the black turtle speak in a somewhat sleazy adult male voice. By heavens, this little creature has become sentient, exclaimed Shao Skeleton as it gazed at the black turtle. You are the little creature. Your entire family is made up of little creatures. I am Xuanwu. Do you comprehend? The black turtle extended its little head, glaring fiercely with its small, bean-sized eyes at Shao Skeleton. Humph! Xuanwu is one of the 4 great divine beasts. Would it stoop to your level of sleaziness? Shao Skeleton retorted disdainfully, surveying the black turtle with a critical eye. You, the black turtle, incensed by Shao Skeleton's words, was at a loss for words. It rolled its eyes and looked pleadingly at Yi Chun, realizing that this seemingly harmless youth was the one in charge. Esteemed sir, I was mistaken. Would you kindly let me go? The turtle inquired tentatively, gazing at Yi Chun. If memory serves, did you not intend to eliminate us not long ago? Yi Chun replied with a wry smile, his expression betraying no amusement. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. It's akin to a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. The black turtle stammered, retracting its head in embarrassment. However, Before the black turtle could finish its explanation, Yi Chen interrupted. You now have two choices. Either become my spirit pet, or I will eliminate you. Casting a calm glance at the black turtle, Yi Chen spoke with an air of detachment. In truth, at that moment, he was in high spirits at the prospect of possessing a phantom beast. This is simply delightful, he thought, reveling in the idea. No, I'm Xuanwu. The black turtle hastily shook its head, ready to refuse. Meow. Yet the next moment, it fell silent, for Shao Qi was baring its teeth, glaring menacingly at it. The black turtle, frightened, retreated into its shell, withdrawing its head and forelimbs. Do not feign death. Make your choice swiftly. Otherwise, I shall turn you into Shao Qi's meal. Yi Chen said with a bemused glance at the black turtle, speaking leisurely. I surrender. Is that acceptable? The black turtle, lacking any semblance of dignity compared to Shao's skeleton, suddenly extended its four limbs and little head. Raising his gaze towards Yi Chen, the black little turtle was filled with a sense of lamentation. Do not slay me. Do not slay me. That cat is terrifying. I do not wish to perish. It then uttered another trembling phrase, still in shock. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen and the little skeleton exchanged glances, both intrigued by what Shao Qi had done to instill such fear in the black turtle. How fascinating! In that instant, a droplet of purple blood unexpectedly emerged from the top of the turtle's head. Momentarily taken aback, Yi Chen pricked the tip of his right index finger, causing a drop of crimson blood to escape. In an instant, the two droplets merged, forming two peculiar ancient tadpole-like patterns that fell into the center of Yi Chen's brow and atop the black turtle's head. It was only now that Yi Chen realized that this black turtle was, in fact, a divine beast in its transformation phase, having resided in this place for over 3 millennia. Master, why have I not forged a contract? Is this not an act of bullying? The little head turned toward Shao Qi, then glanced at the little skeleton as the black turtle indignantly remarked. Shao Qi is my family. As for the little skeleton, it has aided me. Who told you to wish for my demise? From now on, you shall be called Shao He. Accept your fate, Shao He. Casting a sidelong glance at the black turtle, Yi Chen smiled warmly. Goodness, who have I offended? Woe is me. Why must I suffer such misfortune while merely existing here? Transforming into a human's spiritual companion is one thing, but being bestowed with such an unflattering name is truly a disgrace to the Xuanwu clan. One cannot help but note that Shao He, in a fit of tears, began to weep. Without hesitation, Yi Chen cast it into his inner world. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Yet, the next moment, Yi Chen's expression darkened. He understood that Shao He was indeed a rare gem, an even more extraordinary gem than the little skeleton. Upon entering Yi Chen's inner realm, Shao He began to revel in its newfound surroundings. I am rich. I am rich. Various spirit plants from levels 1 to 5, plus 6-level mature plants, 7-level seedlings, 8-level sprouts, and 9-level seeds. Witnessing this, Yi Chen began to feel a twinge of regret. Had he truly agreed to an equal spiritual companion contract with such an exceptional being? Was it not rather embarrassing? Nevertheless, in the next moment, Yi Chen's thoughts found balance. It seemed that Shao Qi was rather protective of its territory. Upon seeing Shao He rummaging through the spirit plants, it swiftly darted into its own inner world and began to chase after Shao He, delivering a flurry of blows. Shao Qi, Sister 7, Aunt 7, I was wrong. No, I was mistaken. I assent little wrong enough. Beyond mere speechlessness, Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words. Yi Chen, I have just remembered. This little black creature, one cannot help but suspect, has an extraordinary origin. Purple blood? And the contract runes you just inscribed? It is entirely plausible that it could be a divine beast akin to the black tortoise, or perhaps possess a trace of its bloodline. Meanwhile, the little skeleton, lost in contemplation, suddenly exclaimed with astonishment. How novel! Even serpents have a hint of draconic lineage. Rolling his eyes, Yi Chen retorted with irritation. A divine beast like the black tortoise? He would never believe such a notion. A majestic divine creature, reduced to such a pitiful state? Such lack of dignity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. It seemed that Yi Chen had a point. In truth, deep down, the little skeleton did not believe that this creature was a divine beast either. The main reason being that this little black creature displayed an utter lack of propriety. Truly exceptional. Would a divine beast behave in such a manner? Chapter 38. Terrifying illusions, slaying foes in silence. Xiaowai, come forth. Quickly dispel this illusion. Yi Chen languidly commanded as he surveyed his surroundings. Right away, master. In an instant, Xiao He appeared on Yi Chen's shoulder. However, its subsequent action nearly prompted Yi Chen to cast it aside. This rascal actually spat. A clump of viscous black liquid, no larger than a thumb, shot forth from its mouth. In that very moment, the boundless bamboo forest vanished without a trace. Sensing Yi Chen's displeasure, Xiao He retreated back into Yi Chen's inner world. Yi Chen's expression was one of utter exasperation. Meanwhile, the little skeleton beside him was already doubled over with laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Xiao He is a true gem. However, the little skeleton's mirth soon came to an abrupt halt. Not far from Yi Chen, a large group of individuals stood before him. At the forefront was the old crone from the thief's sect, flanked by Ding Qianxiu. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the bamboo grove, the members of the thief's sect were momentarily taken aback. The unfortunate consequence was that someone suffered greatly. The black liquid ejected by Xiao He landed squarely on Ding Qianxiu's face. Ha! The little skeleton rolled on the ground with laughter. Is it you? With a sinister glare at Yi Chen, Ding Qianxiu wiped the disgusting substance from his face and spoke with a murderous intent. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra hostility. Upon seeing Yi Chen again, Ding Qianxiu wished nothing more than to tear him to shreds. If it weren't for this meddlesome brat, would the thief's sect have had to flee? Would he have to live in constant dread? Contemplating these thoughts, Ding Qianxiu's murderous intent intensified. Ding Qianxiu, is this the one who thwarted our plans? The old crone inquired, casting a glance at Ding Qianxiu, her expression darkening ominously. Indeed, sect master. Ding Qianxiu nodded affirmatively. It is I. Do you have a problem with that? Yi Chen replied coolly, meeting Ding Qianxiu's gaze. Curiously, he then regarded the members of the thief's sect. What is this? Are you all planning to flee? Continuing in a teasing manner, Yi Chen added, what a pity. A mocking smile adorned his face. Kill him. Taking a deep breath, the old crone commanded coldly. You should consider yourself fortunate, young man. This is the first time I, Zhang Lulan, have contemplated killing someone. With that, the old crone stepped back, indicating her intent. That is precisely my intention. Ding Qianxiu prepared to act. The others quietly formed an encirclement, surrounding Yi Chen and the little skeleton in layers. Throughout this encounter, Yi Chen had not moved an inch, exhibiting no inclination to flee. The little skeleton stood alertly behind him. Previously, faced with such a large group, Yi Chen would have chosen to escape. Ding Qianxiu, however, was merely at the early stage of the second tier of the transformation realm. Yi Chen, brimming with confidence, believed he could engage in a direct confrontation, with the worst outcome being mutual destruction. However, Zhang Lulan, possessing the formidable strength of the fourth tier of the transformation stage, was not a foe to be trifled with. He was not so reckless as to face her head-on, but now, the situation had transformed. After all, he had unexpectedly acquired a rather intriguing spirit companion. Little Black, Master, I'm here. Without needing any instruction from Yi Chen, a mirage enveloped everyone in an instant. It was a battlefield, a realm drenched in boundless slaughter. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen and the little skeleton vanished from their original positions. When they reappeared, they had already traversed several miles away. Truly, as a phantom beast, it was indeed powerful. Beside Yi Chen, the little skeleton gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. The members of the thief sect appeared as if bewitched, frantically engaging one another in a savage frenzy. Even Ding Qianxiu and Zhang Lulan were embroiled in a fierce battle. Of course, my illusionary arts are no jest. Little Black chuckled triumphantly upon Yi Chen's shoulder. Only you two monsters remain unaffected. It then cast a lingering glance towards Yi Chun and the little skeleton. It's only natural for me to be fine. I lack a soul. How could illusions affect me? The little skeleton disdainfully remarked, glancing at Little Black. Yi Chun merely smiled in silence, fully aware of his own resilience. His soul was likely 100-fold stronger than that of an ordinary person, after all. Not surprising. Upon hearing the little skeleton's words, Little Black suddenly understood. As for why Yi Chun remained unaffected, Little Black was well aware. The moment they forged their contract, it sensed the overwhelming strength of Yi Chun's soul, which was astonishingly formidable. It even began to suspect he was not merely human, but rather a divine soul beast in human form. How could a human soul be so powerful? And how could Master S. Golden Core be so vast? One must admit, Little Black's illusionary prowess was indeed terrifying. Within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, apart from the sect leaders, the other members of the thief sect lay lifeless in pools of blood, reduced to mere corpses. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chun's pupils involuntarily contracted. Truly, a phantom beast can kill without a trace. He felt a profound shock within. Little Black, what is the highest level of power your illusions can achieve now? Yi Chun inquired, stroking his chin. Invincible beneath the Great Ascension stage. As for encountering someone at the Great Ascension stage, I can only flee, Little Black replied, a hint of dejection in its tone. Sometimes, I truly envy you humans. You become so powerful in such a short span of cultivation. Upon hearing Little Black's words, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with realization. Invincible beneath the Great Ascension stage? So, I have inexplicably acquired a superlative ally? Reflecting on the situation, he felt an immense joy within. As for the final remark from the little black creature, it was entirely disregarded by Yi Chun. Envying humanity? It is worth noting that humanity itself envies countless other races. From a certain perspective, humans are in fact among the weakest in terms of combat prowess across various races. In the brief span of time, the once mighty Ding Qianxiu had been effortlessly slain by Zhang Lulan with a single stroke of her sword. Observing the scene nearby, where blood flowed like a river, Yi Chun could not help but shake his head in silence. Why provoke me? He murmured to himself, maintaining an expression of calm. Now, only Zhang Lulan remained, as the illusion had dissipated. Staring at the surrounding scene, Zhang Lulan was left in a state of astonishment. What was happening? Wait, could it be? Was everything just an illusion? Considering this possibility, she cast a perplexed glance at Yi Chun and then at the little skeleton, while the creature perched on Yi Chun's shoulder was completely overlooked by her. Chapter 39. Spoils of War. The Wealth of Second-Rate Sect. What significance could there be in an unsightly little turtle, devoid of any aura of cultivation? This was Zhang Lulan's prevailing thought. Boy, you are as good as dead. Zhang Lulan glared fiercely at Yi Chun, a sinister killing intent etched across her face. At that moment, she was teetering on the brink of madness. In less than half an hour, she found herself the sole survivor of the thief sect. The most unbearable truth was that the thief sect had perished at the hands of its own members. They had succumbed to fratricide. The earlier remark by Ding Qianxiu echoed in her mind, yet alas, he had already descended into the abyss. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Yi Chun remarked, "You." Zhang Lulan was incensed by his words. However, she dared not act rashly at that moment. The preceding events had been far too bizarre. A mythical beast. She had encountered the legendary creature. Instinctively, Zhang Lulan cast another glance at the little skeleton. The little skeleton, noticing the expression on Zhang Lulan's face, was amused. So, she believes herself to be a mythical beast? Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained unperturbed. Little Black, eliminate her. He lifted a flask and took a swig of wine, casually issuing the command. Of course, master. Without a hint of hesitation, Little Black struck again. This time, it was even more dramatic. Zhang Lulan had no chance to react before blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Her eyes widened in horror, as if she had witnessed something monstrous. Excellent job, Little Black. Well done. I have high hopes for you, the little skeleton exclaimed, looking up at Little Black perched on Yi Chun's shoulder. It then busily set about gathering the spoils. Seeing the enthusiasm of the little skeleton, Yichun was momentarily taken aback. A contemplative expression flickered in his eyes. What is going on with the little skeleton? In truth, the little skeleton's fervor was not without reason. The emergence of Little Black had instilled in it a sense of urgency. Little Seven? Yichun regarded it as family. Little Black? It could assist Yichun significantly. But what about itself? It seemed to serve little purpose beyond banter. Being by Yichun's side was quite agreeable, and it did not wish to be rendered obsolete, ultimately forcing it to part ways with him. That was not the outcome it desired. Hence, the little skeleton felt compelled to prove its worth. Before long, the little skeleton returned, clutching a multitude of spatial rings. Since it had nothing else to do, it might as well tally the loot. With a hint of a smile, Yichun remarked, "Let us sort through the spoils." That is precisely what I intended. I completely agree. In perfect harmony, the little skeleton and Little Black echoed in unison. Thus, the trio, a boy, a skeleton, and a turtle, began to assess their newfound wealth. It must be said, the thief sect was indeed quite affluent. The mere low-grade spirit stones contributed a staggering sum of billions. The medium-grade stones numbered in the hundreds of thousands, while the high-grade stones surpassed 100,000. Even the supreme-grade spirit stones totaled over 10,000. In addition, there was an abundance of various medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and materials ranging from the first to the sixth grade, piled high like a mountain. By heavens, I have struck it rich. Truly, I have found fortune. Goodness, I haven't encountered such immense wealth in many years. Indeed, it is no surprise that a second-rate sect possesses such treasures. I shall no longer worry about spirit stones for a long while. Gazing upon the mountain of assorted goods before him, both the individual, the skeleton, and the turtle wore wide grins of delight. Ultimately, due to the overwhelming quantity of items, Yichun preferred not to carry too many spatial rings. He cast all these treasures into his inner world. The little skeleton selected a few necessary items and began to chuckle contentedly. As for the little black creature, it had already dashed into Yichun's inner world, declaring its intent to see if it could find something to eat for its evolution. Yichun, why don't you keep some medicinal pills for yourself? Why does watch Xiao-Qi and Xiao-Hei rummage through those pills? The little skeleton asked, somewhat perplexed, glancing up at Yichun. Yichun had no interest in the various materials, which the little skeleton could comprehend, as they were indeed of little immediate use. It was entirely reasonable for Yichun to dismiss first to third-grade pills, especially now that he was in the golden core stage, where pills below fourth grade held little value. However, what about the pills above the fourth grade? Surely, there must be quite a few among the spoils of the thieving sect. Why did this fellow not keep even a single one? Even if he emerged from the Tao sect with a substantial number of pills, who would ever complain about having too many? But Yichun, did he truly regard those as medicinal pills? I fear they might upset my stomach. With that, Yichun wore a look of disdain. His contempt was not without cause. Among the pills from the thieving sect, some first-grade pills were of a perfect quality. Yet, as one ascended the grades, the quality deteriorated drastically. By the time one reached fifth-grade pills, they were practically worthless, often being of mediocre quality. Sixth-grade pills were barely formed, exhibiting poor quality at best. To Yichun's eyes, these were merely heaps of refuse, a waste of materials. Observing Yichun's expression and hearing his words, the little skeleton was flabbergasted. What on earth did this fellow mean? Is this a case of the well-fed not understanding the hunger of the starving? With those pills, do you not believe they could incite a storm of bloodshed in the outside world? Looking up at Yichun, the little skeleton remarked irritably, "Wait, you wouldn't tell me that you can also refine pills, would you?" Suddenly considering a possibility, the little skeleton inquired with uncertainty. "Of course. What of it? Is alchemy so difficult?" Yichun replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing Yichun's words, the flames in the depths of the little skeleton's eye sockets ceased their flickering. Simultaneously, it felt a wave of suffocation. Was this fellow even human? He seemingly required no cultivation. His prowess appeared undiminished. A genius in formations? Had he comprehended 3 realms of understanding? Now, to think he would claim to be capable of alchemy? Moreover, it appears that his proficiency in this craft is quite commendable. Suddenly, the little skeleton began to comprehend why Yi Chun is regarded as the foremost prodigy of the Tao sect. If he is not a prodigy, then who is? He also started to grasp why the Tao sect refrained from bestowing any resources upon Yi Chun during his trials. With such talent, providing him with excessive support would indeed be futile, considering his disposition. This lad is exceedingly languid. If those so-called geniuses and prodigies were to compare themselves to him, they would likely be mortified. After much contemplation, the little skeleton managed to articulate this thought. Let alone others, even he himself felt somewhat disheartened. Alas, Yi Chun is truly extraordinary. If only this fellow were diligent, but instead he spends his days in utter idleness. Could this truly be what is meant by the heavens providing sustenance? Chapter 40. A treasure map from over 100,000 years ago. Comparing oneself to others all day long is utterly exhausting. One should only compare oneself to oneself. Shaking his head, Yi Chun spoke with a look of exasperation. At this moment, an image of a petite and exquisite figure, adorned with an unparalleled beauty, involuntarily flashed through his mind. Yang Chu-Chu. It seemed that this little beauty was perpetually eager to engage him in a contest, to prove she was the foremost prodigy of the Tao sect. I wonder where that little girl is now. Before long, Yi Chun's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Indeed, in the journey of cultivation, one must compare oneself solely to oneself. Only through relentless progress can one achieve transcendence and soar aloft. The world is not lacking in individuals of great perseverance who, despite their mediocre talents, ultimately rise to become extraordinary figures. Nodding in agreement, the little skeleton expressed a profound sentiment. With your leisurely demeanor, indulging in a life of pleasure. The question of whether you can attain immortality is truly debatable. Changing the subject, the little skeleton gazed at Yi Chun with a meaningful look. I am not pursuing immortality. The world of cultivation is vast. I merely wish to explore it. Is it not delightful to admire the breathtaking landscapes of the cultivation realm, to savor its exquisite delicacies, and to indulge in its fine wines? Yi Chun's words nearly incited the little skeleton to fury. Infuriated, the little skeleton retorted, "A decayed tree cannot be carved. You truly vex me." Observing the little skeleton's reaction and hearing its words, Yi Chun burst into laughter. "Oh, little skeleton, why the urgency? I am merely at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage. There remains a considerable distance before I can achieve transcendence." Taking a sip of wine, Yi Chun chuckled. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. At just 18, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core stage, this lad is undoubtedly a remarkable prodigy in the entire cultivation realm. Remarkably, he is also a genius array master and an alchemist. Casting a deep glance at Yi Chun, the little skeleton was left utterly speechless. Yi Chun, how much gravitational force is acting upon that giant sword on your back? Unable to contain his curiosity, the little skeleton inquired, glancing at the massive sword. 20 times. At this rate, it should not be a problem to increase it by another fold each day. While igniting the surrounding corpses with alchemical fire, Yi Chun casually replied. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton nearly shattered its own jawbone. Is this lad's adaptability and attitude not a tad excessive? A fold of gravity each day? A prodigy? Casting one last look at Yi Chun, the little skeleton muttered under its breath. Fortunately, during my own training, I did not encounter this lad. Otherwise, my resolve would surely have crumbled. The little skeleton silently lamented. Hearing the little skeleton's words, Yi Chun remained largely unfazed. A prodigy? He had grown weary of that term during his time in the Tao sect. Let us depart. With that, Yi Chun chose to soar into the sky. Wait for me. With a shout, the little skeleton soared into the sky, quickly adjusting its altitude to match that of Yi Chun. Yi Chun, how have you managed to fly? It inquired, puzzled. Isn't it true that during the golden core stage, one can only fly using a sword or some flying artifacts? Suddenly, a thought struck the little skeleton, leading it to ask, but flying like this? Isn't it something that requires at least the nascent soul stage? Because I am a genius. Yi-Chen responded with a bemused smile, momentarily leaving the little skeleton speechless. It found itself unable to counter Yi-Chen's assertion. A genius? The little skeleton silently vowed to remain composed whenever it witnessed something extraordinary from Yi-Chen in the future. This fellow cannot be judged by ordinary standards. After a brief silence, the little skeleton shifted the topic, asking, "Where shall we head next?" "To this location." Yi-Chen repeated, raising the animal skin treasure map he had discovered in Zhang Luolan's spatial ring. The destination marked on the map was conveniently close to where Yi-Chen currently stood. Merely a journey of over 2,000 miles. At full speed, it would not take long to reach. After all, what else was there to do? The ultimate destination of the treasure map led to a desolate desert region, bordering the northern frontier. Very well. After a moment of hesitation, the little skeleton nodded. It had also perused this treasure map, and had previously expressed some reservations. This map might be somewhat unreliable, it had stated, or at least we should not harbor overly high expectations. The map is simply too ancient. As the little skeleton put it, the treasure map had existed for no less than 100,000 years. Given the passage of time, whether the destination still existed was a question in itself. Had the treasure perhaps been claimed long ago? Otherwise, why would Zhang Luolan have preserved the map until now? Surely, she had not found the destination either. However, like Yi-Chen, she figured that since they had time to spare, why not take a chance and investigate? Just as Yi-Chen and the little skeleton took to the skies, a group of individuals arrived at their previous location. They halted their advance and extinguished the alchemical flames that had been consuming the corpses around them. "My lord, these are members of the thieving sect. They have been exterminated," reported a burly man clad in silver armor, standing before a slender middle-aged man in a golden brocade robe. "Zhang Luolan and Ding Qianxiu are among the fallen." "I see. Truly a bunch of useless fools," the middle-aged man scolded, frowning as he nodded. "And what will we do next?" the burly man cautiously inquired, glancing at the middle-aged man. "Proceed towards the evil spirit forest. Moreover, let us investigate the reasons behind the massacre of the Thieves' Guild and discern who orchestrated such a deed. Additionally, the individual who thwarted our plans must not be allowed to escape justice. As for the city of evil spirits, there are individuals from the imperial capital observing the situation. We should refrain from acting rashly." After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man calmly instructed. "Understood." As he soared through the sky, conversing idly with the little skeleton, Yi-Chen simultaneously scrutinized the miniature world within himself. To his dismay, upon closer inspection, he found his temper completely dissipated. Indeed, Little Seven was busily concocting various elixirs and materials. Furthermore, weapons and such had all been transformed into its sustenance. Little Black, on the other hand, was ingratiatingly trailing behind Little Seven, indulging in the scraps that Little Seven deemed unworthy. Remarkably, Little Black was also quite unpicky. Chapter 41. The Ancient Ruins Surging with Malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Yi-Chen's gaze instantly transformed into one of profound peculiarity. He could comprehend that Shao Qi had an affinity for various substances, given its enigmatic origins. However, Shao He, this creature is merely a phantom beast. Can a phantom beast possess such an extraordinary appetite? What transpired? Glancing sideways at Yi-Chen, the little skeleton inquired curiously. "Nothing," Yi-Chen replied, shaking his head. After a brief moment of contemplation, the little skeleton nodded in understanding. In truth, during these days, the little skeleton had been exceedingly curious about one particular question. Where had Shao Qi vanished to? And what the current Shao He? It was unaware of Yi-Chen's possession of a miniature world within himself. The little skeleton merely assumed that Yi-Chen wielded something akin to a life ring. After traversing for a considerable time, the sun began its descent, and both Yi-Chen and the little skeleton found themselves compelled to alight upon the ground. For not far ahead lay a mountain range, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, extending for dozens of miles. More importantly, a multitude of individuals had congregated, obstructing the entrance. In fact, the very path leading to the treasure map had been barred by others. Surrounding them was a throng of no less than 10,000 people. The individuals guarding the entrance comprised a battalion of soldiers clad in uniform armor, numbering in the thousands, all at the golden course stage. Unconsciously, Yi Chun and the little skeleton exchanged glances, both filled with intrigue. What was the situation? Why were golden course soldiers blocking this mountain range? The appearance of Yi Chun and the little skeleton captured the attention of numerous onlookers. Yet that was the extent of it. Clearly, the crowd was far more captivated by the mountain range before them, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Those who were impeded voiced their discontent vocally. Are the people of the Junlin Empire not being a tad too tyrannical? Is this truly your territory? By what right do you impose a blockade? Indeed, do you not fear inciting public outrage? Treasures and sacred lands have always belonged to the fated. Are you not disrupting the established order? This ancient ruin was not discovered by you first. Can the prince of the Junlin Empire act in such a manner? Shall we not band together? Do you not believe that we, numbering in the tens of thousands, cannot contend with them? Precisely. As they listened, Yi Chun and the little skeleton began to piece together the scenario. It appeared that this ancient ruin had recently been unearthed, only for a prince of the Junlin Empire to learn of it and promptly secure the site, even going so far as to clear the area. The Junlin Empire? Was this not the empire behind the city of evil spirits? Casting a sweeping glance over the throng of over 10,000, Yi Chun could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Among this multitude were several hundred at the golden core stage, dozens at the nascent soul stage, and even a master at the transformation stage. The remainder consisted primarily of those below the golden core stage, predominantly at the foundation establishment stage. With such a multitude, one would think they would not cower before a mere 1,000 golden core soldiers. How utterly ineffectual. However, it did not take long for Yi Chun to comprehend the situation. He understood what these individuals were truly concerned about. It turned out that the prince of the Junlin Empire had entered the mountains accompanied by 2 experts at the transformation stage. In other words, the mere presence of 2 transformation stage practitioners from the Junlin Empire had instilled fear in everyone. TSK. What an impressive group. So many were intimidated by just 2 transformation stage beings. This was indeed an eye-opener for Yi Chun. Beside him, the little skeleton could not help but voice its disdain. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned towards the little skeleton and Yi Chun. Their gazes clearly indicated that the little skeleton's words had struck a nerve. If you are so formidable, why do you not venture inside? To put it bluntly, are you not merely afraid of the Junlin Empire behind them? Exactly. Such eloquence. Why not eliminate this insufferable critic to maintain morale? I concur. Let's slay them. The sentiment swiftly spread, and numerous voices began to jeer at Yi Chun and the little skeleton. Some even harbored murderous intent towards them. Yi Chun, however, found it amusing. So, is this bullying the weak? Do they perceive themselves and the little skeleton as easy targets? Yet, the expression of the little skeleton had turned icy. You truly seek your own demise. It remarked coldly, glancing at the several middle-aged golden core practitioners charging at them. In the next moment, an energy wave emanated from the wings of the little skeleton. With a swift motion of its bony claw, an enormous light red energy blade, spanning over 10 feet in width, surged forth. The 6 golden core practitioners hurtling towards them had no chance to react before being cleaved in 2. Their golden cores were obliterated. Witnessing this, Yi Chun remained largely unfazed. The little skeleton's current peak combat prowess was half a step into the nascent soul stage, and its flying speed rivaled that of a half-step transformation stage. This was, after all, its own creation. What was there to be astonished about? The others, however, cast uncertain glances at Yi Chun. A brief and strange silence enveloped the scene. Many faces reflected confusion and disbelief. A mere little skeleton was so powerful, and what a young man beside it. The crowd began to speculate about the origins of Yi Chun and the little skeleton, coupled with the little skeleton's earlier remarks. It was likely that their backgrounds were far from ordinary. A skeleton, could they be affiliated with the puppet sect, one of the 7 sacred lands of the eastern region? Consequently, those who had previously mocked fell silent. Some even chose to retreat, blending into the crowd, perhaps fearing that the little skeleton might seek retribution. Yi Chun, do you see now? For some, Only through slaughter can they be silenced and instilled with reverence. The little skeleton said proudly, gazing up at Yi Chun. After all, there were dozens of individuals at the nascent soul stage and one at the transformation stage present. Are you not concerned about the 6 individuals you just eliminated and their potential connections? With a half smile, Yi Chun slowly remarked, casting a glance at the little skeleton. Ahem. Well, what about you? Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton replied somewhat sheepishly. Yuaning stage? It's only capable of fleeing, let alone the transformation stage. In truth, the little skeleton's audacity to act so decisively stemmed from Yi Chun's presence. As long as this individual was willing, everyone present would surely meet their demise. For the prowess of the little black was no jest. What is there to worry about? Let us go. Yi Chun sighed resignedly at the little skeleton and uttered. He then proceeded directly toward the entrance blocked by the soldiers. Having come this far, how could one not join in the excitement? This encapsulated Yi Chun's thoughts at this moment. Chapter 42. Stand aside or perish. Witnessing the actions of Yi Chun and the little skeleton, the onlookers were rendered speechless. Could it be that they harbored no fear of the Junlin Empire? It is essential to note that the Junlin Empire itself is one of the 7 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain. Did this young man and his skeletal companion truly not concern themselves with offending such a formidable entity? Or were they perhaps puppets of one of the 7 sacred lands? Halt! In an instant, the soldiers barred Yi Chun and the little skeleton's path, preventing their entrance into the mountains. What? Is this mountain range your Junlin Empire's territory? As far as I am aware, your dominion extends solely to your city and its surrounding lands, Yi Chun remarked, surveying the soldiers before him with a composed demeanor. You are courting death, boy. The leader, a young man with a square face clad in silver armor, declared coldly. Upon hearing his words, the other soldiers raised their weapons in unison. It was evident that this young man was their commander. Stand aside or perish. As the words left the commander's lips, Yi Chun's expression hardened, and an icy silence enveloped the surroundings. A threat? A counter-threat? Many were now even more intrigued by Yi Chun's origins. Especially among the scattered cultivators and minor factions present, there was a palpable sense of vindication. No matter how domineering the Junlin Empire might be, there were still those unwilling to bow to them. Who are you? From which sacred land do you hail? The young man in silver armor inquired, narrowing his eyes. He could hardly believe that someone would possess the audacity to provoke the Junlin Empire. It was likely that only the other 6 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain could produce such a bold individual. Could it be that this young man was a genius from one of the sacred lands? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Get lost. With that, Yi Chun unleashed an astonishing aura, dismissing any desire for further conversation. In an instant, thousands of soldiers were swept off their feet by the force of his energy. Sent flying, including the young commander in silver armor. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment, many whispering amongst themselves. Wow, this young man's strength is truly terrifying. Just his aura alone has toppled thousands of golden core experts. Indeed, how did he accomplish that? The commander appears to be at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the golden core stage. This is utterly frightening. This young man cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. Could he be a prodigy from one of the sacred lands? The possibilities seemed endless. This could lead to an exciting spectacle. How delightful it would be if a conflict erupted among the sacred lands. The Yuaning experts present regarded Yi Chun with a mix of disbelief and apprehension. The aura he had just unleashed had instilled a sense of dread within them. Could it be? Was this young man also at the Yuaning stage? How could that be? Such youthful Yuaning cultivators were unheard of. Or could it be that he was an ancient being adept at maintaining a youthful appearance? Even the formidable being at the transformation stage was taken aback as he gazed at Yi Chun. Just moments ago, he had sensed a subtle yet palpable threat emanating from Yi Chun's explosive aura. Casting a fleeting glance at the soldiers surrounding him, Yi Chun, accompanied by the little skeleton, strode confidently into the mountains. Commander, is this truly the end? One soldier questioned the youth clad in silver armor, his voice tinged with indignation. The other soldiers turned their gazes toward him in unison. Oomph. The seventh prince and the two esteemed guardians will not let them go unpunished. The silver-armored youth retorted darkly. Soon, the soldiers stood firm, resolutely preventing others from entering the mountains. What? Do you wish to oppose the empire? The silver-armored youth bellowed, his expression grim as he surveyed the restless crowd. Instantly, over 10,000 individuals ceased their commotion. To stand against the imperial dynasty? They lacked the courage for such a confrontation. If it were otherwise, how could those at the nascent soul stage, along with that being at the transformation stage, be content to remain outside, thwarted by a throng of golden core soldiers? Witnessing this, the silver-armored youth wore a scornful expression. However, as he thought of Yi Chun, his countenance darkened further. That brat is doomed. How dare he provoke our empire? He silently cursed, although reluctant to admit it. He could not deny that Yi Chen's recently unleashed aura had plunged him into an icy abyss, instilling a sensation of imminent death. It was fear that had stayed his hand from further obstructing Yi Chun. He dared not utter another word. Yi Chun, why didn't you eliminate those people earlier? The little skeleton inquired casually as they walked. I'm not a ruthless killer. Besides, they were wise enough to back down. Should they utter even a word more or attempt to hinder us again, I would not hesitate to send them to the netherworld. Yi Chun replied with a smile, his tone nonchalant. You truly are kind. The little skeleton managed to exclaim after much effort. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun and the little skeleton had traversed over 10 miles into the mountains. However, they soon came to a halt. Before them lay a series of blood-red palaces, their ominous aura radiating into the sky. These palatial structures appeared remarkably well-preserved, showing little sign of damage. Intriguingly, the towering trees and surrounding flora were withered, as if they had been drained of life. Moreover, numerous ferocious beasts and human corpses littered the vicinity of the palaces, creating an indescribably eerie atmosphere. Additionally, an immensely large formation enveloped the area around the palaces. A colossal, translucent, blood-red energy shield cloaked the entire cluster. As they gazed up at the majestic expanse of blood-red palaces stretching over 10 miles, Yi Chun and the little skeleton exchanged a knowing glance. This ruin holds intrigue, such an intense aura of slaughter. It must surely be the domain of some ancient malevolent being, perhaps. I believe that should we venture within, we may encounter unforeseen treasures. After a moment of scrutiny, the little skeleton exclaimed with fervor, I feel the same way. Gently nodding in agreement, Yi Chun responded. He sensed that the immense black sword resting on his back was stirring with anticipation. It seemed that the overwhelming malevolence and the boundless aura of slaughter in the air resonated with it. Soon, Yi Chun and the little skeleton turned their attention to a trio of figures not far from the palace complex. One was a stern young man clad in golden armor, embodying the early stages of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. The other two were an elderly Taoist priest with a youthful visage and a white-haired old woman. Both possessed peak abilities at the late stage of the 2nd level of the transformation realm. As Yi Chun gazed at them, the three figures also turned their attention towards him. Chapter 43. In the realm of scatter immortals, one must be wary of the 9th level array. Is it you? The cold, austere youth gazed at Yi Chun, his expression revealing surprise. Yi Chun, the disciple of the Taoist sect's Grand Master, Xuanzi? It is said that you are the foremost prodigy of the Taoist sect? Continuing, the icy youth introduced himself. I am Xianyuan Batian, the 7th prince of the Junlin Empire. He then reiterated his introduction. Indeed, it is I, Yi Chun replied with a slight nod, offering no denial. However, he refrained from further conversation. His sentiments towards the 7th prince, Xianyuan Batian, were decidedly negative. One could glean much about his character from the arrogance displayed by his subordinates. As for why Xianyuan Batian recognized him, Yi Chun was not the least bit surprised. His identity had likely ceased to be a secret among the other top-tier powers long ago. Upon hearing Xianyuan Batian's words, the two attendants beside him slightly narrowed their eyes. The disciple of the Taoist sect's Grand Master, Xuanzi? It follows that this young man possesses a status that cannot be dismissed lightly. In certain respects, his standing may even surpass that of the Taoist sect's leader, Jun Wuxia. No wonder the 7th prince treats him with such courtesy. Were it anyone else, The seventh prince would have struck with lethal intent. Outside, the area was sealed off by the seventh prince's subordinates. Yet, this young man and his small skeleton had somehow managed to intrude. "Brother Yi, do you harbor some misapprehension towards me?" Xianyuan Batian inquired, forcing a smile as he feigned confusion. To an uninformed observer, he appeared genuinely perplexed. Misapprehension? Yi Chan chuckled, finding amusement in the situation. He categorized Xianyuan Batian as a mere smiling tiger. "Xianyuan Batian, is it? I have no interest in engaging in idle chatter with you. If you intend to strike, then do so swiftly. If not, let the opportunities within this ancient relic be determined by our own merits," Yi Chen remarked, casting a casual glance at Xianyuan Batian. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the smile vanished from Xianyuan Batian's face, replaced by a brooding expression. Truth be told, he was torn about whether to take action against Yi Chen, the foremost prodigy of the Taoist sect. Should he manage to eliminate this individual, it would undoubtedly elevate his own standing within the Junlin Empire. However, he lacked sufficient confidence. Especially after Yi Chen's words, his uncertainty deepened. If all the rumors were indeed true, could someone of Yi Chen's stature lack a means of self-preservation? Failing to eliminate him could lead to endless repercussions. In a worst-case scenario, it was even conceivable that his father might abandon him. The competition among the 7 supreme sacred places of the eastern region was notoriously fierce, rife with entangled interests. Between them, despite the desire to eliminate each other and the clandestine schemes they engaged in, a facade of cordiality had to be upheld. To vanquish an opponent without leaving a trace was indeed a remarkable feat, however, if one failed to eliminate the adversary and allowed them to escape. That would be an entirely different matter, relying solely on one's own abilities. With a cold snort, Xianyuan Batian showed no intention of continuing the pretense. He then proceeded towards the array that enveloped the palace complex, accompanied by his 2 attendants. "Yi Chen, why don't you eliminate him? As far as I know, the Tao sect and the Junlin Empire have never had a harmonious relationship. Wouldn't it be beneficial for your Tao sect to remove a potential threat?" The little skeleton inquired, glancing at Yi Chen with confusion. "Do you think I don't want to? The main issue is that this fellow is extraordinarily afraid of death. Not only does he possess a death substitute puppet, but he also has a miniature spatial teleportation array scroll." Yi Chen replied lazily, shaking his head gently. "I see now." The little skeleton exclaimed, realization dawning. "A death substitute puppet? That effectively grants him an additional life. And the miniature spatial teleportation array scroll? If he shatters the scroll to activate the array and escape, who could possibly pursue him? This, in essence, equates to yet another life. The difficulty of killing Xianyuan Batian is indeed quite formidable. At least, it is so for Yi Chen at present. Given this, why engage in such a thankless task? Wait, how did Yi Chen discover this? The array scroll could be explained, but how did he uncover the death substitute puppet? The little skeleton gazed at Yi Chen, incredulity lacing its tone. "That is not it. I also specialize in weapon forging. Mainly, the craftsmanship of the opponent's death substitute puppet was rather subpar, which led me to notice it." Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the little skeleton fell into a state of utter despondency. An array master? It had witnessed Yi Chen's prowess in formations, which was nothing short of astounding. An alchemist? A weaponsmith? While these 2 identities remained to be validated, based on the little skeleton's understanding of him, they were likely true. Given Yi Chen's pride, he had never been one to indulge in falsehoods. Just as Yi Chen and the little skeleton were about to exchange further words, they were drawn by a commotion nearby. Xianyuan Batian and his 2 attendants were attempting to force their way into an ancient relic. Consequently, the 2 attendants met a tragic fate, while Xianyuan Batian, having fled swiftly, suffered no significant harm. Wow, they barely collided with the array's energy shield before they were grievously injured, spitting blood and being hurled backward. After struggling for some time, they couldn't manage to rise. "This array is quite formidable." The little skeleton could not help but exclaim. "Indeed, it is powerful. This array is a 9th-level formation. A moment's inattention could lead to a scattered immortal meeting their doom on the spot." With a grin revealing his teeth, Yi Chen wore an expression of malicious delight. It seemed that the master of this palace complex was no ordinary individual. "We are destined for fortune." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the little skeleton was overwhelmed with excitement. Even the purple flames flickering deep within its eye sockets danced wildly. Amused, Yi Chen cast a glance at the little skeleton but chose to remain silent. Instead, turning his gaze towards the not-so-distant Xian Yuan Ba Tian, he suspected that this fellow would soon face a tragic fate. Truly, a spectacle to behold. However, looking up at the enormous formation before him, the palace complex loomed ominously, and Xian Yuan Ba Tian's countenance darkened to an alarming degree. What compounded his fury was the realization that the closer he approached this formation, the more his power was suppressed. He even found himself unable to utilize his divine sense. Why was this happening? As for the dire state of the two offerings beside him, he had neither the time nor the inclination to concern himself with their plight. His mind was solely fixated on seizing the opportunities that lay within the palace complex. It was imperative. Chapter 44. The Devious Yi Chen. A trap that claims lives without compensation. After a moment's contemplation, Xian Yuan Batian retrieved a small tower resembling colorful glass from his spatial ring. Instantly, a radiant spectrum enveloped his form, propelling him towards the entrance of the palace complex. Observing the spectacle, Yi Chen's face manifested surprise. A fifth-level, array-breaking treasure? How intriguing! He mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with both amusement and derision. He harbored no illusions that a mere fifth-level artifact could dismantle a ninth-level formation. It was an impossibility. Attempting to force a breach? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. This was precisely why Yi Chen foresaw a tragic fate for Xian Yuan Batian. This fellow was in for misfortune. Beside Yi Chen, the small skeleton glanced at Xian Yuan Batian, chuckling in gleeful anticipation. Sure enough, in the next instant, Xian Yuan Batian's plight unfolded in full. Upon merely grazing the energy shield of the formation, a crimson beam erupted from the ninth-level array, slicing toward him like a blade. Alas! Without a moment to react, Xian Yuan Batian spewed blood and was sent reeling backward. The small tower artifact in his grasp shattered into mere dust. Furthermore, Yi Chen noted that the substitute puppet on Xian Yuan Batian had also crumbled to pieces. Unsteadily regaining his footing, Xian Yuan Batian cast a bewildered glance at the blood-red energy barrier enveloping the palace cluster. Why was this happening? What kind of formation was this? Infuriating, he muttered, his expression contorting into a grimace. The outcome was indeed difficult for him to accept. This ancient relic instilled in him a sense of helplessness. He had exhausted all conceivable strategies and utilized his finest artifact. His two attendants were also gravely injured. Now, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Casting a glance back at Yi Chen, Xian Yuan Batian's countenance darkened further. Witnessing Yi Chen's gleeful smirk, he nearly succumbed to a fit of rage. Simultaneously, his heart brimmed with trepidation. This fellow, could it be that he was contemplating an attack? "Brother Yi, do you know something?" Xian Yuan Batian inquired, mustering a strained smile as he approached Yi Chen. "Why should I divulge anything to you?" Yi Chen retorted with a tone laced with exasperation, his gaze piercing into Xian Yuan Batian. "You." Xian Yuan Batian seethed at Yi Chen's response, his frustration palpable. Nonetheless, he refrained from articulating further. Casting a cold glance at Yi Chen, he pivoted away, fixating his gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. He was keen to observe how Yi Chen would navigate this ancient relic. Or perhaps, he wished to witness Yi Chen's misfortunes. If he himself could not enter this ancient site, Xian Yuan Batian certainly doubted that Yi Chen could. Observing Xian Yuan Batian's demeanor and reactions, Yi Chen easily discerned his thoughts. Wishing to witness my spectacle? What a delusion! With a dismissive curl of his lip, Yi Chen wore a mocking smile. "Little skeleton, let us depart," Li Chen casually remarked as he glanced at the little skeleton. Subsequently, he strode boldly towards the entrance of the palace complex. "All right." The little skeleton nodded enthusiastically, following closely behind Li Chen. The little skeleton was imbued with unwavering confidence in Li Chen. Did this lad truly comprehend that they were approaching a ninth-tier formation, yet still dare to proceed? What did this imply? Based on the little skeleton's understanding of Li Chen, It was convinced that he was not the type to seek unnecessary hardship. With that in mind, what was there to fear? Observing Leaf Chun and the little skeleton's actions, Xian Yuan Batian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. An unsettling feeling began to stir within him. Could it be? Did Leaf Chun genuinely possess the knowledge to enter this ancient relic? Impossible. Absolutely unfathomable. Shaking his head, Xian Yuan Batian was reluctant to embrace such speculation. He had a modest understanding of Leaf Chun, someone who squandered his days in revelry and never devoted himself to cultivation. How formidable could he truly be? In Xian Yuan Batian's perspective, this so-called prodigy of the Tao sect was but a figure of empty renown. All the rumors surrounding this individual were likely distorted by his status, propagated by the Tao sect's followers. Merely someone fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by Xian Jizi, even if Leaf Chin's cultivation was commendable. It was probably merely the result of Xian Jizi's abundant resources. How could it be otherwise? Before long, Xian Yuan Batian's eyes widened in disbelief. His face was a canvas of incredulity. He beheld Leaf Chun and the little skeleton standing before the entrance of the ancient relics palace complex. Astonishingly, Leaf Chun held the little skeleton in one hand, and together they traversed the threshold without encountering any hindrance. Xian Yuan Batian could vaguely discern a crimson light enveloping Leaf Chun and the little skeleton. The immense formation had astonishingly refrained from attacking them. Witnessing this scene, Xian Yuan Batian found it exceedingly difficult to accept. He nearly choked on his own frustration. What does it mean that one cannot appreciate the pain of comparison? This was the embodiment of that sentiment. Leaf Chun, could it be that our ability to enter is due to this sword? The little skeleton inquired, its gaze fixed intently on the black, blunt giant sword upon Leaf Chun's back. Indeed, in truth, gaining entry to this formation is not particularly challenging. As long as one possesses sufficient aura of slaughter, it suffices. Fortuitously, the giant sword is imbued with an essence of carnage. Leaf Chun explained with a slight nod. I see. Upon hearing Leaf Chun's words, the little skeleton experienced a moment of enlightenment. Then let us hasten our entry. What are we lingering here for? It eagerly urged. Of course, we must take the opportunity to play a trick on Xian Yuan Batian. If possible, I would not mind assisting the Tao sect in eliminating a potential adversary. Leaf Chun's face broke into a mischievous smile as he cast a glance at the not-so-distant Xian Yuan Batian. Upon hearing Leaf Chun's words and witnessing his expression, the little skeleton began to mourn silently for Xian Yuan Batian. It seemed this fellow was indeed in for a misfortune. However, what piqued the curiosity of the little skeleton was how Yi Chun intended to ensnare Xian Yuan Batian. In the next moment, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. It observed as Yi Chun retrieved a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from his spatial ring. He then inscribed a crooked line of characters that read, "To enter the ancient ruins, refrain from aggression. Sufficient talent alone will grant you passage." After uttering these words, Yi Chun crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it towards Xian Yuan Batian. Subsequently, he and the little skeleton ventured deeper into the palace cluster. Yi Chun, your overt scheme truly is a perilous trap. As long as there exists a hint of greed in the other party, they will undoubtedly attempt to seize the opportunity. Gazing at Yi Chun, the little skeleton marveled, its amusement bubbling forth in an uncontrollable chuckle. Chapter 45. In truth, I am quite benevolent. As long as Xian Yuan Batian believes it, even if he does not perish, he shall surely suffer greatly, thought the little skeleton to itself. A ninth-level formation is no trifling matter. Just as Yi Chun remarked, even a loose immortal could fall if they were not careful. What then of someone at the golden core stage? Ahem, it would be better if he remained skeptical, wouldn't he it? In truth, I am quite benevolent. Clearing his throat, Yi Chun spoke with feigned seriousness. If I were to be a bit harsher, his fate would be even more dire, Yi Chun murmured quietly within. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton nearly stumbled to the ground. Benevolence? Does this lad have even the slightest connection to kindness? Not to mention, since the moment they met, none of his adversaries had escaped unscathed. Without exception, they had all met their end at his hands. Can such actions truly be deemed benevolent? The little skeleton silently scoffed. As they conversed, the pair continued their advance. Soon, Yi Chun and the little skeleton traversed the palace's long corridor. At this juncture, they halted in their tracks, for at the corridor's end lay two enormous octagonal teleportation arrays, each exceeding a mile in diameter. The arrays were adorned with grotesque skull motifs and various fierce beast designs. The sanguine energy surrounding the arrays imparted an oppressive atmosphere. Beyond them, the shadows of the palace complex faded from view. Behind the teleportation arrays loomed a blood-red world, rife with malevolent energy. Both Yi Chun and the little skeleton sensed the lethal aura concealed within. These are two random teleportation arrays. After a moment of silence, Yi Chun spoke slowly. Moreover, both arrays must be activated simultaneously for a successful transmission. Each array can transport only one individual. He added, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little skeleton fell silent, its heart brimming with apprehension. Would they have to part ways, if only temporarily? This thought unsettled the little skeleton. However, Yi Chun and the little skeleton quickly reached a consensus. Each would select one teleportation array. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, does it not? In the blink of an eye, the figures of Yi Chun and the little skeleton vanished from the two teleportation arrays. Outside the ancient ruins, Xinyuan Batian hesitated for a moment before picking up the crumpled paper before him. Upon unfolding it, a shadow of uncertainty crossed his face. To speak candidly, he harbored considerable doubt regarding Yi Chun's words, if not outright disbelief. Yet, the desires within him stirred a thought. Perhaps it was worth a try? What if Yi Chun spoke the truth? After pondering for a spell, Xinyuan Batian turned his gaze toward the two attendants beside him. Esteemed Signor, here are some 6th-grade healing elixirs for your efforts. He produced a vial of medicine and feigned sincerity as he offered it to them. In truth, his heart ached with the pain of sacrifice. He is undoubtedly the 7th prince of the empire. However, he possesses only this single vial of elixir of such high grade. Thank you, Your Highness the 7th prince. The two expressed gratefully upon receiving the elixir from Xinyuan Batian. The displeasure they initially felt due to Xinyuan Batian's previous indifference dissipated like mist. You need not be so courteous. This is only right. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall not treat you poorly. Xinyuan Batian waved his hand, feigning a benevolent demeanor. First, tend to your wounds before discussing anything further, he added. Understood. The two nodded in response to Xinyuan Batian's words. Subsequently, they consumed the elixir and began to heal. Interestingly, they had also noticed the paper ball that Yi Chun had thrown and were quite curious about it. However, out of respect for Xinyuan Batian, they refrained from inquiring. Their intuition suggested that perhaps the 6th-grade healing elixir was somehow connected to that paper ball. But what did it matter? They had received the elixir, and that was sufficient. Their immediate priority was to restore themselves to peak condition before anything else. Half an hour later, both the old priest and the old woman had fully recovered. Upon witnessing this, Xinyuan Batian, who had been growing impatient, displayed a smile. Perhaps I have discovered how to enter this ancient relic, Xinyuan Batian stated, looking towards his two attendants. Just like Yi Chun did earlier, we need not assault the formation. We can simply walk right in, he added. Upon hearing Xinyuan Batian's words, the two exchanged glances of confusion. Could it be? After a moment's reflection, they considered that there might indeed be some merit to this idea. Previously, they had attacked the formation and attempted to force their way in, ultimately suffering injuries from the backlash of the formation's energy. If they refrained from aggression, as Yi Chun and that little skeleton had done, perhaps they would encounter no issues. If they could enter this ancient relic and uncover some treasures, then, as they pondered, a glimmer of greed shone in their eyes. Even though they were aware that Xinyuan Batian intended for them to scout the path, they were undeterred. They were willing to take the gamble. Soon, the three of them made their way back towards the entrance of the Crimson Palace complex. This time, the old priest and the old woman showed no inclination to attack the great formation, instead proceeding cautiously forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Before long, their figures had vanished into the energy veil of the formation. At this sight, Xinyuan Batian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it truly be so? However, in the next moment, his expression soured drastically. The two attendants suddenly erupted into a shower of blood, leaving no trace behind. Why did this happen? Why? Wait, was it due to their insufficient talent? Yes, it must be so. It must be said that greed can indeed drive one to madness. Even now, Xianyuan Batian clung to a sense of hope against the odds. He believed that Yi Chen's words, uttered amidst a mere piece of paper, were intended to frighten them away so that he could monopolize the entire ancient relic. The deaths of the two offerings were regarded by Xianyuan Batian merely as a consequence of their insufficient talent. Taking a deep breath, Xianyuan Batian cautiously approached the grand entrance of the palace complex. Nevertheless, he prudently retrieved the miniature spatial teleportation array scroll. Should he sense any anomaly, he would immediately shatter the scroll in his grasp. In the blink of an eye, Xianyuan Batian stepped into the energy shield of the formation. Instantly, a deluge of crimson energy surged forth from all directions, rushing toward him. Crack! Ah, Yi Chun, I shall not share the heavens with you. In an instant, countless bones within Xianyuan Batian's body shattered, and blood spewed from his mouth as his form became as malleable as clay. Ultimately, a radiant white light enveloped Xianyuan Batian, causing him to vanish from sight. Chapter 46. The Supreme Fiend of the Cultivation Realm, the God of Death, the Tyrannical Technique. As he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, Yi Chun found himself momentarily disoriented. He had been inexplicably transported to a vast crimson cavern. This cavern stretched nearly 10 miles in circumference and soared over 10 zhang in height. The floor was adorned with enormous blood-red stone slabs, each exceeding a yard in diameter. The walls were lined with life-size crimson statues depicting various ferocious beasts, ethereal beings, skeletons, humans, beastmen, dwarves, aquatic races, demon races, and more. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed Yi Chen's eyes as he perceived faint energy fluctuations emanating from these statues. Could they be puppets? In the heart of the cavern stood a blood-red altar, measuring over 100 yards in diameter and several zhang in height. At the center of this altar loomed a towering blood-red stele. Unconsciously, Yi Chen's gaze fixated on the stele, drawn to the inscription, "I am the supreme fiend of the cultivation realm, known as the God of Death, born with an innate body for slaughter. An extraordinary phenomenon manifested upon my birth, staining the heavens with blood and casting reflections of demons across the sky." Yi Chun felt a jolt of bewilderment as he absorbed the words. This so-called God of Death was indeed an extraordinary being. He began his cultivation at the tender age of 3, attaining enlightenment through murder. By 10, he had reached the transformation stage. At 13, the Great Ascension stage. At 16, the Tribulation stage. And by 18, he stood at the pinnacle of the Immortal stage, having never encountered a formidable opponent throughout his journey, undefeated and responsible for countless deaths, numbering in the billions. The reason the God of Death was acknowledged as the foremost fiend in the cultivation realm stemmed from a singular event. In one fateful night, he obliterated 6 holy sites and an entire empire, resulting in the demise of tens of billions of beings at his hands. The rationale behind this carnage remained an enigma, for he had never elucidated his motivations to anyone. However, the stele did provide a hint. He acted in retaliation against 7 factions that had annihilated his entire family in a bid to coerce him into revealing a particular technique. As he himself stated, he had never regretted the annihilation of those 7 powers. He was driven by hatred. Following this devastating episode, disheartened, he chose to retreat from the world. In 2 years, he constructed this Crimson Palace complex, a replica of his family's legacy. The statues scattered throughout the cavern represented the figures of his adversaries. The faint energy fluctuations Yi Chun sensed were remnants of the souls of the God of Death's enemies, trapped within the statues. He had extracted their souls, transforming them into puppets, ensuring they would never be reborn. As Yi Chun absorbed this revelation, a shiver ran down his spine. The God of Death was indeed a ruthless individual. Yet, upon reflection, Yi Chun found a semblance of understanding. For the sake of a technique, his entire family had been annihilated. Who would not be driven to madness in such circumstances? In the end, Yi Chun was left in a state of stunned contemplation. The original intention of the god of killing was to regard this place as his final resting ground. Aware of the profound sins he had committed and the countless entanglements of karma, he feared that he would not survive the ultimate tribulation to ascend to immortality. Thus, he resolved to bury himself here, leaving behind his legacy. However, the final events took the god of killing by surprise. He unexpectedly succeeded in ascending. With no time to leave behind his teachings, he decided to preserve the very technique that had once extinguished his will. To those destined, we shall meet in the celestial realm, or rather, my disciples, if you are willing to acknowledge me as your master. This was the last phrase inscribed on the stone tablet. Upon reading it, Yi Chun felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. It seemed somewhat different from his initial imaginings. Logically speaking, a place of inheritance should entail some form of trial, right? Perhaps involving puppets or soul clones. Yet, what sorcery was this? After he finished perusing the inscription on the stone tablet, a purple jade disc unexpectedly floated before him. Releasing his consciousness, Yi Chun discovered it was indeed real. This was clearly the technique described by the god of killing. True to his reputation, the god of killing was certainly unconventional, leaving behind a legacy solely reliant on fate. Muttering to himself, Yi Chun wore an expression of bewilderment. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped onto the altar, reaching out for the jade disc. There were no traps, no anomalies whatsoever. Just like that, the jade disc fell into Yi Chun's hands. Instinctively, his consciousness penetrated the disc. In an instant, its contents seemed to imprint themselves in Yi Chun's mind. The jade disc in his grasp disintegrated into fragments and then vanished. In disbelief, Yi Chun found himself momentarily dazed. Could it be that the god of killing had never studied this technique? A technique that destroys its own vessel? The name of this technique was fundamental body refinement art. As the name suggests, it was a method for body refinement. As he delved deeper, Yi Chun's heart was engulfed in tumultuous waves of astonishment. For the fundamental body refinement art was overwhelmingly powerful, divided into 9 levels. At its pinnacle, one could shatter an entire realm with a single punch, tear apart vast galaxies with ease, unleash annihilation with full force. This technique was undeniably domineering. Unconsciously, Yi Chun recalled the nameless technique his master had imparted to him. It seemed that the description of that technique also hinted at achieving similar feats at its culmination. Were these two techniques of the same caliber? It appeared that after he cultivated the nameless technique, its jade vessel had also self-destructed. His master had conducted extensive research, yet he could not comprehend it. Or was it true that reaching the highest realm of cultivation granted one the power to annihilate worlds? Shaking his head, Yi Chun cast these thoughts aside, then resumed his study of the fundamental body refinement art. As he continued to read, he found himself sinking into a state of introspection. The first tier requires an astonishing array of medicinal pills and various materials, amounting to over 10,000 types. Attaining mastery at this level necessitates the use of 6th-grade elixirs. Upon realizing this, even the affluent Yi Chun found himself slightly unsettled. If the first tier is so demanding, what of the second? By the heavens, this is utterly preposterous. With a deep breath, Yi Chun muttered a curse under his breath. Yet, he could not deny that even his usually languid self felt a flicker of excitement at this moment. How impressive it would be to cultivate such a physique, akin to a humanoid beast. In stark contrast to Yi Chun's leisurely demeanor, the little skeleton faced a far grimmer fate. It found itself transported to an identical cavern. The sights it encountered mirrored those of Yi Chun. However, when it reached for the jade disc, tragedy struck. The statues throughout the cavern sprang to life, relentlessly pursuing it with no escape in sight. To make matters worse, a mocking voice echoed through the cave, delivering a most infuriating message. Ah, destined one, it seems fortune has not favored you. Best of luck. What nonsense is this about a god of death? Who would dare to play such tricks? Just wait. Once I ascend to the realm of immortals, I shall seek retribution. As it fled, the little skeleton vented its frustrations, though its tone betrayed a notable lack of confidence. After all, The god of death was a figure from millions of years past. With such talent, who could fathom how powerful he became after his ascension? And when would it itself achieve such a transformation? These questions loomed like dark clouds overhead. The only solace for the little skeleton lay in the prospect that should it pass the trial, it would inherit the treasures left behind by the god of death. Chapter 47. The difficulty of beginnings. Yi Chun was eager to commence his cultivation of the original body refinement technique. However, he lamented that even the most skilled artisan cannot create a feast without ingredients. To initiate the first level alone required an astonishing array of over 10,000 types of medicinal herbs and materials. Moreover, to attain mastery, one would need 6 great elixirs. Where could he possibly procure such rare items? The various materials within Yi Chen's spatial ring had already been nearly exhausted by Shao Qi and Shao Hei's reckless antics. Otherwise, he might have been able to assemble a considerable collection, for the foundation of a second-rate sect is indeed formidable. Although he possessed an abundance of spiritual herbs for alchemy, he lacked the requisite complementary materials. Presently, crafting 5th-grade elixirs was the pinnacle of Yi Chen's abilities. 6th-grade elixirs were beyond his reach. Frustrated, he muttered a curse under his breath, his face etched with gloom. It seemed that the original body refinement technique would have to be pursued gradually. Haste was not an option. After a fruitless wander, Yi Chun discovered that he was unable to exit the cavern. In his boredom, he began to sift through some neglected materials, embarking on the preparation of various elixirs and concoctions. Indeed, this endeavor was merely a prelude to his ultimate goal of mastering the original body refinement technique. However, it remained just that, a preparation. After several arduous days, Yi Chun finally managed to gather a substantial collection of items. A smile graced his face as he surveyed the corner of his inner world, where more than 3,000 basic materials, elixirs, and potions had come together at last. Yet, upon contemplating the subsequent elixirs and potions, a wave of exasperation washed over him. He was still short by over 16,000 types. Yi Chun found himself questioning whether anyone had truly cultivated this technique before. To advance to the first level, one must prepare a staggering total of 19,999 diverse and peculiar elixirs and materials, each indispensable. Even a top-tier sacred ground might struggle to assemble such a comprehensive collection, for certain items could only be acquired through fortuitous encounters, rarely seen in the ordinary course of life. The task of gathering these materials was indeed daunting. The solitary solace for Yi Chun was that the first level of this technique posed the most significant challenges. Beginning with the second level, the requirements became less burdensome, even if those materials were exceedingly extraordinary and rare. At least there remained a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to abandon this astonishing body-refining technique altogether. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, chaos had erupted outside the Hall of the God of Slaughter. A particular incident had sent ripples throughout the eastern domain of the cultivation world. The 7th prince of the Junlin Empire, Xinyuan Batian, had been grievously injured and transmitted back to the palace, his meridians shattered, bones crushed, and his golden core riddled with countless fissures. This news, once released, caused an uproar across the eastern domain. After all, Xinyuan Batian was no ordinary individual. He was a renowned prodigy, adorned with countless treasures. What calamity had befallen him to result in such dire circumstances? As news of the situation at the God of Death's inheritance site spread, various factions swiftly took action, with countless individuals flocking to the location. The number of those seeking treasures in the accursed forest was insignificant in comparison. Regrettably, none have managed to breach the defenses within. In a mere few days, many attempted to force their way in, but all were invariably thwarted by the protective formations. Presently, the area surrounding the Blood Palace is teeming with millions of onlookers, comprising members from various powers and independent cultivators. It has become impossible for anyone to seal off this place, as no faction possesses the capacity to do so. Even some ancient, formidable beings have come to join the fray. How could one possibly impose a blockade? Even the most prestigious sacred lands must weigh their options carefully. Offending the community of cultivators is no trivial matter. At the Dao sect, before the humble abode of Xuanzi, the sect leader, Jun Wuxia, was reporting on external developments, particularly concerning the god of death's palace. You mean to say that the seventh prince of the Junlin Empire was nearly rendered incapacitated, or was he outsmarted by little Chun? Upon hearing Jun Wuxia's words, Xuanzi's face broke into an odd smile, clearly impressed by the cunning of the young man. Indeed, Master Uncle. Moreover, it is rumored that Elder Yi and a small skeleton have entered that blood palace. Jun Wuxia continued, gradually revealing more information. I see, Xuanzi replied, nodding slightly, his expression unchanging. What are your thoughts on that ancient relic? He shifted the conversation with a casual inquiry. I have consulted various texts within our Dao sect and conducted research for several days, leading me to conclude that this ancient relic was left behind by a top-tier expert over 10 million years ago, the god of death. At this point, a deep apprehension shadowed Jun Wuxia's features. Upon hearing his words, Xuanzi's pupils constricted slightly. The god of death? That name resonates powerfully within the realm of cultivation. Despite belonging to an individual from 10 million years past, the title of the foremost demon of the cultivation world is not one to be claimed lightly. The legacy of the god of death remains unchallenged even to this day, a testament to its significance. Over 10 million years ago, the seven leading powers of the Eastern Domain, Northern Frontier, Southern Wasteland, Western Lands, and Central Continent were annihilated in a single night, resulting in the slaughter of billions. With no survivors, this was the god of death, an unprecedented existence, a truly formidable entity. I worry that Elder Ye's foray into the god of death's relic may pose significant dangers, Jun Wuxia remarked with a sigh, a bitter smile crossing his face as deep concern filled his eyes. How could our Dao sect's most prodigious talent be entangled with the god of death? It's quite disheartening to contemplate. In my view, Yi Chen's entry into this ancient site may not bode well. While there are indeed risks, his fortune should protect him from fatal outcomes. Simply issue a warning to those old monsters. Once Xiaoqinzi emerges, they must not lay a hand on him. Otherwise, I shall ascend to their lair. As for the scattered cultivators, I will pursue them relentlessly, leaving no escape in the heavens or on earth. After a moment of contemplation, Xuanzizi spoke slowly. As for others hunting this young man, it is a beneficial occurrence. He is far too languid and requires some impetus to make progress. Xuanzizi added with a thoughtful tone. Indeed, upon hearing Xuanzizi's words, Jun Wuxia nodded emphatically. In his heart, he felt a sense of relief. With the words of his esteemed master, there would be no cause for concern. Jun Wuxia mused inwardly. Xuanzizi is one of the foremost luminaries in the realm of cultivation. A figure so formidable that even the prominent forces of Zhongzhou treat him with deference, all due to his unparalleled might. Chapter 48. The Overbearing Xuanzizi. A sensation in the eastern region. A day later, a piece of news reverberated throughout the eastern region, creating an immense uproar. This news originated from Daozong, one of the seven foremost sacred places in the eastern region. It came from the warning of an ancient relic, a being whose age is unfathomable. Xuanzizi, no elder of the Great Ascension stage or above, is to lay a hand on Yi Chen. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Should any such elder take action, he would personally annihilate their stronghold. Even rogue cultivators would be relentlessly hunted down. It must be said that Xuanzizi's proclamation thoroughly subdued the various factions and the formidable rogue cultivators. They found themselves in a state of despair. If Yi Chen were to emerge alive, they would certainly wish to take action, seeking to kill and seize treasures. However, that would depend on who the opponent was. If it were someone else, should another faction issue a warning, they might still struggle and would not easily concede. But against Xuanzizi, they genuinely had no chance whatsoever. This ancient being, whose existence spans countless ages, is one of the four divine calculators in the realm of cultivation. Would he be unable to predict the consequences of killing Yi Chen? It is evident that such a scenario is utterly impossible. Thus, it is wiser to tread carefully. If only they knew that Xuanzizi truly could not foresee everything concerning Yi Chen, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. However, Daozong's warning also illuminated a glimmer of hope for them. The prohibition against those above the great ascension stage from intervening implies that those below it are permitted to act. Does it not? Is Zhuangzi so confident in his closed-door disciple? For this reason, the various factions and rogue cultivators showed no signs of relinquishing their ambitions. If that is the case, let those below the great ascension stage take action. In doing so, Daozong would have no ground for protest, would they? Upon this contemplation, many turned their fervent gazes toward the Crimson Palace cluster, eager to make their move. Should Yi Chun emerge alive, they would strike at the first opportunity. Numerous eyes also fell upon a group within the crowd, all donned in matching attire. At the forefront stood a small, dark-faced elder. If Yi Chun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him, Lung Wuqing, the chief of the law enforcement hall of Daozong. Remarkably, his strength had undergone a transformation. Having ascended from the peak of the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage to the pinnacle of the early phase of the transformation stage, Lung Wuqing, has Daozong become excessively overbearing? Do they intend to allow Yi Chun to monopolize the treasures of the god of killing's relic? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoed from a distance. A burly man clad in red armor gazed at Lung Wuqing. Upon hearing his words, many began to echo in agreement. Has Daozong always been so domineering? Did you just realize this? Nodding lightly, Lung Wuqing replied nonchalantly, better than the wasteful prince of the Junlin Empire. They have sealed off the god of killing's relic for several days and still cannot gain entry, nearly leading to their demise. As he spoke, disdain was evident on Lung Wuqing's face. You, upon hearing the cold and unfeeling words, the burly man clad in red armor trembled with rage. What does it mean to be slapped in the face? This is it. Over the past few days, Xianyuan Batian, the 7th prince of the Junlin Empire, has become the laughingstock of the eastern region. He has been unable to enter the Godslayer ruins even after 7 days of blockade. In contrast, Yi Chun and that little skeleton managed to enter effortlessly. What does it mean to experience disparity? This is it. Although many forces have suffered losses in the Godslayer ruins, and numerous loose cultivators have perished, it does not diminish Xianyuan Batian's disgrace. It appears he has been outsmarted by Yi Chun. Someone has discovered that paper ball near the entrance of the Godslayer ruins. As previously stated, those above the Great Ascension stage will undoubtedly pursue our master Yi relentlessly, to the death. Those below the Great Ascension stage can act as they wish. Casting a glance around, Lung Wuqing continued to speak with a stoic expression. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of everyone present were quite vivid. What does it mean to exude dominance? This is it. Is the Tao sect tyrannical? Indeed, it is. However, they have no choice but to abide by this reality. Some ancient beings present, as well as those concealed in the vicinity, were displeased by Lung Wuqing's remarks. Yet, they had to admit that they lacked the courage to act against Yi Chun. Not to mention Xianjizi. Even other ancient figures from the Tao sect could pursue them to the brink of despair. If you're dissatisfied, you may also attempt to enter the Godslayer ruins. In conclusion, Lung Wuqing added provocatively. After saying this, he closed his eyes to rest. Upon hearing his words, many began to curse inwardly. Enter the Godslayer ruins? Who wouldn't want to? The problem is, one must be able to enter. How many have perished in the last few days? If not 10,000, certainly several thousand. This includes a terrifying loose cultivator of the immortal realm who met his demise on the spot. Who isn't afraid? Currently, it is no secret that the formation enveloping the Godslayer ruins is a 9th-tier array. There are no 9th-tier array masters in the eastern region. Thus, everyone can only watch helplessly. Many are curious about how Yi Chun and the little skeleton managed to enter. Some have even begun attempting to relay this information to the other 4 major regions of the cultivation world. If they cannot obtain it themselves, they might as well create some trouble for the Tao sect. I hope young Master Yi is safe. Among the crowd, a sweet-looking young woman dressed in a flowing red gown whispered softly, her eyes and delicate face filled with concern. This person is none other than Huang Yinhua, the young lady of the Evil Spirit City Lord's residence. Outside the crowd, a petite and delicate figure hurriedly arrived. How lively! No wonder it is the Grand Master. It is astonishing that such a commotion could be stirred. Upon entering the Tao sect's camp, Yang Chuchu's charming face was filled with emotion. Within the crimson palace of the god of death, Yi Chun wandered aimlessly, burdened by an overwhelming sense of boredom and frustration. To his dismay, he discovered that he was utterly unable to escape the confines of this cavern. No matter how vigorously he assailed the surrounding walls, they remained impervious to his efforts. Even more astonishingly, the energy emanating from the statues was gradually dissipating. What would be the cause of this? Just then, the wall before Yi Chun suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. From the depths of the rubble emerged a voice, brash, wrathful, and utterly devoid of decorum. "Ah, god of death, by the heavens, are you intent on bringing my demise? I shall not rest until we are adversaries. Await me in the realm of the immortals." How infuriating! Ah, wait, truly a reward? This? Ha ha ha! As expected of the god of death, I extend my gratitude in advance. Upon hearing the words of the little skeleton, Yi Chen's face was a portrait of exasperation. Truly, this little skeleton had no sense of propriety. At that moment, a wave of curiosity washed over him. What had befallen the little skeleton? As his gaze fell upon a small figure not far away, he was struck dumb in disbelief. The little skeleton? What a tragic sight. Chapter 49. The Terrifying Crystal of Slaughter. The little skeleton, with its once pristine and translucent bones, now appeared riddled with countless wounds. The flames within its hollow eye sockets flickered as if they might extinguish at any moment. Moreover, its gait had become a painful limp. Nevertheless, the little skeleton seemed utterly unconcerned about its own dire condition. Instead, it clutched a blood-red stone the size of a head, laughing maniacally without restraint. "Is it really necessary for you to act this way, little skeleton? You seem utterly deranged." Yi Chen remarked it, exasperation and amusement mingling in his tone as he cast a glance at the little skeleton. "Yi Chen, what do you know? With this thing, I might just have the chance to live again. Shouldn't I be delighted?" The little skeleton retorted with irritation, fixing its gaze on Yi Chun. Yi Chun was taken aback by the skeleton's words. Live again? What could this seemingly ordinary blood-red stone possibly be? To grant a skeleton the chance to live again? That seemed rather far-fetched. It's called the Crystal of Slaughter. The conditions for its formation are exceedingly harsh. Only those who have achieved great perfection in the path of slaughter might create it, and the odds are less than 1 in a billion. It is likely that this was crafted by the god of slaughter, having annihilated the 7 major factions. To forge the Crystal of Slaughter, countless lives must be sacrificed, and those sacrificed are eternally barred from reincarnation. As it spoke, the little skeleton's tone was laced with profound trepidation. Hiss! Upon hearing this, Yi Chun involuntarily gasped. The god of slaughter was indeed a formidable figure. To prevent billions from entering reincarnation, unconsciously, Yi Chun recalled the statues, the inscriptions upon the stone tablet, and soon accepted the grim reality. The god of slaughter was inherently ruthless. Otherwise, how would he be hailed as the foremost villain in the realm of cultivation? However, Yi Chun was reluctant to pass excessive judgment on the actions of the god of slaughter. The annihilation of an entire family in a single night? Anyone else would likely seek ferocious vengeance. Yet, the methods and means of the god of slaughter. What purpose does this Crystal of Slaughter serve? Yi Chun could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, approaching the little skeleton. Once detonated, even those of the scattered immortal realm shall meet their demise on the spot. The surrounding area spanning thousands of miles will instantly transform into a land of slaughter, where cultivators will lose themselves and engage in fratricidal combat. However, that would be an utter waste. My techniques in life were rather unique. If I utilized this Crystal of Slaughter appropriately, I could be reborn, perhaps even transform into a new embodiment of slaughter. He. Yi Chen, how could I not be elated? The little skeleton explained slowly, before erupting into wild laughter once more. Little skeleton, after saying all this, are you not afraid that I might seize this Crystal of Slaughter from you? Yi Chen inwitted, a playful smile gracing his lips as he scrutinized the little skeleton. Not in the slightest. Do you not know who I am? Although you possess a somewhat cunning nature and exhibit a decisive demeanor, at your core, you are fundamentally a good person. Otherwise, you could have easily turned a blind eye to the matters in the city of evil spirits. How could you possibly seize what belongs to your own kind? Moreover, With your exceptional talents, the crystal of slaughter is utterly unnecessary for you. Besides, we are brothers. How could you bear to see me remain a skeleton for eternity? Ultimately, I shall live again. If I were a woman, I would truly wish to marry you." Hearing the little skeleton's flattery and idle chatter, Yi-chan transitioned from bemusement to a state of exasperation, marked by a frown. "Get lost," Yi-chan said, casting a disapproving glance at the little skeleton. With a silly grin, the little skeleton promptly ceased its prattle. In the next moment, the crystal of slaughter in its hand vanished without a trace. What astonished Yi-chan was the sight of the little skeleton's injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Before long, the little skeleton's entire form regained its crystalline clarity. "By the way, Yi-chan, what experiences have you undergone within the divine slaughter ruins? What have you acquired?" the little skeleton inquired, unable to suppress its curiosity as it gazed up at Yi-chan. One must admit, the little skeleton is indeed a little skeleton. When posing this question, its tone brimmed with self-satisfaction. Clearly, it was immensely pleased with its own gains. It also seemed to believe that Yi-chan's accomplishments could not possibly surpass its own. In truth, the little skeleton harbored such thoughts. Since the god of slaughter ascended, there was little time left to leave behind anything. The crystal of slaughter must have been the finest treasure he could bestow. It is essential to recognize that the crystal of slaughter is an exceptionally formidable item within the entire realm of cultivation. Soon enough, the little skeleton fell into a contemplative silence. It realized it ought not to have posed that question to Yi-chan. What a futile endeavor it was. Entering a cavern identical to its own, then obtaining an unparalleled technique, a technique so extraordinary that it self-destructs upon memorization. Such a technique must be an unparalleled existence across all realms. How outrageous! Your talent is already extraordinary, but your luck is even more remarkable. I am genuinely curious. What doors has heaven closed upon you? Are you perhaps the favored child of the divine? The little skeleton remarked with a hint of envy as it gazed at Yi-chan. Indeed, the crystal of slaughter is undeniably formidable, even among all realms. It is a treasure of unparalleled worth. However, when compared to Yi-chan's body refining technique, there remains a significant disparity. Such a technique is said to exist only in legends. The most infuriating part is why it is that I am pursued so mercilessly while this fellow does nothing and yet receives such extraordinary fortune. How exasperating. No, that is not right. It's infuriating for the skeleton. Calm down. Calm down. I merely possess a touch of good fortune. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yi-chan feigned humility. However, it wasn't long before a mischievous grin crept back onto his face, inciting a sense of irritation in the little skeleton. How infuriating! The little skeleton thought to himself, I can't be bothered to compete with you, lest I invite unnecessary discomfort upon myself. After a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton gritted his teeth and remarked, Is this merely a stroke of good fortune? It's hardly just a touch better, is it? He harbored grave doubts that even if he were to live again, endowed with a body of slaughter, he would still pale in comparison to this individual before him. Enough of this chatter. Let us wander around a bit and see if there are any other treasures to uncover. Who knows? Perhaps there are already numerous powerful figures gathered around the ruins. With a wave of his hand, Yi-chan shifted the conversation. Very well. Chapter 50, One Against Hundreds of Thousands. An hour later, both Yi-chan and the little skeleton were profoundly disappointed, having traversed the entirety of the god of killing's ruins. Neither had made any significant discoveries. Astonishingly, the god of killing had left behind no additional treasures. However, both Yi-chan and the little skeleton understood deep down that there might be another possibility. After countless millennia, perhaps the god of killing had indeed left something behind, but it had long since succumbed to the ravages of time. Alas, it seems that truly no treasures have withstood the test of time. With a sigh, the little skeleton expressed its frustration. Let's be content. What we have obtained is sufficient to incite a storm of bloodshed in the outside world. Yi-chan remarked it, casting an amused glance at the little skeleton. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, the little skeleton found itself at a loss for words. For what Yi-chan stated was indeed a fact. Yi Chen's body refinement technique? It would be a formidable existence in any realm across the myriad worlds. If word got out, even the immortals would likely compete for it. As for its own slaughter crystal, while it may pale in comparison, it would still be enough to stir chaos wherever it appeared. Yi Chen, do you think we will face relentless pursuit once we leave the god of killing's ruins? After a moment's hesitation, the little skeleton inquired with a hint of concern. That is inevitable. Yi Chen shook his head and replied calmly. I just wonder what level our pursuers will reach. He added thoughtfully. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the little skeleton fell into silence. Unconsciously, it pondered a crucial question. Yi Chen is sheltered by the Dao sect. Perhaps the Dao sect will alert the major powers and wandering cultivators. Both sides might reach a tacit understanding. Thus, the strength of those pursuing Yi Chen should not be excessively formidable. However, for itself, it might be in a precarious situation. Contemplating this, the little skeleton was filled with anxiety and concern. Perhaps it could remain temporarily within the god of killing's ruins? Yet, considering that such a decision might bring greater danger to Yi Chen, the little skeleton hesitated to pursue that option. As it had stated before, it had long regarded Yi Chen as a close companion. Little skeleton, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. What is there to worry about? Seemingly sensing the little skeleton's anxiety, Yi Chen comforted with a cheerful smile. Once we leave the god of killing's ruins, I will have Shao-Chi escort you away. As for me, I cannot believe that my master would truly turn a blind eye when I am in peril. As he spoke, a mischievous grin appeared on Yi Chen's face. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the little skeleton felt a mix of emotions, touched yet amused. This fellow, it could not deny that Yi Chen had a point. As one of the highest-ranking individuals in the Dao sect, the foremost prodigy, how could the Dao sect disregard Yi Chen's fate? It was clear that such a scenario was impossible. Should I continue to remain alongside Yi Chen? The little skeleton contemplated. Yet the issue at hand was that such a course of action would only bring about further troubles for everyone. Why not temporarily part ways and disperse their efforts? Thus, they bid farewell with a hint of reluctance in their gazes. Casting a glance at Yi Chen, the little skeleton spoke, "Farewell, for now." With that, the duo made their way towards the exit of the god of killing ruins with an air of swagger. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the palace cluster. The sight before them, a vast throng of people, startled both Yi Chen and the little skeleton. The crowd gathered outside, likely numbered at least 1 or 2 million, perhaps even more. Unconsciously, they exchanged glances. They had emerged. Indeed, they had all come forth. This time, it seemed inevitable that they would have to relinquish everything they had acquired from within. Indeed, although the Dao sect had issued warnings that experts above the Great Ascension stage dared not act against Yi Chen, they had not prohibited actions against the little skeleton. Yi Chen, even if he possessed the legendary prowess, I do not believe he could withstand a god transformation expert. Even if he could fend off one, how many could he truly resist? I share the same sentiment. Moreover, the Dao sect had drawn a line. They could not backtrack. Otherwise, other top-tier forces and rogue cultivators would likely unite against them. Who wouldn't covet the god of killing ruins? A valid point. Prepare to take action. Let us see if we can seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. As Yi Chen and the little skeleton made their appearance, countless individuals erupted with excitement. Many cultivators at the nascent soul and god transformation stages were poised to act. Meanwhile, some formidable experts had set their sights on the little skeleton. Below the nascent soul stage, before the god of killing ruins, they held no presence whatsoever. Let's go, Yi Chen declared resolutely, stepping out of the god of killing ruins. He had no interest in remaining cooped up within. The little skeleton shared his sentiment. The moment they departed the ruins, a multitude surged towards them, believing Yi Chen and the little skeleton had no means of resistance. Alas, they were destined for disappointment. In an instant, a flash of purple light flickered, and the little skeleton vanished from sight. Infuriating, the fluctuation of spatial intent indicated that the little skeleton had already fled thousands of miles away. Pursue. In an instant, numerous experts above the Great Ascension stage took flight. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, with a few swift movements, had already soared over 10 miles away, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of God transformation cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun found himself encircled. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just moments ago, he had received a transmission from the ancient figure of the Tao sect. His master, Xuanji Zi, had warned all factions and formidable row cultivators. Those above the Great Ascension stage would not act against him. Below that stage, he would have to rely solely on himself. The Tao sect would not intervene. Otherwise, it is feared that it may incite a sectarian war or even worse consequences. The allure of the god of death's ruins is simply too insane. You have forced my hand. Murmuring to himself, Yi Chun halted his steps. In an instant, over 1,000 formation plates, ranging from levels 1 to 4, enveloped him in layers. The formations erupted forth, coalescing into an enormous and intricate array, momentarily halting the encroaching crowd. Yi Chun understood that this formation would likely not endure for long. His hopes rested upon his spirit companion, Little Black. In the next moment, Little Black emerged, landing on Yi Chun's shoulder. Goodness, Master, hundreds of thousands at the transformation stage? This is utterly terrifying. We're doomed. I fear I might also be finished, Little Black exclaimed, scanning the surroundings with alarm. Tell me, how long can you delay them? Yi Chun inquired, casting a wary glance at Little Black. At most, the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, I will suffer severe backlash. Little Black replied somberly after a brief silence. That will suffice. I appreciate your efforts, and once we navigate this perilous situation, I shall reward you, Yi Chun said, taking a deep breath. All right, Little Black exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Yi Chun's words. Instantly, a colossal illusion enveloped the hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts. Meanwhile, Yi Chun gazed up at the sky with a fervor in his eyes. An astonishing aura surged forth from his being, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 51. Terrifying Thunder Calamity? Myriad Destruction? Around him, all those keenly observing Yi Chun were left in a state of astonishment. The notion that thousands of array plates could be combined to form a new formation was utterly revolutionary to their understanding. Even the array masters present wore expressions of sheer shock. Could array plates be manipulated in such a manner? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have vehemently dismissed it as impossible. Gasp! Yi Chun truly was an extraordinary prodigy. Who would have thought he was also a genius of formations? Yet, what significance did this hold? This new formation possessed, at most, the power of a 6th-level array. Indeed, in the presence of hundreds of thousands of God transformation experts, it was hardly formidable. Such a pity. It seemed quite plausible that he might meet his demise today. Indeed, faced with numerous top-tier sects and countless rogue cultivators, even Xuanji and the Tao sect would likely be powerless to intervene, wouldn't they? Undoubtedly. It was already quite remarkable that they could contend with unparalleled masters above the ascendant stage. If they did not afford others an opportunity, how could they expect cooperation? Who wouldn't covet the treasures left behind by the god of slaughter's relics? Indeed, Yi Chun was doomed. It seemed neither the Tao sect nor Xuanji would dare to intervene. Without exception, not a single soul around harbored any hope for Yi Chun's survival. Young Master Yi, in the crowd, Huang Yinua's sweet visage was etched with concern. At the location of the Tao sect, the expressions of the crowd mirrored her worry. Particularly young Chu Chu, who, were it not for Lung Wuqing's restraint, would have rushed out to aid Yi Chun, as if to validate everyone's apprehensions. The formation composed of thousands of array plates collapsed instantly. Yet, soon all were rendered speechless. Bewilderment spread across their faces as they witnessed the hundreds of thousands encircling Yi Chun behaving as if bewitched. Some hovered in the air, laughing maniacally, while others engaged in frenzied attacks upon one another. Or they raved incoherently, as if possessed. What is this? Have they fallen victim to an illusion? How could this be? Could it be that Yi Chun possesses a formidable illusion beast? I see. The illusion beast has ensnared tens of thousands in its enchantment. The absence of a mirage indicates it has reached its limit. Gasp! How terrifying! Tens of thousands of God transformation experts ensnared in an illusion. Look at that unattractive little black turtle on Yi Chun's shoulder. So that's it. Everyone involuntarily turned their gazes towards the little black creature perched on Yi Chun's shoulder. They beheld it emanating a faint purple glow. However, it appeared to be in a state of extreme exhaustion, eventually collapsing onto Yi Chun's shoulder with its eyes gently closing. It was evident that it had suffered a severe backlash. In the brief span of time, among the surrounding tens of thousands of God transformation experts, over 10,000 had perished. Some had been slain by others, while others had exploded or succumbed to bloodletting from all 7 orifices. One must admit, the little black creature was extraordinarily formidable. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. What a powerful illusion beast! This is a shared thought within their hearts. Many faces displayed a glimmer of greed in their eyes. If one could possess that little turtle, would it not be delightful? However, for the moment, none dared to act impulsively. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from Yi Chun, soaring skyward. This only deepened their trepidation. What? How can this be? This fellow has gone mad. In an instant, everyone around began to flee in a frenzy. As they escaped, they cast wary glances at the sky above. In a fleeting moment, the heavens above Yi Chun became shrouded in dark clouds. Black thunderclouds, centered around Yi Chun, spread outward relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun and hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts were enveloped within. A thunderous tribulation brewed within the ominous clouds, covering an expanse of over 100 miles. Some slower escapees were also caught beneath the thunderclouds. Beyond this dark veil, shock was etched across every face, including those of the seldom-seen ancient beings. Was Yi Chun planning to use the thunder tribulation to obliterate everyone? Truly a madman. Has he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? To face the tribulation of the nascent soul stage? Why was the nascent soul tribulation so formidable? Even with hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts and over 100,000 lower-tier cultivators, this should not be the case. The thunderclouds covered an area of over 100 miles and continued to expand. There was only one possibility. Yi Chun was simply too monstrous. Heaven itself sought to eradicate him. How terrifying! Was he intent on perishing alongside everyone else? Under such a thunder tribulation, even a great ascension stage expert would meet their end. Wouldn't he they? A madman. This fellow is truly insane. Not to mention those outside, within the shroud of thunderclouds. Hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts, along with the unfortunate souls caught in the crossfire, now wore expressions of despair. Their eyes and faces mirrored their hopelessness. Enveloped by such a dreadful thunder tribulation, they no longer believed they had any chance of survival. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of regret surged collectively within their hearts. Why did they ever target Yi Chun? Now, they had pushed him to the brink, and it seemed they would all perish together. Some, in their fury and desperation, charged at Yi Chun. However, their efforts met with tragedy. Within the dense clouds, bolts of purple lightning, as thick as barrels, descended. They were instantly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, the others dared not act recklessly, resorting only to cursing and berating Yi Chun. Why must you force my hand? The relic of the god of slaughter has left nothing behind. After millions of years, everything has long since decayed. To pursue a mere illusionary treasure. Must you seek my annihilation? Today, let's all perish together. Casting a glance around, Yi Chun spoke with an impassive expression. His voice resonated throughout the vast expanse of the surroundings. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, countless individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their faces betraying an expression of disbelief. The notion that the god of slaughter's relic contained nothing at all seemed utterly implausible. Yet, observing Yi Chun's expression, it appeared to be a reality. Upon further contemplation, they began to entertain the possibility. After millions of years, even treasures of divine caliber must have succumbed to decay. The god of slaughter was undoubtedly a formidable being, a transcendent immortal. However, he was not a true immortal. In that fleeting moment, many wore expressions of ambivalence. Meanwhile, the ominous clouds above Yi Chun thickened ominously. A cacophony of thunder rolled incessantly, followed by bolts of violet lightning. each as thick as a water barrel, cascading down relentlessly towards the crowd. Chapter 52. You all must perish. In the initial wave of tribulations, those unfortunate cultivators below the God transformation stage met their demise without exception, falling victim to the thunderous onslaught. Despite their desperate attempts to wield artifacts or even treasured items, their efforts proved futile. Additionally, thousands of experts at the God transformation stage perished on the spot. In the span of mere breaths, the death toll surged past 200,000. The remaining God transformation practitioners were either gravely injured or in a state of utter disarray. In stark contrast, Yichen appeared unfazed, standing in the high heavens as if nothing were amiss. A look of enjoyment graced his face as the bolt of lightning aimed at him was absorbed by his very being, as if it had never occurred at all. Were it not for the multitude of spatial fissures surrounding Yichen, onlookers might have doubted whether he was indeed facing a tribulation. Witnessing this scene, those retreating 100 miles away fell into a profound silence. It is said that the heavens are merciless. Now, they had witnessed it firsthand. The first wave of tribulations had claimed over 20,000 lives. Their gazes towards Yichen were filled with a mixture of bewilderment and shock. How could this terrifying thunderstorm leave him not only unharmed, but seemingly reveling in the experience? Was he even human? How frightening. Thank goodness we fled swiftly. Otherwise, we too might have met a grim fate. Indeed, for ordinary cultivators, the radius of influence during the nascent soul stage scarcely extends beyond a mile. Even exceptional prodigies can only manage a coverage of 10 miles at best. Yet, Yichen not only spanned a 100-mile radius, but the storm clouds continued to expand outward. Was he truly human? Wouldn't even a typical tribulation expert experience something akin to this? Perhaps it is a case of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation? Could it be that the sheer number of people within the tribulation caused the phenomenon? Possibly. But why has no one heard of tribulation ranges expanding due to interference? Typically, tribulations indiscriminately target all in their vicinity. Who knows? This is merely the first wave. They may be on the brink of mutual destruction. Nonetheless, it must be said that Yichen's physical form is remarkably potent. It seems the rumors hold true. Is he indeed the foremost prodigy of the Tao sect? Does it truly matter? Today, he too might not escape unscathed. That does seem plausible. What a pity. Truly, the heavens are envious of exceptional talent. Surrounding the periphery of the tribulation, many faces paled in concern. Among those slain at Yichen's hand were individuals tied to their own factions or connected to them. Consequently, numerous eyes turned with hostility towards the Tao sect's members. Whether it was Lung Wuqing, Yang Chuchu, or other disciples of the Tao sect, they chose to ignore the hostile gazes directed at them. Instead, their focus remained on Yichen at the heart of the tribulation, anxiety etched upon their faces. Elder Lung, surely Master Yi will be safe? Yang Chuchu blinked anxiously, inquiring. Surely not. Master Yi is destined for greatness. After a moment's hesitation, Lung Wuqing responded with uncertainty. Humph. The other 6 sacred lands and those rogue old monsters are truly detestable. Were it not for them, how could our Tao sect stand idly by as our revered ancestors suffer so? Glancing around, Yang Chuchu spoke through gritted teeth. If it weren't for them, the Tao sect would have long unleashed a massacre. It is only because they lurk nearby, watching with predatory eyes, that we are compelled to reach an uneasy truce. No one above the Mahayana stage is permitted to act against Yichen, and the Tao sect must refrain from providing assistance. Should either party break this accord, it could ignite a war among the top sacred lands. This is certainly not what anyone wishes to witness, for such a conflict would plunge the entire eastern region into chaos and devastation for an extended period. In the blink of an eye, everyone's attention was once again drawn to the direction of Yichen. More specifically, it was the ominous changes in the heavenly tribulation that captivated them. With Yichen at the center, dark clouds swirled ominously, rapidly expanding outward. This sight sent everyone retreating in fear. They did not wish to be caught in the crossfire. After all, the grim fates of those unfortunate souls who had previously perished were still fresh in their minds. The clouds expanded to a radius of over 150 miles before their spread began to slow, returning to a more gradual encroachment. Within the thunderclouds, numerous beastly shadows materialized, numbering in the millions. They were none other than fierce lightning beasts. As they beheld this spectacle, the onlookers' pupils constricted in terror, especially those elite cultivators of the transformation stage who had previously been ensnared by Yichun. Their despair deepened as they realized the implications of such a formidable lightning tribulation. Fierce beast, lightning tribulations? The second wave has already manifested such a terrifying ordeal. Is the heavenly Tao intent on their complete annihilation? These beast, lightning tribulations are typically reserved for only the most extraordinary geniuses, and even then, their numbers are limited. Yet now, each individual seems destined to face multiple fierce beast, lightning tribulations. The thought sent chills down their spines, leaving them feeling as though they were plunging into an icy abyss. The gathered crowd murmured in astonishment, their curiosity piqued. If Yichun, the one undergoing the tribulation, were to survive, what even more horrifying tribulations might follow? Generally, when one undergoes the nascent soul tribulation, only a single lightning strike is encountered. It is said that the maximum is 9 strikes, a record set millions of years ago by the god of death. Throughout the ages, no one has managed to surpass his record, not to mention 9 strikes. Even 8 are exceedingly rare. Those who manage to endure 7 strikes during the nascent soul stage, provided they do not fall, invariably rise to become towering figures at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The nascent soul stage is the most critical juncture for a cultivator, as it serves as the foundation for subsequent realms. The stronger one is in the nascent soul stage, the more astounding their future potential. You all shall perish, Yichun declared, casting a cold gaze around at the transformation stage individuals. A chilling smile crept across his face. Xiaohei, this creature has long been cast into Yichun's inner world. Within this realm, it voraciously devours spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual plants, justifying its gluttony by claiming it is gravely injured and in need of recuperation. Yichun, of course, harbors no objections to this. Yichun, ultimately, you too shall meet your demise. Do you truly believe you can withstand such a cataclysmic tribulation? What follows will undoubtedly be an even more terrifying ordeal. Had you allowed us to search the spatial rings and probe the souls earlier, we would have ascertained that you acquired nothing from the Godslayer ruins, and thus, we could have coexisted peacefully. Now, alas, we are all doomed. Ha ha! You madman, why resort to such actions? Is it truly necessary for us all to perish together? I shall haunt you even in death. Infuriating. The surrounding crowd erupted in vehement curses directed at Yichun. I do not know if I will perish, but you shall soon meet your end. With a calm demeanor, Yichun gazed upwards. There, a tempest of ferocious beasts descended from the heavens as if they were mere dumplings falling into boiling water. Chapter 53. Is this still humanity? The madness of the thunder tribulation and body refinement. It has been conclusively demonstrated that Yichun's assertions were entirely accurate. In the blink of an eye, the thunderous beasts of the storm dispersed and charged towards all present. Essentially, each individual was compelled to confront 3 or 4 of these formidable creatures. Yichun, however, found himself besieged by more than a dozen thunderous beasts of various colossal sizes. It was evident that the current tribulation was particularly fixated on him. Witnessing this scene, those outside the tribulation were left utterly astounded, especially the formidable warriors among them, who sensed the astonishing energy harbored within these thunderous beasts. It seemed inevitable that another wave of casualties was on the horizon, leaving many to reflect somberly in their hearts. In the immediate aftermath, the experts surrounding Yichun, who had reached the transformation stage, summoned an array of artifacts, treasures, and formations, including puppets, in a desperate attempt to stave off the relentless assaults of the thunderous beasts. Regrettably, they would soon be met with disillusionment. In the face of these fearsome entities, their usual life-preserving treasures were as fragile as paper. Within mere moments, countless transformation stage practitioners were reduced to a crimson rain of blood. Many others became fodder for the ravenous beasts, while some were struck down in a single, lethal blow. The sky was soon littered with corpses and wreckage, falling to the ground like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the surviving transformation stage experts around Yi Chun dwindled to just over 1,000. Most were desperately struggling, retreating under the onslaught of the beasts, drenched in their own blood, while only a select few remained unfazed. Observing this brutality, those outside the tribulation collectively gasped in horror. The cruelty of it all was simply overwhelming. The second wave of tribulation had yet to conclude, and nearly all those who had encircled Yi Chun had been annihilated. When they beheld Yi Chun, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. This individual appeared as a humanoid beast, charging towards the thunderous creatures surrounding him. A thunderous tiger, towering at 10 feet and several yards in length. With a single punch, Yi Chun obliterated it into fragments, absorbing all the power that constituted its tribulation. A thunderous python, extending dozens of yards in length. In just a few breaths, it was similarly reduced to mere shards. The onlookers outside the tribulation erupted in astonished exclamations. Could this individual still be considered human? Just how formidable was his physical form? The thunderous beast before him seemed as fragile as paper. Truly, he was the foremost prodigy of the Tao sect. His strength was astonishingly unfathomable, despite being at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. His physical prowess and combat capabilities were not inferior to those of transformation stage experts. Was Yi Chun destined to defy the heavens? Why did the tribulation seem ineffective against him? Was he harnessing the power of the tribulation to refine his body? Such a battle would surely be etched into the annals of history. A practitioner at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, facing the Yuan-Ing tribulation and slaying hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts? It was simply astonishing. Indeed, at this moment, the presence of treasures upon Yi Chun was rendered inconsequential. It is likely that the forces and relatives behind those who were deceived and slain will not simply let this go, will they? But what of it? Let us not forget that Yi Chun is still in the Golden Core stage, and despite being besieged by numerous experts, he emerged unscathed. If you were to break through, well, it seems to hold some truth. Let us merely enjoy the spectacle. This Yi Chun is indeed formidable. One cannot help but wonder how he accomplishes such feats. As the incense stick burned down within a radius of over 160 miles centered around Yi Chun, beneath the canopy of ominous clouds, there were no survivors left. Indeed, those practitioners of the transformation stage, who had been struggling desperately, ultimately fell victim to the thunderous beasts. Some adept fighters, who had previously navigated the situation with ease, were caught off guard by Yi Chun's cunning. After dispatching the thunderous beasts surrounding him, this individual charged straight towards them. The result was as if the heavenly tribulation was provoked, unleashing a multitude of thunderous beasts upon them. In the end, those remaining met with tragedy. As for Yi Chun, he dispatched all the thunderous beasts that charged at him with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The reason for Yi Chun's fearlessness in the face of the heavenly tribulation's power, and his ability to absorb it so perfectly, is not without justification. It stems from his mastery of the great circle of destruction. He discovered that the essence of destruction shared commonalities with the power of the heavenly tribulation, allowing for a resonance to form. Hence, the damage inflicted upon him by the heavenly tribulation was remarkably limited. Thus, he decisively drew the energies of this tribulation into his body, continuously refining himself. Of course, these energies possess tremendous destructive power. However, with the aid of the great circle of life, Yi Chun's physical form was perpetually restored. Additionally, the great circle of space occasionally siphoned away some of the heavenly tribulation's energy. Consequently, to outsiders, it appeared as though the heavenly tribulation had no effect on Yi Chun whatsoever. In reality, he was experiencing a paradox of pain and pleasure. The torment inflicted by the heavenly tribulation, though not as catastrophic as the destruction he faced in the nightmare abyss against the stellar core, was still fearsome in its own right. He utilized the power of the heavenly tribulation to temper his body, golden core, and soul. enduring what felt akin to 1,000 cuts. Nevertheless, every hardship was worthwhile. Yi Chen's physical form grew stronger at an exponential rate. His meridians were once again significantly widened, becoming more resilient. His soul became increasingly pure, crystalline, and powerful. His golden core absorbed vast amounts of the heavenly tribulation's energy, resembling a basketball of lightning, brimming with the potential for cataclysmic power. As the last thunderous beast was vanquished, Yi Chen instinctively glanced upwards. The storm clouds above were expanding at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the range of the thunderclouds, centered around Yi Chen, had exceeded 200 miles. Then it resumed a slow expansion. The gathered crowd, witnessing this spectacle, scrambled frantically to escape. They were not keen on becoming collateral damage. However, this time, the onlookers exhibited little astonishment. Perhaps they had grown completely numb to the unfolding events. In their eyes, Yi Chen had long been equated with a monster. The commotion caused by a nascent soul stage practitioner was unprecedented. To be candid, it was the first encounter for everyone present, even for ancient beings who had lived for countless ages. Now, the scale of Yi Chen's tribulation could rival that of some of the most elite tribulation-transcending experts. At this moment, due to Yi Chen's tribulation, coupled with the influx of individuals drawn to the god of death's relics, the crowd observing from the periphery of the tribulation had already surpassed 3 million. Everyone was filled with immense curiosity about what Yi Chen's third wave of tribulation would entail. Upon witnessing the colossal entity slowly coalescing from the tribulation energy high in the sky, all onlookers were rendered speechless. Chapter 54. The Might of the Kirin, a Kirin? Indeed, it was a colossal creature, majestic and imbued with the power of thunder and lightning. Gazing upon the magnificent being before him, its body resplendent in purple, towering over 10 zhang and stretching several dozen zhang in length, Yi Chen was utterly astounded. Was it possible that this creature possessed strength rivaling the peak of the 9th level of the transformation stage? Surely, there must be some mistake. At this moment, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Was it truly so easy to face a tribulation? The third wave brought forth such a formidable Kirin. Who could predict what might follow? Fortunately, after enduring 2 waves of tribulation, his own strength had significantly increased. Had he encountered this beast at the outset, he would have surely emerged severely wounded, if not dead. Yi Chen mused inwardly. This, indeed, was the Thunder Kirin at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation stage, beneath the foot of the mountain, outside the realm of the tribulation. Lung Wuching exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of everyone from the Tao sect shifted dramatically. Could their master's granduncle truly contend with such a creature? At this moment, their confidence in Yi Chen waned considerably, replaced by a profound sense of dread. After all, Yi Chen had yet to even enter the nascent soul stage. No matter how extraordinary he was, there must be limits. Elder Lung, is there truly nothing we can do to assist our master's granduncle? Yang Chuchu inquired anxiously, her brow furrowed. None. Interfering with the heavenly tribulation will only bring harm to ourselves and others. Lung Wuching shook his head, offering a wry smile. Upon hearing Lung Wuching's response, Yang Chuchu fell silent, her eyes filled with concern. Though she recognized Yi Chen's extraordinary talents, the current thunderous tribulation was indeed terrifying. Could he genuinely weather this storm? As the enormous and imposing Thunder Kirin stood before them, many spectators outside the tribulation zone began to chuckle with malicious glee. Particularly, those factions and rogue cultivators who harbored deep-seated animosity towards Yi Chen found delight in the spectacle. They were well aware that the tens of thousands slain by Yi Chen were intricately connected to many present. Ha! This kid is doomed. The power of the third wave of tribulation has reached the peak of the 9th level of the transformation stage, a sight for sore eyes. Otherwise, how could the Tao sect endure the survival of such a prodigy? Indeed, it is overwhelmingly powerful. He is merely at the golden core stage. Yet his overall strength rivals that of the transformation stage. The so-called prodigies of the eastern region seem like mere jesters in his presence. His might has far surpassed any celestial seedlings of the eastern region. Quite so. Should Yi Chun survive, he would indeed overshadow every prodigy of the eastern region. What an unfathomable cultivation path he must have traversed to become so fearsome. Is this what is meant by a natural talent? Heh, but what of it? Only the living can be deemed geniuses. Even if this Kirin fails to vanquish Yi Chun, the subsequent heavenly tribulations may very well bring about his demise. Quite reasonable. It can be said without reservation that ever since the Thunder Kirin made its appearance, not a single soul outside the realm of the tribulation held any hope for Yi Chun. In stark contrast, Yi Chun remained remarkably composed. Regaining his focus, he soared directly into the sky, heading towards the Qilin. Witnessing Yi Chun's audacious actions, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Was this man truly mad? Instead of retreating, he was advancing? Did he wish for a swifter demise? Roaring in fury, the thunderbolt Qilin was incensed by Yi Chun's boldness and charged towards him. Clearly, it was prepared for a head-on confrontation. With a thunderous crash, the man and the Qilin collided. Astonishingly, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. The thunderbolt Qilin was sent flying, tumbling several miles away. In stark contrast, Yi Chun merely staggered back a few steps. What formidable physical strength he possessed. Observing the spectacle, countless onlookers gasped in awe. A deafening roar erupted as the thunderbolt Qilin hovered in midair, glaring furiously at Yi Chun. Its fur, composed of calamity energy, and the circular scales adorning its body bristled with intensity. It was evident that it was on the verge of going berserk. In the next moment, arcs of lightning, each exceeding a yard in height, erupted from its form and surged towards Yi Chun. It too charged forward. As the deluge of lightning raced towards him, Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. As for the Qilin itself, he chose to disregard it entirely. The creature's power was indeed comparable to that of the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transformation stage, but this was solely in terms of its physical prowess and lightning abilities. In terms of physical strength, Yi Chun was its equal, if not superior. As for the lightning, to put it bluntly, Yi Chun was nearing immunity to it, especially since he sensed that his realms of destruction, space, and life were on the brink of transformation. He was but a step away from transcending into the realm of profound mysteries. Once his realms completed this advancement, Yi Chun was confident that these tribulations would merely serve as a trivial annoyance. Seeing Yi Chun standing motionless in the void, the distant spectators were utterly bewildered. What was he doing? Could he genuinely be immune to the energy of lightning? Surely, that was impossible. After all, tribulations were among the most destructive forces in existence. Was he perhaps overly confident? It seemed he was courting disaster. Indeed, with the Qilin in a frenzy, his refusal to evade was tantamount to seeking death. They could only watch the unfolding drama, convinced that Yi Chun's tribulation was far from over. Many echoed this sentiment. After such fearsome third waves, was it plausible for the tribulation to cease? Absolutely not. Just as everyone anticipated that Yi Chun would sustain grave injuries, he made his move. With his right hand resting on the hilt of the unblemished greatsword on his back, he withdrew it. With a mere flick of his wrist, a scene that left everyone in disbelief unfolded. A dark purple sword light erupted forth, soaring directly towards the thunderbolt Qilin. Before there was even a chance to react, the latter erupted violently, transforming into a celestial storm of calamity energy, bursting forth like a dazzling display of fireworks. In the blink of an eye, that divine energy surged towards Yi Chun, who effortlessly absorbed it into his being. The 50-fold gravity field proved to be remarkably effective. A soft murmur escaped his lips as a radiant smile graced his face. Indeed, the thunderbolt Qilin had been utterly shattered by the immense gravitational force. After absorbing the calamity energy from the thunderbolt Qilin, a look of astonishment illuminated Yi Chun's eyes. He realized that his golden core was undergoing a profound transformation, gradually morphing into a miniature version of himself. Additionally, his 3 major realms began to evolve into profound principles. Yi Chun understood that he was on the verge of forming his nascent soul. He was about to enter the nascent soul stage. Yet in the next moment, Yi Chun found himself momentarily stunned. Chapter 55, unprecedented. 10 heavenly tribulations. Annihilation, heavenly tribulation. The transformation of the golden elixir into the nascent soul unexpectedly came to a halt, resulting in the shattering of both the nascent soul and the dantian, which morphed into a swirling vortex of violet hue. Astonishingly, this vortex bore an uncanny resemblance to the one within his internal miniature world. What on earth was happening? Yi Chun was utterly perplexed. Just as Yi Chen's golden elixir transformed into a miniature version of himself, it abruptly became a vortex. In that instant, the three realms of his comprehension underwent a monumental transformation, evolving into profound mysteries. This was a staggering enhancement, exponentially more potent than his previous state of great perfection. Furthermore, Yi Chen's physical strength surged dramatically, along with the fortification of his soul, meridians, and bones. He felt an overwhelming might coursing through him. Unable to contain himself, Yi Chun let out a roar that resonated through the heavens. An astonishing aura erupted forth, scattering the ominous clouds above him. The thunderclouds seemed to react as if provoked. In an instant, the oppressive darkness of the sky intensified, and brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere. The thunderclouds swiftly expanded outward, their coverage stretching over 300 miles from Yi Chen's epicenter. Once again, those observing from a distance fled in panic, their faces etched with expressions of alarm and uncertainty. The force that Yi Chun had unleashed was truly terrifying. Not only the cultivators at the transformation stage, but even some of the formidable great ascension experts sensed a hint of threat emanating from him. All around, the onlookers regarded Yi Chun with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Was this truly the nascent soul stage? The commotion caused by his tribulation was simply colossal. It was likely that even the most seasoned experts undergoing their tribulations would not create such a spectacle. Truly monstrous. This young man was no ordinary human. He was an anomaly. Indeed, the magnitude of noise generated by a nascent soul tribulation was astounding. If he were to face a tribulation at the Great Ascension stage, what chaos might ensue? The situation here would be hard for anyone to believe if recounted, especially considering Yi Chen's incredible combat prowess and his remarkably resilient physique that seemed impervious to the heavenly tribulations. It was unfortunate that the Tribulation-S reflection stone could not capture the visuals of the tribulation. Otherwise, the news of this event would undoubtedly stir the entire realm of cultivators. I concur, just as it was rumored before, that Yi Chun was the foremost prodigy of the Tao sect. Few believed it. Now, he has surpassed any celestial seedling known. He could confront transformation stage experts head-on during his golden elixir phase, and now, his strength might very well challenge those of the Great Ascension stage. Truly a freak of nature. One can only wonder how he cultivated such power. It is terrifying. If he survives this, he will undoubtedly stand unrivaled across the eastern region. Outside the realm of the heavenly tribulation, gasps of astonishment echoed everywhere. Even those forces who wished for Yi Chun's downfall, as well as the rogue cultivators, could not help but acknowledge his extraordinary prowess. Yi Chun, this young man, is truly formidable to the point of being astonishing. Currently, everyone is immensely curious about how many more waves of heavenly tribulations Yi Chun will face. It is estimated that there will be at least 7 waves, if not more. However, no one believes that Yi Chun can reach the 9th wave. 9 heavenly tribulations? Only the man, revered as the most notorious figure in the realm of cultivation a million years ago, could achieve such a feat. The god of slaughter, young Master Yi, is indeed impressive. Among the crowd, Huang Yinhua gazes at him with admiration. In the Taoist camp, Yang Chuchu is equally filled with awe. Deep down, she feels a wave of despair. Yang Chuchu comprehends that the gap between herself and Yi Chun is likely insurmountably vast, a chasm beyond crossing. This fellow is probably a unique entity in the eastern region, if not the entire world of cultivation. The commotion caused by his tribulation at the nascent soul stage is even more terrifying than that of many tribulation stage experts. Moreover, his combat prowess is utterly incomprehensible. Celestial seedlings? In the presence of the ancestral master, what significance do they hold? As for Lung Wuching and the others, their expressions are filled with excitement. The stronger Yi Chun becomes, the greater the benefits for the Taoist sect. After a few breaths, everyone outside the range of the heavenly tribulation feels an overwhelming sense of suffocation and shock. All eyes are fixed on the sky above Yi Chun. Even Yi Chun's expression grows grim, for it seems the heavenly tribulation has mutated. A humanoid form of the tribulation descends slowly, standing in stark opposition to him. It resembles a soldier clad in armor, wielding a lightning blade forged from heavenly tribulation energy. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Following closely, another heavenly tribulation takes shape, this time a cavalryman riding a steed of thunder, brandishing a lightning spear. Soon after, another tribulation descends, a graceful sword cultivator wielding a long sword. Then comes the seventh lightning tribulation, a towering purple flame. The surrounding space is scorched, giving rise to countless spatial fissures and chaotic currents. The eighth lightning tribulation manifests as a purple projection identical to Yi Chun. The ninth lightning tribulation is a colossal cage, enveloping Yi Chun and all the preceding heavenly tribulations. At this moment, the range of the heavenly tribulation has unknowingly expanded to a radius of 400 miles centered around Yi Chun. When the 10th lightning tribulation appears, the range surges rapidly to encompass 1,000 miles. The onlookers, including several tribulation stage experts, find themselves powerless to resist, swept away by an invisible force. The 10th heavenly tribulation manifests as a perfect replica of Yi Chun, not merely a projection, but a true likeness, with the same hairstyle, physique, clothing, and even a gigantic sword upon his back. Observing the Yi Chun at the center of the tribulation, the vast cage of heavenly tribulation, and the final looming silhouette, all outside the range fall into silence, holding their breath in awe. They believe that this time, Yi Chun was truly facing an inescapable calamity. This fellow, he was confronted by 10 heavenly tribulations, setting an unprecedented record. He shattered the killing goddess record that had stood for over 1,000,000 years. Initially, there were 3 heavenly tribulations, swiftly concluding in one wave before the next began. But now, suddenly, 7 heavenly tribulations descended in succession, each tribulation more terrifying than the last. Especially the final one, a figure strikingly resembling Yi Chun, evoked a sense of dread in the hearts of the surrounding tribulation transcending experts. Even those ancient beings who had traversed the tribulation stage were filled with trepidation. Such was the extent of its horror. The heavenly path seemed intent on erasing Yi Chun from existence. This kind of tribulation, it was akin to an apocalyptic thunder calamity. Uncertain who murmured the words, but resonated with countless others. Chapter 56. The Manifestation of Spatial Mysteries. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Yi Chun prepared to take action. He understood that this would likely be the most arduous battle he had faced since his journey began, without exception. 7 successive heavenly tribulations descended, each more fearsome than the last. It was nothing short of a deadlock. Just the first heavenly tribulation featured a soldier wielding a blade, whose strength was at the threshold of the Great Ascension stage. At this moment, Yi Chun could only pray that the tribulations within the confines of the storm would not strike simultaneously. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. Merely contemplating this made his scalp tingle with dread. How utterly exasperating. Why must facing a nascent soul tribulation be so terrifying? With a roar, the blade-wielding lightning soldier charged at Yi Chun. An astonishing aura of murderous intent emanated from it, locking onto Yi Chun with unwavering focus. Compared to the previous lightning Qilin, this soldier was on an entirely different level. With a single swing of its blade, a torrent of blade light surged toward Yi Chun, filling the sky. Within the lightning cage, spatial rifts and turbulent currents erupted around Yi Chun. In addition, the air was filled with the deafening sound of sonic booms. The sheer power of this strike was evident. As the lightning soldier launched its attack, Yi Chun also sprang into action. In an instant, he teleported beside the soldier, utilizing his mastery of spatial principles. The soldier had no chance to react before Yi Chun's colossal sword pierced through its body. With a resounding explosion, the lightning soldier disintegrated, transforming into a myriad of heavenly tribulation energies. In an instant, these energies seemed to be drawn toward Yi Chun, all of it absorbed by him in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, those outside the range of the tribulation fell into stunned silence. Yi Chun's prowess had surpassed their understanding of the nascent soul stage. Gasp! This fellow has yet to complete his tribulation. Can he truly be classified as a nascent soul? How can he be so formidable? Is he even human? The lightning soldier, seemingly at the half-step great ascension level, was utterly powerless before him. It appeared that Yi Chun harbored no fear of the tribulation. Was the destructive force of the tribulation exceedingly limited against him? Indeed, he was overwhelmingly powerful. It was unfathomable how he had cultivated to such a degree. His battle prowess was truly invincible. Once he completed his tribulation and continued to grow, who could impede his ascent? I dare say that those celestial seedlings from the sacred grounds would seem like mere jokes in his presence. Yes, an 18-year-old in the nascent soul stage, he stands at the pinnacle of the younger generation in the eastern region. The strongest among those seedlings still remains in the golden core stage. However, the upcoming tribulations would not be simple. Whether Yi Chun could withstand them remained an unanswered question. Outside the range of the tribulation, awe and lamentation echoed from all directions. While many regarded Yi Chun as exceptionally defiant against fate, few believed he could successfully endure all 10 heavenly tribulations. It was an exceedingly daunting task. In the days that followed, the tribulations were exceedingly formidable. Even if Yi Chun successfully navigated the impending 6 tribulations, what of it? The final figure, an eerie reflection of himself, was truly terrifying. Even some of the ancient beings present, who were in the tribulation stage, sensed a palpable threat. What of Yi Chun? His immunity to the tribulations mattered little. In the face of absolute power, all was in vain. As soon as Yi Chun dispatched the lightning soldier, the lightning cavalry surged into action. The states, composed of tribulation energy, charged toward Yi Chun with the rider brandishing a lightning spear, aiming directly for his throat with astonishing speed. It was executed with precision, devoid of hesitation. The thrust collapsed the void before Yi Chun, unleashing chaotic spatial currents. It was undeniably fearsome. Yet, such an assault was destined to be futile against Yi Chun. With a mere flicker, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the cavalryman. A 100-fold gravity field, he uttered calmly as he effortlessly swung his sword. The lightning cavalryman barely had time to react before meeting a fate akin to that of the earlier soldier. In an instant, both rider and steed were obliterated by a single stroke, dissolving into a tempest of tribulation energy. Witnessing this, many outside the tribulation zone displayed expressions of astonishment and uncertainty. Yi Chun's 2 swift actions had awakened their apprehension. Such speed, how was he achieving this? Did he possess some treasure that enhanced his velocity? Or perhaps as they contemplated this possibility, the eyes of some ancient beings widened in horror. The essence of spatial laws? How could that be? The comprehension of time and space is among the most elusive of understandings. To transcend mere perception into the realm of essence is a feat exponentially more challenging. The subsequent laws and pathways would prove even more daunting. Throughout the annals of the immortal cultivation world, there have been rare individuals who grasp the rudiments of time and spatial insights. Yet, no one has ever successfully comprehended their corresponding essences. Is this not indicative enough? However, if it is not the essence of space, then what could it be? They distinctly perceived spatial fluctuations. Could it be a spatial artifact? Had Zhuangzi bestowed some treasured relics of Taoism upon Yi Chun? Rather than accepting the notion that Yi Chun had grasped the essence of space, they preferred to believe he wielded a spatial treasure. The essence of space? Could anyone truly comprehend it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have performed admirably, but this is where it ends. Within the confines of the lightning prison, not far off, the sword cultivator, composed of tribulation energy, approached Yi Chun. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, his indistinct visage and eyes betraying an expression of admiration. Are you certain? Yi Chun replied, grinning as he regarded the sword cultivator formed from tribulation energy. A sword cultivator on par with those in the tribulation stage? Huh. To be frank, Yi-chan felt little concern at all. The destructive potential of the heavenly tribulation energy has proven to be exceedingly limited, thus rendering its manifestation incapable of exerting its full power against him. It is evident that while the heavenly Tao seeks to annihilate him, there exists a glimmer of hope. In truth, Yi-chan harbors a profound concern regarding the final two tribulations. The colossal lightning cage that envelopes the surrounding area of several dozen miles instills in him a sense of formidable threat. Consequently, Yi-chan perceives it as far more than a mere confinement. Additionally, the last tribulation, which mirrors him so closely, radiates an aura of deathly peril. As for the flames and the projection, Yi-chan dismisses them entirely. Without further ado, he and the sword cultivator charge towards one another with unwavering resolve. Chapter 57. The true combat power of Yi-chan in the blink of an eye. The two engaged in a fierce battle, surrounded by a tempest of sword light. Explosive sounds resonated from every direction, as the space around them collapsed under the force of their conflict. Chaotic spatial currents and fissures spread across an area spanning over 10 miles. Everywhere one looked, the lingering shadows of Yi-chan and the sword cultivator danced amidst the chaos. Outside the realm of calamity, onlookers gazed in astonishment at the spectacle within the electric cage. Was this the level of destruction one would expect from a nascent soul stage cultivator? Yi-chan's combat prowess seemed to rival that of a transcendent being. Only those above the transcendent stage could disrupt the stability of space itself. Witnessing the sword cultivator's blade shatter and reforge in a relentless cycle left the spectators astounded. Was Yi-chan truly this formidable? This was already the sixth heavenly tribulation, yet his opponent was utterly powerless to retaliate, driven back at every turn. Such overwhelming strength. Unbeknownst to them, Yi-chan was unleashing his full potential. A 100-fold gravitational field bore down upon his massive sword, while the entirety of his energy surged forth in a magnificent display. Was evasion of any use? Observing the sword cultivator's frantic dodges, a sly smile crept across Yi-chan's face. The game was over. With that declaration, Yi-chan vanished once more into the air. Unlike before, this time he disappeared completely. The sword cultivator, sensing the shift, gripped his sword tightly with his right hand while raising his left in a defensive posture, bracing himself with vigilance. Yet, all efforts proved futile. A colossal, unadorned black sword descended from above, accompanied by a thunderous blast, and the sword cultivator met the same grim fate as his predecessor, dissolving into a tempest of heavenly tribulation energy. Witnessing this scene, those outside the tribulation could only stare in stunned silence. A sword cultivator, comparable to those in the tribulation stage, had been vanquished? Was Yi-chan even human? Many gazes turned toward him, filled with awe and reverence. Yi-chan's true combat power was thought to oscillate around the transcendent stage. Under normal circumstances, the tribulation sword cultivator would have easily dispatched him. Unfortunately, Yi-chan was immune to the tribulation, severely limiting the opponent's capabilities. Coupled with Yi-chan's possession of spatial artifacts, the outcome was all but certain. High above, an elderly yet youthful-looking loose cultivator methodically analyzed the situation. Upon hearing his insights, expressions of realization dawned upon the gathered crowd. So that was it. Nevertheless, the hearts of all remained tumultuous with waves of astonishment. Immune to heavenly tribulation? How utterly terrifying! Did this not imply that Yi-chan was nearly invulnerable to such trials? The very thought filled them with a sense of incredulity and envy, as if affirming the words of the extraordinary loose immortal. Only after the sword cultivator's demise did Yi-chan fully absorb the energies of the heavenly tribulation. The cataclysmic purple flames surged towards Yi-chan. Alas, in but a fleeting moment, they vanished in a thin air, absorbed by Yi-chan himself. His visage contorted momentarily with pain, yet soon thereafter, tranquility reclaimed his countenance. This remarkable feat was indeed attributable to Yi-chan's comprehension of the essence of life. The destructive force of this flame, coupled with the energy of the heavenly tribulation, was astonishingly more formidable than the cumulative might of the previous 6 tribulations. The power of destruction exhibited a tremendous exponential growth. At the precise instant he absorbed it, every fiber of his flesh, every bone, every meridian, and even his very soul was torn asunder. The 2 purple vortices within his dantian and chest erupted with fervor. However, with the aid of the essence of life, everything was restored instantaneously. Yi Chen's physical and spiritual fortitude ascended to new heights. It is now your turn. Gazing at the ethereal projection that mirrored his own form, Yi Chen broke into a broad grin, his face alight with exhilaration. His eyes sparkled with a fierce resolve and an insatiable hunger. Indeed, Yi Chen had come to regard the energy of heavenly tribulation as mere sustenance. Should others become privy to his thoughts, they would likely brand him a madman. This fellow is undeniably a bit too reckless. As Yi Chen lunged toward the projection, it reciprocated with equal fervor. Before long, Yi Chen found himself adorned with beads of sweat, his frustration mounting. To his astonishment, the projection wielded a colossal sword. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the purple sword in its grasp seemed to emanate a gravitational force. Were it not for Yi Chen's firm grip on his own black, unsharpened greatsword, he might have relinquished it entirely. The clash between the two, a man and his projection, was far more ferocious than any battle preceding it. Soon, both were marred with sword wounds. The distinction lay in Yi Chen's transformation. His elegant attire had devolved into tattered rags, drenched in blood. Yet, as soon as these injuries manifested, they healed instantaneously. In stark contrast, the wounds on the purple projection visibly mended at an astonishing pace. Within the confines of the arena, chaos reigned as space collapsed around them. A tempest of sword shadows filled the air, with the remnants of both figures flitting about like phantoms. A seemingly casual stroke of the sword shattered the very fabric of the surrounding void. Moreover, what further exasperated Yi Chen was the realization that this projection possessed the mastery of spatial essence. At that moment, an absurd sensation washed over him. He was, in essence, battling his own self. What the predicament? The projection wielded the concept of annihilation. The techniques he employed were mirrored by his counterpart. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yi Chen. While inadvertently mending his own injuries with the essence of life, he had utilized a fragment of its power. Strangely, the projection appeared to harbor a certain trepidation towards the essence of life, deliberately evading it. You are doomed. With a confident demeanor, Yi Chen turned his attention to the purple projection. In the next instant, he charged forward, unleashing the essence of life with fervor. In an instant, the purple projection was utterly dismantled. A piercing scream reverberated through the air as the adversary erupted into a tempest of heavenly tribulation energy. Witnessing this, Yi Chen was engulfed in profound frustration. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have invoked the essence of life much sooner. After absorbing this surge of heavenly energy, Yi Chen emerged from the endless void of chaotic turbulence. Observing Yi Chen's disheveled state, those outside the realm of tribulation felt a sense of equilibrium within themselves. So, this fellow can indeed be injured? However, the more formidable beings were struck with an even greater astonishment. From Yi Chen, they sensed an overwhelming pressure, alongside a vigorous vitality akin to a raging torrent. It was as if he were a primordial beast of ancient times. They understood the implications of this. Yi Chen's physical form had, once again, grown stronger. Upon stepping out from the chaotic currents of space, Yi Chen fixed his gaze upon the celestial prison of tribulation encircling him, and inadvertently cast a glance at the figure that mirrored his own. Chapter 58. The Ninth Heavenly Tribulation. The Decision of Zhuangzi. Are these the final 2 tribulations? Speaking to himself, Yi Chen's face blossomed with a radiant smile. You are rejoicing too soon. Let us first transcend the 9th ordeal. Seemingly anticipating Yi Chen's thoughts, a figure identical to him remarked faintly. After speaking, this apparition vanished from sight. When he reappeared, He had already extricated himself from the confines of the thunderous prison, hovering in the high skies, coldly observing Yi-chun. What is happening? Could it be? Hiss. It seems Yi-chun is truly doomed. Yi-chun is indeed a prodigious talent. He has navigated through 8 tribulations with far greater prowess than many predecessors. Alas, fate is envious of exceptional talent. What use is brilliance if it is to be thwarted? Indeed, the 9th tribulation should be his limit. He is destined to fall. What a pity! Gazing towards the thunderous prison, outside the realm of the tribulation. The majority of onlookers wore expressions of glee. Yet, a few bore faces filled with contemplation, sympathy, and regret. For the 9th tribulation had begun to reveal its fangs. The thunderous prison erupted suddenly. The void within a 100-mile radius collapsed entirely. Within the explosion's vicinity and surrounding areas lay unfathomable spatial turbulence and various spatial blades. Moreover, boundless lightning surged forth. The once dark void, now transformed into a purple sea of tribulation in the blink of an eye. Endless tribulation energy roiled within. Yi-chun's figure had long been engulfed by this tumultuous energy. Forget about ordinary cultivators. Even a few extraordinary beings outside the tribulation felt paralyzed by its might. The ocean of tribulation posed a threat even to them. Could Yi-chun possibly survive? They held little belief in such a possibility. True, this young man was immune to tribulations, but there must be limits. His cultivation level, after all, was still somewhat insufficient. Had he been at the tribulation stage, perhaps he could have emerged unscathed. Young Master Yi, in the crowd, gazing at the ocean of tribulation, Huang Inua's fair complexion turned pale, her eyes filled with despair. Unbidden, memories of her encounters with Yi-chun flooded her mind. In that moment, she seemed to hear the sound of her own heart shattering. Master Uncle, in the faction of the Tao sect, Yang Chu-chu exclaimed softly as she beheld the boundless ocean of tribulation. At that instant, she felt as though the world was spinning around her. Her enchanting visage, too, turned ghostly pale. The others from the Tao sect also wore expressions of utter hopelessness. Indeed, witnessing the frenzied ocean of tribulation above, no one believed Yi-chun could survive. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures had materialized in the void outside the tribulation. These figures were none other than Xuanjizi and Jun Wuxia. Master Uncle, what a Master Yi! Casting a glance at the ocean of tribulation before turning to Xuanjizi, Jun Wuxia's face was etched with concern. Fear not, little Qinzi will be fine. If he were to perish, the tribulation ocean would have vanished long ago. Shaking his head, Xuanzi spoke with an air of tranquility. Moreover, did you not observe that figure in the sky, identical to him, wearing an expression of astonishment? I fear that little Qinzi is on the verge of successfully overcoming the 9th heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, Xuanzi gazed thoughtfully at the figure high above. In truth, at this very moment, Xuanzi's heart was anything but tranquil. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was teeming with tumultuous waves. His cherished disciple was about to triumph over the 9 heavenly tribulations, and then challenge the 10th? It would not be an overstatement to claim such a feat is unprecedented. According to the records of the Tao sect, eons ago, the 9 tribulations faced by the god of slaughter were perhaps even weaker than this lattice. Truly, he is a remarkable anomaly. However, it appears he is ultimately not the chosen one. Perhaps he is a defiant soul? If he were indeed the chosen one, how could the heavenly Tao impose such trials upon him? A mere yuan-ing stage tribulation. Yet its power is sufficient to annihilate those at the great ascension stage or even during the tribulation. This reveals much. Upon hearing Xuanzi's words, Jun Wuxia instinctively turned his gaze towards that figure. Indeed, a surge of delight welled up within him, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. The first prodigy in the history of the Tao sect, the strongest prodigy, must not come to harm. He is the hope for the rise of the Tao sect. Whether the Tao sect can stabilize the immortal realm hinges upon Master Yi. Yet, when he considered the alliance of the other 6 holy lands in the eastern region and those elite rogue cultivators, Jun Wuxia's expression darkened. In the future, the Tao sect may not be able to extend much assistance to Yi-chun. They could only shield him from some of the top-tier powerhouses. Sect wars, devastation of lives. This is not what anyone wishes to witness. Indeed, Yi Chun is of utmost importance. But neither Xuanzi, nor Jun Wuxia, nor the other ancient figures of the Tao sect would sacrifice the entire sect for him. The others in the Tao sect have the right to live. It is for this reason that the Tao sect has reached a consensus with the other 6 holy lands and the elite rogue cultivators. Those above the Great Ascension stage are not to take action against Yi Chun. It appears that as long as Yi Chun survives, even those at the Great Ascension stage may pose no threat to him. One wonders if those individuals might go back on their word. If necessary, the Tao sect should seal its mountains. Aside from a few exceptional seedlings and unparalleled prodigies, all others should return to the sect. If some ancient figures shamelessly strike at little Chunzi, what reason do we have to show restraint? Suddenly, Xuanzi spoke leisurely. A faint killing intent emanated from him. Indeed, hearing Xuanzi's words, Jun Wuxia's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. Seal the mountains? Allow the top experts of the Tao sect to safeguard their own, setting an example to deter others? This would protect all members of the Tao sect, while also wagering the sect's future. As long as Master Yi and those seedlings remain, the heavenly Tao can flourish, and all of it would be worthwhile. If they are unable to grow, then under the principle of mutual rise and fall, it is feared that the Tao sect will swiftly decline. Having said this, Jun Wuxia turned and departed. He needed to organize these matters. The sealing of the mountain is not a trivial task. It requires comprehensive preparations for all eventualities. Xiao Qinzi, the future of the Tao sect, now rests upon your shoulders. Glancing towards the sea of tribulations, Xuanjizi sighed deeply and spoke with a melancholic tone. His eyes were filled with the glimmer of anticipation. Subsequently, Xuanjizi cast a deliberate glance at the few scattered immortals present. His heart brimmed with murderous intent. If Yi Chun successfully transcends the tribulation, any scattered immortal who dares to act against him shall face annihilation. Almost simultaneously, disciples of the Tao sect across various regions of the cultivation world received a spiritual edict transmitted by a soul lamp. Except for the seedlings and extraordinary talents, all others were commanded to return to the Tao sect. In 10 days, the Tao sect will seal its mountain. Although they were uncertain of the reasons, the disciples complied and hastened back to the Tao sect, taking their affiliated enterprises with them. Deep within the sea of tribulations, Yi Chun found himself in a rather precarious situation, experiencing both pain and joy. Chapter 59. The 10th Heavenly Tribulation. Is he to be instantaneously annihilated? At this moment, Yi Chun found himself utterly immobilized. The boundless, violent energy of the heavenly tribulation had rendered him incapable of movement. Even though he was fundamentally immune to such tribulations, he now felt a pervasive numbness throughout his body. This was the aftermath of being struck by lightning. The energy of the tribulation had exceeded the limits of his immunity. As if that were not enough, the tumultuous energy surrounding him surged uncontrollably into his body, wreaking havoc. It targeted every aspect, his flesh and bones, meridians, the small vortex in his dantian, his soul, and even the miniature world within him. Fortunately, the essence of his life was continuously repairing everything. Otherwise, he would have likely perished from internal destruction long ago. It is noteworthy that the tribulation energy flowing toward the small vortex in his dantian, as well as that which surged into his internal microcosm, was absorbed completely, as if it were a drop in the ocean. It can be stated without hesitation that Yi Chun was passively growing stronger. His cultivation had now stabilized, and his foundation was remarkably solid, early stage of the first layer of the nascent soul realm. However, the energy reserves within him had long surpassed the ordinary by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. The strength of his physical body was similarly extraordinary. Were it not for this, how could his combat prowess rival that of the Great Ascension stage? As time passed, the expanse of the tribulation ocean began to diminish. Gradually, Yi Chun regained his ability to move and became completely immune to the tribulation energy. Half a day later, he was lively and vigorous once more. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he realized he had become extraordinarily powerful. Despite still being in the early stage of the first layer of the nascent soul realm, he felt confident that he could obliterate that purple projection with a single punch, without needing to invoke the essence of life. The sensation of newfound strength was exhilarating. Murmuring to himself, a genuine smile blossomed on Yi Chen's face. The small vortex formed from the remnants of his shattered dantian and nascent soul was now brimming with apocalyptic power, infused with the energy of the tribulation. His soul had also expanded exponentially, becoming immensely potent. He even speculated that he might now be capable of using his soul power to attack others. When the tribulation ocean shrank to a radius of 60 miles, Yi Chen could no longer absorb any more tribulation energy. Donning a pristine white robe and wielding a massive black sword crackling with electric arcs, he stepped out of the tribulation ocean. The moment he emerged, the ocean vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the vast, dark thunderclouds stretching for millions of miles. Additionally, there stood a figure in the sky, identical to Yi Chen himself. Remarkable. Yi Chen is truly formidable. He survived this ordeal. The arcs of electricity still flicker on his massive sword. Could the recent contraction of the tribulation ocean have been due to his absorption of its energy? How terrifying. I cannot shake the feeling that this individual resembles an ancient and fearsome beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Good heavens! Has this person truly advanced to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm? Yet, how can there exist such a formidable being within that realm? I can sense an extreme danger, even from a half-step into the great ascended stage. If he successfully traverses the final tribulation, who among the younger generation in the realm of cultivation could possibly stand against him? Even if he overcomes the 10th tribulation. Do you truly believe the 6 great sacred places of the Eastern Domain, along with other elite loose cultivators, would allow him to survive? Such a prodigious existence is poised to disrupt the balance. The threat posed by Zhuangzizi is likely no longer taken seriously by them, is it? It seems to follow that the happenings here have not reached the ears of the other great domains. Otherwise, Yi Chen would find himself facing endless pursuits, wouldn't he? The unprecedented 10 tribulations. Moreover, emerging from the remnants of the god of killing. How astonishing. Amidst a marsh several thousand miles away from Yi Chen's tribulation, a diminutive figure emerged from the mire. Damn it, these rascals had better watch out for me. Great ascendants? Tribulation stage? Even loose, immortal stage cultivators shamelessly pursue me. How infuriating. Clambering onto the shore, the little skeleton began to curse. Then, it turned its gaze towards the vast expanse of dark clouds looming in the sky. Fortunately, that lad Yi Chen should be fine. It is no surprise that such a commotion arises from a nascent soul undergoing tribulation. It is truly fitting for him. As it spoke, the little skeleton's tone dripped with envy. Such a terrifying tribulation. It understood the implications of this. Meow. At that moment, a violet figure appeared before the little skeleton. Are you suggesting that those who were pursuing us have departed? Do you wish to return to Yi Chen now? Glancing up at the figure in the sky, the little skeleton inquired. Meow. With a soft sound, Shao-Chi humanely nodded. Very well. Until we meet again. Waving its hand, the little skeleton declared. Meow. Nodding, Shao-Chi's form instantly vanished from sight. Alas, it seems I must find a place to hide. With such a ruckus caused by Yi Chen, even the Dao sect may not be able to protect him. We are truly kindred spirits in this plight. It appears we shall be fugitives now. Watching Shao-Chi's receding figure, the little skeleton let out a dispirited sigh. Upon observing Yi Chen emerge from the ocean of tribulation, the surrounding elite, loose, immortal cultivators outside the range of the tribulation revealed a glimmer of murderous intent in their eyes. Such an extraordinary young man. He must not be allowed to live. However, upon witnessing the thunderclouds above and the figure identical to Yi Chen, they refrained from making any rash moves. Provoking the tribulation? They had no such inclination, for they had no desire to meet their demise. Simultaneously, they cast glances towards Zhuangzizi in the distance. The few exchanged silent looks. their own formidable auras subtly igniting. Thus, the onlookers around them were compelled to retreat in fright. The pressure of the immortal stage is not easily borne. You are commendable. However, you must still meet your demise. The figure, identical to Yi Chun, calmly addressed him. His face and eyes radiated unabashed admiration. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate provocation. He subsequently uttered another phrase, his meaning unmistakable. Yi Chun had already begun to pose a threat to the heavenly Tao. After speaking, a faint purple glow erupted from his being. In an instant, the ominous clouds of calamity vanished from the heavens. Without any chance for reaction, he surged toward Yi Chun, seizing him by the throat. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Yi Chun smiled broadly at the 10th calamity looming before him. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the figure showed no immediate intent to strike. A look of confusion crossed his face. The hundreds of thousands of onlookers were equally perplexed. What did Yi Chun mean by this? In the next moment, every individual widened their eyes, their faces etched with astonishment. Chapter 60. An extreme method of cultivation. The origin body refinement technique. Suddenly, a burst of bloodlight erupted from Yi Chun, soaring into the heavens. A crimson vortex enveloped him along with the 10th heavenly tribulation. Body refinement. He uttered softly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Indeed, Yi Chun was about to practice the origin body refinement technique. Typically, to cultivate the origin body refinement technique, one would require a staggering total of 999 types of medicinal pills and materials for the first layer. However, this represents merely the conventional method of cultivation. There exists an alternative approach, a radical form of cultivation known as heavenly thunder body refinement. This method employs the power of the heavenly tribulations to temper the self, allowing entry into the first layer of the origin body refinement technique. This initial layer is also referred to as the body of heavenly thunder. What Yi Chun intended to do now was to draw the extreme heavenly thunder into his body for refinement. The entity before him, identical in appearance, was none other than the extreme heavenly tribulation, the extreme heavenly thunder itself, the 10th heavenly tribulation. Even he could sense the looming threat of death. Surely, it should be sufficient to elevate his cultivation of the origin body refinement technique to great success, should he succeed. As for failure, the only outcome would be death. Regardless, he had no path of retreat. It was either success or demise. You've lost your mind. The 10th heavenly tribulation's expression shifted slightly as it regarded Yi Chun. It was evident that it understood his intentions. I am not insane. Allowing you to strike first would leave me utterly defenseless, leading to certain death. You must be at the threshold of the immortal ascension stage, correct? I have no other options. Yi Chun replied, shaking his head lightly. In his eyes shone a fierce resolve, embracing death without fear. Indeed, Yi Chun had exhausted all alternatives. Engaging in combat with the 10th heavenly tribulation, he had every reason to believe he would be obliterated in an instant. Thus, why not take a gamble? This was precisely why he chose to activate the origin body refinement technique. One must admit, this level of martial arts was exceptionally domineering. Even the formidable 10th heavenly tribulation found itself unable to move a muscle. In an instant, it transformed into a tempestuous swirl of half-purple, half-red lightning, centered around Yi Chun and extending for hundreds of miles. The surrounding space was torn asunder and collapsed entirely. Moreover, the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius was completely drained. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal, tempestuous vortex of lightning had enveloped Yi Chun. Observing the exchange between the two and witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers from all directions exchanged bewildered glances. They questioned whether they had misheard or fallen into an illusion. Yi Chun was audaciously attempting to utilize the 10th heavenly tribulation for body refinement. The power of the 10th heavenly tribulation was, astonishingly, at the threshold of immortal ascension. The most alarming aspect was that the 10th heavenly tribulation had no room for resistance. What was happening? In the next moment, Yi Chun's agonized screams reverberated across the sky. In an instant, blood flowed from all 7 orifices of his face. Cracks appeared all over his body. The 10th heavenly tribulation unleashed an energy far more domineering than the preceding 9. In an instant, Yi Chen's flesh, bones, meridians, and even his soul were torn asunder. Yet, almost immediately, they began to mend rapidly. It was not the essence of life that aided him, but rather the merits of the body refinement technique. As the technique operated, an ever-increasing surge of heavenly tribulation energy flooded into Yi Chen's being. While they wreaked havoc, the technique simultaneously worked to restore what was damaged. This cycle continued relentlessly. Yi Chen's physical form and soul seemed to endure a relentless tempering with each breath. The agony he experienced at this moment surpassed even that of integrating the star core. This fellow is indeed insane. To confront the heavenly tribulation of the half-step scattered immortal realm head-on for the purpose of body refinement. Remarkably, he succeeded. Terrifying. Truly a madman. As long as he does not perish, who knows how formidable he will become. Utterly invincible. As long as Yi Chen survives, he is likely to overshadow every young practitioner in the entire realm of cultivation. Young practitioners? Countless elders will surely seek to avoid his brilliance, right? Even if he manages to traverse all 10 heavenly tribulations, what of it? Becoming the first in history, what significance does that hold if he cannot leave alive? Indeed, the elite scattered immortals of the Eastern domain, rarely seen, have all emerged. Are they resolute in their intent to eliminate Yi Chen? They would not hesitate to wage war against the Tao sect. Quite normal. No one would passively watch such a prodigious talent rise. Once Yi Chen matures, will not other sects find themselves diminished? Indeed, only those who can grow into true talents deserve the title of genius. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Xuanzi's expression darkened. His gaze turned notably frigid. To date, 13 scattered immortals had revealed themselves. Among them, 10 hail from the 6 great holy lands of the Eastern domain. One was an independent cultivator. The remaining 3 scattered immortals seemed to have suddenly changed their minds and pursued that little skeleton instead. The only solace for Xuanzi was that the Tao sect's mountain sealing operation was proceeding methodically. For instance, among the Tao sect members present, only the first immortal remained. The others had already embarked on their return journey. It must be said, the departure of the Tao sect members did draw the attention of many, but was merely a fleeting notice. In the eyes of those elite scattered immortals, these individuals posed no threat whatsoever. Their sole concern was Xuanzi. Furthermore, they believed that once Yi Chen completed his tribulation, eliminating this formidable potential threat would suffice. Time slipped away quietly. A day, 2 days, 3 days. 7 days elapsed, during which Yi Chen's anguished cries echoed intermittently. As time progressed, his cries diminished in frequency. However, the swirling vortex of half-red, half-purple tribulation energy enveloping Yi Chen showed no sign of abating. On the contrary, it had grown increasingly ferocious, as if the very heavens were provoked. From the lofty skies, torrents of heavenly tribulation energy cascaded down intermittently, joining the tumult. On this day, during the early morning, Jun Wuxia once again returned to the side of Xuanzi. Master Uncle, all those who complied and withdrew from the range of the heavenly tribulation have successfully returned to the sect. This includes disciples from beyond the eastern region, who returned without hesitation. As he reported, Jun Wuxia cast a gaze filled with astonishment towards Yi Chen, who was ensnared within the vortex of heavenly tribulation. Nodding in acknowledgement, Asmile grachid Xuanji Zisfache. With this, he could now fight with abandon. Within Xuanji Z's heart, a boundless surge of murderous intent arose. Chapter 61. The unparalleled power of the celestial beings unleashed. Since so many sought to harm his disciple, he would gladly accompany them on their journey. After 7 days, Yi Chen's aura had grown increasingly formidable, akin to that of an ancient beast. With each movement, he exuded immense pressure. Was this the culmination of the heavenly thunder body? Within the vortex of tribulation, Yi Chen stood aloft in the air, a look of delight illuminating his face and eyes as he sensed the transformation within himself. The first layer of the origin body refinement technique had reached completion, granting Yi Chun an unmistakable perception. His physical form was imbued with unfathomable strength. A mere casual strike caused the surrounding space to collapse. This power was already comparable to that of an ordinary great ascension master. With sheer physical strength alone, Yi Chun feared no great ascension adept. Furthermore, he was also cultivating a mysterious technique of equal caliber to the origin body refinement technique. What magnitude of combat power could Yi Chun now attain? He himself was uncertain. He believed that perhaps, solely relying on the perfected heavenly thunder body's physical prowess, he could effortlessly obliterate any great ascension master. Even though Yi Chun's cultivation remained at the early stage of the first layer of the nascent soul realm, his strength had surged to an unknown degree with the success of the first layer of the origin body refinement technique, achieving the perfected heavenly thunder body. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, Yi Chun employed the secret arts of his mysterious technique to conceal his aura and power. Donning a flowing white robe, he emerged from the vortex of tribulation. In this moment, Yi Chun appeared as an innocuous scholar, seemingly devoid of any strength to harm a chicken. As Yi Chun made his appearance, the vortex of tribulation swiftly dissipated. He had succeeded. Yi Chun had successfully endured 10 tribulations. He had created an unprecedented chapter in the annals of the cultivation world. Upon witnessing Yi Chun's emergence, the surrounding area, spanning 1,000 miles, fell into a profound silence. Had he truly succeeded? A murmured question floated in the air, akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil lake. Instantly, the surroundings erupted with fervor. Hiss! To call Yi Chun the most extraordinary prodigy in the cultivation realm was not an exaggeration. Yet, why did he display no fluctuations of power? Could it be that the final tribulation had shattered his cultivation? Such a possibility was not unfounded. This fellow was truly unfortunate. No, wait. He could still traverse the skies. His cultivation remained intact. He was still a nascent soul adept. Could it be that he had employed some secret method to conceal his true capabilities? It must be so. The grand spectacle was about to commence. Hiv. At the very moment Yi Chun appeared, the 11 unparalleled celestial beings in the distance grasped the situation. They all surged towards Yi Chun. In an instant, the sky within 1,000 miles transformed dramatically. Centered around Yi Chun, destructive attacks surged forth relentlessly, each one threatening to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Various hues of light cleaved through the expanse of the sky. Dare you? A voice, aged and profound, resounded as Zhuangzizi made his move. Against 11 foes, he struck forth with a single palm, sending all 11 scattered immortals reeling. Remarkably, he seemed to gain the upper hand. "What are the 3 of you waiting for?" Came an angry shout from the crowd, prompting 3 more supreme, scattered immortals to soar through the heavens from afar. At this juncture, even Zhuangzizi's countenance grew grave. Facing 14 adversaries, even one as formidable as he felt the weight of immense pressure. Observing this scene, Yi Chun's expression darkened. Is this truly the case? A sigh escaped him silently. Previously, due to the god of killing's relic, a tacit understanding had been reached among the factions. But his own tribulation? Surely, every power sought to extinguish him. The moment his tribulation concluded, these ancient scattered immortals could no longer contain themselves. Scattered immortals! The phrase escaped Yi Chun's lips in a whisper, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. This already surpassed the limits of what he could confront. Even though Yi Chun was exceptionally gifted, it is known that normally, after reaching the nascent soul stage, one can no longer challenge those of higher realms. The transformation stage requires the nascent soul to be transmuted into the primordial spirit, necessitating the comprehension of at least one principle. The Great Ascension stage demands the understanding of a minimum of 3 principles. Principles, indeed, transcend the profound mysteries of the Tao. In essence, any comprehension above the level of intent can be deemed as the power of the Tao. From 1 to 4 parts of the Tao's power, one attains the profound mysteries. From 5 to 8 parts, one grasps principles. Understanding the power of principles allows one to harness the strength of the heavenly Tao. Powers exceeding 80% of the Tao's essence represent the true significance of the Tao. To comprehend the Tao is to even assimilate the power of the heavenly Tao for one's own use. Assimilation of the heavenly Tao's power? That is a feat belonging to the realm of scattered immortals. The reason Yi Chun could challenge higher realms and slay foes was due to his overwhelming strength. His comprehension of intent, profound mysteries, was so potent that it surpassed other intents, profound mysteries, and even principles. Moreover, he had mastered 3 pinnacle profound mysteries. Coupled with his ancient beast-like physique, it was no wonder he could sweep through his enemies. Frowning, Yi Chun pondered what actions he could take. To sit idly by was not in his nature, especially now, when his master was valiantly protecting him against 14 foes. In the distance, the Taoist sect's leader, Jun Wuxia, was entangled in a fierce battle with those of the tribulation stage, simultaneously safeguarding Yang Chu. As for the cultivators below the tribulation stage, they were not even qualified to engage. At that moment, Yi Chun received a transmission, causing his expression to shift slightly. Jun Wuxia urged him to find a way to escape. The Taoist sect had sealed the mountain. 2 other scattered immortal powerhouses remained stationed to prevent any unexpected occurrences and could not come to aid. Escape? He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting a complex light. Internally, he felt a profound sense of frustration, coupled with a surging desire for vengeance. The 6 great sacred lands of the eastern region, the 4 major scattered cultivator factions. This enmity would not be forgotten by Yi Chun. Although he was reluctant to flee, he understood the gravity of the situation. Remaining behind only serves to become a burden to one's own master, and it may even implicate the esteemed leader of the Taoist sect, Jun Wuxia. With a deep breath, Yi Chun unconsciously began to survey his surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the distant mountain range. Was he contemplating the god of death's relics? An exceedingly wild notion blossomed in Yi Chun's mind. A 9th-level formation? Perhaps he could exploit it to his advantage. Those scattered immortals besieging his master deserved their demise. Seizing an opportunity, Yi Chun instantaneously transported himself to the god of death's relics, entering its depths. Upon witnessing this scene, the 14 scattered immortals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. After a moment's hesitation, they too surged forward, encircling the god of death's relics. Xian Jizi, with a peculiar glint in his eyes, soared toward Jun Wuxia, landing deftly beside him and Yang Chu. Chapter 62. Threatening the 14 extraordinary masters of the immortal realm? Elders, whether it was Jun Wuxia or Yang Chu, both cast puzzled glances at Xuanjizi. They found it difficult to comprehend why Xuanjizi would allow Yi Chun to once again enter the killing god ruins. Moreover, what about those masters of the immortal realm? Little Chun could utilize the 9th-level formation within the killing god ruins. Those rascals, even if they do not perish this time, they will surely suffer greatly. After exchanging glances with the two, Xuanjizi whispered softly hiss. Upon hearing his words, both were taken aback, their breaths hitching. To utilize the 9th-level formation? What was Yi Chun planning? To trap and slay the masters of the immortal realm? The thought left them incredulous. Yet, recalling Yi Chun's past actions, they fell silent. This fellow was not one to be gauged by conventional standards. That little girl is quite commendable. Bring her and her parents to the Tao sect, Xuanjizi instructed, his gaze landing on Huang Yinhua amidst the crowd. Her parents had already been sent to the Tao sect. As for her, we shall decide once we depart. Jun Wuxia paused for a moment before slowly responding. He understood why Xuanjizi made such arrangements. When Yi Chun and the little skeleton entered the killing god ruins, Huang Yinhua had promptly informed the Tao sect. They hoped the Tao sect would send someone to rescue Yi Chun and the others. It was imperative to note that Evil Spirit City was within the territory of the Junlin Empire, and Huang Yinhua's actions were fraught with peril. Given the Junlin Empire's tendencies, if they discovered this matter, she might face extermination, especially considering that the relationship between the Tao sect and the Junlin Empire had soured, just recently. Their 7th prince had been severely outsmarted by Master Yi. Indeed, Xuanjizi nodded lightly, refraining from further discussion as he turned his attention to the killing god ruins. In contrast, Yang Chuchu gazed at Jun Wuxia with a look of confusion. With a smile, Jun Wuxia briefly explained to her. This Wang Yinhua is indeed grateful, Yang Chuchu remarked, her tone carrying an unusual undertone. She couldn't shake the feeling that Huang Yinua's gaze towards Yichun was somewhat peculiar. Subsequently, the two also turned their attention towards the direction of the killing god ruins. Not only Zuanjizi and the others, but also the countless spectators, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, directed their gazes towards the killing god ruins. All eyes were on Yichun. Are you not here to kill me? Do you not seek the treasures within the killing god ruins? Step inside, Yichun taunted, surveying the 14 extraordinary masters of the immortal realm before him. His face was adorned with a mocking smile, and mischief glimmered in his eyes. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the throng of spectators broke into a cold sweat, their brows lined with disbelief. To mock a group of unparalleled masters standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain, surely only this audacious fellow would possess such courage. You impudent brat, if you do not wish to implicate the Tao sect, then step forth and accept your demise. Surrender all that you have obtained from the remnants of the god of killing. At this moment, a lean and shadowy old monk clad in royal robes spoke coldly. It was evident that he was a formidable expert at the ascendant level from the Junlin Empire. Old bald donkey, you would do well not to threaten me. Yichun retorted with unwavering confidence. I can assure you that if I manage to escape this time, the first to reckon with will be your Junlin Empire. Countless millennia ago, the god of killing was capable of annihilating the 7 foremost powers. In the future, I too could obliterate the 10 major factions backing you. With a cold laugh, Yi Chun continued, exuding a formidable aura of murderous intent. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the 14 unparalleled ascendant experts exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The surrounding crowd of hundreds of thousands erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Remarkably, no one dared to refute Yi Chen's claims. If this individual were given the opportunity to grow, he might indeed achieve such heights. Millennia ago, the god of killing had transcended 9 tribulations, overpowering all in his path. Who could fathom the strength Yi Chun might possess after transcending 10 tribulations? Nonetheless, many in their hearts had collectively labeled Yi Chun as a madman, threatening 14 ascendant experts. Was this not the definition of insanity? Apart from Yi Chun, it was unlikely anyone else would dare such audacity. Then let it be. We shall slay you here today. Let us join forces to dismantle this formation. I refuse to believe that 14 ascendant experts cannot breach a mere 9th level formation. Indeed, the god of killing was the foremost demon of the cultivation world. However, after countless millennia, this formation should be quite feeble, no? Agreed. Let's unite. But do remain cautious of Zuanjizi and his ilk. Yes, we must eliminate this sharp-tongued brat. He is a calamity, motivated by Yi Chen's provocation. The 14 ascendant experts swiftly reached a consensus. They resolved to combine their strength to forcibly dismantle the formation of the god of killing's remnants. Observing this, a mocking smile spread across Yi Chen's face, growing ever more radiant. These fools truly believed that the god of killing's reputation was mere bluster. In a sense, he and the little skeleton could indeed be considered disciples of the god of killing, having inherited his techniques and treasures. Noticing the smile on Yi Chen's face, Zuanjizi, who had initially prepared to strike, decisively chose to remain still. The once tense expressions of Jun Wuxia and Yang Chuchu transformed into relief. They were all too familiar with this expression on Yi Chen's face. It was an omen of impending mischief. What are you all dawdling for? Are you afraid? Such contemptible behavior. Yi Chun mocked as he watched the 14 ascendant experts cautiously retrieve various life-preserving treasures and approach the remnants of the god of killing. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the 14 ascendant experts nearly spat blood in frustration. How many years had it been? How long had it been since anyone dared to speak to them in such a manner? The millions of onlookers surrounding them had become utterly desensitized. In their eyes, Yi Chen had become synonymous with madness. Will you not take action? If not, I shall retreat to the depths of the god of killing's relics to rest. After enduring tribulations for so many days, I too am weary, observing that these old scoundrels still showed no inclination to act, seemingly hesitating and filled with suspicion. Yi Chun provocatively declared, "You infuriate me. I can no longer endure this. If you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands." A short, elderly man with crimson skin and a face adorned with wild whiskers erupted in fury. In an instant, he charged towards Yi Chun. After a moment's hesitation, the other 13 also surged toward Yi Chun's direction. There was no retreat for them. Surrender? Unthinkable. Chapter 63. A remarkable achievement. In the next moment, countless onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. The combined assault of the 14 extraordinary beings at the scattered immortal stage descended upon the ninth-level formation enveloping the killing god relic. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, followed by a crimson light soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, the shockwaves radiated outward, causing the space within a radius of several dozen miles to collapse. The 14 extraordinary beings, caught off guard, were sent reeling backward, spitting blood. The most unfortunate among them lost half of his body to the explosion, while the one in the best condition was left disheveled and covered in bruises. Witnessing this, a wave of suffocation washed over the crowd. It was only at this moment that they belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. The 14 scattered immortal beings had been outsmarted by Yi Chun, and in a rather ruthless manner. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Yi Chun was undeniably terrifying. "Are you all right?" Yi Chun mockingly inquired, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then." His words incited several scattered immortal beings to the brink of fury, causing them to spit blood in exasperation. Their gazes toward Yi Chun were filled with murderous intent. If possible, they would have relished the opportunity to tear him to shreds. This scoundrel was utterly detestable, yet they found themselves too intimidated to act recklessly. Their fear of the killing god relic was palpable. The ninth-level formation was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Had they not coordinated their attack and fled swiftly, they might have met their demise on the spot. "Disciple, splendid work." Suddenly, a figure descended near the 14 scattered immortals. Undoubtedly, it was none other than Xianjizi. "Since you wish to harm my disciple, you have forfeited your right to live." Gazing at the 14, a sinister smile crept across Xianjizi's face. Without further ado, he charged at them, his whisk sweeping through the air. In an instant, it pierced the chests of 4 individuals. Before they could even react, the 4 most severely injured scattered immortal beings were transformed into a torrential rain of blood. Their primordial spirits barely had time to flee before Xianjizi obliterated them with a single strike. The sight sent chills through the hearts of the hundreds of thousands surrounding them. For scattered immortal beings had perished in an instant. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible. "Xianjizi, are you declaring war against us? Do you intend to stand against the 6 great sacred lands and the 4 major scattered cultivator forces? Your actions will surely plunge the Daos into an irretrievable abyss." The old monk from the Junlin Empire threatened, his voice filled with false bravado. "Your 10 factions comprise a mere 16 scattered immortal experts in total. Today, I shall execute the 14 of you, and will this not lead to the unification of the Eastern Domain?" With a casual glance at the remaining 10, Xuanjizi spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing his words, the remaining peerless experts of the scattered immortals turned pale. The hundreds of thousands surrounding them also felt their hearts tighten. If this were indeed the case, the landscape of the Eastern Domain would surely undergo a dramatic transformation. Who among them was unaware that the Tao sect possessed 3 peerless experts at the scattered immortal stage? The other 6 sacred grounds each had 2, while the 4 major scattered cultivator factions had 1 apiece. "Flee!" a voice cried out, and the remaining 10 scattered immortals lost all interest in fighting. Their minds were consumed solely with the desire to survive. In their prime, even when united, the 14 could not contend with Xuanjizi. Now, they could scarcely muster half their power. Here, they would be at the mercy of their adversary. They did not wish to perish. nor did they desire the Tao sect to unify the Eastern domain. Can they escape? Zhuangzi let out a cold chuckle, his face adorned with a mocking grin. With that, he charged at the remaining 10. In the blink of an eye, for more fell to Zhuangzi's blades. However, the remaining 6 managed to flee. Zhuangzi displayed little reaction, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Of the 14 peerless scattered immortals, 8 lay dead and 6 had escaped. This meant that the scattered immortals from the other 6 sacred grounds and 4 major scattered cultivator factions were suddenly reduced by half. Master, did you intentionally let some escape? Why not eliminate them all? Stepping out of the formation and the killing goddess relic, Yi Chen asked, perplexed. Because we cannot truly annihilate them. The Eastern domain is not as simple as it appears. Ensuring that the Tao sect becomes the absolute leader is sufficient. Shaking his head, Zhuangzi responded with a complex expression. Unifying the Eastern domain? Who would not desire such a thing? He could not be an exception. Yet contemplating the consequences of such actions, Zhuangzi's pupils involuntarily contracted. A fleeting expression of apprehension crossed his face. Hearing Zhuangzi's words and observing his demeanor, Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Could it be? Was this entangled in some grand secret? Yi Chen silently speculated. Gently shaking his head, Yi Chen decided to cast aside this matter. After all, his master's actions surely held their own reasoning. Why concern himself with so much? Even if he felt a twinge of regret. If it were he would have no qualms about slaying everyone on the spot. The consequences? Those could be dealt with later. Only Ancestor Master, young Master Yi. At that moment, 3 figures descended beside Yi Chen and his companion. Whether it was Jun Wuxia, Yang Chu Chu, or Huang Yinao, their faces radiated joy. Simultaneously, their hearts were anything but tranquil. Yi Chen was truly extraordinary, slaughtering the scattered immortals. 8 dead, 6 escaped. Such a dazzling achievement stands as an extraordinary phenomenon within the entire realm of cultivation. Not only them, but the gazes of the hundreds of thousands surrounding Yi Chen also resembled those directed towards a monster. The rise of this young man appears to be unstoppable. In the present Eastern domain, the Tao sect has indeed established itself as the singular powerhouse. It is rumored that they had just sealed their mountain not long ago. But now it seems that such measures are no longer necessary. With a smile, Yi Chen greeted the 3 companions. Let us return. Suddenly, as he glanced at the 4, Zhuangzi furrowed his brow and uttered a remark. Return? You shall not leave today, especially this young man. Our soul-extinguishing hall has claimed him. Abruptly, a domineering voice resonated in the sky above the killing god ruins. In an instant, 3 figures clad in crimson robes descended not far from Yi Chen and his companions. Loose Immortal Stage. Once again, 3 formidable loose immortal experts had appeared. Chapter 64. The Hall of Soul Extinction. The speaker was the leader among the 3 men clad in blood-red robes. A burly man with a full beard and a bald head. As he gazed at the trio before him, both Zhuangzi and Jun Wuxia wore grim expressions. Yi Chen instinctively narrowed his eyes. The presence of these 3 extraordinary beings at the scattered immortal stage surpassed that of the previous 14 by a considerable margin. Why was this the case? Could it be that they hailed from beyond the Eastern region? And what was their motive in wanting to capture him alive? Is the Hall of Soul Extinction so audacious now? Instead of remaining hidden in the central continent, you dare venture into the Eastern region? Zhuangzi remarked with a calm, yet sardonic smile, though a wary expression crept onto his face. Clearly, the strength of the 3 before him was formidable. Or perhaps the Hall of Soul Extinction was not to be underestimated. This lad is the one our Hall Master specifically desires, and that little skeleton as well. I will not repeat myself, the burly man declared. Are you suggesting that the Tao sect intends to go to war with us? Zhuangzi, you possess the strength to eliminate the 3 of us, but as one of the top powers in the central continent, you must be aware of our profound foundation. We have at least 3 experts of your caliber. Do you truly believe the Hall of Soul Extinction would hesitate to strike against the Tao sect? As he fixed his gaze on Zhuangzi, the burly man erupted into a raucous laugh, brimming with arrogance. Upon hearing his words, a faint aura of killing intent radiated from Zhuangzi. No one can threaten our Tao sect. He retorted coldly, evidently unwilling to yield. Initially perplexed, Yichen suddenly grasped the situation upon hearing the telepathic exchanges between Zhuangzi and Jun Wuxia. The Hall of Soul Extinction, one of the foremost powers in the central continent. Their founder was, astonishingly, a follower of the god of death. It was the very founder of the hall who had orchestrated the downfall of the god of death's clan. Were they traitors who had betrayed the god of death? Thousands of years ago, the Hall of Soul Extinction was among the forces annihilated by the god of death, including that very follower. Alas, fate had other plans. The Hall of Soul Extinction had risen from the ashes not long after, for their founder had a son secretly nurtured outside. He was also the second Hall Master. Since then, every Hall Master had shared a singular ambition, to locate the relics of the god of death and obtain his legacy. Their aspirations mirrored those of everyone in the cultivation world. They believed that the bloodthirsty god of death was dead. Ascension? Impossible. If only they could find the relics and inherit the legacy of the god of death, they too could sweep through the cultivation world as he once did. The reason these three had come here was likely due to news of recent events spreading to the eastern region. Of course, the Hall Master on their end might not fully believe in its authenticity. After all, they have been searching for the relics of the god of killing for countless millennia. If these relics were so easily found, they would have obtained everything they desired long ago. Perhaps they are driven by a mentality of preferring to kill mistakenly rather than letting an opportunity slip away. This might explain their intention to capture Yi Chun and the little skeleton, likely because both have entered this uncertain realm of the god of killing. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's expression remained calm, yet within him surged an overwhelming intent to kill. On one hand, he had long regarded the god of killing as a mentor of sorts. After all, within the relics, he had acquired the supreme body refinement technique, a miraculous method left behind by the god of killing. In a sense, the god of killing had saved his life. Without this technique, he might have perished in the 10th heavenly tribulation. On the other hand, the audacity of others wanting to capture him alive? Truly, old grievances and new grudges intertwined. Yichen could not help but mock them inwardly. The surrounding crowd, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was now in an uproar. Some could hardly restrain themselves from fleeing at the mere mention of the name Soul Extinction Hall. Alas, Yichen's plight was dire. After barely surviving his tribulation, he found himself targeted by so many scattered immortals. And now, the Soul Extinction Hall had set its sights on him? Indeed, the Soul Extinction Hall is one of the pinnacle forces in the cultivation world, arguably within the top 3. It seems that Yi Chun is destined for calamity. Moreover, it is likely that this situation could implicate the entire Dao sect. The Soul Extinction Hall is notorious for its ruthless methods. Rumor has it that their hall master belongs to the fabled Soul Clan. It appears that misfortune is imminent for Yi Chun. No one can evade the pursuit of the Soul Extinction Hall. Could it be that the rumors hold truth? That the Soul Extinction Hall has intricate ties with the god of killing, which is why they relentlessly seek the relics. Sure, are you seeking death by speaking such things? At this point, even the esteemed Xuanji might struggle to protect Yi Chun, who can withstand the advances of the Soul Extinction Hall. I share the same sentiment. What a pity for this prodigy Yi Chun. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions, the three from the Soul Extinction Hall erupted into triumphant laughter, clearly relishing the words that resonated with them. However, there were also comments that they found distasteful. A blood-red palm print descended from the sky, instantly claiming the lives of thousands. The Soul Extinction Hall truly deserves condemnation. With a cold snort, Xuanji took action. In an instant, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the three, quickly gaining the upper hand. Concerned about innocent casualties, Xuanji deliberately drew the battlefield into the high skies. In an eye blink, the distant heavens appeared as though the world was ending. The destructive moves of the four caused the surrounding space to collapse. Forests, mountains, and hundreds of miles around lay in utter devastation. Almost simultaneously, Yi Chun and Jun Wuxia furrowed their brows. For reasons unknown, both suddenly sensed a faint yet palpable danger. Could it be? In the shadow of the Soul Destroyer, were their hidden masters lurking? A glance exchanged between the two revealed the uncertainty mirrored in each other's eyes. Soul Destruction, soul searching. At that very moment, a colossal, blood-red ancient rune inexplicably soared towards the direction of Yi Chun and his companions. Without a hint of hesitation, Jun Wuxia charged forward to confront it. Alas! In the next instant, he was sent sprawling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, struggling in vain to rise. The immense rune then darted towards Yi Chun once more. Cursing under his breath, Yi Chun instinctively teleported to Jun Wuxia's side, intent on whisking him away. Yet, astonishingly, the rune veered without warning, now targeting him. Young Master Yi, be careful. Uncle Master, watch out. At that very moment, two graceful figures lunged towards Yi Chun. No. Chapter 65. Are the two fair maidens destined for demise? A desperate remedy. At the entrance of the Godslayer ruins, a crimson light erupted from the black, unadorned giant sword on Yi Chun's back. Just as the bloodlight enveloped the four individuals, a colossal rune collided with Yi Chun. Huang Yinuo and Yang Chuchu instinctively lunged towards him. In an instant, all four were sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily into the Godslayer ruins. The massive crimson rune, rebuffed by the formation, vanished without a trace. After placing the unconscious Jun Wuxia aside, Yi Chun's expression darkened considerably. Turning to look behind him, he saw that Yang Chuchu and Huang Yinuo lay amidst a pool of blood. At that moment, both were on the verge of collapse, their souls seemingly ready to disintegrate at any moment. Master, as long as you're safe. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Yi Chun unscathed, both maidens managed to muster faint smiles. Do not speak. Cradling the two beauties in his arms, Yi Chun whispered gently. The essence of life surged forth from him, and in an instant, their injuries began to heal at a visible pace. However, their souls continued to weaken, as if they were on the brink of annihilation. Observing this, Yi Chun's countenance grew ominously dark. His heart was heavy with guilt and an overwhelming sense of urgency. What should he do? They cannot perish. But what can he possibly do? Did the two maidens intend to sacrifice themselves to save him? Such an outcome was nearly unbearable for him. Young Master Yi, do not be sorrowful. My life was destined to be saved by you. Moreover, I hold feelings for you. Huang Yinuo managed to utter, forcing a smile. I feel so weary, she continued, her eyelids slowly drooping as if succumbing to slumber. Master, I too harbor affections for you. Do not be melancholic. Live well. And I hope that one day you will stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, Yang Chuchu declared, gazing intently at Yi Chun, her fair face radiating hope before she too gently closed her eyes. Annihilation Hall, Yi Chun murmured, his eyes filled with boundless murderous intent. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a voice calmed him down. Master, quickly place them within your inner world. As long as their souls endure, there is still hope. At some point, Xiao He had appeared on Yi Chun's shoulder. Looking up at him, Xiao He urged him on. All right. Instinctively, Yi Chun transported the two maidens into his inner world. As soon as they entered, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The souls of the two maidens, which had been on the verge of obliteration, began to gradually restore. Yet, this recovery was painfully slow, had it not been for Yi Chun's formidable soul. He might not even have noticed it. I was right all along. The star core forming this inner world must be extraordinary. It can actually reassemble souls. At an indeterminate moment, the little black creature also flew into Yi Chun's internal world, gazing at the two enchanting beauties, who lay serenely in the center, as if in slumber. It expressed its profound thoughts. Are you suggesting that they can recover here? Upon hearing the creature's words, Yi Chun inquired with a hint of excitement. In theory, it is possible. However, it might take several tens of millions of years at the very least. After a moment of hesitation, the little black creature replied with uncertainty. Is there no alternative? Tens of millions of years. I cannot wait that long. Countless formulas and knowledge of elixirs surged through Yi Chun's mind. Yet regrettably, none pertained to the reunion of souls. There were no records of any treasures capable of such a feat. There are, but at this juncture, the little black creature's tone was laden with apprehension. But what? Yi Chun pressed urgently, furrowing his brow. The few methods I am aware of are increasingly difficult. The creature sighed softly. Tell me, taking a deep breath. Yi Chun replied calmly. Difficult? Regardless of the challenges, I must revive these two lovely individuals. One option is for you to comprehend the most elusive of realms, the realm of time, ultimately grasping the great Tao of time, thereby altering the temporal flow of this world. Within a year and a half, they shall awaken. Alternatively, you could seek the fairy realm, locate the royal family of fairies, and borrow the staff of life and the spring of life to aid in their soul reunion. The final method involves invading the soul realm and seizing the ancestral treasures of the soul clan to facilitate their soul's reunion. As the little black creature concluded, it sighed once more, fully aware that any of these paths would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. The realm of time, within the endless river of ages. Those who can comprehend it are exceedingly rare, and even among them, understanding is merely superficial. To grasp the great Tao of time is nearly an impossible endeavor. As the saying goes, time holds supremacy, while space reigns supreme. Time is the foremost among the 3,000 great Taos. To comprehend it is no simple task. The fairy realm? Without ascending or departing from this world of cultivation, it is utterly unattainable. The soul realm is similarly elusive, let alone other realms. Upon hearing the little black creature's words, Yi Chun fell into a deep silence. If the creature understood these challenges, how could Yi Chun not? Yet, no matter how daunting the task, he could never abandon it. Huang Yinhua and Yang Chu had become this way solely to save him. I understand. With that, Yi Chun withdrew his consciousness from his internal world. Shaking its little head, the black creature resolutely flew out. In its heart, it sensed that Huang Yinhua and Yang Chu would likely become its future mistresses. Remaining in Yi Chun's internal world was not suitable for it. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun turned his gaze toward the entrance of the god of death's ruins. Before them stood a diminutive elder clad in a crimson robe, his sharp ears and monkey-like visage accentuating his peculiar appearance. The rune that had just manifested was evidently conjured by him. Remarkably, another adept of the scattered immortals. To my astonishment, my soul-searching and soul-destroying paths have inexplicably faltered. Young one, you possess commendable qualities. Be wise and promptly dismantle this formation. Who knows? Perhaps the esteemed lord of the hall may grant you mercy. The elder in the blood robe commanded imperiously as he cast his gaze upon Yi Chun. You are doomed, Yi Chun replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the elder with calm disdain. That old rascal is as good as finished, murmured the little black creature perched upon Yi Chun's shoulder, fully aware of the impending tempest. At this moment, Yi Chun resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Logically, he should not stand a chance against such a formidable being of the scattered immortals. However, this was the domain of the god of slaughter, and Yi Chun could harness the formations within the god of slaughter's relics. Chapter 66. Journey to the northern frontier, a new expedition. He truly deserved to die. At an unknown moment, Xuanzi, drenched in blood, returned with a leap. Xuanzi, you have actually slain all three of them? Are you declaring war against our soul, extinguishing hall? The little old man in the blood robe's pupils involuntarily contracted upon gazing at Xuanzi, a look of trepidation unmistakably etched upon his face. Clearly, he was merely a facade of bravado. What of war? Every last one of those from the soul-extinguishing hall is fair game. Should they dare tread upon the eastern domain, they shall be ruthlessly annihilated. With that, Xuanzi lunged directly at the little old man. He had already discerned the commotion that had transpired here, and alongside guilt, he was engulfed by a surge of murderous intent. The foremost immortal of the Tao sect had nearly met a tragic demise. The most formidable prodigy of the Tao sect, his own disciple, had barely escaped death. The Tao sect's leader was gravely injured. The soul-extinguishing hall had utterly incensed Xuanzi, and his hatred for them now surpassed that for the 10 great powers of the eastern domain. Without uttering a single word, Xuanzi advanced to slay the little old man in the blood robe. Surrounding the god of killing's ruins, everyone was momentarily dazed. The series of dramatic events surrounding Yi Chun had left them with a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks, their hearts numbed by the sheer shock. 10 tribulations of heaven, the 10 great powers of the eastern domain, the slaughter of 8 scattered immortals, and now the soul-extinguishing hall? Insanity. It was utterly insane. Was the Tao sect truly intent on making enemies of the world? Not surprisingly, the little old man in the blood robe ultimately fell at Xuanzi's hands. In a single day, 12 scattered immortals had been slain. It must be said, Xuanzi was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Master, Yichen called out as he cradled Jun Wuxia. He looked at Xuanzi. I am deeply sorry. If only I'd been here earlier. Gazing at Yichen, Xuanzi's aged face revealed an expression of remorse and guilt. However, before he could complete his sentence, Yichen interrupted him. All of this stems from me, does it not? I am the one who has brought trouble upon Chu and Inua. Gently shaking his head, Yichen spoke slowly. And the Tao sect? He sighed inwardly. Yichen understood that, regrettably, the Tao sect would likely have to seal its gates once more, while the other forces in the eastern domain posed little threat. The soul-extinguishing hall was a different matter entirely, particularly given their willingness to employ any means necessary. Having lost 4 peak scattered immortals at once, would they not seek retribution? It was a foregone conclusion that they would retaliate. Xuanzi opened his mouth, at a loss for words on how to console Yichen. I believe you will undoubtedly rescue them. Ultimately, he solemnly declared. As for the likelihood of success, Xuanzi himself harbored uncertainties. Having lived for countless ages, he was well aware of the arduous nature of soul reunification. Xuanzi was also familiar with the 3 methods that Xiaohe had mentioned. After conversing with Xuanzi for a while, Yichen took his leave. He now had but 2 objectives: assist Yang Chu and Huang Inua in reuniting their souls. Furthermore, seek vengeance against the soul-destroying palace, for the 2 lovely ladies, for the god of killing, and for oneself. Those who defy fate indeed encounter tumultuous destinies. Observing Yichen's departing silhouette, Xuanzi wore a bitter smile. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming curiosity within. Could it be that his treasured disciple possesses the life ring? Otherwise, where could Yichen have concealed Yang Chu and her companion? The soul-destroying palace, one of the 10 great powers in the eastern region. Whispering this, a fierce murderous intent erupted in Xuanzi's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he soared into the air with Jun Wuxia departing swiftly. As Yichen and his companions left, the crowd surrounding the god of killing's ruins began to disperse. Remarkably, shortly after Yichen's departure, the ruins sunk into the earth. A powerful blood-red light shot into the sky, and the entire god of killing's ruins vanished from sight. In less than a day, news regarding Yichen spread like wildfire throughout the eastern region and even beyond. Free access to the god of killing's ruins? A record-breaking 10 tribulations faced by a nascent soul, slaughtering tens of thousands of transformation stage experts, defeating those of the loose immortal stage, offending the 10 great powers of the eastern region and the soul-destroying palace of the central continent. Each of these events alone would be enough to cause a stir in the eastern region. Yet, this individual has accomplished an astonishing array of monumental achievements, truly defying the heavens. Now, tales of Yichen circulate throughout the eastern region, with countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions about him. However, due to the extraordinary nature of his exploits, many regard these accounts with skepticism. Hey, have you heard of Yichen, the foremost prodigy of the Tao sect? He is incredibly formidable. Anyone can boast. I believe he has been mythologized. A nascent soul at 18, even if exceptionally gifted, has its limits. I can believe he could crush the younger generation, but anything beyond that is sheer nonsense. I share that sentiment. Nevertheless, the Tao sect has indeed sealed its mountain. They have offended the 10 great powers of the eastern region and the soul-destroying palace, which may be true. Is it worth it to have the world as your enemy for a prodigy? If Yichen truly faced 10 tribulations, then perhaps it is. Otherwise, it is not. Millions witnessed Yichen's rise. Surely it cannot be fabricated? Who knows? Perhaps everyone has embellished the tales. Furthermore, it seems Yichen has no intention of returning to the Tao sect. Is he genuinely unafraid of being pursued? In the desolate depths of a desert near the northern frontier in the eastern region, Little Skeleton lay on the sand, speechless for a long time. It has learned some matters concerning Yichen. Hopefully that lad is safe. It appears that this lord must make a bold move. Being targeted by those bastards from the soul-destroying palace is no trivial matter. Additionally, this lord must hurry to live once more and sweep across the world alongside that lad. Yi Chun. Gradually rising, little skeleton spoke with unwavering determination. Subsequently, it soared into the sky. As night fell, Yi Chun continued his journey, clutching the treasure map from over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, he had arrived at the edge of the eastern domain, bordering the northern frontier. He found himself in a desolate and barren land, an expanse imbued with an air of desolation. The reason Yi Chun ventured here was rooted in the counsel given by Xianjizi upon his departure, to explore ancient ruins, to seek out treasure troves, and to visit primordial caves, for one might stumble upon unexpected fortunes. This way, Yi Chun could accelerate his growth in strength and, comparatively, gain a deeper understanding of the essence of time. As long as he could rapidly enhance his power and ascend early, it would matter little if he could not grasp the intricacies of the temporal realm. In due course, he could directly pursue the realms of the elves and the souls. Along the journey, Yi Chun also caught wind of certain rumors regarding himself. Yet, he regarded these whispers as mere echoes, barely registering their presence. Suddenly, Yi Chun halted in his tracks, gazing intently ahead. Chapter 67. The Existence Beyond the Scattered Immortal Realm? Not only Yi Chun, but even the little black creature perched upon his shoulder gazed into the distance. Before them loomed an immense mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles and piercing the clouds. A colossal range shrouded in demonic energy. Unconsciously, Yi Chun lowered his gaze to the tattered bee-skin treasure map he had acquired from Zhang Lulan, the leader of the thief sect. Could it be that the treasure location had finally been reached? Suddenly, a violet shadow descended without warning onto Yi Chun's left shoulder. Xiao Qi had returned, affectionately nuzzling Yi Chun's face and giving it a gentle lick. Xiao Qi soon scampered back into the small world within Yi Chun. Observing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Qi's return was a comfort. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about little skeleton. Was it faring well? Having obtained the crystal of slaughter, it had expressed a desire to live again. He was curious about how it would transform by their next encounter. After a moment of contemplation, anticipation surged within Yi Chun. Master, that little skeleton is quite extraordinary. Seemingly attuned to Yi Chun's thoughts, the little black creature suddenly interjected. Oh, how so? Yi Chun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. It harbors a soul sealed within its cranium. That must be the spirit from its past life. If I am not mistaken, it is biding its time for a chance to be reborn. Moreover, judging by its skeletal structure, it is quite possible that its former cultivation level surpassed the scattered immortal realm. After a brief silence, the little black creature spoke slowly. Surpassing the scattered immortal realm? Shouldn't it have ascended by now? Why would it remain in the realm of cultivation? Yi Chun questioned, perplexed. Who says that becoming an immortal necessitates ascension? The little black creature countered, meeting Yi Chun's gaze. In that instant, Yi Chun found himself at a loss for words. The little black creature's assertion held an inkling of truth. Indeed, who established the rule that immortality required ascension to the celestial realm? Perhaps some individuals possess the means to remain forcibly. Yet, if what the little black creature claimed was accurate, why would the little skeleton opt to remain? Such a choice seemed uncharacteristic of its boisterous nature. What a pity! If you had previously entered into a contract with it and become its master, you might have acquired a formidable ally for the future. The little black creature lamented. Truth be told, if you hadn't sought to eliminate me earlier, I would never have consented to a contract with you, nor would I have allowed you to become my spiritual companion. I have always believed in the equality of all beings. Casting a sidelong glance at the little black creature, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the little black creature fell silent, wishing it could slap itself out of frustration. What a mistake. Had it known this would be the outcome, it would never have provoked its master. However, upon reflection, it found some solace. Ah, a person who has crossed the tribulation of 10 paths. It seems that aligning with him may not be such a poor choice after all, especially when considering Xiao Qi. It felt that following Yi Chun was not a matter of great concern. The origins of that individual were far more terrifying than its own. After all, that person was not even as intimately close to the master. As for Xiao Hei's thoughts, Yi Chen had no time to heed them. At this moment, his attention was firmly fixed on the mountain range before him, shrouded in an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. The treasure map pointed directly to this mountain range, indicating a destination deep within its recesses. What secrets might lie at the target location of the treasure map? Xiao Hei, what is your perspective on this demonic mountain? After a brief pause, Yi Chen inquired. This must be a forbidden zone, right? Otherwise, why would the path be so desolate and devoid of life? Hesitating slightly, Xiao Hei replied with uncertainty. Enough. Yi Chen shot a bemused glare at Xiao Hei and retorted, Isn't that obvious? Nevertheless, Yi Chen's curiosity was piqued. Why was there such a mountain range at the border between the eastern region and the northern frontier? Was the desolation surrounding the demonic mountain influenced by its presence? Gently shaking his head to cast aside these thoughts, Yi Chen resolutely descended upon the mountain's edge. Upon stepping onto the mountain, Yi Chen's expression subtly shifted. Here, he felt an inexplicable energy draining his vitality. Fortunately, he possessed the essence of life. As the essence of life erupted forth, the mysterious energy retreated like a receding tide. Hiss! The law of death! Xiao Hei exclaimed in alarm from Yi Chen's shoulder. Upon hearing Xiao Hei's words, Yi Chen's countenance changed slightly. The law of death? The path of death? What secrets could this mountain range be concealing? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen decisively chose to press onward. Hesitation was not in Yi Chen's nature. What Yi Chen was unaware of, however, was the chaos that had erupted in the outside world due to his actions. The Dao sect remained sealed off, and the talented individuals and celestial seedlings from outside the sect had either returned or gone into hiding. This was due to the Soul Extinction Palace sending personnel to hunt down members of the Dao sect. Moreover, the 6 great sacred lands of the eastern region and the 4 scattered cultivator factions had united to besiege the Dao sect. Yet, they ultimately returned empty-handed. The protective array of the Dao sect stood firm as a mountain, completely disregarding any assaults. Ironically, the unmatched cultivators among these 10 factions found themselves in dire straits, being hunted down by Xianji Zi with no escape in sight. Fortunately, due to their prior preparations, no casualties occurred. Interestingly, although the Soul Extinction Palace made a grand show of pursuing members of the Dao sect, they did not dispatch their top experts to the eastern region. It was evident that they held a certain apprehension towards the threat posed by Xianji Zi. Additionally, Yi Chen's name had already spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation. In the span of just a few days, an intriguing phenomenon emerged within the cultivation world. Everywhere, there were imitators of Yi Chen, clad in a flowing white robe. With a colossal, unsharpened greatsword resting upon his back, Yi Chen had unwittingly ascended to the status of an idol among countless young admirers. In recent days, the business of weapon shops has flourished remarkably. The feats attributed to him, overcoming 10 tribulations, vanquishing hundreds of thousands of experts in the transformation stage, and threatening and eliminating unparalleled powerhouses in the immortal stage, are enough to ensure his renown echoes throughout the realm. Such a prodigious figure naturally garners admiration from the youth. However, it was not long before these imitators faded into obscurity, all due to the relentless pursuit of the Soul Extinction Temple and its merciless minions, who operated under the principle of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. They fervently hunted down these individuals. Shortly after Yi Chen ventured into the Demon Mountain, an unexpected group of guests arrived at its opposite end. Chapter 68. The Confidence of Xuanjizi, the Frantic Little Hei. In the depths of the Dao sect's forbidden area, before a thatched cottage, Xuanjizi sat leisurely at a table, savoring his tea. Master Uncle, there has been no news regarding Master Yi from the outside, reported Jun Wuxia with a smile, gazing at Xuanjizi. Ah, this is indeed a good thing. Xuanjizi nodded and burst into hearty laughter. I eagerly anticipate the day that lad will turn the Soul Annihilation Palace upside down. However, he added, but Master Yi is currently only in the early stages of the first level of the nascent soul realm. After a moment's hesitation, Jun Wuxia seemed to hold back his words. worry etched on his face. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Many individuals and forces likely do not wish to see a prodigy like Master Yi rise to prominence. Moreover, the pursuit by the Soul Annihilation Palace is no trifling matter. He firmly believed in Yi Chen's potential to obliterate the Soul Annihilation Palace. After all, 10 tribulations. This was an unprecedented occurrence. The prerequisite, however, was that Yi Chen must successfully grow stronger. His cultivation level is indeed low, he conceded, but do not forget his astonishing battle prowess. Glancing at Yun Wuxi. Zuan Jizi chuckled softly. Instantly, Jun Wuxia fell silent, contemplating Yi Chen's combat strength. Even as the headmaster of a prominent holy site in the eastern region, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. It was a long-held belief that one could not challenge opponents beyond their rank after reaching the nascent soul stage. Yet, Yi Chen had utterly shattered this norm. Even while in the Golden Core stage, he had successfully outmaneuvered and defeated countless experts at the God Transformation stage. After ascending to the nascent soul stage, he had crushed even those at the Great Ascension and Tribulation stages. Although Master Yi was immune to tribulations, his true combat prowess was likely at least comparable to that of the Great Ascension stage, if not the Tribulation stage. It was also conceivable that he could escape right under the noses of those at the half-step Tribulation stage. Jun Wuxia was uncertain about the extent of Yi Chen's limitations. The limit of Little Chen's battle strength should rival that of a half-step Tribulation stage. However, no Tribulation stage being could defeat him. He had mastered the 3 supreme principles of destruction, life, and space. Even a half-step immortal could hardly contend with him. Do you think an immortal could chase him around day after day? Zuan Jizi remarked, sipping his tea in a leisurely manner. Upon hearing Zuan Jizi's words, Jun Wuxia was instantly petrified. His mind went blank. The battle strength of someone in the early stages of the nascent soul realm comparable to that of a half-step Tribulation stage. This seemed utterly preposterous. Wait, the 3 supreme principles, life, destruction, and space, ranked among the top 10? Was he still human? Even some of the most extraordinary prodigies and celestial seedlings could hardly comprehend a single principle from the top 10, could they? If anyone else had said this, Jun Wuxia would have scoffed. However, if Zuan Jizi said so, it was an entirely different matter. As one of the paramount figures in the realm of cultivation, and among the 4 divine oracles of this world, could he truly misjudge? Possessing the profound mysteries of spatial essence, it appears that even a half-step into the realm of immortals may not pose a threat to Master Yi. The existence of those at the immortal level typically secludes themselves for quiet contemplation or hidden cultivation, striving for ascension. It seems I've been overly anxious. Regaining his composure, Jun Wuxia remarked with a bittersweet smile. He acknowledged that, at this moment, he felt somewhat disheartened. Master Yi, indeed, deserves the title of the greatest prodigy in the history of the Tao sect. He is the formidable individual who shattered the record for the God of Slaughter's tribulation and etched his name into history. I share this with you solely in hopes that you grasp one essential truth. Shao Chunzi embodies the hope for our Tao sect's resurgence. We must have faith in him. Your current task is to ensure the strengthening of our sect's overall influence. As for matters concerning Shao Chunzi, it suffices for you to be aware of them. Gazing calmly at Jun Wuxia, Zuan Jizi continued, understood. Jun Wuxia nodded vigorously, a resolute expression adorning his face, his eyes brimming with fervor. Leading the Tao sect to the pinnacle of the cultivation world? What a thrilling prospect! In the eastern region, within a palace complex reminiscent of a celestial paradise, a youth was furiously smashing objects in one of the palaces. This young man was none other than Xianyuan Batian, the 7th prince of the Junlin Empire, who had nearly met his demise at the hands of Yi Chen. The Junlin Empire had paid a significant price to heal him. On this day, Xianyuan Batian had just awakened. Upon hearing rumors about Yi Chen, he was consumed by rage. His eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and his heart brimmed with animosity. How infuriating! This cannot be true. Absolutely not. How can a mere 18-year-old brat possess such extraordinary prowess? As he continued to wreak havoc, Xianyuan Batian unleashed a frenzied roar. The strength of Yi Chun enveloped him in despair, compelling him to vent his frustrations. Even one of the Empire's ancestral figures at the immortal level had fallen victim to Yi Chun's schemes. How could he possibly seek revenge now? In Xianyuan Beishan's mind, Yi Chun had transformed into a nightmarish entity, becoming his inner demon. After a considerable time had passed, he finally began to regain his composure. No, I must kill him. It seems my only hope for vengeance lies within our Empire's secret realm. With a cold snort, a frenzied yet fearful glint flickered in Xianyuan Beishan's eyes, his countenance shifting to an unusually sinister hue. In the deep of night, Yi Chun had traversed more than 10 miles into the heart of the Demon Mountain. He continued his rapid advance, though the ease that once graced his features had now vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He discerned that the deeper he ventured into the mountain, the more potent the laws of death and the path of demise became. Yi Chun harbored a firm belief that had he not mastered the essence of life, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere pile of bones by now. This place is truly bizarre. To Yi Chun's astonishment, his little companion, Blackie, seemed to revel in such an environment. Throughout their journey, it incessantly urged Yi Chun to hasten his pace. "Master, let us go. There must be treasures deep within the Demon Mountain." "Ha ha, I can already scent the treasures." With its incessant chatter, Blackie never once paused for breath. "Blackie, can you possibly keep your mouth shut?" Yi Chun, who was typically prone to cursing, found himself on the verge of losing his temper. He could hardly endure the relentless babbling of this creature. If the little skeleton was a chatterbox, then Blackie was undoubtedly a veritable fighter among them. "Hee, I'm just excited. If we acquire the treasures, both you and I can become immensely powerful. Then we can swiftly revive our two mistresses, right?" With an awkward chuckle, Blackie proclaimed earnestly. What could Yi Chun possibly say in response to this? Nevertheless, he ultimately quickened his pace. He conceded that he was somewhat swayed by Blackie's enthusiasm. To grow stronger? To grow stronger swiftly? Chapter 69. The Demon Clan's Sacred Mountain? The Demon Clan's Chosen One? After traversing over 100 miles, Yi Chun unconsciously descended to the ground. Before him, numerous crimson humanoid puppets materialized in the air and on the ground. Each puppet towered over a height of 10 feet, adorned with multiple miniature formations embedded within them. Furthermore, these puppets wielded an array of weapons. Stop right there. Only those of the Demon Clan are permitted to proceed. A chilling, resonant mechanical voice echoed throughout the sky. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. Only the Demon Clan may advance? Thus, this demonic mountain, was it left behind by a formidable being of the Demon Clan? Or was it inherently a forbidden territory belonging to them? Intriguing indeed. What astonished Yi Chun further was the realization that each of these puppets possessed strength at the nascent soul stage. Currently, he found himself on the periphery of the Demon Mountain. If the puppets guarding the way were already at the nascent soul stage, what formidable challenges awaited him deeper within? It seemed that Xiao Hei's words held a kernel of truth. There indeed lay treasures within the depths of the Demon Mountain. Otherwise, this scenario would be utterly perplexing. What if I insist on advancing? Yi Chun inquired with a smile, surveying the puppets. Defeat us to prove your worth. The cold mechanical voice resounded once more. Truly, the Demon Clan preferred to let their fists do the talking. Xiao Hei remarked in astonishment from Yi Chun's shoulder. In agreement, Yi Chun nodded thoughtfully. He possessed some knowledge about the Demon Clan. This race revered martial prowess, thrived on bloodshed, and reveled in conquest. Only the strong earned their respect. You're simply too weak. Yi Chun gently shook his head and casually struck a palm. In an instant, dozens of puppets around him shattered into countless fragments. Without a backward glance, Yi Chun opted to continue his flight. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the scattered puppet fragments began to reassemble into new puppets. This place was truly bizarre. As time passed, every 100 miles or so, Yi Chun encountered another wave of puppets. Their strength grew progressively more formidable, escalating from the early stages of the nascent soul to the peak of the 9th layer. Without exception, the obstructing puppets were reduced to fragments by Yi Chun. Yet, inevitably, they would soon revert to their original forms. Before he realized it, Yi Chun had journeyed over 1,000 miles. At that moment, the sky gradually brightened with the dawn's light. Observing his surroundings, Yichun found himself momentarily stunned. Along the way, the atmosphere had been suffused with demonic energy, barren of life, laden with the laws of death and the path of demise. Yet, unexpectedly, it had transformed into a realm filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms. Richly colored vegetation flourished all around, stretching toward the depths of the Demon Mountain. Additionally, various animals could be seen leisurely grazing, hunting, and frolicking. The ominous laws of death had seemingly vanished entirely. What could account for this extraordinary transformation? Unconsciously, Yichun exchanged a glance with Xiaohe. "Master, this place feels quite eerie." Xiaohe blurted out instinctively. "And what of the eeriness? We must press on." Yichun replied with a faint smile, his words resolute. "Abandoning our journey? Turning back?" Such notions did not cross Yichun's mind. After a moment of pause, Xiaohe nodded in agreement. Its thoughts aligned with Yichun's. Moreover, the deeper they ventured into the Demon Mountain, the more profound Xiaohe's sense of treasure became. In Xiaohe's estimation, the depths of the Demon Mountain undoubtedly harbored great treasures. However, Yichun showed no inclination to hasten their progress. He settled onto a nearby patch of grass, producing a flask of wine and some provisions to savor. "Master, at your level, is it necessary to consume food? Ordinary fare is rife with impurities." Glancing up at Yichun, Xiaohe couldn't help but voice its critique. "This is called enjoyment. What do you know?" Yichun replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of wine. Abstaining from food? Yichun could indeed manage that. Yet, as a traveler from another realm, he remained intrigued by the pleasures of the palate. This habit was one he had no desire to alter. Upon hearing Yichun's words, Xiaohe found itself at a loss for words. Lifting its left forepaw to display a spatial ring, Xiaohe poured forth a plethora of spirit stones, materials, and elixirs. Yichun regarded this display with a sense of nonchalance. Whether it was Xiaoqi or Xiaohe, they had always behaved in such a manner. Suddenly, Yichun squinted his eyes. He sensed that a formidable cultivator was rapidly approaching their direction. Before long, a figure enveloped in demonic energy landed not far from Yichun. It was a young man clad in black armor, tall and possessing an otherworldly, cold visage. He appeared to be just over 30 years of age. Yet astonishingly, his power was at the peak of the 9th level of the transformation stage. One could not help but acknowledge that, given his age and strength, he was indeed a remarkable prodigy. "Who are you, to dare trespass upon our northern demon clan's sacred mountain?" The young man scrutinized Yichun with an air of arrogance. "This fool is in for misfortune." Xiaohe, perched on Yichun's shoulder, cast a glance at the young man, secretly reveling in his impending downfall. As Yichun's spirit companion, Xiaohe was acutely aware of one thing. Its master abhorred being addressed with a diminutive title. A peak transformation stage cultivator in his 30s? Such a feat might be considered extraordinary anywhere in the realm of cultivation. However, it all depended on whom he was compared to. Yichun was a man capable of outsmarting even those of the loose immortal stage. "Save your breath. While I'm in a good mood, I advise you to leave this place at once," Yichun stated, glancing at the Demon Clan youth with indifference. "Very well. You are the first to speak to me, young booby, in such a manner. Clearly, you do not understand the concept of rules until you are taught a lesson," the young man retorted. "Remember this, boy. I am one of the holy sons of the Demon Clan, young booby." Casting a glance at Yichun, young booby, filled with rage, couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. Without further ado, he charged toward Yichun. Such excessive chatter. Little Black. Before young booby could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted. Taking a sip of wine, Yichun languidly remarked, "A prodigy at the transformation stage? I have no interest in engaging," for he deemed him exceedingly weak. Young booby ought to count himself fortunate. He was merely boastful and did not harbor any murderous intent toward Yichun. Otherwise, he would have already met his demise. The holy son of the Demon Clan? What of it? Indeed, Yichun refrained from slaying him for another reason. A thought suddenly struck him. Could he perhaps glean valuable insights about the Demon Clan's sacred mountain through this holy son to uncover the mysteries it holds? Chapter 70. The miserable son of the Demon Clan. The secret of the Demon Mountain? Rest assured, my master, I shall take care of everything. With that, Xiao He soared directly toward Yang Bubi. How amusing! Did he truly believe that a pitiful little turtle could be my adversary? With a cold chuckle, Yang Bubi looked upon Xiao He with utter disdain. His gaze toward Yichun was equally contemptuous. How dare they send a mere turtle to confront him? Was this not the height of arrogance? He was the son of the demon clan, one of the most formidable prodigies in the realm of cultivation. You are the ugly one. You are the little turtle. I am the Xuan Wu. Do you not understand? Upon hearing Yang Bubi's words, Xiao He's composure shattered, and he erupted in fury. In an instant, an illusion materialized, enveloping Yang Bubi entirely. The phantasm created by Xiao He whisked Yang Bubi away to the distance. Huh! Yichun could not help but burst into laughter at the exchange between Yang Bubi and Xiao He. Xiao He, take it easy. Don't push him too far. He gently shook his head, unable to resist the urge to caution. Not a problem. However, I intend to make him wish for life, but find none. Xiao He replied through gritted teeth, nodding vigorously. It was evident that Yang Bubi's taunts had thoroughly incensed Xiao He. With an amused glance at Xiao He, Yichun refrained from further comment and instead contemplated the illusion that Xiao He had conjured. It was astonishingly a miniature version of the Demon Mountain, spanning over 10 miles. Indeed, Yang Bubi found himself trapped within this diminutive demon mountain. Inside, he could not discern reality from illusion, flitting about like a headless fly. Occasionally, he erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes gleaming with greed and delight. In no time, he began to frantically assault his surroundings. Before long, blood began to ooze from his 7 orifices. Witnessing this spectacle, Yichun felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Xiao He was truly remarkable. No wonder he was known as a phantom beast. Here was Yang Bubi, one of the distinguished sons of the demon clan, and yet, within the span of a mere incense stick, he had been reduced to such a pitiful state, blood streaming from his orifices, his techniques backfiring, his meridians shattered. After the incense stick had burned, Yang Bubi collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. His meridians had been largely destroyed due to the backlash of his techniques, leaving him a bloodied figure. Had Xiao He not shown him mercy, he would have surely perished from strain. How delightful! Do you truly think I cannot bring you down, you arrogant little wretch? With the illusion dissipated, Xiao He looked triumphantly at the bloodied Yang Bubi, who lay on the ground. Wow! Upon hearing Xiao He's words, Yang Bubi, in a fit of rage, spat out another mouthful of blood. Gazing at Xiao He, terror flickered in his eyes. His face was ablaze with pain. What a slap in the face. It was utterly humiliating. The very little turtle he had scorned had brought him to such ruin. If only he could find a crack to hide within. At this moment, he could not possibly be unaware. Before him lay an unattractive little turtle, which astonishingly turned out to be a magical beast. A formidable one at that. Instinctively, Yang Bubi cast another glance at Yichun. Who exactly was this seemingly harmless, scholarly individual? How could he possess such a powerful magical creature? Has he lost his arrogance? Observing Yang Bubi's reaction, Xiao He smugly inquired, I am the holy son of the demon clan. Do you not fear retribution from our clan for your treatment of me here, on our sacred mountain? Glaring at Yichun's face and then at Xiao He, Yang Bubi replied, his tone betraying his inner trepidation. Is the holy son of the demon clan truly formidable? Is the demon clan powerful? My master has eliminated numerous beings at the immortal ascension stage. Would we fear your clan? Shaking his small head, Xiao He disdainfully retorted, the demon clan? What does that even mean in the realm of cultivation? You are not from the demon realm. Simultaneously, Xiao He silently scoffed. You are Yichun? Yang Bubi exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. A fleeting glint of deep apprehension crossed his pupils, while his heart brimmed with bitterness. Eliminating beings at the immortal ascension stage? A white long robe, carrying a massive, unadorned black sword? Instantly, key phrases surged in his mind. Contemplating these thoughts, Yang Bubi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Had he known that the individual before him was such a ruthless figure, he would never have dared to provoke him. As the adage goes, a person's name casts a long shadow. Although he did not fully believe in the legends surrounding Yichun, He certainly held a degree of faith in them. For a long time, he had maintained a respectful distance from Yichun, but now it was too late to reconsider. It is I. From now on, you shall answer my questions. Should I find your responses unsatisfactory, the consequences shall be yours to bear, Yichun stated calmly, giving Yang Bubi a cool glance. Of course, upon hearing Yichun's words, Yang Bubi's expression darkened, fluctuating between uncertainty and resignation. Ultimately, he struggled to sit up, nodding disconsolately. He had contemplated using his trump card to flee, yet he understood that such an opportunity was likely beyond his reach. That little turtle was simply too formidable. Moreover, Yichun was watching him intently, unable to fight back and with no means of escape. What other choices did he have? Is this truly your demon clan's sacred mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Yichun asked Yang Bubi. Indeed, it is said that our ancestors from the northern demon clan emerged from this sacred mountain. Yang Bubi replied earnestly, nodding. Since this is your sacred mountain, why do you not reside here? Furthermore, the surroundings are utterly desolate? Yichun inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Because the laws of death and the path of demise here are utterly inhospitable to life. The area surrounding it is equally barren. Thus, we only venture here every 2 millennia, when the forces of the laws of death and the pathway of demise have significantly weakened. This occasion coincides with the moment when the laws of death and the power of the pathway of demise are at their most feeble. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Nubai responded, does this mountain of demons harbor any secrets? Are there treasures hidden deep within? Are there any dangers? In the end, Yichun posed the questions that weighed most heavily on his mind. No one above the great ascension stage is permitted to enter the mountain of demons, lest they face annihilation by the celestial laws within. As for the treasures hidden in the depths of the mountain, my knowledge is rather limited. However, one thing is certain. It undoubtedly holds immense opportunities for fortune. Regarding dangers, every 2,000 years, no fewer than 10,000 prodigies from our demon clan enter. Yet less than 1 in 10 survives to tell the tale. Upon hearing Yang Nubai's words, Yichun could not help but fall into a deep contemplation. Chapter 71. Making the demon clan's holy son a servant. Is it true that those in the great ascension stage cannot enter this demon mountain? Surely, there must be treasures hidden deep within. Yet, the laws of death here, the force of the path of death, is surprisingly the weakest. Moreover, the demon clan has dispatched a significant number of prodigies to this place. How intriguing. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Or perhaps omitting something? Snapping back to reality, Yichun cast a glance at Yang Bubi and casually inquired. Absolutely. Not a chance. Yang Bubi replied with unwavering certainty. Deceive you? Do I possess such audacity? He couldn't help but think sarcastically. In this case, wouldn't he the master be able to traverse the demon mountain with ease? Little Black exclaimed joyously from Yichun's shoulder. Those in the great ascension stage would be obliterated by the rules of this realm. Yet, the master's strength can crush even those in the great ascension stage. Ha! The mere thought brought a secret thrill to Little Black. Glancing at Little Black with amusement, Yichun chose not to comment. He shared the same sentiment. If Yang Bubi spoke the truth, as long as no experts above the tribulation stage appeared in the demon mountain, he was confident he could indeed stride through with authority. Upon hearing Little Black's words, Yang Bubi opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. If Yichun's power was truly as formidable as the legend suggested, he could indeed navigate the demon clan's sacred mountain with impunity. This was a fact he could not deny. Moreover, the opposing side possessed an exceptionally powerful illusion beast. It was rumored that this rather unattractive illusion beast had once detained hundreds of thousands of transformation stage experts for a time. Wasn't it? This time, the demon clan had sent only a little over 10,000 prodigies. How many transformation stage experts could there be among them? This illusion beast alone could dominate the field. Contemplating these matters, Yang Bubi felt an overwhelming chill in his heart. Master, since this fellow appears to hold no value, should we not dispose of him? Little Black said with a glint of menace in his eyes, casting a glance at Yang Bubi. Hey, you cannot burn bridges like this. Yang Bubi looked up at Little Black and then warily at Yichun, managing to squeeze out these words with great difficulty. His eyes involuntarily revealed a sense of urgency. Furthermore, there was an unmistakable fear. He certainly did not wish for death. I believe Little Black is correct. What value do you hold? Yi Chun remarked with a grin, stroking his chin as he gazed at Yang Booby. Yang Booby was drenched in sweat upon hearing Yi Chun's words. What value did he possess? Had this question arisen earlier, he could have articulated a plethora of reasons, even vehemently disputing anyone who questioned it. Alas, now the question was posed by two extraordinary beings. One, an immensely powerful illusion beast, the other, a notorious figure in the cultivation world. I present you with two choices. Taking a sip of his drink, Yi Chun looked at Yang Booby with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful. In his mind, an intriguing thought surfaced. It seemed that the greatest prodigies in the cultivation realm often had numerous followers and servants. Yet here he was, still a lone commander. Having the demon clan's holy son as a servant would indeed be quite the arrangement. If others were to learn of Yi Chun's thoughts, they would likely condemn him as a madman. To suggest that a scion of a powerful race should become a servant? Is that not a blatant provocation? His audacity is truly remarkable. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Yang Booby's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Either I eliminate you outright, or you may choose to flee, Yi Chun said with a smile, casting a glance at Yang Booby. The mere suggestion of escape elicited a sharp twitch from the corner of Yang Booby's mouth. If he could have fled, he would have done so long ago. To attempt to escape now would only hasten his demise. Shaking his little head, Xiao He snickered gleefully, his tone laced with a sense of impending violence. Alternatively, you may become my servant. Yi Chun continued languidly. Not just Yang Booby, but even Xiao He widened his eyes in disbelief. Madness. The two of them shared a singular thought. To make a scion of a formidable race a servant? This was indeed an extraordinary level of insanity. Are you not afraid of retribution from our demonic clan? After a moment of silence, Yang Booby could not restrain his curiosity. Do I lack enemies? One more is inconsequential. Besides, if you're aware of my exit from this place, I presume your demonic clan would not let me go unscathed either. Yi Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Instantly, Yang Booby fell silent once more, as did Xiao He. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they could not deny the truth in Yi Chun's words. The number of factions he had offended was indeed considerable. The 10 great powers of the Eastern region, the sole extinction hall of the Central Continent. Moreover, would the demonic clan remain indifferent upon realizing that Yi Chun had emerged from their sacred mountain? Make your choice, Yi Chun urged, casting a steady gaze at Yang Booby. In an instant, a tumult of emotions flickered across Yang Booby's face. To become Yi Chun's servant? His prideful nature rebelled at the thought. Yet, to be eliminated like this was even more unbearable. This was indeed a dilemma. Observing Yang Booby's expression, Yi Chun could easily surmise his inner turmoil. However, he paid it little heed. Regardless of Yang Booby's decision, it would scarcely affect him. Young Master Yi. After much inner conflict, Yang Booby finally spoke. His expression one of resignation. Excellent. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, a grin spreading across his face. Tend to your wounds. We must continue our journey soon. With that, he reclined on the grass nearby, resting his head on his hands and crossing his legs in a contemplative pose. Aren't you concerned about me not signing a master-servant contract? Aren't you worried I might flee? As he retrieved a medicinal pill, Yang Booby could not help but voice his doubts. There is no need for such precaution. I do not believe you possess the means to escape. Moreover, entering into a master-servant contract would impede your cultivation speed, and I have no desire for an inept servant. Yi Chun replied, casually shaking a flask in his hand. Opening his mouth, Yang Booby found himself uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. What was this? A contempt for oneself? Or something else? Meanwhile, Xiao He exhibited little reaction, for it had long anticipated such an outcome. Had Yang Booby harbored murderous intent towards his master, the conclusion would have been markedly different, perhaps resulting in death or complete loss of freedom. Suddenly, the atmosphere around them grew eerie, enveloped in an unsettling silence. As a stick of incense burned, marking the passage of time, Yang Booby's healing came to an end. The trio, 2 humans and a turtle, chose to press onward. Unlike before, This time, young Booby took the lead. In truth, he had contemplated fleeing on multiple occasions. However, the terrifying prospects of Yi Chun and Xiao He compelled him to abandon such illusory thoughts. He could not fathom that Yi Chun would leave any contingency unaddressed. Chapter 72, The Demonic Path. Casting a profound glance at Yang Booby, Yi Chun remained silent. In truth, he secretly yearned for Yang Booby to flee, as it would provide him the perfect opportunity to assess the potency of the original body forging technique. Having achieved a near-complete mastery of the Thunder Body, he was curious about its true power. Additionally, he wished to test the might of his current destruction principle. As for the space principle, Yi Chun had already verified its capabilities and felt confident in his ability to escape from a half-step immortal being. Concerning the life principle, he was only aware of its utility in healing and accelerating the growth of spiritual plants within his microcosm. Its other potential applications remained to be explored. If Yang Booby were to discover Yi Chun's intentions, his face would surely pale with disbelief. Being treated as a mere experimental subject? After traversing over 100 miles, both Yang Booby and Yi Chun instinctively halted in their tracks. The scenery ahead had undergone yet another transformation. No longer were they enveloped in a world filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Instead, it had morphed into a bleak, gray staircase that ascended toward the demonic mountain. Each step measured over 3 yards in length, 3 feet in width, and stood about a foot tall. The steps were shrouded in a dense, gray miasma, while the surrounding mountains emanated the forces of death and decay, intensified to an overwhelming degree. As a result, the landscape before them had turned into a desolate expanse, devoid of life. At the side of the staircase stood a towering stone tablet, rising over 10 feet tall, inscribed with a blood-red character, Demon. This marked the final trial for the demonic clan to enter the core of the divine mountain. There were a total of 99,999 steps. Only by navigating this demonic path could one gain access to the heart of the divine mountain, with the potential to attain great fortune and rapidly enhance their strength. Upon reaching the base of the staircase, young Booby's eyes gleamed with fervor, his face alight with excitement. Young Master Yi, taking a deep breath, he turned to Yi Chun, clearly unable to contain his eagerness to ascend the demonic path. What makes this demonic path so special? Yi Chun inquired casually, displaying no signs of urgency. Ascending the demonic path entails confronting illusions, gravitational fields, and the threat of inner demons. As long as one's physical body is sufficiently strong and their willpower resolute, the chances of reaching the summit are considerable. After a moment of silence, young Booby replied, though a fleeting, uncomfortable expression crossed his face at the mention of inner demons. As one of the esteemed holy sons of the demonic clan, who had always looked down upon others as an unrivaled prodigy, he now found himself in a position of subservience, forced to bow before others to survive. Was this not his own inner demon? Upon hearing young Booby's words, Yi Chun wore a peculiar expression. Illusions? Such things bear no effect on me. His soul was far too formidable for such trivialities. Gravitational field? The weight of the boundless sword upon my back has been sustained at 100-fold for an extended period, unless this demonic path presents an even more astonishing gravitational force. Is that truly feasible? If that is the case, the demon race should have very few prodigies capable of reaching the pinnacle, correct? As for the inner demons, since the beginning of his cultivation, Yi Chun has never experienced any. Let's proceed. Gently shaking his head, Yi Chun instructed with a calm demeanor. Very well. Upon finishing his words, young Booby stepped onto the demonic path with determination. Swiftly advancing, in the next moment, Yi Chun also leaped onto the demonic path. Both young Booby and Yi Chun surged forward with unstoppable momentum. At first, these steps posed no challenge for either of them. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they had ascended over 1,000 steps. At this point, the gravitational field here was merely twice their own weight. Yi Chun maintained an expression of serene composure, showing no signs of being affected. In contrast, young Booby seemed ensnared by an illusion, perhaps confronting his own inner demons. His austere countenance suddenly twisted into a grotesque grimace. Poor fellow, Casting ashampatati glunge et young bubai, Xiao Hei remarked softly. It understood the situation all too well. Perhaps, deep down, young Booby still harbored resentment. The scion of the demon race, an unparalleled genius, now reduced to a servant? Such a transformation of status is hardly something most can accept. Shaking his head lightly, Yichen opted to continue his rapid ascent. Master, do you think that fellow could perish on the demonic path? In the blink of an eye, Yichen had ascended another 1,000 steps. His companion Xiao Hei, perched on his shoulder, could not help but inquire. Did you not wish to eliminate him? Would it not be better if he were dead? Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Hei, Yichen asked with a hint of amusement. That was in the past. Is he not now the master's servant? It would be a pity for a servant with such potential to perish so easily. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Hei expressed his sentiments. It is certain that young Booby will not die. If he lacked the capabilities, would the demon race have made him scion? However, he will undoubtedly face hardships. After taking a sip of wine, Yichen's figure surged upwards once more. That makes sense. Stunned for a moment, Xiao Hei nodded in agreement. From what young Booby indicated, every 2,000 years, the demon race allows tens of thousands of prodigies to come here. Each time, nearly 1 in 10 manages to leave alive. Those who venture into the core of the demon mountain to attain great fortune are not few. As the scion of the demon race, could young Booby truly fail to reach the summit of the demonic path? Upon reflection, Xiao Hei, too, found it improbable. Unbeknownst to Yichen, shortly after he embarked on the demonic path, powerful figures suddenly appeared in the skies surrounding the demon mountain. The strongest among them was at the half-step immortal stage, while the weakest were at the great ascension stage. Over a dozen in total. What would be the reason for this? How could outsiders possibly enter our demon race's sacred mountain? Could it be that they possess some artifact capable of resisting the laws of death and the power of the death path? Regardless of who they are, there will be no mercy. The sanctity of the sacred mountain must not be provoked. For some reason, I cannot shake a sense of unease. I fear that something may go awry within the sacred mountain. This should not be the case. The puppets of the divine mountain, could they not have thwarted that intruder? Perhaps the foe is a scion of a human race or another lineage. Regardless of who it may be, they shall meet their demise. Indeed, this is the ancestral land of our demon clan. At this moment, Yichen had officially ascended the 10,000th step. Remarkably, it took him less than an hour. Upon reaching the 10,000th step, an expression of astonishment graced Yichen's face. A reward? A treasure chest had unexpectedly materialized before him. Such exquisite spatial teleportation techniques. Quite intriguing. Observing the wooden chest, scarcely a foot in length and width, Yichen mused aloud. After a moment's contemplation, he seized the chest and opened it. He was eager to discover what treasures lay within. Chapter 73. The Ascending Skies of the Demon Workshop upon opening the small treasure chest. A wave of disappointment washed over Yichen as he beheld the item within. A 4th-grade body refining pill. What a waste of time, he muttered, his lips curling in disdain. Tossing the pill to Little Black, he pressed onward along the path of demons with renewed determination. Master, we might still encounter some valuable rewards ahead, Little Black remarked, casting a glance around in an attempt to console him. Yichen paused for a moment, contemplating the creature's words, and nodded slightly. Perhaps there's some merit in that. He mused. After all, if the first 10,000 steps yielded a 4th-grade pill, what might the next 10,000 hold? It is worth noting that this treacherous path consisted of a staggering 99,999 steps. Who knows what treasures awaited at the pinnacle? Before long, another half-hour had passed, and Yichen found himself at the 20,000th step. True to form, a treasure chest materialized once more. This time, a brass one adorned with patterns of ferocious beasts. Without hesitation, Yichen pried it open, only to be met with yet another source of frustration, a 5th-grade healing pill. Once again, he tossed it to Little Black, as such items held no allure for him. With a deep breath, he continued his relentless advance. Half an hour later, he reached the 30,000th step and discovered a silver treasure chest of similar dimensions. Inside lay a 6th-grade recovery pill. Once more, Yichen discarded it to Little Black. Upon reaching the 40th step, he was presented with a golden chest. To his surprise, it contained a fifth-grade weapon, a blood-red dagger, an artifact of considerable merit, even for those in the nascent soul or transformation realm. Yet, Yichen found it unworthy of his attention and tossed it aside to Little Black. At the 50th step, a body-refining pill recipe materialized before him, a sixth-grade concoction. However, having memorized all the contents of the alchemical canon, Yichen already possessed the same recipe in his mind, rendering this reward utterly meaningless. Upon reaching the 60th step, Yichen received a pet egg, which Little Black identified as the egg of an earth dragon, capable of growing to rival the peak of the transformation realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen hurled the egg to Little Black, who devoured it whole in a shocking display of gluttony. At the 70,000th step, Yichen acquired a body-refining technique, one that could be cultivated to the level of a scattered immortal. He barely spared it a glance before discarding it into his internal realm, for in the presence of the fundamental body-refining method, such a technique was nothing short of worthless. Upon reaching the 80,000th step, Yichen paused momentarily, taken aback by the reward that lay before him. It was astonishingly a flying artifact that seamlessly integrated offense and defense. The Flying Demon Workshop, a vessel capable of changing size at will, measuring over 100 feet in length and 10 feet in width. It could withstand the assaults of Tribulation Phase powerhouses. Its offensive capabilities rivaled those of Tribulation Phase experts as well. An elite-grade artifact of the 8th tier. At last, a commendable reward had surfaced. Stowing away the Flying Demon Workshop, Yichen's face broke into a satisfied smile. The fact that this artifact required an abundance of high-grade spirit stones for activation was a trivial concern. He was hardly lacking in spirit stones. This artifact was indeed remarkable. Hearing Yichen's remarks, Xiaohei nodded in agreement. This path of demonic cultivation possesses intriguing nuances. I surmise that the grand opportunities mentioned by Yang Bubi are not easily attainable by many. I doubt there are truly numerous individuals capable of reaching the pinnacle of this demonic path. Casting a glance around, Xiaohei continued in a somber tone. I share your sentiments. Yichen replied, stretching his limbs as he concurred. The gravitational field here has intensified to 60 times normal. Unless one is an extraordinary physical cultivator, few can endure such pressure. Not to mention, the illusions surrounding us are proliferating. Numerous illusory formations have appeared along the way. Occasionally, powerful, inscrutable wills of slaughter influence the minds of those on this arduous journey. Yet, to Yichen, none of this posed any challenge. He dismissed it all without a second thought. After sipping a few drinks, he resumed his rapid advance. Under the blazing sun, Yichen ascended to the 90,000th step. Unsurprisingly, a reward once again materialized before him. This time, however, the reward was rather unexpected. A fist-sized blood-red crystal. Wait, why did this blood-red crystal seem familiar? It bore a striking resemblance to the slaughter crystal belonging to the little skeleton. Yichen mused inwardly. This is a quasi-slaughter crystal, exclaimed Xiaohei from his shoulder, his tiny eyes gleaming with excitement. A quasi-slaughter crystal? Yichen scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Indeed, a quasi-slaughter crystal. Its formation conditions are akin to those of the little skeleton's slaughter crystal. However, the energy contained within and its potential effects are but a fraction, 1/10,000th, of the true slaughter crystal. Nevertheless, in the outside world, it remains an extraordinarily formidable treasure. Master, may I have the quasi-slaughter crystal? It would be immensely beneficial for me. It could enhance my strength. Xiaohei implored, gazing eagerly at Yichen. Take it. Yichen waved his hand nonchalantly. Thank you, Master, Xiaohei exclaimed, swallowing the quasi-slaughter crystal before transforming into a thumb-sized turtle emblem upon Yichen's right wrist. With a sigh, Yichen shook his head and chose to press onward. His pace remained as swift as ever. Half an hour later, Yichen reached the pinnacle, arriving at the 99,999th step. To his surprise, this time, no rewards manifested. He found himself in a vast, gray square, measuring over 1,000 feet in diameter. At the center of the square stood a lifelike statue of a handsome young demon, towering 8 feet tall. As Yi Chun gazed at the statue, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Could it be that this demon mountain is the creation of the individual depicted in the statue? How intriguing, truly fascinating. Who would have thought that a mere human youth could penetrate our demon clan's ancestral land and successfully ascend the path of demons? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, and before Yi Chun, a dark figure materialized without warning. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Extraordinary Child? Is comprehending the essence truly difficult? Gazing at the shadow enveloped in dark energy before him, Yi Chun's face displayed an expression of astonishment. A remnant spirit of the demon clan, an elderly figure, seemingly frail and withered, appeared before him. Young man, you are the only foreigner to have reached the summit of our sacred mountain in 20 million years. Impressive, the remnant spirit remarked with a hint of admiration after scrutinizing Yi Chun. Esteemed elder, why are there no rewards here? Clearing his throat, Yi Chun inquired about a matter that piqued his interest. As for other matters, he was utterly disinterested, for ascending the demon path yielded no rewards whatsoever. Had he been a descendant of the demon clan, he would have been directly transported to the core of the sacred mountain, where he would receive great fortunes. However, you are not a descendant of our clan, thus you cannot enjoy the same privileges. Having said this, the remnant spirit circled Yi Chun a few times before falling into contemplation. Hearing these words, Yi Chun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. So, was his effort for naught? Surveying the surroundings of the plaza, he found no signs of any formation fluctuations. It could only be concluded that the one who set up the formation possessed remarkable skill. Return the way I came? Yi Chun was decidedly reluctant. Young man, you may enter the core of our demon clan's sacred mountain. However, I have one condition. The remnant spirit suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Yi Chun. Speak. Upon hearing the remnant spirit's words, Yi Chun's eyes brightened with intrigue. To enter the core of the demon mountain? Was this not the very purpose of his journey? The treasure map in his possession pointed directly to the heart of the demon clan. Moreover, the entity known as Little Black had claimed that profound treasures lay deep within the mountain. Comprehend the essence of death, the remnant spirit stated, fixing its gaze on Yi Chun and enunciating each word deliberately. Why? After a moment of surprise, Yi Chun could not help but ask with curiosity, how is entering the core of the demon mountain related to comprehending the essence of death? This left Yi Chun somewhat perplexed. Because I wish to ascertain whether your talent qualifies you to enter the core of our demon clan's sacred mountain. The remnant spirit shrugged nonchalantly. By the way, you have only 7 days. With that, the remnant spirit began to doze off, suspended in midair. What more could Yi Chun say but remain speechless? He even began to suspect whether this was merely a manifestation of the remnant spirit's twisted sense of humor. Was it merely about comprehending the essence? Stowing away his wine flask, Yi Chun muttered under his breath before lazily settling into a cross-legged position. On this day, 2 events stirred the entire eastern region into a frenzy. The first event, in the depths of a forbidden area at the edge of the eastern region, 9 bolts of heavenly tribulation unexpectedly manifested in succession. Was it the same tribulation for those at the nascent soul stage? The identity of the tribulation survivor remains an enigma. By the time some powerful individuals arrived at the forbidden area, the tribulation survivor had long since vanished without a trace. Nonetheless, it is rumored that the one undergoing the tribulation is a remarkably diminutive figure. Some speculate that this is an unparalleled prodigy from a dwarven clan, while others believe it to be an extraordinary being from a mysterious race. The 9 heavenly tribulations? This has already eclipsed the record of the slaughtering deity from millennia past. However, when compared to Yi Chun's astonishing feats, it remains somewhat inferior. The second matter of note, among the 6 sacred lands of the eastern region, as well as 4 scattered factions, numerous celestial seedlings and prodigious talents have succumbed to the hands of a mysteriously origin child. Whispers suggest this child is a strikingly handsome figure, merely 6 or 7 years of age, clad in black. By the time the formidable members of the top 10 forces arrive, The child has long since vanished into thin air. The entire eastern region is abuzz with discussions surrounding these two events. Many have begun to draw connections between them. After all, could there truly be so many coincidences in the world? TSK, 9 heavenly tribulations? A 6 or 7-year-old child? One who has slain numerous talents from the 10 great forces? What manner of ruthless individual could this be? Who knows? It appears chaos is on the horizon. First Yi Chun, and now another child who rivals the slaughtering deity in tribulations. Indeed, yet, who holds the reins of fate? What do you think? What race does that child belong to? Who knows? It is likely that the top 10 forces are currently in a state of vexation, with half of their extraordinary scattered immortals perishing, and now a significant number of young celestial seedlings have also fallen. I believe that the figure undergoing tribulation and that child are one and the same. Hee, how delightful. After all, they have been so domineering in their ways. Otherwise, I would have wished to eliminate them myself. Hush, keep your voice down. Do you wish to court disaster? Do you consider yourself a disciple of the Tao sect or akin to Yi Chun? At the peak of the Demon Mountain, upon the plaza, suddenly, the remnant soul in midair opened its eyes. Its face involuntarily displayed an expression of astonishment. Is this boy even human? Fixating intently on Yi Chen's retreating figure, the remnant soul's visage was painted with disbelief. There stood Yi Chun, enveloped in a dense shroud of deathly miasma. Surrounding him were the profound essences of death and the forces of the path of mortality. In the case of another, one might have been reduced to mere bones by now, yet this boy appeared utterly unfazed. If that were the only matter at hand, it might suffice. What is even more difficult for the lingering soul to accept is that there seems to be a faint, yet profound fluctuation of intent emanating from Yi Chun. The essence of death, or something else? Taking a deep breath, the lingering soul attempted to calm the turbulent waves of emotion surging within. To comprehend the essence of death in less than half an hour, frankly speaking, he was utterly astounded. This revelation had completely overturned his understanding. How could grasping such profound intent be so effortless? Especially since the essence of death is not merely an ordinary concept. It is, after all, one of the 10 supreme essences. Just as the lingering soul believed that Yi Chun was poised to seamlessly grasp the profound mysteries of death, Yi Chun opened his eyes and lazily rose to his feet. "Senior, may I now enter the core area?" he inquired with a smile directed at the lingering soul. "Enter? Enter? Enter, you big-headed ghost. You are on the verge of comprehending the essence of death. Why would you halt your understanding?" The irate, lingering soul exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how rare an epiphany is?" With a glare at Yi Chun, the lingering soul was utterly enraged. "Ahem. Well, senior, is it truly difficult to comprehend the essence?" Yi Chun retorted innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned ignorance. Chapter 75. Great Fortune. The Rusty Iron Box. After a prolonged silence, the remnant soul, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Is it not difficult?" "Not at all," Yi Chun replied, shaking his head and raising his hands in a nonchalant manner. The remnant soul opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Madman, he secretly cursed. To forsake such a splendid opportunity? This young man before him, was he not a lunatic? Epiphany. This was an opportunity that could not be sought after. A common cultivator might never encounter such a moment in their lifetime. To comprehend the profound truths so easily, this lad truly had a gift for uttering nonsense. Senior, may I now enter the core area?" Yi Chun turned to the remnant soul, reiterating his earlier question. With a cold snort, the remnant soul waved his sleeve. In an instant, a spatial teleportation array materialized out of thin air, whisking Yi Chun away. "What an incomprehensible young man," muttered the remnant soul, shaking his head in resignation. As Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Is this truly the core of the Demon Mountain? He found himself amidst an endless expanse of inky black starry sky. At intervals, he noticed formations resembling stars scattered throughout the void. You may select treasures from any of the formations. Upon completion of your selection, You will be teleported away from here. A chilling voice echoed through the starry cosmos. Unbeknownst to him, a map had appeared before Yi Chun, or rather, a star chart? It was densely packed with various star formations. Upon witnessing this scene, astonishment painted Yi Chun's features. Such exquisite formations. He was certain that the formations within this starry expanse were no less than level 9. Why did he say at least? Because he dared not ascertain whether there were even more advanced formations. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Yi Chun began his selection process. His consciousness surged forth, swiftly scanning the formations depicted on the star chart. The star formations were a veritable kaleidoscope, showcasing an array of combinations. They ranged from level 1 to 9. Among them were formations whose levels Yi Chun could not discern at all. At this moment, Yi Chun found himself in a state of deep contemplation. Which formation should he choose? This was indeed a perplexing and vexing dilemma. Little Black, do you have any suggestions? Instinctively, he glanced at the turtle tattoo on his wrist. None. I can sense the energy fluctuations of the treasures, yet I cannot discern their locations. The formations in this starry expanse have obscured my perception. Perhaps the so-called fortune of the core area of the demon clan relied solely on luck. In the eyes of the unparalleled powerhouses across the myriad realms, fortune was of paramount importance. Thus, my master, it truly rests solely upon your own capabilities. It is merely a matter of your fortune. With that, the little black creature fell back into a slumber. Hearing these words, Yi Chun fell into silence, his countenance revealing a tumult of emotions. Fortune? Relying on luck, is it? Very well, let it be so, he muttered to himself, casually pointing towards a particular formation within the star map. In an instant, the star map before him vanished. A celestial formation soared from the depths of the cosmos, eventually halting not far from Yi Chun. Something emerged from the formation, hovering before him. Upon seeing this object, Yi Chun's expression darkened considerably. It was an old, rusted rectangular iron box. This is a treasure? Doubt clouded Yi Chun's mind. However, upon noticing a seal on the box, he felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps this box contains something extraordinary? He consoled himself inwardly. Without hesitation, Yi Chun tore open the seal of the iron box. The next moment, a flame the size of an egg wafted out from a box. Upon sighting this flame, Yi Chun's smile froze instantly. A dull gray flame. It didn't even radiate any warmth? What on earth is this? His mind began to race. Within the Danjing, there seemed to be no records of any such celestial fire, earthly fire, beast fire, or exotic fire. Before Yi Chun could fully comprehend, the gray flame surged towards him, entering his body and settling into the purple vortex located where his dantian was. What is this? Finally, he managed to utter those words. Moments later, astonishment spread across Yi Chun's face, and his gaze became immensely peculiar. This gray flame resembled the black, formless giant sword from before. After entering the purple vortex, it began to slowly devour the energy within Yi Chun's body. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts and speculations flooded his mind. Ultimately, he concluded that this gray flame was likely not ordinary. Its peculiar behavior, since its appearance was undeniably strange. It warranted further investigation. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, at the moment the gray flame manifested, the turtle tattoo on his wrist trembled slightly. Shaking his head gently, Yi Chun cast the small iron box into his internal realm. A spatial formation materialized before him without warning, and before he could even react, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself back in the original plaza. So soon to return? Young one, what have you obtained? As soon as Yi Chun landed in the plaza, the remnant soul appeared before him once more. A flame. Curling his lip, Yi Chun had no intention of concealing the truth. A flame? Startled for a moment, the remnant soul revealed an expression of astonishment. Is the treasure at the heart of the divine mountain of flame? The remnant soul pondered deeply within. Perhaps the master left something behind before departing? Casting a glance at Yi Chun, the remnant soul refrained from probing further, sensing that Yi Chun seemed somewhat troubled. It was likely that this flame held no particular significance. Since you have encountered an opportunity in the core area, why do you not depart? With a glance laden with meaning, the remnant soul inquired once more. "There's no rush. I am awaiting someone," Yi Chun replied languidly, reclining on the plaza with his legs crossed. Oh, the remnant soul's interest was piqued upon hearing Yi Chen's words. It seemed that, aside from this young man, the other entrants into the divine mountain were all prodigies of the demon clan. Who then could this young man be waiting for? Chapter 76. You have guts. It is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I fear that should I utter my thoughts, it may prove detrimental to you, my esteemed predecessor. Casting a glance at the lingering soul, Yi Chun spoke with an expression of innocence. At this juncture, he felt a twinge of guilt. Young Booby was, after all, the scion of the demon clan. Yet, he had now been relegated to the status of a servant. Who could predict the reaction of the demon clan upon discovering this? The lingering soul before him appeared frail and delicate. Yet Yi Chun did not believe for a moment that he was merely as he seemed. If he could command the spatial teleportation array of Demon Mountain, who could assure that he could not control other aspects of the mountain as well? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the lingering soul grew increasingly curious. He could not help but speculate within his mind. Could it be that this young man intends to bring harm to the prodigy of the demon clan? What could it be? Speak. I swear, I will not bring you any harm. A considerable amount of time passed before the lingering soul spoke in a distant tone. Are you certain? Yi Chun regarded the lingering soul with skepticism, still unconvinced. I am certain. Nodding assertively, the lingering soul declared. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. I simply took the demon clan's scion as my servant. I am waiting for him to depart with me. Taking a sip of his drink, Yi Chun spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing Yi Chen's statement, the lingering soul's expression became remarkably vivid. Anger, disbelief, incomprehensibility, and, "You have guts." Ultimately, he forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. In the depths of his heart, he equated Yi Chun with a madman. Here was a young man who, instead of seizing the opportunity to grasp the essence of death, had chosen to abandon it. A mere human dared to take a demon clan scion as a servant amidst the sacred mountain of the demons? What else could this be but madness? Coughing awkwardly, Yi Chun replied, "It is he who provoked me. What can I do?" The lingering soul gazed at Yi Chun intensely, a mix of rage and ironic amusement washing over him. Yet, he soon fell into a contemplative silence, though he was reluctant to concede. He could not dismiss the notion that Yi Chun's words might not be entirely implausible. This young man, appearing as harmless as a meek scholar, had undoubtedly employed some formidable secret technique to conceal his true prowess. Coupled with his attire, he resembled an ordinary wandering cultivator. He bore no magical artifacts or treasures. The massive sword upon his back appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary iron blade. Such a figure indeed seemed prone to being underestimated. It was entirely conceivable that the prodigies of the demon clan might look down upon him. Wait, could this young man perhaps be a human genius masquerading as a fool? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon clan scion willingly serve him? He must have been coerced. Young man, it appears there is something I have forgotten to inform you. As he circled around Yi Chun, the lingering soul suddenly erupted with a sense of glee. What is it? Yi Chun's curiosity was piqued. When someone from outside the demon clan enters the divine mountain, we demons can sense it. You think you can leave unscathed? That seems rather unrealistic. It is entirely possible that you might meet your demise here. The lingering soul remarked slowly, casting a glance at Yi Chun. And so what? Yi Chun's response took the lingering soul by surprise. Aren't you afraid? After a moment of astonishment, the lingering soul could not help but inquire. Afraid? Yi Chun chuckled. I am not even afraid of those at the immortal ascension stage. Why should I fear others? I do not believe the demon clan would deploy their immortal ascension experts. In the vast realm of cultivation, there are but a handful of such unparalleled beings. They are not cabbages to be easily revealed. If they are not at the immortal ascension stage, then there's no problem. If I cannot defeat them, I shall simply retreat. The lingering soul was momentarily taken aback by Yi Chun's reaction. Suddenly, he realized that Yi Chun was becoming increasingly enigmatic to him. Truly, this human youth was a puzzle. Thereafter, the two fell into a contemplative silence. Yi Chun, while sipping his drink, gazed around with a sense of ennui. It must be said that the disparity between the demon clan's prodigies and Yi Chun was indeed considerable. After a good while, not a single individual had reached the pinnacle of the demon path. This left the lingering soul somewhat embarrassed. It was precisely for this reason that he was filled with curiosity about Yi Chun, a human youth daring to venture into the demon clan's divine mountain, and even outpacing a host of demon prodigies to ascend the demon path. How had he accomplished this? Suddenly, Yi Chun recalled something, his treasure map. What could it be pointing to at the core of the demon clan? How could he have overlooked this? When he first entered the core, why had he not studied it more thoroughly? With this thought, Yi Chun's consciousness delved into his inner world. Soon, he was taken aback. The bee-skin treasure map was actually moving toward a small iron box. They appear to be slowly merging together. Therefore, the treasure map ultimately leads to the small iron box. What could this box be? And what of the gray flame within him? Surely, the age of the treasure map could not be a mere 100,000 years. In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded Yi Chun's mind. Regrettably, there was no one to provide answers. Everything remained a mystery. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Chun furrowed his brow. Forget it. If it doesn't make sense, then let it be. He internally lamented, then turned his attention back to the demon path. Unfortunately, Yang Booby had yet to appear, nor had any other demon prodigies made their presence known. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yi Chun decided to close his eyes and contemplate the essence of death. After all, it is said that having many skills is never a burden, is it? Previously, he had urged the lingering soul to allow him entry into the core, fearing a sudden change of heart. Now, that is a different matter altogether. Half an hour later, a dense, grayish miasma enveloped Yi Chun. His comprehension of the concept of death was rapidly transforming towards the profundity of death itself. Witnessing this scene, the remnant soul was left utterly astonished. Memories of a recent statement made by Yi Chun resurfaced in his mind. Is it truly difficult to grasp the profundities? Previously, he had thought Yi Chun had succumbed to madness, displaying such arrogance. Yet now, he realized he had gravely underestimated this young man before him. The prodigious talent of this lad was astoundingly formidable. Not only did he comprehend the essence of death with remarkable swiftness, but now he was also grasping the profundity of death at an astonishing pace. Is this still a mere mortal? Yi Chun's emergence instilled in the remnant soul an unparalleled sense of enlightenment. The sheer brilliance of Yi Chun's talent rendered the remnant soul as own master's gifts seemingly trivial in comparison, likely to be effortlessly eclipsed by this young man. Chapter 77. Mediocre, third in the realm of cultivation. Half an hour later, Yi Chun emerged from his state of enlightenment, having fully comprehended the profound essence of death. Now he had mastered 4 of the top 10 ultimate principles: the principle of life, the principle of space, the principle of destruction, and the principle of death. Were the remnants of souls to witness this, they would likely be petrified on the spot. It is worth noting that grasping any one of these supreme realms is an arduous endeavor, let alone the principles themselves. A mere 18-year-old possessing mastery over 4 supreme principles? This can only be described as a miracle. Upon opening his eyes and stretching languidly, Yi Chun reclined once more on the plaza, crossing one leg over the other. With one hand cradling his head and the other holding a wine flask, he leisurely sipped his drink while indulging in idle contemplation. Occasionally, he cast a glance towards the direction of the demon path. Unfortunately, the talents of the demon race had proven disappointingly lackluster. Not a single one had reached the summit, even after nearly a day had passed since Yi Chun commenced his ascent. Cultivation? Yi Chun found no necessity for such endeavors at present. The mysterious technique bestowed by his master operated autonomously at all times, yielding effects indistinguishable from rigorous practice. However, the 2 purple vortices within him could only accommodate an overwhelming amount of energy. The purple vortex located in the direction of his dantian absorbed and stored energy, while the smaller vortex within his inner world continuously converted energy into the essence of life, which then infused his inner realm. Now, even the gray flame sought to partake in the bounty. Thus, he remained at the early stage of the first level of the nascent soul realm. Had it been anyone else, their strength would have likely surged exponentially by now. Yet, Yi Chen's foundation was simply too formidable. His physique, coupled with the astonishing capacity of the two purple vortices, was beyond comprehension. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the enigmatic technique Yi Chen practiced. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy surrounding him would be completely depleted, given the astonishing speed at which his technique operated. Nevertheless, that was not the case. The spiritual energy and power Yi Chen absorbed seemed to emanate from an unknown realm beyond the confines of the heavenly laws. As for the original body refinement technique, without the requisite extraordinary treasures, ascending to the second tier was utterly unfeasible. Yi Chen understood that to strengthen himself rapidly, he needed to focus on resources, perhaps acquiring some miraculous treasures or concocting a plethora of elixirs. Indeed, once he departed from the Demon Mountain, it would be time to diligently refine some potions, he mused inwardly. Observing Yi Chen's leisurely demeanor, the remnant soul's lips twitched involuntarily. "Young man, with such prodigious talent, why do you remain so languid?" The remnant soul couldn't help but inquire as it hovered before Yi Chen. "Because I have no need for cultivation," Yi Chen replied with a smile, taking another sip of wine. In an instant, countless dark lines emerged on the forehead of the lingering soul. "No need for cultivation? What ayist? Is there truly any member of the human race who can forego the path of cultivation? It is likely that even the most exceptional divine bodies cannot achieve such a feat given your strength and talent. What level do you occupy among the younger generation in the outside world?" After a moment of silence, the lingering soul could not help but inquire further. "Fairly average, perhaps ranked third in the realm of cultivation." With a grin, Yi Chen replied with feigned seriousness. "Oh, how so?" The lingering soul's interest was piqued by Yi Chen's words. "First in the heavens, second on the earth, and I am third," Yi Chen stated nonchalantly, casting a glance at the lingering soul. "Goodness, you truly have no shame." Rolling his eyes, the lingering soul expressed his disdain. Yet, despite his words, he could not help but feel that with Yi Chen's talent, he would undoubtedly shine brightly in the external realm of cultivation. It was even conceivable that he could outshine all others, to ascend the path of demons, far ahead of all demonic prodigies, to comprehend realms and principles with the ease of drinking water. Such feats are not attainable by ordinary talents. In the lingering soul's view, even the seedlings from some of the top-tier factions would struggle to reach such heights. Although he was unaware of Yi Chen's specific cultivation level, he certainly did not believe this individual to be weak. His intuition for discerning others had always been remarkably accurate. Suddenly, Yi Chen's face displayed a look of astonishment. He instinctively rose to his feet, his gaze directed towards the path of demons. A figure had appeared at the foot of the 100 steps away from the square, and on the steps above, several more figures were faintly visible. The demonic prodigies were finally nearing the summit, one by one. Alas, without comparison, there is no pain. The lingering soul sighed from behind Yi Chen. He glanced at the demonic prodigies and then cast a complex look at Yi Chen. How wonderful it would be if this young man were a prodigy of the demon race. Initially, the lingering soul had entertained the hope that Yi Chen's lead on the path of demons was due to his early ascent. However, that fantasy had now been utterly shattered. Beneath the 10,000th step, the path of demons branches out in many directions. It is only from the 10,000th and first step onward that the path becomes singular. From the moment one ascends the path of demons, each traveler bears an invisible mark formed by the rules of the demonic mountain and the heavens, a mark known solely to them. Yi Chen and these prodigies clearly began their ascent at nearly the same time. In fact, Yi Chen and another prodigy had commenced their journey approximately half an hour later. If it were merely a matter of timing, the lingering soul could have accepted it. However, when Yi Chen reached the summit, he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an aura of ease and grace. In stark contrast, each of the demonic prodigies was drenched in blood, their spirits waning and their bodies swaying precariously. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Yi Chen's gaze shifted to the second ascender. He stood at a distance of 201 steps from the summit. This individual was none other than Yang Bubi, the servant of Yi Chen. The others were disregarded by Yi Chen. In his eyes, the four prodigies in front were merely inconsequential, regardless of their status as young geniuses in the transformation stage. Yet, what significance did that hold? Behind Yi Chen, the remnant soul followed his gaze, harboring profound discontent towards Yang Bubi. A look of disappointment etched across his face, reflecting a sense of frustration. How could the esteemed son of the demon clan willingly serve as a mere attendant? Where was his pride? His integrity? His honor? Such actions were a stain upon the reputation of the demon clan. Coincidentally, the prodigies cast their collective gaze upon Yi Chen as he had approached the very brink of the demon path, bearing an expression of amusement. Observing Yi Chen, the faces of the prodigies were imbued with complexity. Chapter 78. Truly extraordinary, especially in the presence of Yang Bubi. The more time Yi Chen spent in his company, the more acutely he became aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. It was an utterly unbridgeable divide, including himself. The two holy sons and two holy maidens of the demon clan had exerted tremendous effort to nearly reach the pinnacle of the demon path. Yet look at Yi Chen. His ascent appeared effortless, as if he were merely playing a child's game. Yang Bubi, could you hasten your pace? I have been waiting here for over a day. Yi Chen urged impatiently, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Bubi. Instantly, the withered youth at the forefront, along with the two enchanting holy maidens of the demon clan behind Yang Bubi, all turned their gazes towards him. Some figures in the distance wore expressions of sheer astonishment. What on earth was happening? One of the holy sons of the demon clan, Yang Bubi, had inexplicably formed a connection with a young human. It seemed that this young human was even issuing commands to him. Yes, young Master Yi, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Yang Bubi responded with an air of composure. Upon hearing his words, a satisfied smile blossomed on Yi Chen's face, while the withered soul behind him wore a countenance of dark uncertainty. His dissatisfaction with Yang Bubi was palpable, yet for reasons unknown. He ultimately refrained from taking any action against him. The expressions of the other holy sons and holy maidens of the demon clan were filled with shock. As for the other demon prodigies lingering behind them, they were utterly bewildered. One might even say their minds were struggling to comprehend the situation. Yang Bubi, a distinguished holy son of the demon clan, had actually bowed to a young human. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed such a thing could be true. Yang Bubi, you truly bring honor to the demon clan, scoffed a shadowy youth at the forefront, turning to Yang Bubi with mockery in his eyes. Your concern is unnecessary, Yang Bubi replied calmly, casting a fleeting glance at the shadowy youth. Humph. The shadowy youth huffed disdainfully before shifting his gaze to Yi Chen. Human, are you courting death? How dare you command a holy son of the demon clan to serve you? He narrowed his eyes, assessing Yi Chen. In truth, his calm demeanor belied the turmoil within. Given his understanding of Yang Bubi, it was inconceivable that the latter would willingly submit to a human. There must be some underlying reason for this peculiar situation. This young man before him was likely more formidable than he appeared. Wait a moment. What did his earlier words imply? Had he already reached the pinnacle for over a day? A look of doubt flickered in the shadowy youth's eyes. Do you have an objection? Yi Chen asked with a playful smile, glancing at the shadowy youth. Young man, know your limits. I cannot allow you to act against the demon clan on the divine mountain. Just then, the withered soul flitted to Yi Chen's side, shooting him a disapproving glare as he spoke slowly. Very well. With a shrug, Yi Chen nonchalantly remarked, in any case, I never regarded them highly. Over 30 and still at the transformation stage, and not a single one at the half-step great ascension. Utterly pathetic. Shaking his head, Yi Chen provocatively added, it is quite ridiculous. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those around him were nothing short of spectacular. This young man, he is simply too audacious to mock the holy son and holy maiden of the demon race, along with several prodigies. What audacity does he possess? The only one who appeared unfazed was Yang Bubi. a ruthless individual who could even slay an unparalleled celestial immortal. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to disregard experts at the transformation stage? Moreover, the number of those who perished under Yi Chen's schemes at the transformation stage must have reached several tens of thousands by now. He indeed possesses the capital to utter such words. Apart from Yang Bubi, only the remnants of souls could maintain their composure. The others cast fierce glances at Yi Chen. They, who usually held themselves in high regard, were now being looked down upon. This was profoundly displeasing. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Yi Chen's smile grew ever more radiant. He secretly hoped these individuals would take action against him. Capturing 1 or 2 hostages could indeed facilitate his departure from the Demon Mountain. Otherwise, it would likely require considerable effort. He detested complications. Outside the Demon Mountain, some of the demon race's powerful beings had begun to grow impatient. Simultaneously, they felt a deep sense of irritation. The human who had entered their sacred mountain seemed to have ventured into the core area. How infuriating! Just thinking about it, they longed to tear him to shreds. Guard all directions. Do not allow him any chance of escape, commanded a powerful being of the half-step celestial immortal stage from the skies. Yes, in response to his command, a multitude of strong figures dispersed. Ultimately, they took positions at various entrances of the Demon Mountain. What they failed to notice was that, nearly 100 miles away in a barren desert, a small shadow draped in black was observing the entire scene from behind a weathered boulder. It was a young boy, strikingly handsome, clad in a black long robe, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age. Goodness, this Yi Chen is indeed quite the talent. Daring to enter the sacred mountain of the demon race right under their noses in search of treasure? Far more audacious than I am. Shaking his head, the young boy muttered to himself. However, there was hardly a trace of worry on his face. Clearly, he possessed unwavering confidence in Yi Chen. In these past few days, the eastern region had been rife with turbulence. The top 10 forces of the eastern region had seen several of their celestial seedlings and unparalleled prodigies eliminated. The perpetrator was none other than a young boy. After dispatching his foes, the boy audaciously left a message. I simply wish to give Yi Chen some relief. All major forces are welcome to come hunt me down. One could hardly call this anything but arrogant. Yet, the top 10 forces of the eastern region found themselves utterly incapable of dealing with him. They dispatched experts at the transformation stage, great ascension, and even those at the tribulation stage, yet none could locate him. In the end, out of sheer desperation, they had no choice but to summon the celestial seedlings and prodigies back to their fold. The unparalleled masters of the scattered immortals. In the present day, the scattered immortals from the 10 great powers of the eastern domain dare not make their presence known lightly. They are terrified of falling victim to the sinister machinations of Zhuangzi. For Zhuangzi has wandered beyond the confines of the Dao Song more than once, brazenly so. After the Dao sect sealed its mountains, Zhuangzi has become utterly unrestrained. The Soul Extinguishing Hall? They cannot rely on it. Although the members of the Soul Extinguishing Hall have been tirelessly searching for Yi Chen and have boasted of their intent to annihilate the Dao sect, not a single expert has yet ventured to the eastern domain. It is nothing more than thunderous proclamations with scant substance. To still place hope in the Soul Extinguishing Hall? What ist? It can be said without reservation that, at present, 3 individuals stand out in the eastern domain. Zhuangzi, Yi Chen, and lastly, that enigmatic young boy. Chapter 79, dominating the scene. Has the little skeleton succeeded? Indeed, just as the remnant soul had foretold. These young prodigies of the demon race did not truly ascend to the pinnacle. They had merely stepped upon the final threshold of the demonic path when they were abruptly transported away. Undoubtedly, they were conveyed to the very core of the Demon Mountain. Before long, these individuals began to reappear one by one in the square. Young Master Yi, clad in pristine black armor, Yang Bubi approached Yi Chen, his eyes alight with excitement, unmistakably indicative of his significant gains from the core region. The reactions of the others were similarly enthusiastic. The first group of demons to reach the summit comprised 4 youths, 2 males and 2 females, including Yang Bubi himself. They were all scions of the demon race, the holy sons and daughters. Meanwhile, the rest were still laboring in vain distance from the final steps. For reasons unknown, the remnant soul had vanished entirely. Yichen even began to suspect that Yang Bubi and the others had not seen the remnant soul at all. Or perhaps, even if they had, they paid it no heed. "Let's go," Yichen casually remarked, nodding slightly. He disregarded the other three entirely. "Indeed," Yang Bubi replied decisively as he walked beside Yichen. Just then, the other three simultaneously obstructed their path, led by a shadowy youth. "Yang Dingtian, step aside." Yang Bubi frowned as he addressed the gloomy youth. "Huh, today, neither of you shall leave unscathed." Yang Dingtian sneered coldly, particularly targeting Yang Bubi as he continued. "A mere peak of the 9th layer of the transformation stage, and 2 at the 8th layer. Have you truly mistaken yourselves for something exceptional?" Casting a casual glance at the three, Yichen spoke indifferently. If not for the remnant soul, he would have had no qualms about eliminating them. After all, reconciliation was out of the question. With that, Yichen wasted no time and struck. Instantly, lightning crackled around him. With a seemingly effortless gesture, he unleashed a palm strike, causing the surrounding space within dozens of yards to collapse. The brilliant arcs of lightning enveloped Yang Dingtian and his companions. They were flung backward, spitting blood as they fell back onto the demonic path, unable to react in time. Witnessing this scene, Yang Bubi's pupils involuntarily constricted, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Outside rumors claimed Yichen was merely at the early stage of the first layer of the nascent soul realm. Yet, could this truly be the extent of his power? The Holy Sun and 2 holy daughters of the demon race appeared utterly feeble before him. Was it a case of the nascent soul effortlessly overpowering the transformation stage? Or was it a crushing defeat? This, had he not witnessed it firsthand, Yang Bubi would never have believed such a reality. It was simply too outrageous. Was this the true might of a prodigy who had transcended the trials of 10 heavenly tribulations, unparalleled in history? Truly formidable. This young man, unbeknownst to him, the remnant soul reemerged at an indeterminate time, hovering not far behind Yichen, his aged visage etched with astonishment. A nascent soul pressing down on a transformation stage? This was indeed a first for him. At the very moment Yichen made his move, he felt the true extent of Yichen's power. It was for this reason that he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Was it not possible for one above a nascent soul stage to challenge those of a lower tier? To be capable of such feats within the same realm was the hallmark of an extraordinary prodigy. Yet this individual? He was nothing short of monstrous. His strength was utterly astonishing. The Thunder Body was impressive. Muttering to himself, a satisfied smile graced Yi Chen's face. With a mere wave of his hand, he could easily send a transformation stage prodigy flying. Splendid, splendid. Let us depart. Affirmative. With that, Yi Chen and Yang Bubi soared away from the Devil Mountain. 2 beams of white light shooting skyward as their figures vanished from sight. How could humans possess such immense power? The remnant soul was filled with incredulity. After leaving the Devil Mountain, Yichen decisively summoned the flying demon pavilion. Soon, he and Yang Bubi found themselves on the deck of the pavilion. In an instant, they were surrounded. A vast throng of great ascension stage demons converged, along with a formidable half-step immortal demon. Time to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen declared. With a sweeping gesture, a spatial passage materialized out of thin air. Before the assembly of demon experts could react, the flying demon pavilion slipped into the gateway. The next moment, the essence of death and destruction erupted forth, hurtling towards the crowd. In addition, a multitude of array discs flew towards them as if they were free. Instantly, the surrounding space collapsed. The air was thick with the aura of annihilation, punctuated by intermittent flashes of lightning. Not only were the great ascension demons flustered, but even the half-step immortal was left in disarray by Yi Chen's maneuvers. By the time they attempted to counterattack, alas, the flying demon pavilion had vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. When the flying demon pavilion reappeared, it was already a fragrant stick of incense later. Thousands of miles away in the sky, on the deck of the pavilion, Yi Chen wore a triumphant smile, his eyes alight with exhilaration. It seemed his conjecture was spot on. With proper utilization, the spatial essence could indeed facilitate an escape right beneath the nose of a half-step immortal. Hith hith. The thought brought him secret delight. HM? In the next moment, Yi Chen's smile faltered, replaced by a look of perplexity. Not only he, but young Booby beside him also wore an expression of bewilderment. Both turned their gaze towards the bow of the flying demon pavilion. There, a small black figure was slowly approaching them. It was a strikingly handsome boy, perhaps 6 or 7 years old. There was something vaguely familiar about him. Casting a glance at the boy, Yi Chen inwardly mused. A sudden thought sprang to mind. Could it be? Hith hith. Yi Chen, I have succeeded. What do you think? Am I not handsome? Approaching Yi Chen, the young boy grinned widely with an air of maturity beyond his years. Little skeleton, have you truly succeeded? Have you been granted a second life? After circling around the boy, Yi Chen wore a broad smile. He was genuinely happy for little skeleton's opportunity to live again. Of course. Do you even know who I am? How could I possibly fail? I must inform you that I am now in the early stages of the nascent soul realm, just like you. Furthermore, my tribulation involved 9 heavenly tribulations. Impressive. Isn't it? Well, I suppose I cannot compare to your extraordinary prowess. Hith hith. Nonetheless, I have become quite a notable figure in the eastern region. Just the other day, I eliminated numerous celestial seedlings and prodigies from the top 10 forces. Am I not loyal? How dare they bully my brother? They must be tired of living. And from now on, do not refer to me as Little Skeleton. My name is Dong Huang. It must be said, Little Skeleton remains true to form, as talkative as ever. Once he starts speaking, he cannot seem to stop.